to carry that point streak real quick, didn't he?
Well, not just that. It's like every second he was on the ice, he was flying. And you didn't have, we were all kind of hoping to see Val Nichushkin back in the lineup last night. Did not happen. But a 5-0 win over Chicago, as that is just straight domination. But look, man, we get the deadline coming up in just a few days. It's a small sample, but in his last 3 starts, Justus Annunen has given up a goal. 1 in regulation. Sorry, he gave up 2 in the Detroit game, but the second was in overtime. He's given up 1 goal in 180 minutes of regulation hockey time. Pretty damn impressive. And we're all kind of looking backup goalie. But look at some of the saves that he made yesterday. Like he gave you a little glove flip, show it. He absolutely was a brick wall on the breakaway by Bedard. Like that Bedard breakaway looked more like a penalty shot. There was nobody else in the frame and still made the save. Incredibly impressive game from Annunen. Yeah, they look great against Chicago. I want more of that. And hopefully, and this is what I kind of been talking about with whenever Val's going to come back to the lineup, it could be on Wednesday. And in fact, Marty, I think we'll get a pretty good answer when we talk to Bednar tomorrow before the game. If he's going to give it a go, because I'd like to see that. But man, you look at just that save right there. Nobody else in frame. It's just a straight one-on-one, and it was just nails. And he had so many saves like that last night.
Yeah, but Dart had time to get into his little... You're right. It was a shootout, basically.
Well, he had so many... You talk about the saves above expectation. There was probably 3 or 4 last night that I watched and I go, that should have been a goal. And it wasn't because Juice was really good. So all the credit in the world to him as the Avs win again. Again, McKinnon continues his point streak. He grabs the first goal of the game. He had a 4-point night last night. I don't know how they're going to handle the deadline now. Because what are you going to do? You're going to bring some other backup goalie in and have Prosvetov and Justus down in the AHL? I don't think so, right?
I heard Raj in Between the Pipes say he would be okay delivering this core to the playoffs with Juice as the backup goalie, which is saying a lot because this core is fragile. Who knows how long they could be together? And you're going to let this guy with 9 games be your backup goalie?
The games that he's played, like his first 3 games he started this year, he gave up 4 goals, 4 goals, and 4 goals. Now, in those games, keep this in mind, Marty, he faced 40 shots against Ottawa. He faced 30 against Jersey, and he faced 37 against Tampa. Last night, he faced 37, and he made 37 saves. I'd be lying to you if I didn't... If I told you that I still wasn't comfortable with backup goalie, I think I'd be lying. I've crossed into comfortable territory. I don't know about confident, but comfortable.
I want to see him play a good team now. Like, it's great what he's doing against the Blackhawks. They're terrible, but he's shutting them out, which you can't ask for anymore.
I almost wonder, do you think that they try and give him another game? Detroit's not a great team, but they're okay. And remember, that was the team that he faced a few starts ago where they had a 0 spot midway through the third. They scored, 1-1 game, goes into OT, and then you lost in overtime. I wonder if they give him one more. Give him 2 starts in a row. I doubt it. But I'm with you, Marty. I kind of want to see a little bit better competition than Chicago. What does that look like?
That was his first home game, right? Wasn't everything
home
else on
game.
the road? Yeah.
Yeah, everything else was on the road. So I don't know. It's something to keep an eye on. But, with the Avs, we had the official news, which I think I called on the show yesterday. Did I not?
You said it was going to come at like 10:20, but yes, you did say it would come yesterday.
I saw the scrubbing of the Broncos stuff on Russell Wilson's social media. I put 2 and 2 together with, they don't got to talk to any media members now after the combine. It feels like this is about the time. And they made the Russell Wilson release official. Here's the wildest part of this Russell Wilson story. Marty, he did not play a single snap of the extension that he signed. The 2 years that he played here were the 2 remaining years on his Seattle contract that came with him over here. His extension was supposed to start next year.
There's so many bad bullet points to this. Could that one be the worst?
It's close. I mean, the worst bullet point is the one that we've said over and over again, which is $85 million in dead cap. That's one of them. I mean, this is going to go down with the Herschel Walker trade, with many other trades in sports, as the worst ever. There's no other way around it. Now, there are about a million different reasons for how we got to this point, and I almost kind of want to do that. Now that it's been official, we're looking at the postmortem of this, okay? We got the cadaver on the table. We're in there with, what are the people called who work at those places with the freezers? What are they called?
Those people
That you see on CSI that's always examining the body to let you know the cause of death. What are they called? I'm standing next to that person. I'm saying, what went wrong here? And they're like, well, let me take out a coroner. Thank you. Let me take out a scroll for you and show you all the reasons this went wrong. And I'll tell you this. If I had to really boil it down into 3 overarching decisions that has a whole bunch of stuff in the middle, I would say this. That Russell Wilson coming here and having it work out this way was a bad combination of hiring bad coaches, not creating a system conducive to his skill set, and then Russell Wilson just being not very good. I think all 3 of those are rolled together. Because I think if one of them was a little bit different, you could have had a much different result. Like, Marty, I still, to this day, you want to hear insanity? Here's insanity. Jump inside the mind of Brett Kane for a second. I truly think there's an alternate universe here. Like, we've all heard these theories, right? That you've lived this life 1,000 times and it's taken different paths on every single one, blah, blah, blah. You're married to a different person. You got a different job. You live in a different city. Here's the alternate universe I can see. I can see an alternate universe where they don't hire Hackett and they make a better hire, and Tim Patrick stays healthy, and Russell Wilson plays well, and the Broncos are a playoff team, and I could easily see a world where that exists. But everything, literally think about this. Everything since the trade went about as bad as humanly possible. You had a coach who was incompetent. How do I know that? Ask Jets fans this year. Hackett without Aaron Rodgers is just not very good. 2, there was nothing about that offense that made me feel, through 2 coaching staffs, by the way, that made me feel like that was the same Russell Wilson offense I watched in Seattle. And I can't blame that on offensive line, because offensive line was the chief complaint of any Seahawks fan in his time there, was that they couldn't protect him. Now, is some of that on Russell? Of course it is. Holding on to the ball too long, trying to extend a play too long, all of that. you dealt with some pretty big-time injuries on the offensive side of the football. You lost what was your most reliable wide receiver. You lost in the middle of a pretty damn good season from Javonte Williams, him to a knee injury, which he had to battle back. And yes, he played all of last year, but you could tell he wasn't the same. You didn't have a tight end that was ever impactful because the tight end that you had was hurt. Before last year, his first year here, that offensive line was a mash unit. Remember that, Marty? Like Garrett Bowles, who never misses a game, breaks his leg. You had the revolving door at right tackle. It was so many different things that went into this mess that we've gotten to. But the bottom line is, it is one of, if not at this point, the worst trade maybe in NFL history. I know a lot of people are going to talk about the Herschel Walker trade. I'll tell you this, give it another year or two, and then Deshaun Watson might supersede this one. But I'll tell you what bothers me most. And I want to get into kind of why this didn't work. I want to talk about how nobody's hands are clean in this. I want to talk about the only people that I feel bad in this entire exchange are Broncos fans, because everybody else I think is at fault that lives within that building. But there's a subject that has been very popular since the release of Russell Wilson, since it became official yesterday. And I have heard so many people I consider smart, by the way, saying one guy is skating and skirting responsibility that shouldn't be. And I think there, again, nobody's hands are clean. And this guy he had a huge, huge helping hand or non-helping hand in why this didn't go well. But they're looking at it the wrong way. I'll explain who that is next. Texture says, Nolan Arenado, Russell Wilson, congratulations, Denver. Worst trades in 2 sports. I don't know if they're the worst in both of these sports. Me and Marty were just kind of talking. The Niners traded from 12 to 3 overall in the draft by giving up 3 first-round picks and a third to draft Trey Lance, who did not play for them. That's pretty bad. Now, it doesn't look bad because the Niners are good somehow, which still blows my mind. But that's pretty bad. Herschel Walker trade bad. I will keep saying this, Marty, until somebody puts this on a list in one of their articles that the Clippers trade for Paul George is one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. The Clippers traded a better player than Paul George in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and what was it, like 7 first-round picks?
I think it was like 4 or 5.
Look that up again. I want to know the exact number of first-rounders. They traded Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who I think is a top 3 player in basketball right now, and an obscene number of, how many?
It's 5.
5 first-round picks for a player worse than the guy they traded away.
SGA, Gallinari, 5 first-round picks for Paul George.
That's disgusting.
Who approved it? 5 is a bit greedy. 4 would have done the trick.
Who made the trade? Carmelo's kid?
Yeah, right?
He's the GOAT. All right, listen. George Payton deserves heat. But, Marty, there are people that I feel are smart people that keep repeating what I think is a very dumb line surrounding George Payton. And it sounds something like this. The problem with the George Payton move for Russell Wilson wasn't the trade. It was the contract extension. That's what I hear. Guys, I'm going to say this a few more times. I was going to say one last time. It's going to be a few more times today. But I need you to hear this and take this. The contract was part of the trade. Russell Wilson had a no-trade clause. The only way he accepts a trade to anywhere was somebody telling them the second you get here, you get an extension. For example, do you remember when the Broncos traded Bradley Chubb to the Miami Dolphins? Remember that? That they got a first-round pick, and we're like, how the hell did they grab a first-round pick for Bradley Chubb? What happened the day after that trade? Miami signed him to a giant contract extension. Why? They aren't making the move unless you get something long-term locked in. Russell Wilson was never, ever going to accept a trade somewhere that did not have a contract extension guaranteed. So, if you're okay with the trade, ipso facto, you're okay with the contract. Obviously not now, but you had to be at the time. For all the people that, and again, I'm not saying everybody, Marty, but I would say a vast majority, over 90% of people, were on board with the trade. National media, local media, fans, everybody was like, what a coup for the Broncos. I have a hard time judging that. This is where George Payton deserves a ton of blame. That hire of Hackett was the most miserable decision. Look, I'm not a Broncos historian, but I think it's the most miserable decision in franchise history. There's a strong argument to make for that. And here's why. That decision to hire Hackett didn't just waste a year. That wasted 2, and now Russell Wilson's 2 years here, and probably another 2 minimum, and more like 3 after you have to eat this money. Like, that's a 5-year crushing decision. I think that the Hackett hire led to a lack of confidence in Russell Wilson, despite all the stuff that he said at every press conference he did. We have belief. We're going to play great. I mean, look at Garrett Bowles and Cortland Sutton and Javonte Williams and Ben Powers and Mike. He would go through his list of his players that are on offense. Despite all of that, I think that killed his confidence that first year here. And all that goodwill and all that like new relationshipy sort of, we love each other so much, we want to spend every second together. It dissipated so fast and left such a bad taste in the mouth of Broncos fans. I think it affected him. He's never going to admit it, but I think it's clear.
It happened immediately. Week 1, it was over.
Yep, that was it.
You know, you live in an alternate universe you explained earlier. I live in a different one where they don't let the clock run down to 20 seconds. They take their timeouts. They go for it on 4th down, and they win that game. I think things go way differently if they win that week in Seattle.
It's so weird that you mentioned that, Marty, because I think this stuff is so important. Nothing comes down to a play or a decision or anything like that. But there is something to setting a tone. And the tone in that first game, the way that thing ended, I think threw so much out of whack that year. So much. Because you immediately, after 1 week, started questioning the acumen of the head coach and the quarterback. And we're like, remember, after that first game in Seattle, Russell threw for like 300 and some yards. He played pretty damn good, despite not having a lot of points to show for it. The fact that the tone was set in that way, I think threw everything out of whack. And then they were just trying to play catch up ever since. And they never got back to it. Ever. I could go back to this year, Marty. The decision to kick the onside to start the season that failed led to a Raiders opening drive touchdown. And again, what are you doing? You're chasing. Like just super weird decisions in week 1s for 2 different head coaches. Texture says, you guys should play back the show you had 2 years ago when Russell... Well, you know what's funny is that we weren't on the air when the Russell Wilson thing happened, so we weren't, like, freaking out or anything. The next day we were happy, but you go back and listen to the show, I guarantee we're saying, like, this has to be one of the greatest acquisitions in NFL history and, like, all that stuff, because that's how it felt at the time.
Oh, we were so let down because Rodgers went to the Jets. And that's who we were supposed to get. And then 2 hours later, you get Russell Wilson out of the blue. You had no idea he was even going to come here.
Right. It was so out of left field. We didn't hear even a rumor that they were talking about this. Nothing. It was all just kind of about Aaron Rodgers.
You were back to Drew Lock for a year. You were thinking, oh, my God, another waste. And then all of a sudden you get a potential Hall of Fame quarterback?
It's why I keep going to nobody's hands are clean. Certainly not Russell's. Not a head coach's, either one of them. Not the GM. Not the ownership group. You know, I've talked about this for a while. We knew that the Broncos were looking for a new quarterback this year. Could it be in the draft? Who knows? Maybe. But would they be capable and willing to take a quarterback that maybe doesn't fit the exact skill set of what Sean Payton wants? My question a couple weeks ago was this. If I cloned Lamar Jackson and I put him in this draft, would the Broncos and Sean Payton be willing to take a guy like that, where he's not going to fit the offense that you want to run, but he's certainly good, and you have to build something around him? And I honestly don't know the answer to that. I'm not sure. And that kind of scares me. Because I'm not looking... Think about how much more you're minimizing the potential pool for a franchise quarterback if you're looking for a guy who can only do a certain amount of things. And what I witnessed this past year especially, because here's the different situations, Marty. 2 years ago under Hackett, it kind of felt like we're just going to let Russ do whatever Russ does. You know, it felt like the plan under Hackett was Russell, go win us a ball game however you want to do it. It's like, no, you have to have a plan here. You have to run an offense that is conducive to success. Say what you want about Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll's very good at this. I mean, think about the offenses that Pete Carroll had that they were able to win with. And you can say, well, early in Russell's career, when they had their most success in going to Super Bowls, it was all about the defense. Well, then you run an offense that caters to how good your defense is. It's a full team game. That's what smart coaches do. Like, look, man, if this is basketball and you're like, we got a team of really good defenders, but they aren't very good on offense, but we're going to huck up 53s a game and play at a fast pace, it's like, that's stupid. Why would you do that? That doesn't help your asset, your main thing that makes you good. And so 2 years ago, it just felt like, Russell, go win us a ball game. Go do something. And there really wasn't a plan. This year there was a plan, but the plan felt like this. Run it my way. Remember all those things that made you good, Russell, like extending plays and throwing the ball downfield and all that stuff? We are not going to run the football, and we're going to throw 2-yard passes the entire game. Like, it felt so square peg, round hole this last year. And Russell's game certainly dropped off. And I don't think it's age. I don't think you can drop off that quickly in the span of a couple of years. But I certainly think it's confidence. I think he lacked big-time confidence. And that's what's funny. At the end of games, if they were in one, Marty, for the most part, not always, but for the most part, Russell in that offense would make a play. But they're playing from behind so much. Which brings me to the next question of, how do you avoid this mistake again? How do you stop this from happening?
Well, you got burned in the draft with Paxton Lynch. You got burned in free agency with Russ. You're going to have to try again either way.
This is what I'd say more than anything else. When you make a choice, and this is a tandem approach, okay? This is why I have some empathy for a guy like Justin Fields right now. Justin Fields was hired by a coach that they knew they were going to fire in Matt Nagy. And then in year 2, they bring in somebody else who also is not very good. And now we're judging him as a player off of what I think are bad decisions from the top of the organization. The overarching point in how to not make this mistake again, whether it's drafting a guy in the first round, whether it's you make this big-time trade and you commit a big-time contract to somebody again, you have to commit. You have to. Does it ever feel like the Broncos committed? They certainly didn't commit to Nathaniel Hackett, and they certainly didn't commit to Russell Wilson. Like, there was this lingering feeling. Do you know how quickly this took? It took them 15 weeks to decide that Hackett wasn't the right coach. And to a certain extent, can't blame him. It was that bad. But then it took a year and about 6 weeks for them to start asking Russell Wilson to do things with his contract that makes it easier to get rid of him. How do you think, if your boss did that to you at work, do you think that you'd be more successful? Let's say that you have a contract at work. We have radio contracts. They don't mean anything. But you got a contract at work. If somebody walked up to me, let's say my contract was like an NFL contract. I had guaranteed money that they were going to owe me no matter what. And they walked up, they said, Brett, hey man, how's it going? So we were talking, and we were wondering if you could take this clause out of your contract that if we don't hit this number in the ratings book, basically we can let you go. How do you think that would make the person feel on the receiving end of that? And do you think their performance would be better? Ironically, the Broncos won football games after that. But didn't it feel like you're one mistake away from me just pulling the rug out from under you, that's not commitment. That's a threat. It's a big difference here. Honey, if you don't do the dishes, you're sleeping on the couch. Honey, if you don't do the dishes, we're getting a divorce. There's a little bit different sort of standards here. One of them says, we aren't blowing this up, but maybe we have a conversation about how we can improve this. The other one is, don't make a mistake or I'm leaving. You can't do that. And it just put such a weird, dark cloud over this team that I think we all felt throughout the course of the year. Like, they need to come up with a plan and commit to the plan. And fans are going to be fans. We don't have to do jack squat, okay? If you're watching the Broncos from your couch, let's say 12th overall, Marty, J.J. McCarthy falls to the Broncos. He starts week 1, and through 5 weeks, they're 1-4, and McCarthy's got 8 picks and 2 touchdowns. If you want to sit there and argue, this guy's a bust, he sucks, he's terrible, go ahead and do it. You're a fan. That organization can't. Stick to your commitment and make it better. That's your job. And I don't think anybody wanted to stick with it. And I know this ownership group, they want to win. That's very clear. The moves that have been made, not been conducive to winning, but they want to. And I think that's why they've been so quick to pull the trigger on some of these things. Like, this isn't working. Let's get rid of this. Start over again. Sometimes that's not the best move. That's why I've been barking this entire offseason. I'm like, they're going to let Russell Wilson go. Okay, fine. Got it. This would be a great time to start over and commit to an actual long-term plan as opposed to quick fixes. We've tried that over and over and over again. And that organization has convinced itself, hey, man, we got a good defense. All we need is Teddy Bridgewater. Hold it together. That didn't work. Oh, now we got Russell Wilson. Everything's going to be fixed now. Easy. Nope, not really. Oh, now we got Russell Wilson and Sean Payton. It's going to be fixed immediately. No, it doesn't work that way. Commit once you make a decision like this. You have to. You have no other options now. You're already starting over. You're getting rid of $85 million that could have been used on about 8 different very good players in this league. If you sign some guy, Marty, to a 10-year contract or a $10 million contract, that's a good player. You could have gotten 8 of them for the $85 million dead cap hit. You got no other choice. Big game tonight for the Nuggets as they take on the Suns. We'll get to that when we come back, along with one other little small detail. Only take a couple of minutes, but it's another decision that has to be made here in the upcoming weeks about how to handle this giant, huge, massive speed bump that will be standing in their way over the next 2 years. We'll get to it next. All right, get to the Nuggets in a second. A big game for them tonight as they take on the Suns. And this one more important than the next game that they will have against Boston, at least in my mind it is. I know Boston is the best team in the NBA. I don't care. This Suns game is bigger.
Well, let's see the injury report. Let's see who's actually going to play for the Suns. Then we can decide if it's
Are
a
they
big game
playing
or
this
not.
game again? Are they doing this?
I don't know. I mean, it's the usual suspects. I'm sure they're always doing this kind of thing.
Yeah.
No, Devin Booker rolled his ankle, so he might actually be hurt, but I don't know.
Well, we'll get to that in a second. One last detail here, and this is one that I think is going to be interesting to see how they work through it. So they're going to spread this dead cap over 2 years. The Broncos are. The question's going to be, how do they do it? Because you have two options here. This from Parker Gabriel of the Denver Post. He said, remember, the Broncos have two options on how to split the more than double the previous record $85 million in dead money. The one that we've heard, Marty, is it's about $35 million this year and $50 the following year. But there's another way that they can do this. They can eat $53 million this year and save the lower number of 32 for the following year. That one, to me, sounds more preferable. You're going to suck this year anyway. Like, especially, Marty, if you're getting, like, if you're drafting a quarterback at 12 overall, the number is going to be palatable, at least in the quarterback room, for a rookie contract. Eat as much money as you can now so that next year you can start to climb and maybe build towards something. $32 million in dead cap money is not something that's impossible to work yourself through. It's difficult, but plenty of teams have done it. I mean, the Packers just did it with Aaron Rodgers this past season. The Falcons, a couple of years ago, they ate $40 million, I think, from Matt Ryan when they let him go. I think if you eat the money now, save the $32 million, the lower dead cap hit for the following year, that should be the plan. I wouldn't understand the point in doing it the opposite way unless you had to for some reason, which I don't see. We know things are going to be bad this year. Take all the bad that you can in this initial year following this, and then have the more manageable number the second year where you start to build. Especially with, the cap grows every year, right? Well, that $32 million becomes even more palatable a year later when the cap makes another jump of $10 to $15 million, whatever it's going to be. It'll make it better. It feels like that's the proper way to go, and Parker Gabriel said they're still working through that decision. So we'll see. But that's sort of the last hurdle here to jump through before we can actually put a nail in that coffin and put it 6 feet under, bury it in cement, light a fire on top, whatever you got to do. Just get rid of that thing. Big game tonight as the Nuggets take on the Suns. I want to continue to establish dominance against teams that you may face in the playoffs. You've done that with the Warriors. You've done that with the Lakers. You've done that with the Clippers. I want to see you do that with the Suns. I told you, still my top two teams of most concern. Minnesota's very good. I just think you handle them in a 7-game series. The Suns freak me out from the amount of just raw talent they have on that team. KD, Booker, Beal. Go through the list. It's a good team.
Booker will be out for 7 to 10 days, so he's not going to play today.
I'm talking down the road, I get
know.
it. Yeah, I'm talking down the road when you hit the postseason. I want to keep them and the Clippers in the rearview mirror because they're just incredibly talented. I want home court against them, so continue to leave them behind you. There's some great quotes yesterday, by the way, from guys like Justin Holiday and Michael Porter Jr. I gave you guys the number about how Michael Porter Jr. is playing post-All-Star break. So he's averaging right now some insane shooting numbers. You know, he just had the 10 for 10, 5 of 5 from 3 game. But since the All-Star break, Porter is averaging 22.3 points per game, 9.3 boards, 3.2 threes on 57 from the field, 43 from 3, and 100% on the line. You get that from Michael Porter Jr., this team's unstoppable. Think about it this way. Out of the starting 5, there is one guy out of the starting 5 that you don't know what you get night in, night out, and that's Porter. You know what Joker brings. Largely, now you know what Jamal brings. Jamal might have an occasional game where he has that like 3 of 14 thing going on, but it's very rare. A lot more rare than it used to be. Aaron Gordon is exactly the same guy every night. KCP is exactly the same guy every night. He's just like, will I knock down my 4-3 attempts or will I not? Porter's the only guy that's just like, I don't know. I don't know what you get. And if you get Michael Porter Jr. playing at a consistent level heading into the postseason, I mean, you're now, I don't know how you lose a basketball game if that's the case. If you're telling me that Porter, and it's not going to happen, I don't think, but God, would it be cool if it did. If you tell me Porter averages 22 and 9, shooting over 50-40 from the field and from 3, this team doesn't lose. Like, there's not a single team in the league that can compete with that. When Joker's putting up his 25-point triple-double, Murray's giving you 20-some a game, and then Porter doing 22 and 9? No way. And you want to know what he said yesterday? Did I send you this audio from Katie Wingy? Where they're like, Porter, you're playing really well post-All-Star break. What did you do during the break to help?
Nah, nothing. I just needed to get some sun. I was like locked in my apartment, like without seeing the sun for a long time. And I think that can like boost your mood. So I got some sun, and I think I just rejuvenated, to be honest.
What was his answer? Vitamin D. That's what he said.
I went outside.
I needed to get some sun.
Is his apartment in the basement?
Which, by the way, I get it. Marty, even it's been a pretty mild winter, all things considered. Like, it hasn't been super cold. I don't know how many times I really wore a jacket. Now, I don't spend a lot of time outside. It's just like from my car to inside. You know what I mean? But everybody kind of has that first 60-some degree day where it's nothing but sunshine. You're like, dude, I feel, what do you say, rejuvenated? Like, yeah, you get that feeling. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to make a sun, and I'm going to put it in his apartment, in just one of his spare bedrooms. And when he feels like he needs that, we're going to do that. I can lay down some sand, Marty, maybe some fake palm trees. We can pretend it's a beach. He needs that.
No. We lock his apartment up. He sleeps outside now. He lives in
but
the
it's
sun.
Cold.
It's okay. It's warm during the day. He'll be fine.
No.
He'll soak it up during the day.
I know what he means. He meant I needed a beach and a lawn chair. That's what he needed. So we just need to find a way to bring the sun to Michael Porter Jr., and then we'll have no problems.
You're right. Your idea is more plausible of building a sun in his apartment.
So. I thought so, too. Justin Holiday talking about Nuggets culture is, like, this is what becomes pornography for Nuggets fans. It does. You hear the way he talks, you're like, that's exactly how I want this team discussed. So I'm going to, let's try and play this, Marty, because I don't know how good the audio is going to be with all those balls bouncing around in the background, but go ahead.
That's what I came here for, is to be able to be a part of that and feel that intensity again. I've done it once with the Warriors, so I know what it's like when it's time to really take care of business, and to be able to be a part of that, man, is really fulfilling, really exciting. Kind of makes me believe in the NBA again, if that makes sense. Because sometimes you're on a lot of teams that just don't have that edge. But then it goes to show how special it is to win, and not every team can do this. So being able to be a part of this intensity, just turning it on, ready to go, is something that's exciting for me. And again, it's the reason why I'm here, and hopefully we can continue to do this until the end of the season.
It makes me believe in the NBA again is a hell of a quote. But that's everybody you talk to, like, oh, the chemistry on this team is so good and they care about each other and all this stuff. Like, that's what I think is the main separator of this team. There's plenty of teams that are talented, but there's not a lot of teams, and I said this about the Avs a couple years ago and the same thing with the Nuggets last year, that truly care about one another. So 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line is open for you guys as there's a lot to discuss. We got the recap of another dominant win against the Blackhawks. Does Juice now become the backup goalie? No questions asked. We'll get to that in just a second. The Russell Wilson trade official. We will stand next to the coroner and do our postmortem of that trade.
You talk about all the chemistry and really caring about each other and loving each other and all that.
Yeah.
Is that why this
Moj, we got a hard out.
This program's crashing?
Let me give you a stat. The Avalanche 15-1 at home this season when scoring the first goal of the game. They have it again with a wrist shot. Oh, score! No! They say no, but I think it went in. Jonathan Drouin, wrist shot, top shelf, in and out.
You are not going to make fun of me for that, right?
No, I was confused by it too. That's not what it was. I was just going to ask Moj, can the Avs play the Blackhawks every game? Those games are fun. I like those ones. I want those games against bad teams.
The Avalanche 82-0 against Chicago this year.
Yeah, seriously.
Chicago's not a good club, boys. But
Thanks.
okay, but it's more than that. I didn't like that first period, even though they had a 2-0 lead. I did like the second and the third periods.
Yeah.
And again, Chicago, they just kept firing that puck, man. They realized it's all over but the shot, but they wanted to break up that shutout. They couldn't do it.
Yeah, why did the first period look okay in the end? Because Juice was amazing last night, dude.
Juice was loose, baby.
Give me that juice. Give me that juice.
I mean, what am I supposed to do here? I was all locked in a month ago, Moj.
He's the what do you call him? The Finnish scissorp.
Sure. I was all locked in, and I know we got a lot to discuss today. The Russell Wilson stuff official yesterday. We'll get to that in a bit. But I was locked in a month ago at the idea, Moj, of the Avs need a backup goalie.
Right.
And now I don't know if they do. Now, again, 2 games against Chicago will make you look better, but he made 37 saves last night, and they weren't easy. Like
he also had
Stonewall,
Bedard.
Don't
forget he had the tough luck 2-1 overtime loss at Detroit.
He's given up 1 goal in 180 minutes of regulation hockey.
This is a very delicate situation.
Delicate how?
Georgie's your number one.
Yeah.
And I'm not pretending like that there's anything different about that. But if you are going to go on a long postseason run, you're probably going to need, hopefully you won't, but you're probably going to need your backup at one point.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen it firsthand. I'll ask you, I'll ask Vic, I'll ask Martin, I'll ask all of our listeners. Are you okay when the deadline comes and goes on Friday? Are you okay resting your Stanley Cup hopes potentially on Justus Annunen?
Can I answer that question?
Who's got 10 career games in the National Hockey League and has never played 1 playoff game?
Can I say it this way, Moj? I'm more comfortable now than I was a few weeks ago, although don't confuse comfortable with confident.
And there lies the situation for Chris McFarland and company.
Yeah.
Can I answer the question?
Please.
I would be more confident in utilizing him as a backup if they complemented that with an addition to one of the top lines, like a second line center or something like that, to amplify the scoring. Add more scoring, helps out the goalie.
Yeah, but
so,
they're already. I'll beg your pardon real quick. They put up 5 last night. They may go to number 1. Going into last night, they were the number 2 scoring team in the league at 3.63 goals per game. The Maple Leafs were number 1 at 3.65. Now, the Avs put up 5, and if you calculate out the pie, have they gone back into number 1? I don't know, but I don't think you need more goals is what I'm getting at.
Another blue line.
You need them spread around a little bit. Yeah.
Give me something. What I'm saying
I'll give you something. I don't mind giving you something.
I'll give you something.
That's fine. You give me something. If you want to maintain him as the backup, which I have no problem doing that, even though he's unproven, then give me something before the deadline.
He made a couple of saves, though, Moj. I thought this, after the last start that he had, that Juice it just looked like he was gaining confidence. And then I saw he actually flashed the leather on one of those saves.
Yeah, he did look good. Again, but when you get into the postseason and you're into, let's say it's game 2 of the Western Conference Final.
No, I got you. If a Darcy situation happens and Annunen needs to play the role of Frankie, can he do it? That's what you're asking.
That is correct. And that's what the Avs have to decide
I have no idea.
between now and Friday.
And can he do it? The other question you have to ask yourself, Brett, he did it against Chicago. Can he do that against Winnipeg?
Yeah.
Can he do that against Dallas?
He did
Can
it
do
against
that?
Detroit in that start a couple of
Yes.
times. And Detroit's a decent team. Not amazing, but they're decent. Like, I don't know. And this is why I wish the deadline was like another week away so you could give them like one or two more
Martin?
starts and give it a look.
No, I completely agree. Martin, do me a favor. We got some pull. Can you dial up Gary Bettman real quick, please? 1-800-COMMISH.
Mm-hmm.
And let's just ask him if we can move the deadline. See, it's March 8th. Can we move it to the 15th?
Do us a favor.
Just want a 1 week extension?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just say. Listen,
That sounds fine. That sounds fair.
Say bets. Just do us this solid, all right? Just move it a week. We need to find out more about the juice. Brett certainly needs to get more looks at him.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1-800-COMMISH. Thank you.
There's 800 C-O-M-M.
O-M-M-I-S-H.
All right, cool.
What if it's one of those 1-900 gambling guys at the end of it?
There's your answer
wow,
right
he's
there.
busy. See, I think a lot of people are asking him the same question right now. Anyway, Moj, the Avs looked really good last night. McKinnon, a 4-point game, extends his home point streak to, what is it now, 30?
30.
Oh, it's 30?
30. See, the Avs, when you have a point streak to begin the season all the way through, and you've played 30 home games.
I didn't know it's 30 home games.
It's 30.
I didn't know it's 30 home games.
Well, we talked all about it yesterday. There were 20 games left, 12 home games. I mean, is your math machine not working?
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
I mean, relax.
Okay.
Here's the other thing. McKinnon, he was on fire last night. McKinnon looked like he was having a great time. Like, bad team, we're up big. I'm just going to fly as fast as humanly possible all around this entire rink. He was skating circles around people. He was so fun to watch last night. I'm so jealous that Riker was on the glass for that game. And he loves
what
that,
game-
doesn't he?
He
God.
does.
What games do you determine Riker being down there versus up in the booth?
That is producer Doug. I don't know. That's producer Doug.
I'll be you, Doug.
Producer Lee, director Doug, depending on any configuration. But it's all planned out ahead of time. So we have a list of all the games that are coming up. And I I forget sometimes that Riker is going to be down between the benches. I don't look at my list and da-da-da. You know how I can tell? It's a day when he's going to be between the benches.
Because he's giddy.
Because he's not drinking from your spit cup?
That too.
That too. It's like if you gave a kid at the county fair two cotton candies in a row,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
and then just observe that kid.
Yeah.
That's Reichs.
Well, the Avs with a big win yesterday as no Val yesterday. Hopefully you get him coming up on Wednesday. And look, I don't know if they'll have the decision by then, but we'll talk to Bednar tomorrow, and maybe he'll give us an answer on whether he's going to start or not.
Absolutely. It just felt like he needed a little bit more, just a little bit more fine-tuning. Incidentally, Vic, Brett, last night with the 4 points, Nathan McKinnon pulled into a dead heat with Nikita Kucherov for the scoring lead in the National Hockey League, which is, hey, man, it's a ho-hum, throw up a 4-pointer and call it a day. Listen, I mean, the way I look at it, and McPickles is on the move. He's got 97. These guys got 105. He's third at 97. So McPickles right there. But that being said, knock on your boys, get some wood. Knock on your wood. Thank you. If it stays like this, Kucherov is not going to win the Hart, and McPickles ain't winning the Hart. It's 29.
Yeah.
I'm telling you that right now. I think everybody around the league recognizes
David missed a lot of games this year, too.
he did, and he's only 8 points back, which shows you how damn good he is. But he's only got 23 goals. He's been dishing out the assists a lot, which is why Zach Hyman has bazillion goals himself. But he's the shoe-in right now. He's just got to keep going, keep it chill, keep it rolling.
We'll talk more about the Avs, and especially I want to dig deeper into, are you comfortable with Juice being the backup goalie heading into the postseason? But, guys, it's official yesterday, and I think this is a great time to just kind of look back and take a look at what the hell happened here the last 2 years. We discussed this yesterday. There was a feeling that when Russell scrubbed his social media, they were past the combine, they wouldn't have to answer questions, that this could be coming down soon, and it did. The questions that I have are across multiple fronts. Number one, Why did it go the way that it did? It feels like this shouldn't have finished this way. Like after the trade, well, from the second you got the trade official that Russell Wilson was coming over here, no one, and I mean zero, even people who are like, I don't like the trade, who I think were few and far between, that are playing some revisionist history, there were a few. Yeah. But even the people who are like, I don't think this is going to work, could not have seen it playing out this badly, this quickly.
Yesterday, when you pointed out that Russell scrubbed his bio and completely altered his bio, and you did that during our show, that's when we got the first sneaking suspicion that yesterday was the day, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't scrub it without an announcement coming. And an announcement came soon thereafter. I mean, it happened that day, that morning. I think my theory has been proven correct, and my theory was they didn't make the announcement before the Combine because they knew Combine week was media week, essentially, and they didn't want to go into detail on what happened. They just want to announce it. And now think about it. They announced it. They don't have to say a word about it until the draft.
Nope.
What
publicly?
Okay, but why wouldn't they want to say a word about it?
Because what do you gain?
It's a waste of time.
Exactly. And what do you gain reliving that, relitigating that, redoing that? All that could happen is bad blood.
Yeah.
Make you look bad, make him look bad. There's no way they wanted to go into the Combine with the news that they were scrubbing Russell Wilson. Every question that Sean Payton and George Payton would have gotten would have been Russell Wilson related. Every one.
They are going to have to talk about it at some point. You're going to face the music.
You know it's different, though.
So you're telling me it's going to be a temper down facing the music in the future?
100%.
Sure it is.
Okay. You know how you're in the media. You know how this works. You think 2 months from now, when they have draft day, that we're going to be as detailed in our questioning about Russell Wilson? By then, he'll have a new job.
Well, you know what?
Let's say this, Moshe.
Let's be big boys. Be adults. Explain what's going on with your football club. Don't wait until after you so you don't have to meet anybody, then go hide in your locker room.
It does them no good. I agreed with the Broncos.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay.
There's no reason to make the announcement before the Combine. There's no reason to go into detail on this. See, Russell can. Russell did a podcast with Brandon Marshall.
Right.
The Broncos aren't doing a podcast talking about what went wrong with Russell Wilson. You have nothing to gain, everything to lose. You don't want to go into the minutia of what happened and what went wrong. Just move on.
Brett,
rip the Band-Aid off and move on. Let's go.
Brett, if the president has some bad stuff about him that he wants to get out to the media, but he don't want anybody to really think about it, what do they do?
Friday news dump.
Yeah, Friday afternoon news dump, right? You dump it out there to the media Friday afternoon.
The weekend.
Because ain't nobody working. All the journalists are already at the bar getting hammered. So this is what this is. This is a Friday news dump of the biggest story in Broncos football in the last 2 years.
Well, let's say this, Moj. If Bednar made a really bad decision at the end of a game that cost the Avs a playoff game,
he'd sit his ass down and he'd face the music.
I'm just saying, though, just to walk through the exercise, if he made a really bad call that he was going to take heat for and blah, 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 and instead of talking to him post-game, you got to talk to him a week later, the tenor of those questions are a little bit different.
Agreed.
The emotion's a little bit different.
Agreed.
And I think that's what they were trying to avoid was the emotional part of it. But I'll tell you this. We got a lot to discuss on the other side here. Just know that Russell Wilson, after he was released yesterday, did not play a single snap of his extension that was signed shortly after the trade. The only part of the contract that he played was the remaining years on his Seattle deal. The Broncos deal didn't even kick in yet by the time they let it go. This is going to go down as one of the worst trades, not in franchise history, in sports history, when it's all said and done.
It's the worst as of right now. I think you could say that it is. Because it's not like you made the deal and he just didn't play well. I mean, you look at the Cowboys in Minnesota, Vic, the Herschel Walker deal. Walker didn't screw him, and they didn't release him talking about Minnie or anything like that. He just didn't play that great. Right?
I think there's a few that
this is where he didn't play well, and you owe him a Brinks truck.
Well,
and it hurts you.
We can get into those on the other side of which one is this the worst or not. But I want to go through.
It's the worst contract of all time.
Why did this not work? How do you avoid making this mistake again? Who deserves the bulk of the blame for all of this? Like, there's a lot to discuss with this. We'll get to all that next. All right, in 10 minutes, we're going to talk to Michael Giannitti of Spotrac as he's going to let us know the details of Russell's contract. And there is an interesting wrinkle to this. The Broncos have two options. I saw this from Parker Gabriel.
What, Brett, can I stop you real quick? I don't need to know like the ins and outs. Here's the one detail I know. Payne.
Yeah. Well, there's two options that the Broncos
Pure
have, and this is
pain.
a decision they still have to make here. They've already announced the release is going to be official, but Parker Gabriel of the Denver Post said there's two ways they can do it. I thought it would just be $35 million the first year, $50 million the next. They can do it the opposite way. They can do it $53 million in year one of dead cap and $32 in year two. It just depends on what they think is better feasibly for the short and long term. So that decision still remains to be made. But
Real quick though, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but this is, if they could, and I know this sounds crazy, I would like them to eat it all at once. I know, but it would be awesome if they could and just be absolutely heartbroken for another year. But then you have something to look forward to because it's all coming off the cap and you can spend like drunken sailors on leave. I know that would be awesome.
No, but here's the thing. And this is where I'm going to get into the weeds on some of this stuff today because I think it's important to learn from mistakes. And this is about as big a mistake as you can make. And the question is why? Why did it get to this point? Russell wasn't a bad quarterback when you acquired him. So what all went wrong? And that's what's been killing me here as I've gone through this. And I'm going to steal a quote from Sean Payton in the preseason. Nobody's hands are clean. From last year to this year, I think it has been a complete and utter failure with every party involved. And what led to what is probably the worst trade in NFL history at this point. I think Deshaun Watson's trade in a couple of years might have something to say about that. I think you could also, Moshe, throw in the fact that the San Francisco 49ers traded 3 first-round picks for a guy who never played for them. That's a pretty bad one. The one that I go to
That's
that
a really bad one.
Nobody lists in this, but if we're talking sports, the Clippers traded 5 first-round picks and Sean Gilgeous-Alexander for Paul George. That's pretty bad. Like there's a few that go in this bank, but why did this go so wrong so fast?
Can I start on this theory?
Go ahead.
Because I've been thinking about why it went wrong and why it goes down the way it does. It is simply the worst trade in Broncos history and arguably the worst trade in NFL history and arguably one of the worst trades in North American sports history. Not a single one of us thought it was a bad trade when it happened. And let me tell you why. It's no one in particular's fault. It's a combination of reasons why this went sour. The trade occurred March 16th, 2022. Do you remember what was happening in March of 2022? The Broncos were interviewing possible suitors as a new ownership group to come in and buy this team. So to buy the team, it's like you're trying to fluff up your pillow. You're trying to make it look a little more appealing. Mm-hmm. So I thought it was important, and they thought it was important, for the old regime. How do we get the most bang for our buck? Let's go get us a quarterback, because we haven't had one for a long time, and we've been dealing with that quarterback shuffle. So they went out and they struck a big deal. And at the time when it happened, without a bona fide owner, because the team was still in a sales process, we all thought the Russell Wilson trade was great. We all did. We had a party on our airwaves. Now, there are those who are going to do the hindsight thing and say, nah, I never believed it.
I wish we had tapes from those shows. Do we? Because I was never touching myself like you were, not even in the slightest.
Well, you could do you could say what you want. Revisionist theory.
Well, you're trying to collectively put us all into one category.
Moshe, you're being that guy. You're being that guy right now, Moshe.
So what are you saying? You called this? What?
Moshe, you're being
no.
Well,
you
no,
did.
Moshe, no,
you didn't
right
say
there.
Moshe. You did not say that this is going to be a disaster. You didn't do that.
Exactly. I hate when people come and play this revisionist game. Mosier, for those of you listening, is trying to be that guy. Well, I actually saw this down. No, you didn't see crap. Shut up. You thought this was a great trade.
You're so okay. Look, I'm not being revisionist history and saying I knew this was going to fail. I never ever said that in my life. I never said it was going to fail. It was going to be a disaster. Worst trade ever. I never, ever said that because I didn't have that foresight. But I wasn't jacked about it. I don't know, Martin. March 8th, 2022. Look it up.
So you were still wrong, but you were
And
just the
let's
least wrong
let's
of all
play,
of us.
Let's start from the beginning and let's play that
Okay.
entire show.
Regardless
What do
of
you mean
that.
What do you mean
Regardless.
you weren't jacked? What does that even mean? You weren't jacked about it.
I'm like, okay, well, I hope it works. You know,
It's okay. Let's just move to
go
the
on.
next thing
Keep
here.
going.
Because here's what I'd like to say, Vic, is you look at it from the beginning, and I think you're right. They wanted to make a splash move for the previous ownership group to get the most bang for their buck. Because if you can sell a team that is on the verge of a title with a very, very good quarterback, it gets you a whole bunch more cash because the short term looks bright. Here's the problem. Why did this not work? To me, it was a combination of three things. The number one thing that happened is you had a terrible coaching hire to start this thing off. One that was so bad you couldn't let it last a full entire first year. You had to let that one go immediately. Secondly, I don't think between the two coaching staffs here, they truly bought into a plan to really highlight Russell Wilson's positives and negate the negatives. Peyton did a much better job of that. Now, I think he dumbed it down so much that it took away some of the things that made Russell special, which was, let's not make a mistake. Let's throw the ball 2 or 3 yards. Like, I don't think anybody truly bought into a plan to make him as good as he could possibly be.
don't you think that?
And then third,
Brett, don't you think that Hackett deferred to Russ
of course he did.
as a first-time head
but
coach?
That's not, but you know what? The plan as a head coach can't be go win us a football game however you see fit.
Okay,
there has to be a game plan to it.
But at the same time, Russ came in here with big swagger.
I get
With
it.
his office and
but
everything else, it's not-
This is what I'm telling you. This is what went wrong, though. Like,
Okay, go
that's
ahead.
the route that they took. I'm not doubting that. The problem was it wasn't the right route. And then thirdly, Russell just wasn't good. Like, it was a combo of all three. Russell wasn't good. I think he really lost confidence after that first year and was battling despite all the press conference stuff of, we're going to be great and I want to win Super Bowls and all that over positive Russell stuff. I think it's very clear he was leaking confidence this past season. Very clear.
All right, so as I was telling you guys, I think the first problem was the timing of the deal. The first problem was when it happened because of the new ownership group coming in and trying to make a splash, as you advised. The second problem was this. The Broncos made a fatal error in how this worked. They hired a coach whose sole hire was an intention to go get another quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
We can go back and look at the hire of Nathaniel Hackett now and say he was hired because they thought they had a shot at Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
Well, that never happened. Okay? Aaron Rodgers never happened. So now they go to the next quarterback, which did not fit the scheme of Nathaniel Hackett. So you make the trade, you bring in this guy, you give up 2 firsts, 2 seconds. Everybody's still like, okay, it's Russell Wilson. He's got a lot of muscle to flex. He's been there. He's done that. Hackett will figure it out. Well, that was destined to not work, and it didn't. And then, thirdly, what you suggested is exactly right. We all thought Russell Wilson was going to be better. He wasn't good enough. He wasn't good enough because I think he's at a point in his career where he's trying to change the way he plays football.
Yeah.
He's no longer playing the way he did the first 8 years of his career. He's trying to change his presence in the pocket. He's trying to change his approach to the game. And that change simply is not working. So you put all of that together. Ownership group, new coach that didn't fit, quarterback that was trying to change the way he plays. You put it all, mix it in a bowl. It's the worst trade in team history, worst trade in league history, and I would say the worst trade since the French gave us the Louisiana Purchase for a bundle of cash.
Well, with that subject, somebody knows something about cash here, and that is Michael Giannetti of Spot Track. He joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Michael, thank you for the time this morning. How you doing?
My pleasure. Doing well, guys. Thanks.
So I have a few questions on this, and we know with the release of Russell Wilson, it is more dead cap money than the previous 2 records combined. But one of the details is, if I have this correct, the Broncos can choose to either eat $35 million this year and $50 the following, or could they also do 52 or 53 million this year and 32 next year? Is that true?
Yeah, that's exactly the option that they're dealing with right now, and obviously they probably know what the plan is. But those are the two scenarios that we're waiting for between March 13th and March 17th, which is when that option bonus is due. So it's so fascinating, right? The news isn't big enough now. It's going to continue for the next week, and we have to figure out if they're going to rip this Band-Aid off more in 2024 or kind of allow the league salary cap bump up next year to take that $50 million in 2025. It's not good either way, but it's really going to be an indication of how they address 2024 as a whole, right? If they take more this year.
On top of that, Michael, the follow-up that I have to it is, how do you field a competitive – is it even possible to field a competitive roster if you eat $50 million against the cap for a season?
I'm not going to say no, right? Because
I guess what I'm saying, can you maneuver, can you restructure X amount of contracts, and can you play that salary cap game, or is this something that's too big to overcome for a year?
Right. It's an excellent question, and it's not one that we've been able to answer before at this level, right? This is going to be the largest single cap hit, not just dead cap. This is going to be the largest single cap hit ever put on the board for an NFL team. So I'm going to say it's going to be possible to maneuver, right? They're going to be able to push things out as they need. But the problem is I'm not just looking at Russell Wilson's contract. I'm looking at 53 contracts right now on this roster, and I'm not even sure there's 5 or 6 that they want to have here for the next, 3 to 4 years, which is the only reason you would push cap out, is if you're in love with kind of a core couple of players. So I actually think the plan here will be much more release and trade, right, over the next week, 10 days. And 2024 could be a complete purge year. Sure, they're going to identify some kind of quarterback prospect, but I really do think there's going to be more subtraction before there's more addition. And by the way, it's probably the right way to go here because you're taking such a big swing and getting off this Wilson contract 2 years early.
Michael, I totally agree with you, and I think the Broncos are never going to announce that. You never want to tell your season ticket holders, hey,
right,
we're going full rebuild. They're going to give them hope, and that's what you do. Much like the Rams did. The Rams went into the season. They didn't think they were a playoff team, let's be honest, and they became a playoff team. Of course, they had Stafford at quarterback. I do need to ask you, though, if you're going to go full purge and you're going to redo everything, how far do you take that? Because the cap relief, the fact that the salary cap went up some $30 million, that does help them. They must have known that was coming, right?
No question. I don't think anybody knew it to this extent. I think 250 was probably that number everybody had in the back of their head. So to get the extra 5 and change here is certainly beneficial to them. Look, it's why I hesitated to answer that question initially. I think it's possible that they could kind of keep the gas pedal down a little bit, even with $53 million against the cap here, if that's the route they go with Wilson. So it's possible because there are rookie contracts that they can certainly rely on, and they're certainly going to add a few more here in the next couple of months. But I do think that still, right, the Garrett Bowles contract, the Cortland Sutton situation, certainly the Judy situation, certainly the Tim Patrick situation, you start looking at those contracts, and those aren't restructure candidates, right? Those are either I'm going to extend one of those players or I'm going to probably trade or release most of those players. And once you're at that point, I just don't know that you have the roster to be able to plug and play 8-9 new contracts and compete at any level, even if you're putting it up against like the Rams situation, which is a nice comparison right now.
Michael, I have a two-parter for you here. Number one, and I want to ask you because you're objective, you don't live this like we do. When the Russell Wilson trade happened, what was your first impression? Because most of us in Denver are like, oh, yes, great, finally. Just curious what other people thought about that deal for the Broncos. And number two, the extension that came after the trade. People are separating the two. It is my belief, and I don't know if it's yours, that it was always part of the trade. It was an unspoken rule of the trade. You're not going to go get Russell Wilson unless you extend him. There was no such talk of, oh, well, let's go get him and see how he plays. No, this was all part of the package. Do you feel that way?
It's well put, and I can tell you right now, I remember it vividly. I thought it was an overpay in terms of what they traded for, and once that happened, you knew the extension was coming. That's why it was baked into the cake, right? We're giving up so much here. There's no way we can have this guy on a 2 for 51 and just kind of string him along. The only reason I push back and say that that's the only direction they could have gone is, We had just seen the Rams do this with Matthew Stafford from Detroit on basically the exact same contract for not as much given up in the trade, but they waited 1 year, right? They waited 1 year with Matt Stafford. Now, he went and won the Super Bowl, so that didn't help their negotiation tactics, but they did wait that first year. So that's where I thought, maybe they're pushing the gamut a little bit too hard here. The extension to me was just the structure of the extension, not so much that it happened, but how it actually came to fruition and what it looked like. Basically a 4-year guarantee here was just too much. It was just too much for the age, for the player that we saw him being in Seattle and hoped he could be better. I just thought there were too many what ifs built into it and way too much guaranteed money packed into the backside of this. So I understand what you're saying. It all kind of did fit into a puzzle, and one step had to go after the other, but the contract was too big for what we were seeing on the field for sure.
Michael, please take this in the right way. You guys at Spot Track are geeks, but at the same time, I'm so thankful for you because you help dummies like us understand the financials in all sports. Right? I mean, this is really a big deal, and I heard the hesitancy in your voice when Brett first asked you the question. Will you guys in the football side of things at Spot Track? Will you use this as like it's almost like an archaeologist finding an ancient bone, and you're trying to figure out the hell it was and what, where it came from and all this kind of thing and the age. This contract and this eating of this money, this is a white elephant, bro. I mean, this is so far out of the norm, it's not even funny. Will you guys use this as a litmus test and dissect this to really learn going forward?
I just got asked this morning, am I sick of the Russell Wilson stuff yet? And my answer was basically that verbatim. This is like waking up on Christmas morning for capologist nerds like me, right? This is that one of one that where you start to hear Denver might be doing this, and you think, no, they can't be doing this, right? The numbers are going to be absolutely mind-boggling, and here we are. It's mind-boggling, and yes, it's now the new ceiling, right? Because now if Denver can survive this and prove that they can survive this and get back into playoff form in maybe 2 years, this is going to be something that other teams consider doing, which is wild, right? Because it's not something that should be done, right? You shouldn't be able to pay somebody $39 million to go away and then still be competitive really 2 seasons later. But there's a chance Denver can do it, and then it becomes a trend. So that's kind of what I'm rooting for, because this stuff is fun as heck for me. It makes projecting contracts even harder, because I don't know that there's going to be a pullback, right? I mean, I'm telling you, Russell Wilson's contract was too big. We might see Kirk Cousins do something like this in 10 days' notice here. So we'll see where we go. But, yeah, for sure, it's something we're going to bounce every other scenario off of going forward.
Well, guess what, Michael? If you think this one's interesting, because this is probably arguably the worst trade in NFL history, just wait to see if Deshaun Watson can play football or not for the Cleveland Browns, because then what happens there?
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's funny you say that, Brett, because, Mike, let me push back on you. You said the contract was too big. I don't disagree, but every quarterback contract is too big because they're trying to one-up each other. It's like moving Fitz dominoes, right? Oh, we got to base your contract on the last contract. So you could make the argument that every contract moving forward is going to be too big automatically based on history.
That's exactly right. And I guess that's why I'm saying what I'm saying now is, which means if you can give that contract, which is what you're having to do, agents are forcing you to do this with that position specifically, and you can say, it doesn't matter, we're still going to get out of this whenever we want to get out of this, and we're happy to pay the cash to make it go away. If Denver can make this work, it's going to be a warning shot to the rest of the league. Pay the money, and you can still maneuver as you need, because not that the cap is fake, I'm not that guy, but certainly the league is helping everybody out here with these gigantic salary cap booms every March to the point of where you can do something like this and survive. It's a fascinating kind of back and forth.
Michael, really appreciate the time this morning and the breakdown. Thank you, buddy.
You bet. Thanks.
It's Michael Giannitti of Spot Track breaking down all the financials for us, and there's a lot more to talk about with the Russell Wilson stuff, the Avs with a big win yesterday over Chicago, and a big game tonight for the Nuggets as they take on one of the teams that I fear the most in the Suns, and I want to keep them in the rearview mirror. Stick around. So we just talked to Michael Giannetti of Spot Track, and Vic, you posed a question to him that I am so 100% on board with, and I have been, because I've heard people talk about this over and over and over again surrounding the Russell Wilson stuff. And there, as we said before, nobody's hands are clean in this, and there are some people that deserve maybe a bigger bulk of blame than others, and a big name that's come to the forefront over the last 24 hours is how the hell is George Paton still here? And I'll tell you this.
I'll tell you why when you're done telling us why.
Well, I'm going to... This isn't a defense of George Paton, but I'll say this. Somebody in the appetizer said the only reason why a lot of media members are not crushing George Paton right now is because you guys agreed with the trade. And I go, well, yeah, I would be pretty hypocritical if I said he was an idiot for making a trade that I thought was smart too. So I'm not going to be like some shock jock radio guy who just yells, this guy's an idiot and I'm smart. That would be dishonest.
Tell the people that say that, by the way, the people that say they disagree with the trade, until you show proof you disagreed, whether it's a text, a tweet, something, bring proof to the show, and then we'll have a conversation.
Well, and
until then, you're talking out of your know what.
I'll tell you what, it doesn't even bother me. I'm just telling you, I'm being as honest as I can. I loved the trade, and I thought it was right, and you said something else. The other reason I can't kill George Paton for this, because I've heard a lot of people that I consider really smart say this, and I don't know how they can't think the same way that you and me are thinking, Vic. The problem wasn't the trade. The problem was the contract. Russell Wilson had a no-trade clause, and I don't think there's any way he accepts a trade anywhere unless they tell him, we'll give you an extension immediately to make you a top-paid quarterback in the NFL. Like, I can't fault him for that stuff if it's baked into the cake, and I think it was.
Not only baked into the cake, I guarantee that most of the terms were already baked into the cake, and they just had little minor details to finish off with a new ownership group that started just a month before the deal became official. Are you kidding me? This was all part of the program. The trade doesn't happen without the numbers. This trade never happens if they don't talk about extension. Trust me. He's not coming here unless the extension talk is part of the conversation. And as far as why is George Paton still here? Well, let me give you my theory. This is my theory. George Paton at the time was serving two masters. The first master was the previous regime that was somewhat rudderless, it didn't have an owner, trying to sell a team. Well, how do you sell a team? How do you make that team high in demand? You go get a franchise quarterback. Dude, you're entrusted. Go get a quarterback. We don't care what it takes. Make it happen. So you're serving that master. He does that with the contract baked in the cake, as we just said. Now a new ownership comes in. You're serving a completely different master with a completely different strategy, a completely different mindset. I mean, I'm not trying to make excuses for the guy, but this was part of the plan for two different bosses.
Moj, do you disagree with any of this?
I do not. Listen, here's what I do like. I like the fact that we are dissecting what transpired because you learn from it. Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it, right? You can't repeat. I don't see a way you can ever repeat anything like this. This is so mind-bogglingly bad and hurtful to the franchise and to the fan base especially, that this is unrepeatable. But you need to learn from it overall with smaller contracts, so on and so forth. I'm asking both of you, Vic, this is where I'm going to defer. Brett, even producer Martin, I'll need your guidance on this. I never thought I'd say that. When do I have permission to not give a rat's ass about Russell Wilson anymore?
Yeah, soon. I'm going to use today, though, to just...
No, I get, I'm totally good with that, which is why I qualified my commentary.
Soon.
Because there's going to come a time when I am so over this dude and I'm so over this situation. The only reason I do care is because I'm fascinated about how the Broncos intend to dig themselves out of this.
Well,
and what it looks like.
Great. And let me make one more point, because we already have a bunch of texts, people saying, what are you guys talking about? This is from Peyton. Peyton writes in and says, not not one of the Peytons that usually come up on the show. This person writes, everyone keeps saying the contract was baked into the deal. No, it wasn't. That was the only part that wasn't smart. Peyton, let me speak slowly. In fact, let me give you a guy who speaks more slowly than... Brett, can you please explain to Peyton why this was part? And I don't want to hear no more texters saying that was mutually exclusive. I don't even know what to say about that anymore.
It
was always part of the deal.
Here's what would happen.
Always.
Russell Wilson had a no trade clause in his contract. Here's how it goes down. Peyton picks up the phone. He calls, who's the GM in Seattle? Is it John Schneider? I think it's John Schneider.
Hi, John. This is George.
Hey, John. I heard that maybe Russell's available. Yes, he is. Okay, so they worked through some of the details. Here's how the trade would work. Then you talk to Russell because you have to get his approval. And you say, Russell, does this sound like something you're into? Sure. But I get paid like the highest quarterback in the NFL if this deal is done. And that's the only way this works. And that's the only way the trade goes down. For example, guys, you want to hear somebody who didn't have a no-trade clause, but what happened shortly after a trade? Do you remember last year, not this past year, the year before? Bradley Chubb was traded at the deadline to the Miami Dolphins for a first-round pick. And we said, dude, a first-round pick for Bradley Chubb? Wow. What happened the day after the trade?
They re-signed him.
Bradley Chubb got a $100 million contract extension because these are the conversations that you have when you're thinking about giving up big assets for a guy coming to your team.
And not only
That's
that,
what happens.
Miami was happy to give it because they wanted to lock him up. They're giving up a first-round pick for an asset that they
As
think
the Broncos wanted to. They gave up all that stuff for a quarterback they wanted for like 6 or 7 years.
I will change your order, by the way. You said that the Broncos' first call was to Schneider, the GM. I disagree with you. I think the first calls were made by Russell Wilson's representatives.
Very well could have been.
Possible teams that he wanted to go to. And that Mark Rodgers, his rep, probably talked to the Broncos and said, hey, our guy would really like to come there. We're not happy here. It's not going to work here. But the only way he comes there or anywhere is if he gets this. And listen, man, you guys out there, those of you who want to play revisionist, you can say, oh, that was never part of the deal. I'm here to say, don't be naive. Stop doing this. It was always part of the deal.
Now, let me help
Do you
him.
think the Denver Broncos willingly wanted to give that money away? Do you think the Broncos, if they didn't have to give that money away, do you think, oh, yeah, let's just dig in here and give you $250 million? I mean, come on.
Can I give them what the people might want today? I think they want red meat tossed in the form of George Payton.
I like red meat. Let's red meat it out, sure.
Here's what I tell you right now for George Payton, what I consider this very well could be a fireable offense. Just this thing right here. The hire of Nathaniel Hackett could be a fireable offense because that spurred, I think, all of the bad stuff that led afterwards. If they got the coaching, it was for Rodgers. It was for Rodgers. But that's the thing, Vic. Like you failed on that one.
You know what?
And
this
now,
is?
but hang on. Let me finish this for a second. If Nathaniel Hackett if they hired a better coach in year one, there's an alternate universe where Russell Wilson is not only the quarterback right now, but things are much better for the Broncos, and you have something to believe in the future. I think the fact that he was hired and it failed so miserably led to a lack of confidence in Russell Wilson, which led to the Sean Payton hire, which led to him not believing in him, which gets us to this place now.
Which starts at the very top. It dawned on me as you're saying that. Ultimately, the reason why the Denver Broncos are where they are right now is a lack of accountability at the very top.
Because they didn't have a top when this first
They
started.
didn't have a top. The ownership situation. Do you remember what happened for a good half decade with the ownership situation? There was a squabble, a family squabble, a lawsuit. Nobody was running the ship. It was being captained, but nobody owned it. Nobody outright told the team what to do. There was zero direction at the very top. And when you have zero direction, you have this. You have uncertainty. You have chaos. And if you want one person to blame, if you want red meat, it's not a person. It's the fact that you didn't have a bona fide owner for about 10 years.
I really wish that this had happened to the Raiders.
Yeah.
I really wish, thinking back on it, remember
Well, the
Russ-
Raiders had their own set of issues with Josh
agreed.
McDaniels, but not this bad.
Agreed, but I'm thinking to myself, remember, Russ, the rumors were going to the Raiders, and not the Broncos, all this kind of stuff. Look, man, this is going to be a fascinating experiment for the next 2 years. And again, like Michael Giannitti said, hey, man, if they can dig themselves out of this in any sort of reasonable fashion, it is going to be a blueprint for other teams to perhaps think of the same kind of thing on contracts that are killing franchises. So we'll see. We'll see. But either way, the Broncos still need to find themselves a damn quarterback.
Vic, as I was thinking about all this yesterday and how this went wrong and who's at fault, like I had the ownership group in it, but you're saying something that it just kind of sparked a different thought that I hadn't considered. Because you're right. The decision that was made at that time was not in the interest necessarily of the Denver Broncos' long-term future. It was the short-term, what can I gain as an ownership
group. It was the interest of selling the team, of fluffing the pillow.
Brings me back to a piece of audio that we heard from the Combine. If you guys remember, GM Brandon Beane of the Buffalo Bills said something about when they made the trade to go get Josh Allen. Listen.
I mean, we got criticized a little bit for how much we gave up for Josh. And I'm like, well, if he doesn't work out, I'm not going to be here anyway. And if he does work out, nobody's going to give a shit.
That was the attitude of the previous ownership group on the way out the door, wasn't it? Like, they sat there and said, look, I don't care if you go get Aaron Rodgers, you go get Russell Wilson, you get somebody, and whatever happens afterwards, we're going to get our cash. And I'm sure they cared that they didn't want to leave the team in a bad spot, Vic. But the main concern at the time was, I want to get mine. I want to get mine first.
Brett, Moj, Marty, you guys ever sold a car or a home? You ever sold a car or a home?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you're selling, let's say a home, you're doing what you can to get the highest dollar, right? You maybe redoing the kitchen, switching out the blinds, whatever the realtor advises perhaps to maybe get the bottom line.
Maybe you paint the siding to make it look a little bit better. Yeah.
But you know full well you're painting the siding, but you know the issues that come with the house, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know maybe the HVAC system doesn't always work perfectly. Mm-hmm. You know that the water tank, that when you want to get hot water in that shower upstairs, it doesn't always get that.
Well, yeah,
right?
your basement flooded.
Yeah, exactly. You know a lot of things about the house. Are you willing to put that all out there to the prospective owner before you sell it?
Not if I don't have to.
Moser, are you? I mean, I'm just curious. I want to make sure I'm not the only.
You don't want to. You have to disclose material defects. But I see what you're saying.
Of course you do.
You don't have to say, oh, by the way, this light socket's busted. You let them figure it out themselves.
Course. I'm talking about historical issues that you've had with the house that have come up that you always worry about coming up again.
Yep.
Okay. I liken that to this trade and to this deal. That ownership group that preceded this one, well, first of all, it's a tragedy what happened to Mr. B. Okay, it's a tragedy. No one's to blame there. No one's to blame. But they're trying to get the bottom line. They're trying to get the highest dollar, top dollar for this franchise. And this was all part of the problem. To get top dollar, you got to have players. And not just players, franchise quarterback players. This was part of the problem. Mm-hmm. All right. And I asked you when we come back, I'm going to get to this. I asked the listeners, if you think it was a bad trade, don't say it to me now. Show me proof. And a couple of you, kudos to Sally, kudos to Fred here. A couple of you have sent me text messages dated the exact day that the trade happened. I want to read these when we come back because I'll give you guys full credit.
I did not realize it. I had no idea. And I fully admit it. I had no clue at all.
About?
I was just listening to the start of the show on March 9th, 2022.
Vic, he's been listening to this every second of every break, trying to find where he's right. And we're
Hold
an
on.
hour into you listening.
No,
Have you found
hold on.
one bit of evidence yet?
Listen, I forgot all about it, and I never realized, and this is on me, how friggin' stupid you both were.
About what?
You were such an absolute. You're a dance party.
You are part of the
Vic said, and you're like, Mose, you ready to get down? I'm like, no.
Okay.
And Vic,
Okay, we got a
Mose
video
was
coming out
slapping
later.
his
That's the
ass
exact
on the
opposite.
camera.
I did not slap my ass.
Yes, you did.
You guys are weird. You're
Vic,
so,
you know what
Mose,
Vic, you know what you said? Hold on, you know what you said? You said you were dancing so hard that your carpet was on fire.
That's a good line.
Can I ask you guys something?
Sure.
This is a human frailty, and it's a problem. Why are people in our business so opposed to saying I'm wrong?
I have no idea. It's
Give
so
me an
weird
example.
to me.
Brett, give me an example where I've been wrong, and I'll fully admit I've been wrong. I mean, last year,
The
with
Lakers.
my fear of the Lakers, I was dead wrong.
Yeah.
See
You
how
can
easy
write
that
this
was?
down. Hell,
See-
record this.
I was dead wrong. See how easy it is to say, we get paid to offer opinions. You're not going to be 100% on opinions. You're not. You're never going to be there. You can only hope to be close. It's okay in this business and in just to say, guys, I was wrong.
I was dead
I really
wrong.
felt this way. I was dead wrong.
I-
Everybody in Denver, for the most part, and I'm going to read some texts who are counter to that because I'm appreciating some of the texts coming in. But for those of us that we were wrong, Moshe, it's okay, dude. It's not a knock on your character to say
I know
you were
it's
wrong.
not.
And so for you to search and play these little games that you always
Hold on.
play,
Hold
I don't
on.
know why you do this.
Of any of the people on this particular program, maybe even this entire station, of all the people, I am the one who is most at ease admitting that I was wrong. I do it all the time. But in this, but in this instance, Vic, did I like the deal? Okay, cool. Yeah, Russell Wilson's coming. It's all right, man. Got a franchise quarterback. But I had trepidation.
Moshe,
about it.
you're a guy who thought Chad Kelly was going to be a franchise quarterback. So
No,
shut
I love the way he threw the football, but that was more of a bit than anything else.
I'm with you, Vic. I don't know why this is so hard for people just to say. I have been wrong about so many I remember when the Nuggets, they had, was it 2 first-round picks on draft night a couple years ago? And I'm like, why the hell are they drafting guys who aren't going to play? Why wouldn't they go out and trade those for a proven player? And then they take Christian Brown and Peyton Watson, and I'm dead wrong. Because
I'll give you another example where I was dead wrong. Last week, about this time, I said, you know what the Nuggets should do? You know, Jamal's coming off the injury with the ankle. No reason to send Jamal to LA. No reason to play Joker. No reason to send Jamal and Joker. They should both miss. There's no reason to even invest in that game. Take the L. What do? When I thought they'd zig, they zagged. Not only did they make the trip, they played well and won the damn game.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's okay. It's all right, no big deal. Going back to who's wrong and who's right, I asked you, the listeners, give me examples where you thought the Russell Wilson trade was a bad trade. Because we are all in unison saying, man, good trade. Well, Sally, appreciate it, Sally. Sally sent a bunch of texts.
Nobody's named
Veronica-
Sally anymore. It's a lie.
Veronica and
it's a friggin'
Sally.
No, it's Veronica and Sally. That lies. Nobody in this world is named Veronica or Sally anymore.
Well, I'm reading the text messages. All right, here it is.
Sally
and I'm not
Struthers
sure-
is texting the show.
Somebody writes, Broncos just got Wilson. Response, interesting, ... Shelby, Locke, Fant. Bad trade. 2 first rounds, 2 second rounders, Harris, Fant, Locke. Horrible. That was the reaction for Veronica. Congratulations, Veronica. You hated the trade from the get-go. Here's another one from Dad. I don't like giving up 2 first-round picks. They're welcome to Noah Fant. If Wilson plays like he did 2 years ago, we'll be okay. If he plays like he did last year, it'll be as bad a trade as the Nolan Arenado trade. Okay. Thank you very much. We have a text message proving you didn't like the trade. Supposedly, the Broncos just traded for Russell Wilson. Oh, man, Shelby and Locke are gone. I will miss Shelby Harris. Me too. Well, that's not proof. That just says you're going to miss Shelby Harris. So people are sending in text messages that they kept when the trade occurred more than 2 years ago.
We'll go back to the Avs.
Called receipts, Vic.
Talk about the Nuggets
called
in
receipts.
just
I'm
a couple
waiting
of
for your
minutes.
receipt,
I'm
Moj.
looking for my damn receipt.
Keep
How long
looking
you
for
gonna
that
look in
receipt.
there? Shouldn't that be immediately, Moj? It's the reaction show after the
Keep
trade. It
looking.
should be the first take you have is I don't like it. And if you haven't found it yet,
looking,
then it doesn't
Moj.
exist.
Hold on a second. Somebody just texted in that Sally Struthers is dead. I'm sorry.
Way to go, Moj.
I didn't realize Sally Struthers had passed on to the great beyond.
We'll
Wait,
get-
hold on. Is Sally Jesse Raphael dead?
You got to take a lap, dude. Go get some fresh air.
Why
or
do I
something.
have to lap?
Well, send Moj to the other studio. Go back and look for your anecdotes
I'm out.
there
Okay,
on
fine. I'm out.
March 17th, 2022.
You want to
Please.
go spend another 15 minutes finding the one sentence
dig.
of you saying you had trepidation.
By the way, Martin, you
It's
only sent that
hilarious.
was to you personally. You only sent me 25 minutes of that show. I need the whole damn
you didn't
thing.
get it in the 25 minutes?
Give me the show.
How much
it's
more do you
amazing.
need? You're going to go
It's
through
amazing.
3 hours?
I wish we could play this 25 minutes on the program because you'll see how how dauber I really am.
Okay, so we'll get to the
Oh, my
Nuggets and the Avs in just a second. This is crazy. Last thing on this, quickly, Vic. One question I wanted to ask was, okay,
Am I here or not?
it's up to you. I don't know. Do you want to go comb through old audio or do you want to do a show? It's up to you.
I'd like to come through your
Yeah,
nostril
yeah,
with
I'm
my
sure you would.
fist.
All right. The last question I have, we'll get to the Avs and Nuggets in a second, is I was thinking, how do you avoid this mistake again? Not that they'll be in a position to make this like huge NFL-altering trade with a contract deal, but I'm just saying when you invest in a quarterback, how do you avoid this mistake? And the one take that I guess I have on this, Vic and Moj, is you need to commit to whatever it is. If they draft somebody at number 12, whether it's J.J. McCarthy or whoever the quarterback is, fully commit to the guy. Because here's what happened at the two biggest positions on the football team over the past 2 years. You fired your head coach 15 games in, and you basically, a year and 6 weeks into Russell Wilson's tenure, we're already talking to him like, hey, we're probably going to bench you if you don't do X, Y, and Z. That's not commitment. That's not commitment to something that's so important to the success and failure of a franchise. Whoever it is that's next, if you feel like it's a franchise dude, commit all of your assets and your game plan to making that guy as good as possible.
Easier said than done because commitment becomes harder when you go through turmoil every other month, every other year, right? I mean, I'll give you another classic example. Give you the home example. Here's an example. Let's say that you go through horrible relationships, one after another, after another, after another. Commitment becomes difficult, correct? Well, let me address this to Mosier. Mosier, let's say you've I'm joking. That was supposed to be a joke.
Can I say something? Sally Struthers is not dead.
Okay, stop with Sally, okay? Stop.
She's not dead. She's alive, man.
Can I give you an example of commitment real quick that I think we'll all understand?
Yeah.
Was there ever a time that the Avs could have fired Bednar and we would have understood it?
Well, Jared himself, after the 48-point season, going into the
I'm talking like, was it the Vegas series where they got bounced in the second round again?
He thought he was leery for his job after that. Remember, he told us that.
They could have fired Bednar after that year, and we all would have been like, I get it, man. Another second round exit can't happen. Team's too talented. I think we would have not liked it because we like Bednar, but we'd been like, I kind of understand. Clock's ticking. Got to get some wins. How about the Nuggets, Vic? A sweep to the Suns followed by a 5-game exit, and we understand the extenuating circumstances, no Jamal, injury, stuff like that. Could they have fired Michael Malone at that time with an understanding of why the franchise went that route? I think they could have, but
There are
they
a lot of
stuck
hair-trigger
to it.
things.
They
Of course.
stuck to it.
Yes.
And
yes.
they got
Now,
the payoff.
Sticking to it doesn't always work either, though.
No.
There are a lot of teams that stick to it that never do anything, right? They're like, all right, why is this guy
Well,
still
Vic,
here?
Vic, I think
but
if you-
you're exactly right in those situations.
I think if you look over the grand spectrum of sport, I mean, you'll find every scenario play out where it's worked and it hasn't worked. You know, I was talking to PhD the other day about, okay, Moj, these deadline deals, how often do they work? I said, well, the Avs have swung and missed plenty on deadline deals. Theo Fleury was a huge deadline deal that didn't work.
The two they did that one day.
The late great Pierre Lacroix got Paul Kariya and Teemu Selanne on cheap contracts, and that didn't work. And that was before the season, but it didn't work. There were many that did work. Rob Blake worked like hell. Ray Bourque worked, but a year later, right? I mean, Wall was in 95, but won in the Cup there in 95, 96. So it's and at the end, only one team has it work, and that's the team that wins the Stanley Cup. So when you're talking about all this, keeping a coach in the NFL, letting a coach go, there are examples where it's worked and hasn't worked both ways. It's all over the place, all over the spectrum.
303-504-0925. Quickly, Vic, go ahead.
Can I give you the list of Broncos quarterbacks since Russell Wilson?
Dude, I don't.
Russell Wilson.
Yeah, you can, but I just thought of this because I saw the jersey. Remember when we made fun of the Cleveland Browns and those dorks who had every name crossed out on the back of their jersey from couch all the way down? Remember that?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, we are getting into Cleveland Browns territory right now. We are approaching that territory, dude, because there's what? 10 names on the list, Vic? Help me out, please.
Here are the records. These are the records of Broncos quarterbacks since Peyton Manning left the game. You ready for this? And I'm going to give you these in order of their overall records, wins and losses. Trevor Siemian, 13-11. Trevor Siemian has the best record of any Bronco quarterback since Peyton Manning retired.
What are you saying?
Trevor Siemian, 13-11.
Let the games begin.
Drew Lock was 8-13. Teddy Bridgewater was 7-7. Russell Wilson was 11-19. Case Keenum was 6-10. Brandon Allen was 2-1. Brett Rippon, 2-1.
Wait, Brandon Allen, I forgot about him.
Brandon Allen.
Joe
Brett
Flacco
Rippon.
was
Wow.
2-6. Jarrett Stidham was 1-1. Jeff Driscoll was 0-1.
Oh, my God.
Kendall Hinton was 0-1.
That's extenuating
Paxton
circumstance.
Lynch was 1-3. Brock Osweiler 0-4. 13 quarterbacks. 13 starting quarterbacks between Manning and Russell Wilson. 13 of them. Not a single one outside of Trevor Siemian with a winning record. Not one. Actually, I take that back. Brandon Allen was 2-1. 2 with winning records.
Sally Jesse Raphael's real name is Sally Lowenthal. How about that, Moshe?
Wait, is she dead?
She's 89 years old and still
So
alive.
she's alive. Hey, stop it now. Texters, stop putting Sally Struthers in the ground and stop putting Sally Jesse Raphael in the ground.
When we come back, there's a term that is used in sports. Are you drinking the Kool-Aid? Well, Moj, with a few days until the trade deadline, are you drinking the juice? We'll get to it next. That's the lucky sound of Tulotero. Tulotero is a downloadable app that allows you to purchase official state lottery tickets straight from your phone. This is Brett Kane. Those Powerball and Mega Millions jackpots are really heating up. Imagine becoming an overnight millionaire just by tapping a few times on your phone and with some luck, of course. Well, we got a code for you to try it out for free. Use the code MAGIC in the Tulotero app and pick your favorite game. Then pick those lucky numbers, press play, and you're set. The Mega Millions draw is tonight, and it is one you would not want to miss out on. Use the code MAGIC and see if you can become the next Tulotero winner. This is valid for new registrations. Tulotero, your lottery app. Good luck. For your viewing pleasure, Marty has posted the video without the music of our reaction to Russell Wilson being traded the following morning. And I think I nailed it. I think every take I had was perfectly spot on. Also, Mosier, that is you spanking your butt to the music and showing your tummy on camera to all of that.
He showed his tummy, and now he's trying to rewrite history, saying he was calm and retrospective.
Yeah, you were
and
pretty
unsure.
Yeah.
You weren't as hyped as everybody else. You nailed
You
that.
spanked your butt.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get back to that in a bit. Here's would you stop and put on your headphones and turn your microphone on? All right. So yeah, turn it on.
I
There
got to
you
say something real quick. Did you see what happened last night in Minnesota?
go. Meaning what?
Meaning the Timberwolves were playing basketball over the Portland Trailblazers. Did you see that?
I actually did not. No.
Anthony Edwards missed the start of the game. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Yeah,
Brett,
Minnesota's.
they tip off, and he is not on the bench.
Do you know why? Do you know why?
I have no idea.
He was
him.
late to the game.
What?
He
Wait,
was
late to tip?
the game.
He says, quote,
was
I
late.
lost track of time.
Yeah.
Hold on. He wasn't late to like shoot around.
No, late to the game. Like he got there right.
Like little league stuff.
Yes, to the game.
That doesn't
I might-
feel like
you know-
something that happens to professionals.
I was going to say.
Don't they get there
I'm
like
almost
4
close.
hours early?
Now,
Dude.
listen, Nuke LaLoosh in Bull Durham. He's supposed to be on the mound, but what's he doing? He's got other stuff going on.
He's busy. He's occupied.
He's currently occupied.
Yeah.
That being said, where's Ant? Hey, Ant, where are you?
Here's my question. Though.
Anyway, I thought I found that
no. The
humorous.
question I have: was he in the arena? And
No. He was late to get to the arena for the game.
it doesn't.
I'm beginning to lose. I've always considered Minnesota. That's a major obstacle that the Nuggets will have to overcome. But I could find flaws now with a lot of these teams.
What, that their teams
OKC
don't show up
loses-
on time?
Well, yeah, but so the flaw for Minnesota is this: I don't know if I could trust them in crunch time, and hell, on the opening tip now. I don't know if they're trustworthy.
I can't trust them to show up to the gym. I think it's a positive
Yep.
thing, Vic. If you can't trust
I'm
an opponent to
serious,
show up to the gym.
There's a degree of like, wow, I don't know if they like each other too much. They're not. It doesn't seem like they're very fond of one another at times. They don't share the ball late in games, so that's their problem. OKC lost last night, second game of a back-to-back. They lost to the Lakers. OKC's just too young, and I don't fear OKC. I know a lot of people out there is like, oh, I'm like, I mean that with ultimate respect. That's a great young team. It's going to be around for a long time. Not yet. They're not. It's not ready yet. They look good. They look good now because they're up for every game because it's a young team. It's a young team that they're energetic. It's that little puppy, right? The little puppy playing with the newspaper. All right, calm down, go to bed, calm down. But you can't trust them. I don't trust them yet. So the two teams that are in the division with the Nuggets, there's reasons not to trust them. I trust the Nuggets. I just do.
When Vic, when you are talking about people out there, what do they say?
Yeah.
Every single time there are people out there who go, but I'm telling you, who are these people that go? Who are those people?
I've never heard somebody sound like that.
I
yeah.
don't think. I mean, I have, but they were on crack. or
So people are
something.
saying, that Edwards just had a kid the day before. Maybe that was a part of it. He was up late, kid being born,
maybe
slept.
I don't know. I've
was
just
like,
never.
uh-oh.
I've just never seen. Oh yeah, I lost track of time.
I'll tell you what, that will discombobulate your system.
Oh, you think? Oh,
Yeah.
look at you being all proud, Dad. Now, like you're like
No,
dude,
I couldn't. No, all
you're
I'm
so
saying
late to
is
the
I
game.
couldn't
Come on.
imagine if my wife, who I can't remember what, I probably went to bed at 5 a.m. and then I had a game that day. That would be weird. That'd be a weird thing.
Hey, it is actually a great excuse that Mosier brings up because Mosier's late for this show maybe, twice, 3 times a week. Are you just having multiple kids?
God, I hope not.
Just children everywhere.
God, I hope not.
Okay, listen. We'll get to the Nuggets in a second. What I wanted to talk about, though, was there's a term in sports. Are you drinking the Kool-Aid? I'm asking you, are you drinking the juice?
I like what you're saying.
The trade deadline's a few days away, and Eustace Anunen has had 3 really good starts in a row. He has given up 1 goal in 180 minutes of regulation hockey time. Now, I understand that 2 of those games have come against Chicago, but they put 37 shots on him last night, Moj. It's not like they got dominated on that side. They didn't shoot 15 times.
Yeah. You know, and Riker was between the benches last night like a little kid, and it's fun to watch him do that. But he was so right about things. Look, but what I know about goaltending in the National Hockey League, you could fit in a thimble, but I've watched goalies for my 27-plus years in the NHL, and you can just tell when they feel good and when they don't. You can just see it. At least I hope people can see it. And I think what's most encouraging to me is that I know it's against Chicago, but the puck is still coming at you, and there's still some glorious scoring opportunities, and you've got to stop them. He looked so calm and cool and collected.
Yeah, confident.
Am I drinking the juice? Here's where I'm drinking the juice. For the future, as a Colorado Avalanche.
Yeah, what is he, 23?
23 years old. And, I mean, you know, goalies in the league being a number 1 in their early 20s is a rarity. It doesn't happen that often, right? For the long-term future of Eustace Anunen being a number 1 for the Avalanche in this league, I'm highly optimistic that someday that will happen. That's the juice I'm going to drink. Jared Bednar asked last night, hey, are we going to see old Juice a little bit more? He said if he plays like that, you're dang right you will. And we'll talk to Coach tomorrow on the program at 8 a.m. in his weekly appearance. Now, are you ready to have him be your backup to Georgie going into the postseason? And should anything happen to number 40, or number 40's not playing well or whatever, are you confident that number 60 is going to be a guy that you can lean on all the way through 4 rounds to a Stanley Cup championship? That's what Chris McFarland, Joe Sakic, and everybody have to ask themselves right now.
What's the alternative here, Moj? That they would trade for somebody who's a veteran backup goalie. He would be with the Avs during the playoff run. They would send Anunen down to the Eagles, and then what happens with Prosvetov?
I don't know. Did you see Prosvetov?
He's playing great.
He was a player of the month.
Yeah, he's playing great down there. That's what I'm asking. It's like, do you cut him? Like, what do you do?
Well, I don't know what you do, Brett, to be honest with you. I mean, when you had a backup in Frankie, who in 2022 came in with 6-0 in the postseason in place of Darcy Kemper, it was a very reassuring, calming thing to have that guy who's been around.
Now, there were a couple of games with Frankie that he was unbeaten, but there was like a 6-5 final. There was
whatever it takes, baby.
Okay, all right.
Hey. Now you want to get into the details? You got a big ring on your finger, and now you want to bitch about it? Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't you go bitch to the wall out in the lobby, and I'll sit here and do the show with Vic.
What I'm saying, though, Moj, is if Eustace can come in, give up 5 goals, and still win a hockey game in the postseason, then I guess what's the difference?
Well, Brett, I mean, you could be between the pipes if the Avs give you enough goal support.
Well, no kidding. That's what I'm getting at.
So anyway, I guess my thought process is, man, I'm really Listen, they drafted him, and they've been grooming him to be a goalie, a one someday, right? I mean, that's why you do what you do. You get him tons of playing time with the Eagles. You let him develop his game, working with UC Parkala all the time. I mean, you keep close tabs on him. You used a nice draft pick on him. All this kind of stuff because you believe in the future of this kid. Is the future now. You know what? We got to get right. Maybe we should get Riker on because Riker said last night on the program, Vic, you ready for... What? Why would you wave your arms?
Do you remember what happened the last time he was on this program?
That is true.
Well, that's because I just called him, and he thought I was just calling him.
In fact, I know exactly what you said. You said, "Can you hear me?" And he said, "Oh, bleep, yes," is what he said. It's still one of the most bizarre responses to "Can you hear me?"
Well, he was having a great morning, I guess, that day.
Yeah,
But Vic, it's one of those things where you got to make decisions here, man. These are decisions that either could not win you a cup. I mean, I don't know.
Here's how I put it, Moj. Here's how I'd put it.
But hold on.
Okay,
this is what Riker said, Vic. Ready? Brett, this is what Riker said. He goes, sometimes you just see a guy, all of a sudden he gets it, and he's going to be that guy. All of a sudden, blam. I mean, he bursts on the scene, and he never leaves the scene.
I am
Emotion.
comfortable with Juice, not confident, and those are different things. Very different things.
The Vegas goalie that helped them win a cup.
Aiden Hill ain't never won jack in his squat in his
Yeah.
life, and he was their third option, and look
That's
what
what
he
I'm saying.
did.
Yeah, so when did he first get his time in net? When did it become, all right, he's the guy? At what point in the season?
Not until really toward the postseason when Logan Thompson got hurt.
All right, well, there's many cases in point, right?
Right.
Of secondary goalies who may not have the ample experience take place net. Well, hell, Binnington, right? When Binnington became that guy.
Absolutely, but
There's another example.
He had rolled as the number one from January of that year on.
But he wasn't the number one going into the season.
Well, he was in the minors going into the season.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, life is fun. Hey, Brett.
Yeah.
Life is funny.
Yeah, it is. By the way, you know what else is really funny is I have texters yelling at me, calling me an idiot because I'm saying, was Anthony Edwards at the arena or did he run from the parking garage with his uniform on and jump on the bench? And they're like, what does Brett not understand about late? Katie Wingy texted me saying he was doing his warm-up in the back hallway, you clowns. Vic is straight up wrong.
I'm wrong.
Okay, how about this, though?
Am I right about this, though?
I couldn't imagine a scenario where Anthony Edwards the game is tipped off and he's still in his car and he sprints to the bench from the parking lot. That's
Am
what
I right or wrong about this? He was late to the game.
Well,
yes.
Katie Wingy. In fact, Katie, why don't you call in here and
you know
defend
what?
yourself?
Katie has not, I don't think she's ever dropped a clowns on us
She
before.
just clowned us, man.
She's getting a little too comfortable now.
Hey, K-Dub. Well, okay, this is an even bigger question. If he's doing his workouts in the hallway with his bands and all that kind of thing,
Doesn't somebody
how
tell
does
him the
he
game
not
is starting?
know that they're playing the friggin' anthem and all of his teammates
It's
are
a good
gone
question.
and
Yeah.
everybody has gone to the bench
Also a
and
good
he's
question.
like, I got to get these extra.
Who's the clown now, Katie?
Yeah, Wingy,
Look at Katie trying to defend Anthony Edwards.
Oh, it's the Minnesota connection. That's got to be it, right?
No. I'll tell you what, her silence is deafening right now.
That's Marty's go-to. Silence is deafening. You say that once
You know
a
what?
week.
I can't stand seeing Marty in a semi dress shirt, and for you that's a dress shirt. So we're gonna have to change. Why are you wearing this? Why aren't you wearing your
flannel
usual
shirt,
trash?
Vic.
Yeah, Lumberjack Leskowitz. This is great.
What are you doing?
No, it's true. We've never seen Marty in a flannel, ever. You trying something new, Marty?
I'm trying something new. What do you guys think? You guys like
Who are you
it?
trying to
Be honest
impress
with
today?
me. Be honest with
Who
me.
are you? Seriously, do
Vic,
you have
try
a
opening your
luncheon?
eyes completely and assessing me.
You know what you are? You look exactly. Here, stop everything. For those of us who are Colorado natives, and I'm not trying to gatekeep Colorado, it's open to all. You look exactly like the transplant.
Yeah, the bro that moved
Coloradan.
here from Cali to live in Boulder. That's exactly what you look like.
Exactly. Like a Chicago guy, a Boston guy who just moved here. You're wearing your flannel. You think you're all trendy.
He's got the
Check
man
me
bun.
out.
That's
You're
literally
driving
all
your
it takes is a
Subaru.
flannel?
You got your man bun. You're going to go for a hike. You got 17 dogs. Is there anything else I can add to this
He's got
equation?
a Subaru. He's got a Subaru.
Yes, I already said that.
Oh, sorry.
So the flannel, the Subaru, the 17 dogs. What else? You're into weed probably. You got your damn all that crap. That's what you are. That's what Colorado's become. Right there.
If Marty
That's
had,
him right there.
if he had a beer and an IPA in his hand, that's the starter kit. All of that is the
That's
starter
funny.
kit.
So it's a yes or no. I didn't,
That's funny. Hey, Wingy
It's actually a great question, though.
Brett, she is remarkably quiet right now.
The silence is deafening. Yeah. It's a good question, though, because first of all, I thought you guys were dumb. I'm like, you're telling me a professional athlete was speeding on his way to the arena because tip-off happened already.
I don't know why he missed the start of the
But
game. But I
then
just knew that he did.
your question's great, too, is if you're in the arena in the hallway, how the hell are you missing the start of a game? You hear it. Everybody
Chris
in the arena
Finch-
hears it.
Oh,
Chris
say,
Finch.
can you see? I mean, you know what's
Head
going
coach.
on, right?
The head coach had him at the scorer's table ready to check in right after tip-off. So it was more of a, hey, dude, we can't do this here. It's more of a disciplinary measure.
Oh, I disciplined you by playing you 35 minutes last night. Yeah, good one.
That's pretty funny.
303-504-0925. Shant Mazda text line. Big game for the Nuggets tonight as they will be on 92.5 taking on the Suns. Yes,
We haven't talked about that. Have you looked at the Phoenix Suns as of late? This is very interesting.
Yeah,
to
we
me.
can get to that in a second.
I
Mo.
know, but we haven't talked about the game overall coming up tonight because the Suns they're 5-5 in their last 10, having lost 2 in a row. I mean, I'm very curious to see what the Nuggets pull out of their hat.
303-504-0925. We'll get to that next. All right, this is a big game tonight. Nuggets and Suns. I want to keep the Suns in the rearview mirror. Me and Vic think differently on this. Look, I want to get ahead of Minnesota. Minnesota's a challenge.
Dude, you're right there, half game back.
I want to keep the Suns and the Clippers behind you at all times. And there's two big games coming up, both from national TV. Suns and Celtics in the next two. I'd rather have this one than the Celtics game.
It's time now you start worrying about matchups, seedings, rather than who you're in front of and behind. I think who you play in the first round or the second round is more important than who sits atop of you. For example, I would much rather have a favorable seeding for a first-round opponent than the number one overall seed. If you're the number one overall seed, and let's say you get stuck with a team that sneaks in as the 8th seed, that is not a good matchup for you, I wouldn't want that. I would rather have the number 2 seed with a favorable matchup.
Yeah, but these 4 teams, it's going to be one of these 4 teams: Sacramento, Dallas, L.A., or Golden State.
Well, Phoenix can drop to that. Phoenix is plummeting. I'm telling you, if Devin Booker, he may be out another 2-3 weeks with that ankle. Who knows? They're right now only a half game ahead of the 7th seed and only 2 games ahead of the 9 seed. They can continue to plummet.
You realize
they could be one of those teams.
You realize the Warriors lost by 52 points.
Yeah.
Jesus.
At Boston a couple nights back, right? You realize
Golden
that.
State doesn't worry me.
Okay, good. They shouldn't. They
don't
stink.
worry me.
Lakers don't worry me. Dallas doesn't worry me. The Kings, they somewhat worry me, and I don't know why. But nobody right now is the Denver Nuggets, Vic, and that's what I'm getting at here.
Worry's a relative word, right? I mean, when I say worry, I mean you don't want to run into something that's goofy, that all of a sudden one of your starters gets hurt for 2 or 3 of those games and all hell breaks loose.
Do we have the Justin Holiday sound, Brett?
Yeah.
Because Vic, you were talking about something going on with the T-Wolves. Well, I mean, they're playing pretty good, but do the Suns like each other? I mean, chemistry matters, right?
I think it's huge. Yeah.
What about what Justin Holiday had to say about the Nuggets?
Well, listen.
To be able to be a part of that and feel that intensity again. I've done it once with the Warriors, so I know what it's like when it's time to really take care of business, and to be able to be a part of that, man, is really fulfilling, really exciting. Kind of makes me believe in the NBA again, if that makes sense, because sometimes you're on a lot of teams that just don't have that edge. But then it goes to show how special it is to win, and not every team can do this. So being able to be a part of this intensity, just turning it on, ready to go, is something that's exciting for me. And again, it's the reason why I'm here, and hopefully we can continue to do this until the end of the season.
It makes me believe in the NBA again, he said.
You going to courtesy that sound?
That's Katie Wingy on that sound. I got it.
Katie,
You're so quick on the trigger.
I mean,
I know what I'm doing here. I got it.
No offense, but Katie recorded that on a potato.
Well, no, she did on her phone. Katie, I'm going to get you a microphone. Now that I've got my microphones, those things sound professional. I'm going to give you the old microphone I have, so whenever you do those, it sounds good. You could be our correspondent.
Anyway, that quote, and I think this mattered 2 years ago for the Avs, who seem to genuinely love each other. I think it mattered last year and this year for the Nuggets, who seem to genuinely love each other. Chemistry is not something, even if you have a super talented team, there's no guarantee that all comes together. These are personalities trying to mesh with each other.
Can I give you a classic example of team unity and chemistry and culture? Because Michael Malone refers to it as culture. And I think you have to give credit to Tim Connolly, the previous GM, who is now trying to build something of a culture in Minnesota. He was really big on that, and he and Malone built this culture with the Nuggets. Let me give you a classic example of why the Nuggets are different than most teams. Last week, they hosted the Miami Heat. Miami has Thomas Bryant on the roster. Thomas Bryant was traded to the Nuggets at the deadline last season. Traded with the hopes that he would be a contributor in the rotation. We thought he would. Never worked out that way. He didn't even play. He barely played in the playoffs. I'm not even sure if he got any time in the playoffs. So Thomas Bryant could have easily been bitter about his playing time. He wasn't. He wasn't at all. I remember watching him on the sidelines, always being very supportive of the guys, into it, smile on his face. And that's a guy who wanted to be traded because he wanted more playing time. He didn't get that playing time in Denver. and yet he was happy. So he comes to town, he gets his ring, and you saw how they reacted when he got the ring, right? Everybody's fun, everybody's jumping around. Dude, I can't tell you how precious that is. I cannot begin to tell you how few teams have that kind of relationship with every player. The Nuggets are one of those teams.
Let me tell you something, Vic. We were in the locker room after that game. I don't think anybody was more excited about winning a championship than Thomas Bryant, who didn't play like a
He
second
didn't play.
during that playoff run.
And remember, he wanted to be traded. He wanted out of LA because he wasn't getting the necessary playing time. Or
And
that
he was
could be
actually
code for
he was actually playing in LA.
he was playing in LA. That could be code for I don't like it here.
Yeah, it could be that too. But there was another piece of audio from Katie from yesterday. Now, I want to repeat something that I saw yesterday via StatMuse, that Michael Porter Jr. post All-Star break is averaging 22 and 9 on 57% from the field, 43% from three. He's playing remarkable basketball since the All-Star break. And they said, what changed? Here's Porter.
Nah, nothing. I just needed to get some sun. I was like locked in my apartment. Like,
Stop.
I was seeing the sun for a long time. And I think
Vic wants to stop, yeah?
I can't hear anything.
Well, I can
There's basketballs being dribbled.
I can translate for you. He said, I just needed to get some sun. That's what he said.
Dude.
What's the difference? Vitamin D is what he said.
Can I commiserate with Michael Porter Jr. a little bit? We were on that 12-game roadie, right? Or 12-day roadie, 13-day roadie, 6 games. And we got snowed on every day. Like, dude, we didn't see the sun for over a week. When I saw the sun, and it was still 20 degrees
To be
outside.
fair, you just came from Cancun before that trip.
Well, yeah, but I like the sun. I like the vitamin D.
yeah.
But man, I ran, day off, ran outside, stood like in a sliver of sun by the hotel, man, just to get a little sun in your eyes when the sun popped out. I'm with MPJ.
Not just sun, warmth.
Yeah, a little
Let me
warmness.
ask you guys, just a general question. Are you happier? Do you carry yourself in a merrier manner
There is no question.
in the summer or the winter?
Yeah, there's
Yeah, you
no
know what?
question.
This is excellent point, Vic. You're much more of a jerk in the winter.
100%. Look at me.
I know. Look at you.
I'm 100% a jerk. I am an abrasive tool from the months December through mid-April. Hate it. Hey, I can't stand it. And you know what I can't stand more than it? People who like it. Like Marty wearing his flannel.
I know. Exactly. Look at me. I'm lumberjack. Let's go.
Marty,
Vic.
did you
I'm
just,
dead serious.
Did you
I'm
just
dead
drop a
serious.
silent JC over there? Is that what you just did?
You want me to take this off, Vic? You don't like it?
Yes, take it off.
Fine. It's
Right
coming
now.
off. Great.
I have a problem with people who embrace the winter. I have a problem with you people who embrace the cold, the clouds, and you actually think it's good, that this is great. I don't like you people. I never have, and I never will. I don't like you. I don't trust you because you're lying to yourself. There's nothing good about it. You know you like the summer better. You know you do. But you want to play this rebel yell, oh, look at me, I like the winter. No, you don't.
I played last week at Saddle Rock in shorts and a t-shirt, and I was like, dude, I'm so ready to sweat. I cannot tell you how ready I am to sweat when I go outside. I cannot wait. It matters.
As much as I hate the winter, it's necessary too. You need adversity. You need to sit there and stew for a while because it makes you appreciate the summer more.
No.
Brett,
I've had 34 years of, Nebraska's worst winters than here. I'd be fine never seeing it again.
Vic,
I got my fill.
I've been to Hawaii a couple times in my life, but I haven't been for 15 years. And 14 years. And when I was in Hawaii, and I would get up early and I'd walk and I'd watch the sunrise over the volcano and all this kind of stuff and the birds, and it's quiet. The flowers are gorgeous as the sun rises. And I thought to myself, I don't ever want to leave. It's warm. It's nice. You know what I mean? I could live in a hut and wax surfboards. I don't care. I don't want to go home. Wherever home is. There's something to be said about the warmth of nature, Brett. Would you
From
agree?
the text line.
Would you agree?
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
5468 writes in, Vic is being very disingenuous. He's actually a sorry, miserable blank blank from January through December. You're right. But that applies to all of us, I think. I mean, I think that your personality changes when you're stuck inside. When you can't run around in short, you just do. You change.
I like this from the 5266. I'm fat as hell. I need the cold. That's one take.
No.
And it's not even that cold here. I
No, it's
acknowledge
not.
that. I lived in the Midwest.
No, but
the
you know
Midwest
what?
was cold.
It's like, but Colorado's so beautiful. It's so gorgeous. We know. Listen, I've lived here more than half my life. So if I've been here more than half my life, am I a semi-native? What do you call me?
Yeah, you're fine. You're whatever you want to be.
Okay,
Doesn't matter.
Okay,
You're in the club.
28 years. I mean, that I should be in the club. That being said, I got up this morning, Brett, started my truck, wanted to warm up a little bit. I walk out. It's beautifully sunny outside. Crisp, beautiful, sunny morning. And my truck says, "Oh, by the way, it's 18." And I'm like, "Well, that's kind of a bait and switch." You know, I look out the window and it's all sunny and all, and I know that it's March, early March. I know that it's going to be cold, but that's still a psychological bait and switch by Mother Nature. Not a cloud in the friggin' sky, sun is beaming down, and it's 18.
Do you know what me and Marty say
What?
when you go out to start your car in the morning? What's the sun like when you get up?
Well, you know what's happening this weekend, right?
Yeah.
My favorite time of the year.
Yeah.
Daylight savings time, baby.
That first day is brutal.
Spring full. What's only an hour, you big baby? You spring forward, dude. You get all the sun. Sorry, I know you get up early. It's
What
my
time?
bad.
What time do you think
That's-
me and Marty will get up? If by the previous clock, what time do you think me and Marty are going to get up on Monday morning? 3:45 a.m.
Probably so. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I feel for you a little bit. I do. I have empathy and sympathy. I have all the things.
I'll tell you what, Moj. Can we just do? You want to talk about a bait and switch? Monday, you do my hour. I'll do 7 to 10.
Good idea.
I'll tell you what.
What do you think about that?
I think it's great.
like it.
And I'll tell you what, I'll send you on the road with the Avs. You do the games at night, you get 3 hours sleep, and you come on and do the show and act fresh as a daisy.
I'll make that
you
trade.
do that. Yeah, you do that.
I'll make that trade.
Yeah, and then one of these days, I want you to have to commute like I do every morning to this studio and do the show from here.
Yeah. Give me the old charter flight, nice hotel.
I think what we're saying is everybody
Per
got
diem.
I think what we're saying is everybody got something. I think the bottom line here is everybody got something.
All right. 303-504-0925. Again, let's take this back as we got the official release of Russell Wilson. I want to take it back to the beginning. Why did this not work? Like, what are the main reasons in how this failed so miserably, so quickly? We'll get to it next.
Can I give you a little?
Sure.
You know this Interstate Love song, right? Vic, give me a little. Here we go. We're here on a Sunday afternoon.
Who pulled the cut of us the day Russell Wilson was
Martin.
claimed?
That was
No,
Martin.
Raj did.
Oh, Raj.
Raj
What?
did.
Why did he take it off the internet?
Wait, it's not there
I just
anymore?
It's up there.
no, I just commented on it and said the page no longer exists.
Oh, he posted a new one.
Raj, you got to let me know this stuff, man. I'm not going to go out of my way to comment on stuff and then you just take it off.
Yeah, that was, by the way, Mosier, who was trying to plead his case that he was very tepid about the trade initially. That video is him spanking his butt after.
I wanted to be a part of the crew. I wanted to be a part of the momentum. Not that I believed or anything. You raised a very excellent question before the break, Vic. There's a lot to go around, but what are the causes of such a disaster for a franchise? Because it's almost like the Titanic sinking. And I can go through that again. It wasn't just because it hit an iceberg.
Yeah.
It starts with the design of the ship. So many things have to happen in the proper order
the
for it
iceberg,
to happen.
The iceberg in this is Russell didn't play well. Okay, yeah, I get that. Why did this guy go from an all-pro caliber quarterback to a guy who you had to eat $85 million to see walk out the door in the span of 2 years? And let's be honest, it was earlier than that. It was more like a year and a half when they started having the conversation about, hey, let's restructure this part of your contract to make it easier to get rid of you if we feel like that's the case.
May I interject here, Vic? And I want to get your thoughts on this because I value your opinion. Find me other top-flight quarterbacks in the National Football League who have won a Super Bowl, and they come to Denver under Nathaniel Hackett, and they crash and friggin' burn for 2 years in a row under two different head coaches. Ready, go.
Hasn't happened, which is why this is one of the worst trades in NFL
Okay,
history.
so when you're talking about blame, would Patrick Mahomes have crashed and burned as bad? Would Aaron Rodgers have crashed and burned as bad?
You know, it's funny you say that because everybody wants.
Would Matthew Stafford have crashed and burned? I
No,
mean, all
you're
these
right.
quarterbacks who have won a Super Bowl,
You're
would
right.
they have come to Denver under Hackett and sucked and sucked and
No.
sucked?
And everybody wants to. You're so right in making this point because I want to get to I want to cut down to the bottom line here. The chief reason, number one reason, Russell Wilson did not work out in Denver is Russell Wilson. That's number one.
I completely agree.
Number one. Sure. The number one reason Russell Wilson did not work in Denver is Russell Wilson. And for people to blame, everything sort of lend a hand in this, right? Everybody's got to say in why this didn't work. But the number one reason is him. I'll give you a case in point. If you gave me a player when Peyton Manning shows up, and let's say that Nathaniel Hackett is Peyton Manning's coach, you think Peyton Manning performs like that?
No.
Now, can I push back for a second?
No, please.
Because there's
debate.
levels to this. The number one reason Stafford didn't work in Detroit was who?
Well, I think it was probably the coaching staff.
Which one?
Exactly.
Well, why did Stafford work immediately in L.A. and not for 12 years in Detroit?
Sean McVay's a pretty smart guy.
Well, this is why I'm saying there's levels to this, right?
Right.
Peyton Manning can make any offense, any coaching staff, anything work to a successful
By the
tune.
way,
And
Stafford worked like a mother, dude. I mean,
he made 2 playoff appearances and didn't win one.
Okay, but the rest of the team around him was so much crap, and you know it.
Dude, if I gave Russell Wilson 12 years here and said he made the playoffs twice, you wouldn't consider that a success. You know me, Moj. I'm the biggest Stafford honk you're going to find. I think the guy's amazingly good, but it didn't work for over a decade in one place and immediately in another. There's levels to quarterbacks, their talents, and how you can elevate them.
I agree.
Again, but I saw enough of Russell Wilson in 2 years. I'm trying to handle this with somewhat respect because I thought he was a gentleman, respectful, handled all of this with, in my opinion, professionalism. He never snapped back at anybody. He got criticized by fellow NFL players who made fun of him, who mocked him. He never went on any diatribe. So for him to hold it all back, I have nothing but respect for Russ. I do. Having said that, he wasn't good enough. and I've seen enough of Russell Wilson to tell you right now, he's not good enough to carry a team to a Super Bowl or win a Super Bowl by himself. It would take a gargantuan effort from everybody else. I also say next season, he's going to be better because I think the weight is off his shoulders. He's not carrying that weight anymore, and he's going to be on a better roster.
This is what doesn't compute to me, though, Vic. I don't know if I disagree with anything that you've said other than the initial part where I don't know how to put this. What did Russell not do then? Why was he successful before he got here? Why do you feel like he can have success?
Because he changed the way he played. He changed the way he played. He changed the way he played.
Brett, he made it known. He made it known.
The way
fair.
he played.
Totally fair. Totally fair.
Brett, he made it known when he got here. He wanted to be a pocket passer. He didn't
Fair.
want his body to get destroyed anymore.
That's a great argument. Okay, that's a great
When you
argument.
look at the games in which he had success, I can't remember which game it was this year. They scored on the opening series, and on that opening series, he ran the ball 4 times for positive yards. Ran the ball. Quarterback
Chiefs?
runs.
I think it was the Chiefs game.
Was it the Chiefs? He changed the way he played. He no longer wanted to play that role.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I'll take that. There's, like you said, Mosier, to start this out, the Titanic didn't sink because it hit the iceberg. There was a million other decisions that went into it. And so when you say, why did this go wrong so quickly? I think what Vic just mentioned is a big factor. He changed his game and what made him successful in the past. The other things that I think contribute to this.
Brett, I hate to interrupt you, but I think that he felt he had to change his game. And you know what? He's 35 years old. Eventually, Father Time catches up. So even if you lose a tiny bit off your fast, the difference between a guy with a 2.69 ERA and a guy with a 5.13 ERA is maybe 3 miles an hour off your fastball, where guys can actually square up on it as opposed to fouling it off and then flying out. I mean, Russell probably felt, and he's probably right, that he wasn't the same player he was in his 20s. He can't do what he did before.
I think the other factors in this are you hired a coach that had another intention behind it. You hired Hackett to go and get out and to go and get Aaron Rodgers, and that didn't work. And then you were stuck in this weird sort of relationship between these two. And Hackett, whatever you think of the guy, Hackett. Ask Jets fans about Hackett this past year. It's like if he doesn't have Aaron Rodgers, I don't know what he is.
I don't disagree with you. The concoction of Hackett and a first-time coordinator with a brand-new quarterback who's playing a different game, you put all those 3 in a bowl and mix it up, and you got disaster.
Okay, well then I look at the last 2 years is you had 2 consecutive shotgun marriages.
Yeah.
Where you just and for those youngins out there who don't know what that means, it means the dad of the girl has a shotgun in his hand and he forces dude to marry his daughter, right? Even whether they love each other or not or what. Shotgun wedding.
My parents had a shotgun wedding.
Well, I don't think that Bambino was forced, or Easy was forced to marry Bambino. I think he wanted to.
So
I look at photos. What this is. What is it? I'm not joking. I look at photos of my parents' actual wedding in Payaron, and there were 3 shotguns in the front row, people holding up shotguns. Does that constitute a shotgun wedding?
Hell yeah, it does. Changes all the perspective about your family.
The concept of a shotgun wedding is you have a child before you're married or she's pregnant.
She's pregnant, right.
And then the dad walks the guy down the aisle with a shotgun.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Okay, that was not the case in my situation.
No.
Because I was not born until 2 years
Well,
after.
let's go back and do the math about it. No, but the story is that you're putting Hackett together with Wilson. And by the way, Hackett knew he was getting Wilson, and Wilson knew he was getting Hackett, so let's not let them off the hook.
No.
And Sean Payton knew exactly what he was getting in Russell Wilson, so I'm not going to let him off the hook here, even though it was a shotgun wedding, probably for Sean Payton. If he had his druthers, he wouldn't want Russell Wilson. He'd want somebody else. But you know what? You took the job, pal. You took the job. Hey, it reminds me that time Bubba Watson on that par 3 banged a 9-iron way over the green and screamed at his caddy, right? 140 yards, huh? 140 yards? And what's his face? Faraday said at the time, he goes, hey, you hit the shot, pal.
Yeah.
You hit the shot. I mean, don't scream at your caddy. Sean Payton, you took the job, pal. You took $18 million per year Okay? So you knew what you were getting into. Now you're fixing it, and I appreciate that. But there's lots to go around in all of this. Brett, like you said, a lot of different little moving parts and a lot of different factors.
I think that another thing that had a big contribution to this, especially this year, there wasn't a straight buy-in from Peyton that was obvious from almost the beginning. When you're talking about just a few weeks into the season, you're talking about restructuring a contract, and you're talking about making it easier to get rid of a guy. You know, all the things that made Russell Wilson good, I don't think that those were highlighted. I think that Sean Payton tried to make him fit into his system more than work a system around Russell Wilson. Because what happened before the season started? Do you guys remember? Sean Payton asked Russell Wilson to lose 20 pounds. He lost 20 pounds.
He asked him to stop all the social media stuff. He stopped all the social media stuff.
He asked Russell Wilson to do a lot of things.
And Russell Wilson accepted basically everything that Sean Payton asked of him. And I don't think that Sean Payton worked very hard to go the other way around to morph and mold something to help him too. I think it was a lot more of, you do as I say, and we're going to do everything the way that I want.
You know, the other factor, too, that we always dismiss this, but money always matters. Money is always part of the equation. We're very hard on athletes who don't play up to the money they make. We do it all the time. This guy's not worth it. Look at what he's doing. He's underperforming. We do it all the time. And to say that it's not part of the criticism is not being honest. If Russell Wilson wasn't being paid on a 5-year, $242 million contract, if that wasn't part of the microscope, we would not be where we are today. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Because you could easily say, well, other quarterback can do what he did. They can go get some journeyman quarterback and do what he did. Sure. Those guys don't get paid 5 years, $242 million. If he wasn't making that money, perhaps we wouldn't be where we are today.
If his money was only guaranteed next year as opposed to the year after, do you think they keep him?
Yeah, I do.
I do too.
If it's guaranteed next year, yeah, I do. I do. Because I think
Say I do again. Say I do again.
But think about how bad it had to be, Moj, because listen to this. Because this is what I was pushing for. If you guys remember a few weeks ago, I said, why not just bring Russ back next year? Make it work. Put Peyton and Russ in a room and say, you guys make it work. Now, don't guarantee him the starting job, but you're paying him anyway. You have to take cash out of your pocket, all right? Here's the cash. Here it is. You have to pay him $33 million next year. I got pesos. You have to pay him that money. You make it work for a year, and then after that, let him go. Because after that, the dead cap still remains. But you're paying him with or without him. So why not bring him back for? It got so bad.
Vic,
the relationship got so bad that they said, nope, we're going to pay you to leave.
Vic, it's very simple. You know the answer. You just said it. They hate him. He hates them. What would prompt a team to eat more dead money than any other team in the history of the game has eaten? In fact, you're eating more dead money than the two previous eatings combined.
But see,
because the level of hate and I don't want you and you don't want me is that when people get divorced, both ways. How many times has a wife who's rich or a husband, whatever, paid, just go away? It just take, like Johnny Carson's ex-wives, right? God rest his soul. Like, just here, take $50 million and get out of my friggin' head.
So
I mean, that's what happened here with the Bron. I mean, think of it as a broken marriage, Vic. Paying them to go away.
What I can't comprehend, though,
sometimes,
is how much.
Sometimes it's the best thing.
How hateable really is he? Because when he comes across in the public eye, he seems pretty gracious.
I'm not talking about hating as a human being. I'm talking about can't win hate. Don't want to win hate. Don't want to win with you. Don't want to. Can't coach you. You're not my guy. Hate.
Well, how much of
maybe
that
not real hate, but hate.
Okay. How much of that is the Broncos for hating themselves for putting themselves in this position?
A lot.
You know what I'm saying?
With some you're talking about self-loathing?
Yes. You may not hate him as much as you hate yourself for making this move. And I've gone in, for those who missed it earlier, let me give you the reasons why the Broncos signed Russell Wilson. All right? Quick history recap. January 16th, 2022. I'm sorry. Yes, March 16th, 2022. The Broncos trade for Russell Wilson. Why did they do this? Well, they'd been looking for a quarterback since Peyton Manning for years. So that's number one. Number two, the team was up for sale to the highest bidder. They're trying to spruce things up. They're trying to fluff the pillow. You fluff the pillow in the NFL by going out and getting a franchise quarterback. It was part and parcel of the sale of the team. They wanted to make it very appealing to the next ownership group. So they go get Russell, and as part of that deal, it's an understanding that he's getting an extension. It is baked into the cake. It is assumed. So that's why they traded for Russell Wilson. It wasn't just going to get the franchise quarterback. It's because a process of selling the team was in place.
Yeah.
And it makes the sale that much easier. And that's why we are where we are today.
303-504-0925. Want to get a preview on the Suns game tonight. Nuggets in Suns National TV. Also, a recap of the big win for the Avs over the Blackhawks next. I've never seen somebody have more phone calls in breaks.
Seriously,
than
who are you
Mosher.
talking to?
You're always talking to somebody. Who are you talking to?
Nunya.
I haven't made a
certainly
phone call
not
in
any-
3 years.
It's certainly
I
not
know.
any potential guest for the show. I can guarantee you that.
That was McKinnon.
Oh, was it?
Well,
When's he coming on?
When's he on?
Just get back to the program.
We've waited a year and a half for that McKinnon appearance. Still waiting. Okay, so let's start with last night. The Avs win 5-0 again over the Blackhawks. And I wish they could play Chicago every night because that's a fun watch as an Avs fan. What you have is another great game by Juice. I don't know how people feel with the deadline approaching, if you're confident in the backup goalie spot or not, but he certainly has given you a lot more comfort in his last 3 starts.
This is nothing against Justus Annunen, the Juice. This is, because I love the guy. I think his teammates love the guy. I think Chris McFarland loves the guy. I think the fans so far love the guy, right? He's a super good dude. Just getting his feet wet in the National Hockey League, and he's really upped his game. His last 3 starts, he's given up 2 goals, one of those in overtime to Patrick Kane in the slot, right?
Yep.
So my thought is that, hey, man, he deserved a better fate in Detroit.
He did.
Now, that being said, this is not time to play around if you're the Avalanche or any other team. When you go to the postseason, you want to be pretty damn sure that either goalie that you go with, you have your number one, but the backup, who may have to play at some point, you never know, for whatever reason. Because the one gets hurt, the one's not playing up to par. Whatever the story is, you've got to have confidence in your number 2 that this guy is going to be able to lead a team like the Avalanche, one of the elite teams in the league, to a Stanley Cup championship. And that's a pretty tall ask for a kid who's got 10 career games under his belt.
It is, but is that better than the look, Moj, even if you bring in a veteran, it's still going to be an unknown.
Mm-hmm.
Still going to be.
Yeah, but you would bring in somebody who has a history, somebody who's maybe been there, done that to some degree, maybe not a cup champion, but somebody who's been on a champion as a backup or played in the postseason. What?
We have a case in point already. How many games under his belt did the Vegas Golden Knights starting goalie in the playoffs, in the Stanley Cup playoffs, have before he took that role on?
Adin Hill. Yeah, that's a situation.
What?
As a 26-year-old where it worked. It worked because it had to work.
He had less experience.
No, he'd already played for San Jose and whatnot.
But how much time was he? Was he always a backup? Was he?
Well, let me go back to it. So with the Coyotes, 1 year he played 4 games, then 13, then 19.
Okay, all right. So
with the Sharks, he played 25.
Time.
With the Sharks, he played 25. But he was
okay.
But he was not the starting goaltender for the Vegas Golden Knights last year to begin the season. And Adin Hill came from the dustbin of life, goalie life, and he's always been sort of a decent goalie. And he won a damn cup.
I do agree with you this. You beat Chicago, you shut them out, and he's looked, and there's no taking anything away from that kid. He was superb. I got to see you do it against Winnipeg. I got to see you do it in Dallas.
Okay, Vic.
I got to see you do it in those type of games.
Vic, the deadline is Friday.
I know. Can they move up those games?
Marty, we already talked. We tried to call Gary earlier about
did he get
deadline.
back to us?
Can you get him on the horn again, please? This is NHL Commissioner Gary Bettman. The number is 1-800-COMMISH. Okay. Brett, let's get a request down on paper. You want the deadline to be pushed from Friday to the 15th?
Well,
yeah,
just
just
where
give
it's
me a week.
convenient to us.
Okay, and then Vic,
where we get enough games to look at.
You want to get Winnipeg in town instead of Detroit tomorrow night to see what he does against the Jets, right?
Yeah. Uh-oh. This is going through. Uh-oh.
This call may be recorded for quality assurance.
Wait, Marty.
We have a special promotion today for select callers. If you are over 50, please press 1 now.
Press 1.
If not,
Press 1.
Press 2.
We have no idea what this number is.
This is a random number.
Hello and congratulations. Just for calling today, we're offering you a free medical alert device.
Okay, well, that's...
Neck in case of an emergency. These devices are often very expensive, so press 1 now to take advantage of this special
Let's go.
offer
Press
and
it.
enjoy the
Let's
peace
go.
of mind
Keep
that comes
going.
with
I want one of
24/7
these.
support. Don't wait. Press 1 now or remain on the
Press
line for
1.
additional options.
If you are currently enrolled in Medicare Part A and
All right,
Part
enough.
B,
No, enough of that. We're not.
Damn it.
Unless
Well,
that
what
person.
if it was a device I needed, dude? I mean, I need devices.
Well, I'll hook you up. I know people. Bettman clearly, they couldn't get us to Gary Bettman. So what do you want me to do, Vic? I mean, I can't throw the juice out there against another team besides Detroit or Minnesota. And the deadline is Friday. It will have come and gone by the time the Avs play the Wild. What do you want? I mean, this is it's almost a good situation to have, but it's a bit of a pickle because this team's window is open and you don't want to leave. Here's the thing. You want to take away as many variables as you possibly can. You can't take all of them away, but you want to take as many away as you can. What'd you say?
One of our texters, and we appreciate, we have an army. We have a militia. We've already established we have a militia of people out there always looking out for us. Chris on the text line just sent to our show Cortland Sutton's Twitter page. Now, I had not followed Cortland Sutton, but on his Twitter page, much like Russell Wilson yesterday, remember Russell Wilson in the morning scrubbed all of his Broncos affiliations on his Twitter page.
Yeah.
I'm completely gone. Cortland Sutton has nothing Broncos on his bio now. It's all gone.
Well, should we call Cortland?
Now
1-800 Cortland?
Help me out here, Chris. I had not.
So here's what his bio says. Hang on, Vic. Here's what his bio says, at least on Twitter. He has a profile picture of him just in a suit. His profile says, God-fearing man on a mission, what's next? And his latest tweet from 2 hours ago was another one.
So help me out for those who have followed Cortland Sutton. What was his bio page, his profile before this? Did it say Broncos receiver? What did it say? Help me out with this. Is Bowles? Check Bowles too. Check Garrett Bowles' Twitter.
Does he have a Twitter?
I don't think the big fella. Yeah, the big fella has a Twitter.
Yeah, he has a Twitter. Yeah.
So you're saying because Court is now scrubbed, there's a lot of scrubbing going on here, man.
This is very curious, right? Is
it's
this curious?
This right now is a curious scrub. Yeah.
Yeah, he's still got, Bowles has Denver Broncos profile picture and Denver Broncos in his profile, his bio.
Okay, so that's still there. Did Cortland have all of that before this?
I don't know. I would assume, Vic, it didn't look the way that it did. Because I'll tell you this about Sutton. On his Twitter page, at least, he has not tweeted since Christmas where he said, Merry Christmas. And now he said another one.
Maybe it means another quarterback.
Perhaps.
Well, that's not good.
You know what's funny is that, by the way, I tried to look up what the hell that number was, Marty. I have no idea what 1-800-266-6474, which is 1-800-COMMISH. I have no idea what that number is. The internet doesn't either. Secondly, I don't know why it's trying to give you a life alert. Secondly, Sutton, I would think out of all the guys that you're potentially thinking about moving on from, wouldn't Sutton be a guy you'd want to keep?
Marty, can you call Cortland Sutton and ask him if he wants this medical alert device that we're going to get?
Hello, Cortland. Please press 1.
1. Well, I mean, what does this mean? Are they going to move on from? I mean, what are we talking about here? Is this buyout city? What are we looking at, Vic? You tell me.
Well, you're
way more involved with his social media. I mean, you know more about it than me, Brett. You're young.
Well,
not really.
I'm gonna tell you, the day I'm let go or I part ways with Altitude, my profile is going to read Vic Lombardi. Screw Altitude. I no longer work there.
Great, Brett.
Yeah.
Remember you were talking yesterday about the Facebook thing with the relationship. This was right up. I mean, this was right up your alley.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you had to transpose that onto Cortland Sutton's Twitter this morning,
well,
what would you put
depending on what it was before, which I don't know what it was before, but this looks like somebody who's taken all that away, that has scrubbed that stuff. Now, he's not going through and deleting tweets of him in a Broncos uniform. That would be a lot of time.
By the way, is there anybody that's off limits now when it comes to restructuring their contracts, actually buying out
Vic,
their
if you're going to go big in this regard and you're eating Russ, and that's what you're doing, I would say you use everything at your disposal to try to mitigate it as much as possible. If that means
you have an
reworking
excuse now, right?
Yeah, if that means reworking, cutting, whatever. Let's go through the pain. These are the labor pains now. Eventually, hopefully, Sean Payton is going to deliver the baby. Okay, and we're going
they have to cut. They still have to cut more by March 13th.
Yeah,
they're not done yet. By doing this, they have to cut something.
Hopefully, Sean Payton sometime will deliver the baby. But right now, you're going to have to go through the labor pains. You've done that, Brett. You did that. I mean,
I went through the labor pains. Yeah.
No, you didn't go through Jack, but you know what I mean. Poor Lindsey.
Well, Texture says there's literally no one on the Broncos roster that I want them to keep. That's crazy.
No, Pat Surtain. Come on, man.
You keep Surtain. You keep Miners.
I mean, there's dudes out there that you want.
By the way, guys, you aren't going to get rid of 40 guys on this roster, okay? That's not going to happen. It's only going to be a handful of dudes. But the question I want to ask, like, let's say that this is true. Let's say that this is just a precursor to them releasing Courtland Sutton or trading him or whatever. How'd you guys feel if they just started Russell gone, Sutton gone, Bulls gone, this guy gone, Simmons gone, another guy gone? Like, what if they just decimated this roster of anybody that we consider to have some talent on it?
Do you want my honest retort to that?
Yeah.
As much as I love a lot of those guys you just named, and they're great professionals.
Do it.
What do you got to lose at this point?
Do it.
You know, and let me add on top of this. A lot of those guys you named would probably welcome it. Change works both ways.
Yeah.
So if you're Russell Wilson, you're not wanted here, obviously. You're still going to make your money, and you're going to get to play for another team that probably has more tools in the toolbox. Do you think Russell Wilson is weeping as much as Broncos fans?
No.
Who's in more dire straits right now?
Broncos
Russ
fans.
Or Broncos fans?
Broncos fans by a mile.
You said this yesterday, Vic. You said on a Twitter video where you made your face look weird, you said, I don't have sympathy for Russ. I don't have sympathy for the Broncos ownership group. I don't have sympathy for Sean Payton. I don't have sympathy for anybody. I have sympathy for Broncos fans. And that's the proper way to look at this because they seem to be the only real victim in all of this. Everybody else
still
came away with something
exactly.
or made the bed that they have to sleep in. It's one of the
100%.
And I'm not worried, Vic. I'm not worried about the actual physical dollar still owed to Russ, which is what, 39 million, 35, something like the physical dollars that will be deposited into his account.
$37 million.
Okay. Because the Broncos ownership group has all of that, no problem at all. That's just a check and you put it in the account, or it's probably already there. It's probably in escrow. But it's the cap problem that is so killer, and Broncos fans are going to have to deal with it. People who were rewarded with a Super Bowl by Peyton Manning, great. You know, we're going on a decade here, bro. After this next season, it'll be a decade since that Super Bowl championship, and these people have paid their money. They've supported their team. They've bought the gear. They've been there, done that. They've been as a couple years. But it's a reality ask. It's a tough ask, Vic, but a reality ask.
If I'm running the team and I'm looking at the landscape and where they're headed, we know it's going to be somewhat of a rebuild. I get this. This would be the perfect time to introduce a new uniform, new jersey, new everything. Rebrand it. Rebrand this sucker now. I'm telling you, this may sound trite. It may sound like, oh, okay, shut up. But that stuff matters.
Well, that's
if
the
you're
old
trying to change your identity.
But see, okay, I dig that, but that's the old bait and switch too. Like, hey, don't look at the burning down of the house. Look at the pretty lawn.
Speaking of, did I see this right? That the Rockies were getting rid of their black uniforms? The ones that look sharp? Talk about a uniform switch. I like those. Just going to get rid of those?
To what?
I don't know. I thought I saw in some textures. Correct me if I'm wrong here. I thought I saw the Rockies were getting rid of the black tops. Those things were nice.
You mean the vest, right?
Yeah. I think I saw it for half a second, dude. This is one of those like I see a graphic on TV and I think I remember it and I don't really.
Hey, Vic.
Mm-hmm.
The Rockies are 8-4 in spring training.
You ready?
Once they get to double-digit wins, I
Vic.
might do it.
Vic.
Hey, you know what?
Vittorio.
Ezekiel Tovar is a player. Let me say
He
this.
is. He is a total player.
Zeke's a baller.
Ezekiel Tovar, ladies and gentlemen, can ball. He is going to be a stud. I like him.
Can I give you?
Well, Vic, we all like him.
Can I give you 2 other stats, Vic, that I think might push you closer and closer to hitting that Rockies button?
I'm not doing it in spring training. You guys are trying to set me up, but it's not going to work.
You're not?
Spring training. These games don't matter. They don't count. They don't matter. Nothing matters.
Okay. Well, did you know that the Rockies are top 3 in home runs in spring training?
Vic, they're top 3 in home runs.
Doesn't matter.
Did
Pitchers
you know
are
they
actually
lead?
grooving pitches to see if they can find certain pitches in spring training.
They lead spring training in stolen bases.
They lead in stolen bases, Vic.
Well, considering they're one of the worst in that department last year, and their run game was awful.
Did you see that meme
Did you
yesterday?
Did you know the Rockies are second in runs scored in spring training?
Vic, second in runs scored.
Again, spring training.
Come on, little camper. Come on, little buddy. Come on.
Did you know that, Vic?
You can do it. Come on.
I'm just throwing these out
Still-
there. You take
still
that for what
haven't
you
put me
will.
over
I'm
the
just
top.
just throwing it out there, trying to nudge you closer and closer towards the edge.
Get rid of the black vests. Record this. Write it down. Not a good move.
Dude, when I see those...
Hey, Vic, did you know the Rockies pitching staff is 7th in strikeouts this spring training?
Vic.
Hey, when is opening day?
7th in
Excuse my ignorance.
strikeouts.
When is opening day?
It's in South Korea. So it's coming
No,
up.
for the Rockies, not for
Oh.
baseball. When is opening day?
You
at
talking
Coors
home
Field?
opening day?
Yes. When I say opening day, who opens at Coors Field? Because we're probably going to be at that game. Who is it? When is it?
The 5th
Friday,
of
April
April against the Tampa Bay Rays.
Oh, that's weird, isn't it always a National League Open? I mean, that's weird. Open against
I
another.
feel like it's always the Dodgers.
No, it's that's the home opener. Yeah, well, they're opening on the road for 4 in Arizona and 3 in Chicago against the Cubs. They'll be home against Tampa Bay and
he asked
Arizona.
for the home opener.
Yeah, April 5th.
Yeah. And then at that time, Vic will make his proclamation.
Yeah, let me know then. I'll give you after that home opener. I'll give you my prediction.
2
for the
series
season.
wins, Vic. If we get series wins against who
The D-backs and the
D-backs
Cubbies.
and the Cubs, then can we
Then
do it
I'll
then?
have a better understanding. Yeah.
All
What?
right,
Hey,
can't
I
wait.
saw. I had a pop-up ad come up. I'll talk about it later.
In the honor of transparency, we talked a lot about Russell Wilson being officially released today. And myself and Vic, we have no issue being wrong. And when I say I was wrong, I was wrong.
We were all
about
dead
this
wrong.
one.
You're not human if you can't admit you're
Mosier,
wrong.
did you find your 3-second snippet out of 3 hours where you were tepid after the trade?
I only got, well, if you listen to the 25 minutes I was handed by Martin, you guys are, Brett, you're screaming and dancing, and Vic said his rug is on fire because he's been dancing so hard and all this kind of crap. And if you listen to the tone of my voice, it's very calm, you asked me, do you want to dance? And I said, no.
So when you were tapping your belly, your naked belly,
I was just
camera?
being part of the group. I was just being fun.
And then when you hit your butt, what about that part? Was that just part of the group?
In fact, why even talk about it? Let's just play it. This is, what date was this? March 16th, 2022. Upon hearing the news of Russell Wilson coming to Denver. This was
March 9th, 2022. It was the day after the announcement was made on March 8th.
Marty!
I preferred some Sierra, but
Turn it up! Let's go! Russell Wilson is now a Denver Bronco!
that's stupid.
No more! Can Mitchell Trubisky change over the course of a year?
God, you're stupid.
No more! Oh, if Teddy just gets one more year in the system, it'll be different. No! It's a Hall of Famer! For the second time in 10 years! The greatest free agency signing in NFL history, followed by maybe the greatest trade in NFL history! Championship windows! They're here!
Now we got it.
Pause it.
Thank you, Marty. We're back!
Pause.
Wow, Brett, you sound really
You
stupid.
are so dumb.
I was living in the moment, guys.
But
what
you're
do you
dumb.
mean?
You can
No, I
live in
take
the
it all
moment all
back.
you want,
Living
but
in
you're
the
dumb.
moment.
You're
I
dummy living
side-
in the moment.
Now that I hear it, I side with Mosier. Mosier and I were calm and collected and somewhat bemused by your ridiculous just circus show you put on there.
Antics is what they were. Antics. Okay,
Yeah,
please.
so I'm glad we heard. So Moj, the reason you and I are thrust into this is because Clown Show here just went crazy.
That is
off the deep
correct.
end.
Martin, yeah. Let's continue this. Hit your butt, spank that ass. Do it. Yeah. That's Mosier smacking his butt.
Well, I was
What happened there?
Well, listen.
As much as this was just me, yeah.
I'm smacking his butt.
Listen,
after the news of a trade.
I'm
Yeah,
up
let's
for
go
a
ahead.
good. Listen,
Let's see the end of this
I
again.
don't need a reason to smack my butt.
Yeah, look at that. There's an exposed belly.
That's my tummy.
Yep. And now we turn around. Mosier, hit your butt, spank that ass. Do it. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. That was just me.
Listen,
that was
you
just
guys,
me. That's all I
you
had.
guys have known
But
me.
Mosier, you're right. You were calm and collected. You were mature.
I was.
Oh yeah.
You guys have known me for a long time. You're acting like I need a reason to spank my own butt. I don't. I was just trying to play along.
I honestly
Get to the
you guys-
conversation
hey,
about it. Get to
hey,
the conversation.
Hey,
Enough of the dancing and the butt spanking. Get to the conversation.
hold on, everybody. I don't owe $2 for that. That was the proper reaction for the moment. Now, is that probably the most loud wrong I'll ever be in my life? I hope it is. I hope that it doesn't get worse than that ever again. But for the moment, I will stand by that.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna take ownership of something. I was wrong. But you guys have to admit, I'm the one on this show who has to reel you guys in at times. Remember the Bowl hype train you're on? And I had to reel
That
you
was a
guys
bit.
in. I took the fishing pole and I said, all right.
How do
let's
people
just
not
come on
understand, by
back
the
to
way?
reality here.
Can I just
It
give
was COVID
context?
times, dude.
Can I give context to the
counts.
Bull thing? That was like the first live sporting event that we watched in 6 months, and I was excited for it. Okay? I'm allowed to
Yeah, but I
pass
had
on
to
that
take
one.
the fishing pole out. I had to take it out, put
I'm
a hook,
allowed
put a
to
hook
pass.
in and say,
for the
Bring it back
first
a little
sporting event that we had in months. I'm allowed. What? I can't get excited about stuff because I might look
Very
bad in the
much how
future? I don't care if I
had
look
to
bad
take
in the future.
I had to take the fishing net out when Mosier went all off on Chad Kelly and how he's going to be the future of the league. I had to take the fishing net out and just, hey, let me get that fish out of the water. Just calm down a little bit.
I'll tell you
I had to
another.
do that then too.
Another time we did the hype train was for the Aaron Gordon trade. Nobody wants to hear that one again because we were right. We only want the stuff where I look wrong and stupid, and I looked very stupid. I looked very dumb.
Brett,
My favorite part, you go, after the greatest free agent acquisition in NFL history,
Which was Peyton Manning.
Which is Peyton. You followed up by saying, the
Maybe.
greatest
No, I
trade.
said, and maybe. I threw a maybe in front. Let me hear it again, Marty. Let me hear it.
Not only...
Let me hear it. I want that audio. I'm almost certain I
You
threw a
can't be
maybe.
more wrong. You went from greatest trade. It went from greatest trade in NFL history to the worst trade in NFL history.
Hall of Famer for the second time in 10 years.
The greatest free agency
Manning?
signing in NFL history, followed by maybe
Maybe.
the greatest trade
I did throw a maybe.
in NFL history.
I did do a maybe. Now.
So wrong. I mean, you could not be
Man,
more
that's a
wrong.
bad-
Hey,
I don't-
Marty,
I don't
can
know
you-
what to say,
Let me hear that
Brett.
one more time. One
I
more
don't
time,
know
please.
what to
One more
say,
time.
buddy.
That part one more time.
Oh
Buddy.
my God.
Teddy just gets one.
No.
more
Back.
year in the system, it'll be
To the trade.
different.
The greatest trade part.
No! It's a Hall of Famer for the second time in 10 years. The greatest free agency signing in NFL history, followed by maybe the greatest trade in NFL history.
Did you hear me? I said worst. I said maybe the worst.
dude, that's got to be
That
of all the
might be
embarrassing things
worst.
of your life. That's got to be maybe
You
the
know,
most.
That's just a way of saying it. I know we have a lot of new listeners, and we really appreciate all your support in getting the word out, and it showed, and we have a loyal following now. We really appreciate it, but why are you guys wasting your time with this show? And that's what I want to end the show by saying, why do we even show up for this? Because clearly we have no idea what the hell
Hey.
we're talking about.
Hey. This is why you listen to this show, okay? You want me going crazy and then 2 years later pointing at the idiot. That's
it.
what you want.
People
you
listen
want
to
this.
People listen to the program to hear me smack my bare tummy.
You want
and
me
then
to be the
spank
punching
myself.
bag? I'll be your punching bag. I'll do that for you.
I mean, honestly, you probably thought you were listening to this show for information and direction and perhaps a little, next time you have a conversation of sport, a little insight. We give you none of that. Instead, we give you these wild proclamations and circus parties, and it's borderline ridiculous.
I have a very poignant question at this point.
Yep.
Is today the last day I ever have to mention the name Russell Wilson? Am I
No,
done?
because he's
Am
going
I-
to sign with another team.
Okay.
and it's
I'm
gonna
talking
come
about in
up-
regards to the Broncos. Can I not do Russ anymore? And if we do Russ on the program and we do try to rehash all of this, I want to learn from it. I never want to repeat this unbelievably god-awful mistake ever in my life. But I'm going to choose to look forward. I'm going to choose to look to the draft. I'm going to choose to look at who they could take. I'm going to choose to look at Jarrett Stidham highlights.
All right. 303-504-0925.
Criminy, dude, this is, try to put this in perspective of the most egregious things in the history of sports.
Moshe.
God, this sucks.
We just saw you slap your rear over the announcement of Russell Wilson.
Dude, I'll slap my rear over a piece of pizza.
Hold on. Hold on. Will you promise me this? If for some way and some reason the Avalanche were able to acquire the services of Sidney Crosby.
Am I
before
allowed
the
to do
trade
that?
Deadline.
Am I allowed
Yeah.
to do that?
If they did that, if they somehow announced that, would you once again slap your behind?
No. I think what the people want is they don't want me having these moments anymore. They want me to
No,
come on the air
no,
and say,
they do.
It's a very, very nice. What do you want me to be? Tom Brokaw announcing this?
Oh,
the rights to Sidney Crosby. Like, is that what you want?
We're hoping
Seriously,
for the bar.
if it were to happen,
Yeah, I'll
if-
do that.
if
I'll
we
just
get-
say I'm hoping for
Yes.
the best. That's what you guys
If
want?
we get another mega trade that occurs and we announce it, I want it handled with prime professionalism, no over-the-top enthusiasm,
Okay.
no music, no
Okay.
belly. We just have to be straight, matter-of-fact NPR.
You want me to be that raving lunatic idiot who looks dumb 2 years later. Don't lie to yourself.
I'll
This is
say
what you
this.
listen for.
Free agency signing in NFL history.
want this.
Followed by maybe the greatest trade in NFL history.
And this is the promise that I make people. If we do that, I will shine a light on how stupid I am.
I also promise, if that ever went down, which it will not, but if it ever did,
Oh, I hope they get it because
I would touch any body part that you'd like me to touch. My nose, my ear.
That's going to do it for us. Everybody have a wonderful
down just a
Tuesday.
little bit.
We will talk to you tomorrow. And maybe not mention possibly the greatest trade in NFL history again after today. Have
Go
a great
Nuggets.
day.
Go
Love you.
Nuggets.
Broncos country, let's ride. Broncos country, let's ride.
Oh, there's Russ Wilson. Oh, no! Oh, that's called an interception.
That's close.
It's Bobby Wagner. That's not what he wanted to cook.
No, I think he burnt whatever he was cooking.
You know, I've been through highs, some of the greatest highs. I've been through some tough lows. We're going through some tough stuff. But the great thing about it is when you go through tough stuff, there's the good stuff on the other side of the mountain. And I think that a big part of it is that you got to know that you got to be able to climb the mountains, but also you got to know that when you go down in the valley, it's just another mountain you got to climb.
Broncos need about 20 yards to make it a 60-yard attempt. Wilson lost the football! Rolling towards the sideline, picked up by the Jets. It's Hall, and he goes. For now, it is a touchdown on the field.
We're all doing it together, and that's the best part about this game. It's an 11 guys on offense, 11 guys on defense, 11 guys on special teams, and then all the guys that are helping us too, whether it's in the game, on the sideline, practice, the mentality, everybody's giving their all, and I think it's what's making the difference.
Most of you know we made a change at quarterback, and it's a decision I'm making, is to, get a spark offensively.
I think Sean commented on that. We really have. This meeting's a deep dive in the entire roster. The door remains open with Russ. I've had good conversations with Russ. Sean's had good conversations. The door is open.
Broncos country, let's ride. Broncos country, let's ride.
And to open up a 2K Tuesday here on Dempsey and Company, Steve Nelson, you genius. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Christopher A. Dempsey, the namesake of the program. The Russell Wilson experiment officially dead in the past, as the team yesterday informed Russ's camp that they would in fact be moving on and cutting him from the team. They'll eat his $85 million in dead cap space, presumably over the course of the next 2 seasons. And what'll go down as, unfortunately, the worst trade and then the worst subsequent contract extension, not only in NFL history, but possibly in North American sports history. This chapter of Broncos lore has now been shut, and we move into the search for now the 13th or 14th starting quarterback since Peyton Manning left the organization.
The worst trade ever in North American sports history?
Yeah.
That's heavy.
I mean, you tell me it's not. Prove to me it's not.
Well, I think I was old. I was a kid when, I was a teenager whenever it was the Vikings traded for Herschel Walker, who was washed up at the time. And they traded about 1,000 draft picks for him.
Dallas got 5 players, 6 conditional draft choices, and a 92 first rounder.
For a running back who was past his prime.
Right.
Obviously. Like, not like, hey, maybe he's got it, and look, that would have been, I guess that would have been the analysis at that point, which maybe he's got something left in the tank, but he didn't have anything left in him. We knew that. Look, it's interesting to me, Raj, because the results of what happened here are going to put this trade on the list, and it should be on the list. But at the time, you're talking about a quarterback who had exactly 1 losing season in his entire career before he got to the Broncos. And so even if you were skeptical as to what kind of quarterback he could be when he got here, it would be real disingenuous for anybody to have said, like, we knew that he was washed and he was terrible, and this was most 100% definitely the worst thing I have seen ever at that time. If that was your take at that time,
no one had that take. That's the thing. And you and I weren't doing a show back then, right? Like,
right.
You and I were still, I want to say 4 or 5 months from doing our first regular show together.
So I don't have the receipts that I can pull like I pulled on Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane this morning when Mark was sitting over here like 4.5 feet away from me trying to say that he was being the Debbie Downer that day. Where, no, he was getting up and smacking his ass and rubbing his naked belly on television. Literally actively doing that on March 16th of 2022. I wish I could pull the receipts because I would have been doing the same damn thing, right?
Yeah.
Was just hanging out and when that news came through, I would have thrown a party, right? I remember being in the office that day when it hit the midday show, when it hit PhD at that time. And it was a fiesta, as it should have been. Nobody at that time, other than the people in Seattle, who were trying to get rid of Russ for the better part of 2 seasons.
Right.
And then when the trade happened, they went, oh my God, we just got out scot-free. We just got 2 first-round picks, 2 seconds, 3 current players, one of which was a former first-round talent and a tight end, the second of which is a legit backup quarterback in this league in Drew Lock, and then another guy who was an interior defensive lineman coming off the best season of his
I know,
career.
but nobody in Denver saw it that way.
Nobody in Denver saw it that
just
way.
from the standpoint,
and certainly not me.
Yeah, but just from the standpoint of everybody wanted Noah Fant out of here. Oh, he can't get himself open. Oh, he can't like all the. Now he's played well, and now we're looking at this a different way. Drew Lock, nobody wanted him around here either. Oh, he's immature. Oh, he's just another in a long line of failed quarterbacks, and then he goes down there, has a couple good moments, and we're looking at that differently. And I just think that part of what makes to me the one of the worst trades of all time is that you saw that coming at the beginning and it fulfilled itself at the end. And I think what we have here is a failed trade at the end for some players that we didn't care about anyway. Now, if we want to talk about the draft picks, okay, that's a different conversation.
I mean, you cared about Noah Fant.
Nobody cared about Noah Fant.
He was a first round. He was a first round pick
cared about
on
Noah
his
Fant.
rookie. Yes, you did.
All
Don't
I
sit
heard
there
was
and
he
tell me
can't
that.
get open. He's
You
not.
didn't
He's a
know
bust.
that-
He's not.
He wasn't a bust yet. He was so
here to
young. He
catch-
was on a rookie
Nobody
deal
said
with a
that, though.
5th-year option,
But
man.
nobody said that. Nobody at the time ever said that.
Giving up Noah Fant was the big piece in the trade. Sure, the first-round picks, sure, the second-round picks. The big actual NFL piece was Noah Fant, the young tight end out of tight end U in Iowa. That was the piece. Sure, had he lived up to the first-round talent yet? Was he George Kittle? No, he wasn't at that time, but he was promising and on a rookie deal. So you can't tell me you just threw Noah Fant in there because you didn't care about him. That's crazy.
I'm saying nobody around here cared because nobody cared about Noah Fant. Albert Okwuegbunam was on the scene. It was just like we needed to move on to the next guy who could catch passes in a real way that we thought. And it turns out that Noah Fant was actually a pretty good tight end.
He's better than anyone that they've had since.
Well,
I'm not going to write home about Noah Fant at this point in his career, but he's better than anyone since.
Yeah, it's just that there's just so much of this trade that the draft picks are what makes it one of the worst trades.
Yes.
And that's it. But
the 4-2-0 Fant sucked. Raj could have blocked him.
Wow. I'm just telling you.
That clearly don't realize how small I am.
No, it's true. I mean, that was the Noah Fant had there was just a lot of criticism about what he was doing on the football field or was not doing on the football field. But anyway, I think, it's too bad that this was a spectacular failure because there was an opportunity for it not to be. And I just think that it's so nuanced. I think it's easy to kind of paint this kind of with a broad brush as to why it failed. But I think this is one of the most nuanced failures that we'll see because year 1 and year 2 were 2 totally different things and 2 totally different coaching staffs. And quite honestly, a Russell Wilson who in year 1 came in and thought he was about to be the man, right? I'm going to do it my way because they didn't want me to be able to do it. The largest contingent of people in Seattle were like, see you later, bro, because we don't want you to do it your way here.
And we were on board with
our
it.
way won us titles. Yeah, we were on board with it because he had not shown that he was a declining quarterback for real.
Right. The decline, everyone here in Colorado, or the vast, how's this? I'll put the vast majority. Everyone is too much of a blanket statement, but 99% of us, 99% of you out there would attribute the poorest season as a Seahawk to what? The thumb injury.
The injury.
Right? It was the thumb injury. That's what derailed him that year. It wasn't that he was losing his pace. It wasn't that Pete Carroll had gotten sick of him and Russell was trying to be more of a brand rather than just a system quarterback. It was the injury. And once that injury healed, he would be fine. Let Russ cook like he cooked the Broncos in 2013 in the Super Bowl, right? That's what everyone expected. And unfortunately, the cardinal sin, as you said, was the draft picks that you gave up in that original trade on top of signing him to the extension, which we all believe was part of the trade. Like, hey, Russ, in order for you to get here, we are going to essentially sign and trade for you. The trade wasn't going to happen without an extension being handshook in place.
Right.
The cardinal sin was the extension, not knowing what you had, because you could probably see within the first 8 weeks of that first season, oh no, this ain't the same dude.
Well, I think part of that is, what Seattle understood was when Russell Wilson and his camp started making overtures that we need to open up the offense more, we need to put more on his shoulders. He wants to be able to, really start to cement his legacy as one of the great quarterbacks to ever play in the NFL. What they understood in Seattle on the inside, I'm not talking about fans and whatever else. Well, on the inside was that is not a thing that this guy can do. It is not. And what we hoped in Denver was that is exactly what this guy could do. We want to allow him the latitude to be able to cook. And that wasn't how that went down. Nathaniel Hackett gave him too much rope to do whatever he wanted. And what happened is he threw a bunch of interceptions. It was, we all know how it went down. The offense didn't score any points. It was bad.
As we're talking about sins of George Payton, the Nathaniel Hackett sin is probably third in that list.
Oh yeah, we're going to get to George Payton. And so it took Russell Wilson, it took the majority of that first season, all of the embarrassment, all of the criticism to put him in a space. Do you remember the toward the end of, after they fired Nathaniel Hackett, and he backtracked on a lot of, he just kind of settled into, all right, you know what? I tried to do it my way. This has been the worst experience of my entire career, maybe of my football life. And I am going to do a little bit more of what just it takes for the team to be able to win. And when he did that, he's had a couple of good performances toward the end of the season. You change coaches, they want to continue down that same road. And he has a season where he throws for 26 touchdowns and 8 interceptions.
Statistically, he was fine last year
because he went back largely, except for in the first, except for in the first 6 games of the season when Sean Payton was calling plays as if he had a Drew Brees, that he went back to a formula and was cool with a formula that made him successful, but he was benched anyway.
A whole bunch on tap for you guys today. Nelly's NFL Notes at 11:20. We're going to debut a couple of new segments here this week. I'm going to take you on a hot lap around the NHL at 10:45 today. Dempsey's going to have his NBA baseline coming up at the same time tomorrow. All of that later on in the show, but on the other side, the sins of George Payton. Can I make a case for why he should still have his job in Denver? That on the other side on Dempsey and Company. 2K Tuesday, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Get those requests in 303-504-0925 on the Shant Mazda text line. Your favorite late 90s, early 2000s jams. Steve Nelson, super producer, will get those on the program if you text him. You can also use the chat function, twitch.tv/altitudesr on the Safeway Twitch stream. Come hang out with all of your best friends in there. Raj alongside Chris Dempsey today, the day after Russell Wilson officially released by the Broncos, or officially told that he would be released by the Broncos, is what actually happened yesterday. They're going to eat those $85 million in dead cap space. It is more than the next two biggest dead cap deals combined. So far and away, the largest dead cap hit in the history of the National Football League for a team that is already $20-some-odd million over the salary cap as we speak today. George Paton has been here for 3 seasons now, right? He's 20-31 since coming here, and he has made the trade to go get Russell Wilson. He has made the trade to go get Sean Payton. He's given up 3 first-rounders and 3 second-rounders in those 2 trades. I look at all of the decisions that this guy has made. After coming over here from Minnesota, when he was hailed as being one of the smartest guys in the room, at the helm of a successful franchise. Well, he wasn't really at the helm of a successful franchise. He was the assistant general manager for 5 seasons in Minnesota when that team went 41-38, made the playoffs in alternating years in those 5 seasons, right? They'd win like 11 games and then go 500 and then win 13 games and then go 500 and then win 10 games and then go under 500. It was very up and down. You could argue just north of mediocre was the rise of George Paton in Minnesota. So my question here, Demps, is with all of these decisions, add in the Nathaniel Hackett hiring just to hope that you could go get Aaron Rodgers. How does this dude still have a job today? Why does this dude still have a job today? Convince me why he needs to be here. After what I just told you, it's not even like he was the guy steering the ship in Minnesota. He was the number 2 for a basically 500 football team that never got it done.
Yeah,
and magically made it deep into the playoffs one year because of a spectacular Case Keenum year.
True. Yeah. No. My sense of George Paton is that if I had to grade his tenure so far, I'd just give him a C, because he is.
Dude, I got a diploma with a C. You're telling me this guy gets out of college with a diploma with the
Yes. Yeah, I do.
track record that he's had here in Denver? You would give that guy passing grades. You're like, here, diploma, go get a job after what you've seen over the past 3 seasons.
Yeah, because we're only telling part of the story. I think that I think half of what he's done. I think his failures have been spectacular failures, right? Like they have been bright neon shining light failures.
Yeah, they have.
And yet he's also got some successes that are super subtle. And I think as a personnel draft guy in particular, he's not bad. He's not bad. This is the same guy that drafted Pat Surtain. This is the same guy who signed Alex Singleton. This is the same guy who drafted Nick Bonito and Baron Browning and all these guys who we laud. We laud them. I mean, that was all under him too. And so if, the issue with him is that he fired Vic Fangio. He hired Nathaniel Hackett. He's a risk. He's a chance taker. He takes a lot of chances, because at the time that you're hiring Nathaniel Hackett, you're doing so, just like you said, because you think you're going to get Aaron Rodgers. Well, why are you so desperate to try to make but he was desperate because this football team to that point had 6 years of no playoffs and one terrible quarterback after another terrible quarterback, and you had no real prospects of being able to remedy that anytime soon.
The head of one of the most successful franchises in the history of the NFL, though, you don't want the guy who's in charge of personnel decisions making desperation moves. That's when you know.
And yet the Broncos were a desperate franchise. They were, and they still are.
That's when you know I think he was. I don't know if he's in over his head, but the track record is enough. Guys have been fired for way less. Way less.
Yeah,
and someone sent a text message in early on in the show. I haven't really thought about this. What after all of these decisions, the Russ one and the contract and the Nathaniel Hackett situation, Elway steps down in March of April of 2023. You think Elway just stepped down because he kind of saw the nonsense that was happening? And Elway was by no stretch of imagination
was a part of the nonsense.
He was part of it.
So
but by no stretch are his hands clean in this. But he had seen success from a player standpoint, from a GM standpoint, from a player personnel standpoint. Had made his fair share of mistakes in that role, and then I could see the argument that Elway saw the writing on the wall and went, "Oh crap, this is going to get way worse before it gets better."
Because he was Elway retired.
He wasn't the architect. He was part of it. Was not the architect.
Elway stepped down because to his best efforts, and look, we all know that John Elway's my guy, my number one sports guy here in the city in my life, and always will be. But by the time he stepped down, to his best efforts to try to get the organization that he played for, won Super Bowls for, and loved, it was not working out. And you had an ownership influx as well. And I think very genuinely that John Elway left because he loved the Broncos so much. Because he didn't want to continue to make decisions that were not putting this team in the best situation to succeed. And he would rather step down and let somebody else try it than continue to just try and fail.
And this guy tried. Like, don't get me wrong. George Paton tried, and he tried to swing for the fences. He really did. He really did, but failed in a spectacular fashion, but still somehow has a job. And it probably stems back to the fact that in the middle of George Paton being here, you went from a trust organization to being purchased for the highest sum of money in North American pro sports history at that time, right? Maybe that's the reason why he's still here, is because the ownership group is figuring things out as they go, and they don't want to come in here and blow a bunch of things up. Maybe that's the reason why he's still here. But there hasn't been a GM that has failed as brightly as George Paton has that has still had their job, just because he is thought of as like a good draft guy. And you go through the draft. Sure, he got Pat Surtain in the first round. Could have also had Micah Parsons in that draft as well. You got Javonte Williams, who shone brightly in his first year, but gets injured, didn't do anything this past season. Quinn Miners, I'll give you a check mark there. I'll give you a check mark on Baron Browning. The 2022 draft outside of Nick Bonito was a complete flop. He then traded away the assets that made him so valuable, right? Like, if we're looking at George Paton as a draft guru, a young talent evaluator, he traded away his best assets to be his best self. 3 first-round draft picks and 3 second-round draft picks, and then showed us that he can't do the opposite side of the equation. He can't do the other side of the pro talent scouting job as well as he can the draft. Like, he hamstrung himself and still has a gig. Does that make sense?
No. No, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I don't believe that. Like, I just need to be very clear. I don't think that while George Paton, I don't even have to find a reason for him to continue to have a job, because I think that you get here and your job is to kind of clean up the mess first. That's what he had to do first. It wasn't his mess. He had to clean up the mess. Now, if you're going to say his head coach, if you're going to say Nathaniel Hackett was a terrible coaching hire, I'll second that. But I also understand why he did that. And that plan didn't work, because every real big risk he's taken is to do what? To get a franchise quarterback, because that's what everybody is looking for across the league all the time. And so he hired a head coach to try to get a franchise quarterback. He didn't get that franchise quarterback. So then he traded a bunch of assets to get a franchise quarterback. That quarterback messed up. And so here we are today. And when you look at, I am going to always be fine if you look, if what you're trying to do is get the position that matters most, and you're going to take a couple risks to do that because this organization has tried through the draft year after year after year after year after year and didn't work, and you're trying to remedy that problem immediately, then okay, I don't mind it because that position is that important. And that is why in this offseason, we have heard Sean Payton and George Payton talk about nothing, but they are putting the utmost pressure on themselves to get this right because you can't continue to get this wrong. You can't. But outside of the quarterback situation, do we know if Sean Payton was a bad coaching hire? Because he probably is going to turn out to be a pretty we'll see. But he got a team. He got a team that you wanted to blow up into an 8-9 situation and probably should have been a winning football team had their quarterback play not been shoddy. And so
you can very easily make the argument the opposite direction for them being a losing football team, like had Buffalo not been completely incompetent.
Somebody has to win and somebody has to lose, Raj. These games are
the only way that you can convince me that, and the Sean Payton experiment still has legs left on it, right? Like, we have to figure out what he's actually going to be. I can't tell you whether or not that was a bust of a trade, a bust of a signing as a head coach. He still needs to play out the contract for me to see that. It is so early on, and we're essentially hitting the reset button today after releasing the quarterback.
And so if Sean Payton gets this team to the playoffs next year, that goes on George Payton's record too.
It does. And
So
I'll give you that. Yeah. I just look at the recent history of George Payton tells me that, like any other situation, the dude would have been yeeted.
See, I don't think
months
so,
and months ago. And the only way that you can convince me that keeping him is the right idea is the one time that he had an opportunity to select in the first round. He hit a home run. The one time. Sure, you could have selected a quarterback there. You could have traded up to go get your guy. You could have selected a Micah Parsons. You could have done that. But the one time that George Payton had a first-round draft pick in Denver, he selected arguably the best corner in football.
Yeah,
and he hasn't had a first-rounder since.
And now he does.
And now he has another one at 12, and he has an opportunity to do what he has not done yet, which is select his quarterback of the future in the first round. That's the way that you can say he gets one more shot at this.
Look, it's
which is far more strikes than anybody else has been given around the league.
I don't think that's true. I just don't. It would be different if he took a franchise that was obviously in the middle of a good run of success and then ran that franchise into the ground. But the Broncos were already losing and not in the playoffs for years and couldn't find a quarterback after Peyton Manning. And, look, for a GM to come into that situation, you know how much that means. The New York Jets roster this year was good enough to get them to probably the AFC Championship game, if not a Super Bowl, but one thing. The quarterback was terrible every single time out. And so you know that no matter how good your roster is, if the signal caller is messing it up all the time, then you are in a very bad space. So then, that leads you to be a little desperate, try to make a splash as a new GM coming in, trying to prove your worth, trying to get this franchise. We've known so many years of great quarterback play here. And then we didn't get it for a bunch. And so you know that you got to take some big swings to get that individual here because you just couldn't get him through the draft. And then you missed on those swings. And those are the two things that his two big swings he missed on. And I'm not going to defend him for those things, but I am going to say I understood why he did what he did at the time. And so now we'll just see. Now, like you said, he's got another first-round pick. Is he going to use that on a quarterback and set himself up and this team up for future success for years to come?
If he sticks around after the draft, because there is also the speculation that he's kind of lame duck GMing right now because teams don't really like to fire their GM a couple of weeks before the draft because it throws everything into disarray. You've seen a lot of GMs go into the draft, select their team, and then they're out in the streets.
Yeah.
Like it's happened a ton of times across the NFL. Maybe that's what's happening here with George Payton. I do see a possibility where, again, you go back to the ownership group being new and having patience, although
that's a part of it.
I could see them going, you tried it one way, you failed horribly, you cost us a bunch of money, although it's couch cushion money for the Walmart family. Try it with draft picks. Try it when you completely reset, when you have your head coach, although he was the third option back when he was hired in Sean Payton. You have your head coach. You have a clean slate at quarterback. You're getting younger and younger by the years. You're essentially giving the guy a second contract to now do it the right way. Where most ownership groups, and this is my argument why, like, how does the guy still have a job? Most ownership groups would have fired George Payton a season and a half ago.
Why? Why would they have done that?
Because the decisions were so asinine.
He just got here.
They were
just got here.
insane.
What decisions had he made by the time the Walter Penner group got here?
Nathaniel Hackett, Russell Wilson's contract extension.
That was after they got here.
It doesn't matter if it was after. It doesn't matter if it was after, Chris. It doesn't matter if it was after. By the time they got here, and to now, we've already seen that the contract was a complete misfire. So it doesn't matter if you signed the contract before the ownership group got here.
It was the price of doing business. They signed that contract after they got here. And it was the
You can't tell me that Jerry Jones wouldn't have fired this guy into the sun a year ago. Come on.
Jerry Jones.
That's crazy.
No. I mean, look, if you're saying that, no, you are making it sound like any person would have fired him after a year on the job? After a year?
How many GMs get their chance to go through multiple head coaches, multiple quarterbacks? Not many, dude. Normally you get a swing.
He's gotten through what he fired Vic Fangio and hired Nathaniel Hackett.
He's now on 3 head coaches. 3 head coaches. Not many GMs across the league can tell you that they got 3 cracks at the head coach at a single job. You've made the argument clear for me that, like, I can see a path forward where the ownership group understands that he deserves another shot because you might be able to do it through the draft. You completely reset.
Did he hire Vic Fangio?
No, that was an Elway decision.
So he is in his second coach. And so if what we're saying here is he's had one coaching hire not work out, then yes, all kinds of GMs survive one coaching hire not work out. A lot of them. And so now he's got his second head coach, and his second head coach improved upon what his first head coach could not do. And so if you're an ownership group, and this is where I'll grant you this, they came in and they were very transparent about saying, we don't know much about the football operation side of this thing. What we do at Walmart, and what we do is we hire people who are experts in these areas, and we let them be experts in these areas. And we will do this here with the Broncos as well, is what they said. And so because of that was a little layer of insulation for George Payton for sure, because the ownership group wanted to come in and understand what this was all about in the first place before they started making decisions on who should and should not be here. And so for George Payton, did that help him? Yes. But also, he hasn't had a long enough of a run here, and he hasn't had so many spectacular failures that you could just look at this and go, that dude is terrible, because his team from last year to this season actually did improve. It did.
We'll get into it a little bit later on in the program. On the other side, Avs win 5-0 over the Blackhawks. Rookie goaltender Justus Annunen in back-to-back shutouts in his last 2 appearances, and I'll take you on a hot lap through the NHL. It's Dempsey and Company.
Bedard at the half wall. Tyler Johnson has it in the corner. 9-0, not 9-1. Bedard lets it go. Glove save made by Onanen. And Eustace is served. Parise works to get it loose. Drouin bouncing puck. 3-on-3 through center ice. Goes backwards instead for Byram. Sam Girard back underneath for Byram. The Hawks take it away. Now they got a breakaway. Connor Bedard. In. Bedard. Save made by Onanen! Too many moves by Connor Bedard, who hits himself in the head with his own stick. Onanen stared him down, and then he shut him down. Bedard went to the forehand, and Onanen got a piece of it with his glove, second piece with the pad.
That's how he plays. If he keeps playing like that, he's going to play a lot.
Eustace Onanen, 37 shots against, 37 saves, back-to-back 5-0 shutout wins in his last 2 starts. Granted, it's come against the NHL's worst team in the Chicago Blackhawks, but a shutout is a shutout nonetheless. The Avs improved their home record to an NHL best 24-6-0. They're damn near unbeatable at Ball Arena as we welcome you back into Between the Pipes here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Did I say Between the Pipes?
You did.
You did, yeah.
I'm in the middle of a hockey segment, man. I was here until midnight doing Between the Pipes.
And
the
also,
show's actually called Dempsey and Company.
And also, in your defense, that exact rejoiner we just played, I did build that last night and play it on Between the Pipes. So I'm recycling my content. You may as well recycle yours.
This is what happens when you deprive me of sleep and I do a late night show and then I have to wake back up, do my job, and then get on the air with you at 10. The fact that I think that's the first time I've done this in
ever.
Damn near 2 years.
Yeah, it is.
It's pretty impressive.
I think it's pretty good. I do.
I mean, Springer, you're looking good. You got a haircut. Got a nice fade going.
Spring down in the gym last night.
Yeah.
Nathan McKinnon, 4-point night last night. Again, this is a game that you should have won. I'm not going to read all that much into pummeling a team like Chicago, but as I said last night, Demps, I can't take too much away from back-to-back wins from a rookie goaltender against a very bad hockey team. But I can take a few things that I saw in those games and say, he's checking boxes off for me. Do I think he's ready to be a full-time backup? Probably not. Do I think he's ready to challenge Alexander Georgiev for a starting spot? Certainly not at this point in his career. But what scared me about Eustace Onanen at the beginning part of his career was that he wasn't up to pace. He was slow reacting, slow post to post. It just seemed like the speed of the NHL game was far too fast for him. Over the last 3 starts, both against Chicago and one in that 2-1 overtime loss at Detroit, he's felt like he has understood the speed of the game. And he's seen great success. The team's played better in front of him, granted, but I have seen him move quicker, make big-time stops on big-time players, breakaway save against Bedard, the post save where he's acrobatic against Dick Foligno, 2 legit players in this league. I've liked what I've seen out of him to the point where you can make the argument to me.
Say it. I want to hear you say it.
If you need the assets that you would otherwise spend on a backup goaltender to go get a second center, if you need those assets to make a trade, Onanen could be your backup.
Yeah, that's what I was wanting to hear.
He can be your backup.
That's what I wanted to hear.
He also needs to do it against a much better team. I'd start him against Detroit.
You would?
Yeah.
Okay. I love everything that you said. And it reminds me of something else that you said earlier this year, which was I asked you because maybe I asked you during a break and maybe not actually during a show. I asked you, how long does it take a young goaltender to become a really good starter in the league or a really good player in the league? And I think your response was something like years. It takes years. So, look, for Onanen, they're asking him to probably speed that up a tick just so that he can be somebody that they can turn to when they need to turn to him. And so to that degree, I hear what you're saying against the Blackhawks. Like, we're not going to write home about that. We're not going to just throw a party about that. But it's just good to see, even again against almost any team, that he is starting to he's starting to trend up. And I loved it. It's one of the things I really wanted to talk to you about today, because when I watched that game last night, I thought, well, he's playing really well. And look, two. I was going to say call it a clean sheet, but 2 shutouts against the Blackhawks is a good thing. It's if this is a team that has lost to the Blackhawks this year, so I don't know. We'll be interested. I'll be interested to see what happens at the trade deadline too.
New thing we'll be doing here every Tuesday. I'm going to take you on a hot lap around the National Hockey League.
Dempsey and Company present the hottest headlines on 200 feet of ice.
Driving! Way fast!
Let's take a lap around the NHL with Raj.
All right, Temps, every Tuesday at 10:45, we're going to go around the National Hockey League, biggest storylines, biggest scores that have happened, and how it actually impacts the Avalanche on the ice. Obviously, big 5-0 win there last night at home, but they still trail Vancouver by 4 points in the West. They do have the same amount of games played. The beast in the West right now is if Winnipeg can continue playing great hockey. 83 points in 60 games played. They have the second fewest games played in the Western Conference. Edmonton currently sits at 76 points with 59 games played to this point. What I want to look at in particular are the road records of many teams around the NHL. As I've told you, I think there are 5 contenders in each of the conferences that can actually get this thing done. The Avs are part of that 5 in the Western Conference alongside Vancouver, Winnipeg, Vegas, and Dallas. The Eastern Conference competition, Florida, Boston, New York, Carolina, and to a lesser extent because of who they've been in recent years, the Tampa Bay Lightning. Obviously, Demps, we know that the Avs are unbelievable at home, right? 24-6-0 on the road. However, they are NHL 500 at 14-14-5. So I went back and I dug through every single year dating back to the NHL's lockout in 2003-2004. The road records for any Stanley Cup champion, 55% was their points percentage on the road. The lowest team, 55%. That was Pittsburgh at 19-15-7 during the regular season when they won their final of back-to-back cups in the late 2010s. The best team on the road was 79% points percentage on the road. Chicago, 18-4-2 when they went roughshod to their second of 3 cups in the middle 2010s. The average for teams in terms of your points percentage on the road is 62%. That dates all the way back to 2004. The Avs currently sit at 50%. If they win every single one of their 8 remaining road games, they'll sit at 60% in their points percentage, which is 2 percentage points below the league average to have won cups dating back to 2004.
It's the one thing that really scares me about the Avs is that they're not winning on the road because they're going to have to do that in the playoffs. But also, Nichushkin is not here, and he'll be back, and so I think that gives me some hope that will switch itself around late in the season and then into the playoffs.
If you find a way to go 19-16-6 on the road by the time the regular season ends, that'll get you up to a 54% points percentage away from Ball Arena. As you look through these teams to have won Stanley Cup championships, Vegas did not play a road series last year. Colorado did not play a road series last year. Tampa Bay had bubble championships the years before. St. Louis is the last team to have won more than 1 road series, dating all the way back to 2016 when they barely made it into the playoffs, and they won 3 series away from St. Louis that year because they got stellar goaltending from a rookie netminder in Jordan Binnington, who posted a .914 save percentage and a .248 goals against average. That's the way that you can do this. If you're not good away from Ball Arena, which the Avs are not this season, if you want to win more than 1 road series, you have to have a save percentage that's somewhere around .920 and a goals against average that is somewhere around .265. Those are your magic numbers for the Avs as we stand today.
And your road games remaining, Calgary, Vancouver, Edmonton.
You could argue that the Avs only have 3 legit road wins this year. Toronto, Dallas, and Dallas. You could argue that Philadelphia 7-4 is a decent one, too.
And so they'll have some opportunities to collect a couple of more significant road victories. You have Edmonton twice on the road, Minnesota, Columbus, and the Vegas Golden Knights. So we'll see, man. It's a very interesting stat, and it's one of those things that has, I think, concerned a lot of us the most about the Avs is when you get away from this arena, are you still able to put the same product on somebody else's ice consistently?
Yeah, I just don't understand why they've been so bad away from home, why they've been so uninspired away from home. But the three teams that meet my threshold in each of the conferences right now in terms of being able to win games away from home ice: Florida, Boston, and New York in the Eastern Conference, Vancouver, Winnipeg, and Dallas in the West. Colorado and Vegas currently sit at 50 and 52%. Tampa Bay sits at 47% in the Eastern Conference. You have to go hot in the stretch run on the road to prove to me that you can win away from Ball Arena, right? So everyone's like, oh, the Avs can just turn it on. The data says you can't. The data tells me you can't. And there are teams in there that have won cups in recent seasons that are much like the Avs, right? That are exactly how they're built. Look at those Pittsburgh Penguins teams that won in 2008 and won in 2017. They had two studs in the middle of the ice. They had a stud defenseman, and then they had to get really, really good goaltending, right? The Los Angeles Kings in 2013, 946 save percentage and a 141 goals against average from Jonathan Quick, which is arguably the greatest goaltending performance of all time. Unless you're banking on that, you have to shuck 20 years of data in order to win the Stanley Cup championship this year while being as bad as the Avs are on home ice.
Yeah, and we're going to get, you know what, look, it's not easy to end the season either. So we're going to get a very clear look at when everybody's also back, how this looks and how they're playing going into the playoffs.
Again, Avs win 5-0 over the Chicago Blackhawks. The Denver Nuggets, big matchup. Possible Western Conference final preview tonight at Ball Arena. Dempsey will take us through Nuggets and Suns on the other side. Nuggets Suns tonight, 7:30 pregame right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Dempsey and Company rolls along on a 2K Tuesday. Nuggets have been red hot coming out of the All-Star break. Phoenix, however, dropped 4 of 6, including 2 of those games to the Houston Rockets. They sit at 35 and 26. They're above that thin dotted line in the Western Conference, currently holding a half-game lead on the Sacramento Kings in the 6th seed in the West. Demps, big matchup. If you look at the teams, certainly at the beginning of the season, that were going to be the biggest threats to Denver to repeat, Phoenix would have been at the top of that list.
It would have been for me, yeah, for sure. And I'm just going to back off of that about this point right now because they're just too injured to be a viable threat. And, for instance, Devin Booker will not play in tonight's game. He's out for like a week to 10 days with an ankle sprain. Bradley Beal will be on the court for them, so they'll have Bradley Beal and Kevin Durant, and that'll be a vastly different line. This is what I had to remember, but this is who started for Phoenix. They've played one time this season. The Nuggets won that game. And the Phoenix Suns started Grayson Allen, Kevin Durant, Eric Gordon, Yusuf Nurkic, and Keita Bates-Diop. So their lineup from then to now will be a little bit better, and we'll see about Yusuf Nurkic. He has popped up on the injury report as well with right calf tightness.
Well, yeah, when you pull down 31 boards in your last game, you might be a little tired.
31.
31 rebounds, man.
That's crazy.
It's insane. And a loss.
It really is. They lost to OKC. So this will be interesting. I mean, it's like, look, the Nuggets have taken down some teams that have entered the game playing really well. They're on hot streaks of their own, and the Nuggets have just cooled them right off. But the Phoenix Suns are in the reverse here. They are trying to hold on, and they're trying to hold on to a top 6 spot. I mean, you mentioned this right off the top, and it's very important to the Phoenix Suns that they finish in that top 6 because nobody wants to play in the play-in. And right now, they're only a half game up on the Sacramento Kings in that respect. So they're trying to fight to stay in the top 6. The Nuggets are just trying to fight to stay hot, and they have an opportunity here tonight to be tied for first place in the Western Conference. And so, can they do that? And I like these games because obviously, as you just mentioned, this could be a potential playoff matchup. So how does it look with Bradley Beal on the court?
How does it look potentially without Jamal Murray?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. You don't expect him to come back tonight.
I expect. I don't know that I don't expect him back. Is he? Oh yeah, no, he'll play.
He'll play.
Yeah, he's playing.
Okay.
He's not even on the. He's not even nobody but Vlatko Čančar is on their injury report.
All right, so that panic point with Jamal Murray having come down on Aaron Gordon's ankle is.
Oh yeah. No.
That's gone in the past. We don't have to worry about that.
No. It's gone in the past. So, I am looking forward to seeing what happens here tonight. I expect the Nuggets to win the game. I do. I think Phoenix is just not playing as well as they want to right now, and they don't have all the personnel they want to either. So, can you kind of take this team out and continue to play the brand of basketball that you've been playing?
How long is that brand sustainable, right? Because what we heard from this team is we know what time it is, but it's still a month and a half until the playoffs roll around. And if you play with we know what time it is mindset and effort and exertion, you run the risk of being gassed by the time that the playoffs roll around. Is this something that you see them put their best foot forward against Phoenix, against Boston, and then by the time you see the Toronto Raptors next Monday at the end of the homestand, maybe the foot gets left off the gas?
Well, I think because they are hovering right around first place, I think they'll play.
There's a carrot.
Yeah. I think they will do what they feel needs to be done in each of these. I think they'll take each of these games individually and say, okay, how are our players today? Is there anybody that's really beat up that might need a night off? And if that's the case, then I think they'll give that individual night off. I mean, we're talking about Jamal Murray here. I think there's another night off or two in his future. Don't know exactly where, but I would expect that. I mean, the Nuggets only have one more set of back-to-back, so they're at least having 1 day off between every single game from here until the end of the season, save for one stretch right at the end of the season. But so that'll give players a chance to be able to recover a little bit between games. But I don't expect the Nuggets to push health to chase a seed. But if health is good, then this is totally sustainable because what they're doing on the basketball court is just offensively, they've always been good. I don't even mean, but defensively, so dialed in on that side of the court, effort-wise, their ability and willingness to rotate and recover and play for each other on that end and play and then clear the defensive glass when you get that stop and then run off of that. So can you keep doing that? Yeah, of course they can. That is completely sustainable, especially because you have such a short time between from here to the end of the season and then a week off for the play-in tournament, and then you hit the ground running with all the energy that you need for the playoffs.
Nuggets Suns tonight, 8 p.m. tip. You can watch that one on TNT. Listen to it right here with Kaz on the call starting at 7:30 with your pregame and Mark Bertnold. I want to get back into the Avs and Justus Anunen's starring role that he's had over his past few games. Obviously, going 2-0-1, back-to-back shutouts against Chicago, an overtime loss in which he guaranteed the Avs a point with his stellar play in the third period against the Red Wings. This is a situation where I don't believe Anunen will be pushing Georgiev for a starting role on this team anytime soon. He's 23 years of age. He's very young. He's only got 9 starts over the course of his career. Like he's as green as they come. But what I am seeing is down the rungs of this goaltending ladder throughout the franchise is you've seen these two young guys, Ivan Prosvetov and Justus Annunen, being sent up and back between the Eagles, between the Avs, trying to figure out who's going to take the reins as that backup to Georgie. And I do believe in guys performing above expectation while being underneath someone and lighting a fire underneath their butts, right? Mm-hmm. And that's what Prosvetov has been doing over the past month with the Eagles, is he's been one of the best, if not the best goaltender in the American Hockey League. He was terrible at the NHL level, but when he got sent back down and Annunen got sent back up, it's very easy to realize what your counterparts are doing. I think that's something that pushed Annunen to start performing at an NHL level, or an NHL backup level at this point in the season. What I can only hope is that Annunen's recent run of success does the same thing to Alexander Georgiev, despite not having a true threat to that throne.
Well, and that's the variable, right? It's, if you're Georgiev, you can be truly happy for what Annunen's doing. You can, you can openly root for him, but you don't feel threatened. And that's the variable that you're missing with Annunen, because what everybody just wants to see, the coaching staff, they just want to see him just keep improving. Show us that you can be a guy that we can turn to if we need to be able to turn to you down the stretch, and then cross our fingers in the playoffs. Like, does he need to spot in and start? And can they get that trust? I don't think Georgiev is going to feel any kind of pressure in any way from Annunen in terms of he's pushing my job, or, in any way, real shape or form. So Georgiev's just going to have to manufacture whatever it is he needs to manufacture to get himself in the space that he needs to be in by himself, or the organization is going to have to go out and trade for a backup goalie. And I think Annunen is really making him think about not doing that.
I appreciate that. Like, again, I don't know if he's a player that at this point in his career can really push for a starting job, but if he allows you to retain even a third-round draft pick that you can add to the pot if you want to go out and get a guy like Casey Middlestad or like Morgan Frost to bolster your second center option, because that's what you're going to have to do. I threw out a bunch of stats, right? Like, the Avs likely will have to play road series on their way to another Stanley Cup championship this year, and they don't play well away from home. When I threw out those numbers in terms of, like, the goaltending numbers that you have to have in order to win multiple playoff series dating back to the NHL's lockout in 04, I threw out the Jonathan Quick season in 2013, where you're not going to.
He was so sick.
Stellar.
Yeah.
You're not going to get that, but you can get a 910 save percentage and a 260 goals against average, which is essentially Georgie last year. 918 and 253. His playoffs last season, he went 914 and 260. Those are the same exact numbers, essentially, with a better save percentage than Hall of Famer Marc-Andre Fleury put up for the Penguins in 2008. Those are very similar numbers to the torrid run that Jordan Binnington went on in 2018 with the St. Louis Blues when he put up a 914 save percentage and a 248 goals against average. I told you that the numbers weren't in the Avs' favor, but when you look closer at those cup runs of those teams that I just mentioned, Pittsburgh in 2008 and St. Louis in 2018, their goals for differential, 0.4 for Pittsburgh, 0.3 for St. Louis. The Avs are up in a 0.55 right now.
Yeah.
What has shown me promise this year, especially if they go out and save that mid-round pick so that they can go get another second center or a second or a third center, is even with average goaltending numbers, you can outscore your problems on your way to a cup. So the road record, while it concerns the living hell out of me, the fact that they score at such a high clip, if they add more to this team, Nichushkin and a trade, I think they can get it done.
I do too. But I'm still concerned about the road thing.
Nelly's NFL notes are next. It's 11:20 on Dempsey and Company. It means it's time for Nelly to bring us around the gridiron. Stephen Nelson, what do you have for us today?
Stephen Nelson, am I in trouble? Are we okay?
You are in trouble.
Okay, all right. Well, hey, let me see
Got
if
a gavel around here somewhere.
I know it's over there.
You know who is in more trouble than me? The Denver Broncos, because they just got rid of Russell Wilson. Or maybe, depending on who you ask, maybe they just got out of trouble.
Right.
But let's reset the biggest story of the day here. Yesterday, the Broncos informed Russell Wilson that his days in orange and blue are over. And he released a statement, and the Broncos released a statement publicly on social media that both are full of things they didn't mean. So which one do you want to hear first? I have both the statement from George Paton and Sean Payton, and then I have the statement from Russ himself.
Let's go management first, quarterback second.
All right. They said, quote, "We spoke with Russell Wilson today to inform him of his release after the start of the league year. On behalf of the Broncos, we thank Russell for his contributions and dedication to our team and community while wishing him the best as he continues his career. As we move forward, we are focused on building the strongest team possible for the 2024 season and beyond. We are excited to improve this offseason and will have the flexibility to get better through the draft and free agency."
So I suppose that tells me that they're going to try and eat the 34 or 35 million this year rather than having the bigger portion of the dead cap come in 2024. Because you'll have to split it 35.4 million this season and then 49.6 coming up in 2025.
Okay.
And with what that joint statement from the Paytons says is, we think that we were close to the playoffs and we think that we can get there. So we're going to make sure that we give ourselves the greatest latitude now to continue that success rather than eating nearly $50 million in season one and then having it get better as the years go by.
Mm-hmm.
The hope is that they hit big in the draft this year and that the $50 million next season, including hopefully a cap raise as well, will then be far less than what it feels like right now.
Yeah, the salary cap, going up as much as it did really does help them. Like, it is a twist on what they have said kind of periodically since, in their last few press conferences, which is we feel like we have flexibility to do the things that we still want to be able to do, while still making sure that everybody understands that they will not attack free agency anywhere near the way they did last year when first day it was just like sign, or at least agree to contracts on those first days. That's not going to happen this year.
No, they will not be the biggest spender in free agency.
No, and
shock.
No, and they've made that clear multiple times. And they've also said, but at the same time, we feel we have some flexibility to do some things, and that was before we even knew the salary cap was going up as much as it did.
Yeah. You don't lose any cap space in 24. You free up $6 million in cap space. All like $6 million is hardly anything in the NFL. In 25, and you free up a roster spot. That's what this did.
Yeah. I from a management side, I hope this is the last that we hear from management on this because they have they're not absolved of all the issues here, but now it's time to see what the Broncos can do going forward.
Nelly.
Are we doing it? Do we have enough time to dig into Russell Wilson's statement here?
Oh, God.
Okay, so I'll just gloss over the first part where he just thanked the Denver community and the whole city and everybody for embracing him and his family, and he was grateful for the chance to compete. And now, let's get to the second part here. Court, I'll never forget your one-handed catch in L.A. and your toe tap in Buffalo. Bowles, you always wrapping your arm around me, win or lose. Brandon Johnson, your relentless work ethic. Judy, you snagging and high-pointing that ball versus KC. Javonte and Tim, y'all always being positive in the midst of injury, but fighting daily to be back. Jaleel, you running to the end zone every practice. I still think Burton's got you, though. Alex, from you picking up years ago to seeing you shine, to the O-line dinners at Los Dos.
Make it stop! No, keep going. Keep going.
Which one is it? To everyone helping like Lamar, making sure I had all of the film and cut-ups. To Harry and Cole, the best pregame warm-ups.
That's right. Keep going.
I'll never forget Wendy and Brandy in the cafeteria, daily bringing the good food, but even better jams.
Hold on, you made that last sentence up.
No. Wendy and Brandy in the cafeteria.
That's not part of the statement.
Yes, is daily bringing the good food,
Come
but
on.
the even better jams. Thank you for always being uplifting.
When I read his statement,
And there's more, but I'm done. Like I'm getting nauseous. I have to stop.
Hold on. Imagine being one of the people that doesn't get named.
Oh, look, he named...
How worthless do you have to feel to not get named in one of those statements?
Well, there's two people that will never be named in that statement.
Sean and George?
That's right. That's right.
And also, credit where credit is due. Shouting out the lunch staff, that's actually kind of a baller move. Like, I respect Russ for knowing where his bread is buttered, if you'll pardon the pun.
Okay. Yeah, you're right about that, Nelly. Look, I think two things. One, obviously, that is completely on brand for Russell Wilson. He name checks everybody. But also, I think that there was one last twist of the knife to the Paytons, which was, I'm going to name check everybody on down to the lunch ladies, and I'm not going to say anything about you guys. And so I think there was a little bit of both there. By and large, guys, I just think that Russell Wilson has handled himself the best way he possibly can. I mean, I don't have any issues with how he's handled himself throughout this entire thing. He felt betrayed, and to a certain extent he probably was, but also he wasn't good enough, and I think he knows that too. So now it's just time for everybody to move on, and it's probably the best thing for everybody.
Nelly, what's next?
Reminder that this segment is brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. Now, as I mentioned yesterday, inside Nelly's NFL Notes is going to be a segment within a segment. Around 11:30 every day, I'm going to give you Nelly's NFL Draft Note. And so for today's draft note, I actually did a little digging, and Raj, I found a way that you might be able to split the difference between your idea of eating the entire cap now and management's strategy to probably spread it out evenly. According to Spot Track, there actually is a way that they could eat not all of it, but more of it this year and less of it next year, and that would be converting $22 million bonus into immediate salary, which means in 2024, they would burn $53 million, and then in 2025, they would burn $32. So maybe that's a way that you can still suck enough this year, like you want to rebuild, and then soften some of the blow in 2025. Does that hold any water for you?
I mean, it does hold water for me, but I don't share the same vision for this year's team that Sean Payton does. My vision is that they will not make the playoffs as it currently stands, that they outperformed expectation last year, and that they are likely to get worse because they have to get younger and cheaper, and now you're eating the league's highest dead cap in history. So that's my thought process, which is I would prefer to get rid of the most money up front so that when you are down the road with more draft picks, with younger players, that you have more flexibility to insulate those guys with veteran talent through free agency. They're not going to do that, right? Because they think that they're closer. Sean Payton doesn't want to have to deal with that long of a rebuild. And I suppose the other thing that it tells me is that, yeah, you're going to get a quarterback this year. Like, your quarterback room will be Jarrett Stidham and a rookie. That's what it is. And that's the only way that you can utilize this is by getting a guy on a rookie deal, hopefully with a fifth-year option that you draft either at 12 or if you trade down into the lower portion of the first round to maybe get a falling Michael Penix Jr., and then you pick up a second-round draft pick as well so you can go and get a tight end or a wide receiver to help out that young quarterback.
Do you think that if the pick is, let's just, I'm hypothetically here, but let's just say it's Penix. Well, let's just say they love him to death. Do you just pick him at 12 and take the chance?
D-Max says yes.
I think I agree with that then. I didn't know he said that, but yeah.
D-Max thought process is go get your guy regardless of what it takes.
And don't worry about that.
It could be 10 first-round draft picks. If you get your guy, good for you.
Yeah, no, I believe in drafting the player, I don't believe in taking the chance that, well, he should be here another 10 picks down. We're going to trade down, get another couple of picks. He'll still be there, and we'll have our cake and eat it too.
That's what I've been the guy that said, like, don't take chances, right? Like the wild swings that George Payton took on Nathaniel Hackett. That was taking a chance to hopefully get Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
I'm being contrarian right now because I would say if you think that Penix could be available between 25 and 30, 25 and 32 at the end of the round, then go grab him down there so that you can get more draft picks because you are so cap strung right now. That's me taking a chance.
Yeah.
And you would run the risk of Penix getting selected, and now you have to deal with, like, maybe Bo Nix is the guy that you jump up and you grab, and he's another Drew Lock.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why, even though I know Penix has kind of a wide range of where he's projected to go, and a lot of this was still in the second round, and maybe he played himself into the first round with his performance at the Combine. But I think if he's there, if that's your guy, and again, I'm using Michael Penix as the example here because even though you have these players that have a lower grade and you have a high pick in the first round, just take him. Just do it. Don't leave that to chance. If you really love him, just take him. And I hope that they do that. You don't need to game the system here. I think you just get your guy and then figure out another way if you can get back into sort of the way that they were able to get back in and then select Marvin Mims. And if you can just do that, then
yeah, but to get back in, you would presumably have to give up assets. What I'm saying is trade down so that you don't have to give up assets.
Now, well, the assets that you would have to give up are just players that you can't afford anyway.
Who's going to fetch a second?
Multiple players. I don't know.
Who's going to fetch a second?
I don't know.
It's not Judy. It's
Jerry
not
Jeudy.
Sutton.
Jerry Jeudy in a future
Jerry Judy's going to get you like a fourth
and a
at
future
best.
fourth. I don't know. I mean, I look at the second round as the second round, but
there's no one on the roster that's going to get you a second.
If you jump into the third round, what if you add another one to the third?
Get more picks, get younger, get cheaper. Nelly,
don't.
How about a palate cleanser after all this Broncos doom and gloom?
I'll take it.
So yesterday, Jason Kelce announced his retirement from the National Football League after playing 13 seasons. And his press conference was 40 minutes long. He spoke for 40 minutes about his amazing, storied career. And he thanked everyone. He thanked his wife, who's been his rock and his anchor. He thanked the Eagles. He probably thanked Taylor Swift. I don't know. I didn't listen to all 40 minutes. But he got very emotional when he was talking about his relationship with his brother, Travis. And I pulled a clip here.
We have a small family. We have a small family. No cousins. One aunt, one uncle. It was really my brother and I our whole lives.
Wow.
We did almost everything together. Competed, fought, laughed, cried, and learned from each other. We invented games, imagined ourselves as star players of that time. We'd envision making the winning plays day after day on Kohler Ridge Road. We won countless Super Bowls in our minds before ever leaving the house.
Well, look, he was an awesome player. This is one of the more emotional. I don't usually get emotional watching the press conferences, but there was so many tears. But it was so very heartfelt. And he talked about at one point, the city of Philadelphia kind of adopting him and him being, representing them and wanting to represent them the right way. A player like Jason Kelce is exactly what every team wants and needs. That you need 40 of them, on your team that exemplify great play, accountability, humility. He was all about football and his team and the city that he was representing, and all of that spilled out in that press conference yesterday. It was great.
I loved it as much as the next guy, but I'm a little upset that you didn't pull the Nick Foles clip because that was the best part of the
Well,
press conference.
I was gonna save that. Raj, it's
The
like
Nick
you and,
Foles clip is the best
well, hold
part
on.
of the press conference.
It's like you and I have ESPN or something because I was gonna mention that, but I mean, he said 99% like amazing, wonderful, emotional things. Then my plan was to talk about that afterwards. But go off. It's okay.
He put to rest one of the great rumors of the Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl season or Super Bowl championship, and that was Nick Foles being a prominent figure.
As Ryan Harris always used to say, Nick Foles never has a bad day, and Jason Kelsey confirmed that definitively.
That was the best part of it. It was too damn good. Oh, let's do one more, Nelly.
I'm just going to brace you guys now for another offseason of NFL running back contract controversy because the Giants have just announced they are not going to franchise tag Saquon Barkley, so he will be set to hit the market as an unrestricted free agent, and inevitably we're going to have the same conversation again about how much you should pay running backs and how liable they are for injury and what their actual value is. So I just want to make sure everybody's prepared for that now.
The running backs were so close to having a little more leverage.
They were that
They were
close,
so close.
man. They were right at the end.
They were right at the end. And if San Francisco gets over the finish line, and with a player like Christian McCaffrey, they could all just go, see, look what you need.
Yep.
You absolutely need that.
Yep.
And now the owners are just going to go, that team didn't win.
The team with the really good quarterback got it done
Yep.
with nobody helping him out
Right.
outside of a tight end.
Right.
Like Isaiah Pacheco. You can find Isaiah Pacheco anywhere, and you don't have to pay him as much as Derrick Henry's $12.5 million.
Yep.
You are so right.
Yep.
They were tantalizingly close.
We're so close. But yeah, so, well, Saquon, everybody else, sorry, take that $9 million per year and love it.
NHL's trade deadline coming up on Friday afternoon. Rumor mill is running around with the Avs. Is there a player that they lost to in the playoffs last year that fits? Will they make a big move? I'll tell you who that player is and whether or not I want him here in the Mile High City on the other side. 2K Tuesday wrapping up here at Dempsey and Company. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us on the Champ Mazda text line. Watch us twitch.tv/AltitudeSR on the Safeway Twitch stream. PhD is coming up next from noon to 3. We'll have plenty more on the Broncos situation. George Payton, how does he still have a job? Is there a reason why you keep him after the NFL's draft coming up in April? Obviously, you don't want to fire the dude a month and a half before you're selecting the future of your team, especially if you believe in him being a draft guru. That was the only way that Demps could get me back on board with the George Payton thing. Is like, well, he's hit on 2 of the 3 drafts, and he's actually got a first-round draft pick this year. Who knows what he can do when he selects a quarterback with it? So that's my last pitch. If you hit this pitch, you can stay George Payton, but if you screw this one up,
which we will know, I mean,
you're gone, and you should have been gone a while ago. Again, I think many GMs would have been fired way ahead of what is coming down the pike for George Payton. Before we get back into that, and before we preview the Nuggets and the Suns, get you some picks there, Avs are in the rumor mill. Trade deadline coming up on Friday afternoon that the Seattle Kraken have held center Alex Wenberg out of their last game. They're expected to hold him out of their games going through Friday's trade deadline. This is a guy that I've actually talked about for the last 2 or 3 seasons of he could be a pretty good fit. I always throw the Boone Jenner guy out there for the Columbus Blue Jackets, but Wenberg he's a player that is reliable. He's a penalty killer. He would not slot in typically on any of your power play units, but he is a guy that helps you in the face-off dot. His entire career, however, he just hasn't put up the points. So that's the one thing that I look at the Alex Wenberg situation is, while I love the player he is, can he actually put up what you need out of a second-line center, which is bordering on 45 to 60 points across the full width of an NHL season. This year, he only has 25 points in 60 games. Last year, he put up 38 points in 82. The most points he's had in his NHL career was when he was playing with Columbus in 2016-2017 as a 22-year-old, when he had 13 goals, 46 assists for 59 points. He has not touched the 40-point mark since then, and he's been largely healthy. So that's the one thing, is that his underlying numbers have been very, very good. He just doesn't produce. And you could argue that, well, he's been with Columbus, a meh organization, Florida in 20 and 21, and 21 and 22, where they finished second in the Central. They lost in the first round to Tampa. The next season, they won a first-round playoff matchup against Washington, lost in the second round to Tampa again. So he's been on some teams that have been either mediocre or just gotten into the playoffs. He's never been on a true title contender.
So that could have impacted his production value.
Possibly.
I how many years has he been in the league?
Wenberg has been around since 2015, if I'm correct. He's 29 years old.
Yeah.
His rookie season was 2014-15.
So this would be another one of these individuals. See, what the Avs did this year was kind of collect a couple of those type of guys that maybe the production hasn't been there in the last couple of seasons,
right,
but they have shown some promise. And so do you want to add another one of those kind of guys to your team? And I mean, I don't know. I mean, if he is the best, most affordable option out there for you, and you feel like he can come in and be what you need at that position, then the answer is always yes. I mean, but if you're looking at yourself and you're going, okay, I'm going to cross our fingers that this might be a thing, I just think you need to be a little more sure with that position, because they have been searching for that guy for the last couple of seasons, ever since Kadri has been gone.
He's a $4.5 million cap hit. He's a unrestricted free agent at the end of this season. You might have to get a third team involved in this trade to try and launder the money and fit him under the cap. There's a possibility that you could just do it 1-for-1, but Seattle would have to take all 50% of his salary. Again, there's a way that you can get up to 75% of that salary if you, again, launder it through a team like Arizona or Chicago. There's a way to do that. You just have to give up more assets. A lot of the time, that is a third, fourth, fifth round draft pick where if you want to go out and get a backup netminder, you might need to utilize that arrow to go out and get a backup. The reason why Wenberg is so sticky right now, drafted him in 2014?
Who?
Columbus. You know who was there in 2014 with Columbus?
Who?
Current Avs GM Chris McFarland.
Oh,
he was
wow.
the assistant GM back with the Blue Jackets in 2014.
Yeah. So he's
He
already
knows the
he's
player.
already got a line on him.
He helped select him, and a lot of the times the assistant GM is very much in the trenches of not just pro scouting, but certainly pre-pro scouting and minor hockey and prospect scouting. There's a very good chance that Chris McFarland was the guy who was pounding the table in the first round for Columbus to take him back in the mid-2010s.
Yeah, that's
he
interesting.
might be the guy.
Yeah, that's interesting, and I wonder what he thinks of his career to this point. You know what I'm saying? Like, there is a pre-draft evaluation of a player, and even if you love him, then that player gets into the league, and the question is have you loved how he has turned out? Has he turned out in a fashion that you thought might happen? If the answer is yes, even with some of the point production not being exactly there, if McFarland looks at him and says, you know what I thought of him going into that particular draft way back in the day is essentially the player that has turned out, and I still really love him, then that's a big deal. It's a big deal. If he doesn't love how he's turned out, if he has turned out less than what he thought this player might be, then I think it's easy to go, messed up on that one, and I'm not going to do it twice.
It's very clear to find that thread, right? Like Ryan Johansson, Columbus Blue Jackets draft pick when McFarland was part of the organization. When they came over, and Bednar, again, part of the Columbus organization then, when they came over to Colorado, they brought a guy like Matt Calvert into the fold. There's a lot of times where GMs and coaches, when they go from place to place, will bring their guys, much like George Payton's done with the Broncos, right? He finds his players, he finds his staff members, and they bring it and they try and insulate here. That's why I think Wenberg is going to be the guy that they swing the biggest at this year. They know him, they must like him, and more often than not, the retreads that McFarland has tried here in Colorado have worked. Johansson, not so much, but the other ones, yes. Jack Johnson.
Yeah.
Right? Those retreads have worked.
Yeah. And really, I mean, I guess if you really just need him to be really good for you for a 3-month span.
Yeah.
That's really what we're talking about here. Right?
It depends what you're going to give up.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if I give up a first for Wenberg, but that's probably what the asking price is going to be. Then again, I've been wildly off on the market before.
Yeah, it's hard to know.
All right, we got a 7:30 pregame here. Nuggets and Suns. Give me a little preview. Give me a pick. You said that they should win this game. No Devin Booker for the Suns.
Right.
Jamal, having played in that Lakers game, on the court, don't have to worry about his ankle. It's full bore here. You need wins against the Western Conference. You've got first place right in your sights. You're a half game out, and a win throws you in there.
Yeah, no doubt. And I just haven't seen an injury report for the Nuggets look this clean in a while, so I'll just knock on all the wood for that. Just want to double check while I'm talking here. Vlatko Chanchar. That's it, and he's been out with the ACL all season long. I wonder actually how he's doing. He has been on the court shooting around and doing some things, moving around fairly well. But, you're looking at no Devin Booker. We're looking at a questionable Jusuf Nurkic. Now, look, the Phoenix Suns are probably conducting media availability right now, so there should be an update on Jusuf Nurkic, unless he's just going to say, well, it'll be a game time decision of some sort. I think that the Nuggets, at the way that they're playing right now, both offensively and defensively, we had Michael Malone on earlier this week, and he basically was saying that since the All-Star break, they are top 5 in the top 5, both offensively and defensively. And if that's going to continue to be the case, Raj, then I'll show you a basketball team that will eventually rise to the top of the standings. Because you can't play that well, even if some teams around you are playing fairly well and not be rewarded for that. We watched Oklahoma City get beat by the Lakers yesterday, and the Nuggets dispatched of the Lakers. And so there's just going to be these little inflection points where I think the Nuggets can just continue to just incrementally climb their way back up to the top. But you got to take care of teams like Phoenix, and I think they will tonight.
Well, that'll do it for us on a Tuesday. Special thanks to, again, my partner, Chris Dempsey, to Steve Nelson behind the glass. I love and appreciate you, my friend.
I won't forget Nick Foles having the game of his life on the biggest stage possible. And the biggest on the team going up to Doug Peterson and asking for the Philly special. And Doug Peterson having the biggest in the stadium to say, yeah, let's do it.
My guy. I'm Alex Ryan. NHL trade deadline coming up on Friday. Dempsey's going to have your NBA baseline coming up tomorrow at 10:45. PhD is next.
Yeah. Well, look, we better. So the question was, finding the right solution to quarterback in this league, which is obviously very competitive in our division. I think it's vital. I saw this like humorous meme the other day where there was a Bronco fan with a shirt on, and there was like 8 quarterbacks' names with a cross through it, and he's drinking the quarterback Kool-Aid, and our job is to make sure that this next one, doesn't have a line through it.
No, I appreciate that. We've moved forward. We've addressed that. We've moved forward. Everything we did was above board, but I appreciate Russ, but we've moved forward. We have a lot of work to do. We're here at the Combine. We have free agency around the corner. We're focused on bettering our team and winning football games.
Michael. Never go against the family. Fredo. Wait a second, not Fredo. Michael.
Fredo's one winning against
Fredo went against the family.
Yeah. 2, Leighton 2 in Cuba.
What's wrong with you? You gotta go up to him by the bing.
That's how Sonny would advise George Payton.
You don't mess around. You go up to him by the bing, Russell Wilson.
See you later, Russ.
Rada bada bing.
Hey, drop the gun, grab the cannoli. Hey, this music and a part of that speech where he just says had names crossed out on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tyler brought it out to us today in the Follow the Social Media Star Athlete segment of this show.
Mm-hmm.
Cortland Sutton may be the first victim of our hit list from yesterday.
By the bing,
By the
Cortland
bing,
Sutton
Cortland.
puts out a tweet. Another one.
Another what?
Hey, all right, let's go.
Another championship? Another win?
Well, definitely not
Another
championship.
contract.
Another quarterback.
Maybe it's another contract for Cortland Sutton.
Cortland Sutton doesn't tweet out anything since Christmas.
Nope.
And he puts out yesterday or today, whatever it was, another one.
Yep, puts out another one. Also,
Well-
the profile, although I have no clue what the profile was before. And by the way, credit to the morning show because they're the ones that caught this, and I was just listening to their show. But the profile for Cortland Sutton currently reads, God-fearing man on a mission. What's next? ? What's next? That's in the profile. No clue what it said before. Maybe it said what's next for 3 years. I doubt it. But he had not tweeted since Christmas. Profile reads what's next, and he simply puts out another one. Cortland is out of here. Dun, dun, dun. Another one bites the dust.
I was talking to a couple of birdies behind the scenes about Cortland, and it does feel like he's the next domino.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of things that have to happen.
Listen, I'm telling you, do we got our hit list? Maybe
We
we do
should
it on
make
a
it up.
T-shirt. Maybe we make our own meme, and then Sean Payton could talk about that on his next presser.
Nice.
Right?
I love
I
it.
saw the
I love it.
92.5 Altitude 92.5 meme T-shirt. Did you see that? Hit list. So the another one means either another quarterback, right? There's another one. Or he's telling Sean Payton, just add another one to your list.
Yeah, I mean, I think
There's
what he's
another
saying is I'm the next one. I'm another one. Now, Cortland Sutton won't. I'd be shocked if he's an outright release.
Well, if that's so, go. Tell me how many quarterbacks Sean Payton or excuse me, Cortland Sutton has now played.
I think
13.
Is it really 13?
Well, I don't
Are
know
you
about
serious?
well since Peyton, it's been 13. When did Cortland get here? I don't know, but there's
Cortland
been
got
13
here.
quarterbacks if you include Philip Lindsay.
He's
with
a
his
year
weird start.
younger than Simmons, isn't
When
he?
did he get here? He got here as a second round guy. He got a contract. He's been here at least 6 years, right, Court?
Yeah. So what year did he get here? You got in
6 to 18.
He got here right after the Super Bowl. Did he come the year after the Super Bowl?
We can just look this up. I don't know. We're hemming and hawing.
Yeah,
Just,
something like that.
use
Well,
the
I mean,
Google machine.
bottom line is the quarterback carousel since Peyton Manning left is now at 13 and at 12 if you don't include Philip Lindsay for his little one snap start or whatever that was. But yeah, you're at 13.
So he got here in 18.
18, okay.
All right.
So he missed Simeon. He missed who came after Simeon?
Well, 2018 was Case Keenum. So he
Oh.
was in Case Keesum's year.
Okay.
Because he was the second round pick. So he was Bradley Chubb. So it was Chubb, Cortland Sutton.
Gotcha.
So 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 23.
You know
so
what,
six
man?
seasons.
I mean, I if I'm being honest, I actually hope the Broncos go on a spree here. I do. You know what?
I think they're about to.
Just open up the floodgates and let's move on. It's time to reset. You know, they got to move on. They did spread out the cap hit of Russ over 2 seasons. That's what the plan is. So they're not absorbing it all this year.
And we don't know if it's going to be the 54 this year, 35 next year, or the 35 this year, 49 next
Do
year.
you favor one over the other?
You're going to suck this year. Just suck it all. Take as much of it this year as you can.
I agree.
In fact,
I agree.
Honestly, I would say I would take it all this year, completely blow up. You're going to win 1, maybe 2 games.
I know that's what you do, but they're not going to do that.
And guess what
They
you're going to
are
have
gonna
next year?
split
You're
it
going
up.
to have the first pick in the draft.
Yeah.
And then you can get a cornerback from Alabama.
Well, here's. By the way, I'm listening to Good Raj. He's semi Good Raj right now.
Why is that?
Well, because he's making it sound like I'd give up 10 draft picks just to move up, which is, first of all, you can't literally do that. Second of all, no, you're way over exaggerating what it would take to move up. But my position has always been I would be aggressive to move up. And I'm looking at a mock today, and they have the Chargers doing business with the Bears of all teams to move up. At 5, to move up to 5.
Mm-hmm.
J.J. McCarthy's probably going to go, I'd say, before 8. 8 or higher for J.J. McCarthy.
Well, I told you, the Raiders yesterday was talking about moving up to 7.
Yeah, I just sent you guys a Pro Football Talk article today of the Raiders, and you know the new coach Pierce. He's made it very clear he doesn't want a Band-Aid. He wants a new solution, and they're going to be aggressive, and they're actively current. Where do the Raiders sit right now?
They're 13. They're behind the Broncos.
1 behind the Broncos. Yeah.
So you hear the teams. Atlanta doesn't have a quarterback, not really. Pittsburgh, who knows, but they're way deep. The Vikings, who knows what they're doing. The Broncos and the Raiders, and maybe the Seahawks. Maybe that's kind of an outside dart.
Oh, I think they're in the market. So you cannot discount the Seattle
But there's
Seahawks.
enough teams out there to where if you want J.J. McCarthy, I'm sorry, maybe he's a second-round value, third-round value. Boo-hoo. You know what he's worth? Whatever he can get. That's it. That's
Kind
the
of like
bottom
Russ
line.
in a contract.
You know, previously I thought
right.
that number 9 was going to be the sweet spot in the draft for all the kind of second-tier quarterback-needy teams because the Bears got the number 1 and they got the number 9. They're definitely going to move out of one of those 2 positions. It seems pretty clear by now they're going to select Caleb Williams. And then that number 9 spot is going to be available for just about anybody. But you might have to get more aggressive than that. Maybe you got to bump ahead of them because if that's the most logical spot, somebody else is going to get aggressive to get ahead of the logical spot.
I don't think they're going to do it.
If they don't like
I
Caleb,
hope
they
they
like Jalen or one of them other guys.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, with them with their years with Trubisky, there's no way the Bears would ever draft May.
You know,
no way,
dude.
No.
I think
No
Scott.
way.
I think you're about to get an awesome moment for you personally about Peyton. I think it's coming. First of all, it's not in George Payton's nature. Period. The guy is just talk about just a guy, just a general manager. He ain't moving up. Okay, that ain't his thing. I think Sean Payton's arrogance is going to get the best of him. I think Sean Payton is going to say, "I am so good."
He said it publicly.
Don't worry about it. I got it.
He already said that publicly when he said, you know what? We're pretty dang good at evaluating these quarterbacks.
Yeah, I'm pretty good.
And we're pretty glad that other teams are not. In other words, some other team's going to get aggressive and go do something stupid. And I got a guy that I got my eyes on that I'm not going to have to do anything
All right,
for.
so roll digital on this. The Broncos ain't moving.
Okay, Vic.
If McCarthy falls to him at 12, they'll take McCarthy. If not, we are staring down the barrel of like Michael Pratt, like in the 3rd round, and likely name them: Jacoby Brissett, Ryan Tannehill, Sam Darnold, somebody like that.
Maybe.
That's my official prediction.
I think you're staring down the barrel of a move down from 12 to 16, 17, and selecting Bo Nix or JJ or Michael Penix there.
I would be. First of all, I think that's an insane idea. It's not insane by you. I've heard that proposed, and I guess it wouldn't shock me. I'm seeing mocks now that Penix and Nix are not in them at all.
Well, I've been telling you that.
They're just gone.
I told you after watching the combine, I do not think that Bo Nix should be drafted in the 1st round. I do think that Michael Penix is going to take the right eyeballs. It's going to take the right coach that really covets that specific talent. I would take a flyer on him in the first round, but I wouldn't touch Bo Nix in the first round.
All right, listen, man.
Listen,
And I say that though really quick, and I stand by the fact I still think he's actually the best schematic fit for what Sean Payton is looking for, what he wants out of his quarterback.
Go to break.
No, we don't. We got a couple minutes here. What do you
What do you mean? We got 5 minutes.
We're fine.
I swear to God,
What are
I
you
felt like
doing?
that was just a week and a half. Are you sure we're short of a break? Are you kidding me?
We're good, buddy.
Listen, this is going to turn into the Truman Show. This is all it's going to be. And that's what was the character's name in the Truman Show?
Oh my God, one of my favorite movies. Good
You know what?
morning, good
Hey,
night.
Can I
good
just tell you
evening.
guys something really quick? Truman Show messed me up. That movie messed me up.
Well, then I'm going to really
for a
mess
minute,
you up.
I really thought my life was the Truman
What
Show.
was
George
his name?
Payton is Truman.
Okay, how so?
And the Broncos are the show.
Hmm.
It's going to be the same. Get ready, good evening. If I don't see it, have a good day. Whatever he said. Dude, you're screwed. You're screwed. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We've all been fooled. We've been bought in. We're following frickin' social media accounts. What's this cryptic message? Who cares? We bought in and we're screwed. Dude, if there's listen, I am not big on jumping off the lifeboat just because your team is sinking. This team is sinking. You are now listen. What's the cat that did the Titanic, the movie?
Yeah.
You're down with the freaking submarine looking at dead bodies in China.
Yeah.
That's where the Broncos are. They rest with the Titanic. It ain't going to change this year. Ain't nothing going to make you happy. It ain't going to work. Oh, my goodness, God. It doesn't matter.
Well, that's why you just
go
start
away
cutting
for a year,
bodies,
come
Scott.
back.
I mean, that's why you start cutting bodies right now. That's why you cut bait. You know, Mike Kliss put out a tweet that the Broncos are going to split Russell Wilson's dead cap hit over 2024 and 2025. But like you mentioned, Scott, it could be 35.4 in 2024 or 49.6 in 2025, or they could flip it. You take the brunt this year and the lesser amount next year. Now, bottom line is you do have to accept the fact that you are more or less correct, Scott, and you got to start cutting bait. So Cortland Sutton, when he puts out stuff like this, he probably will be the next guy. And go down the list, man, and you're going to have, over the next week or two, probably 4 dudes that are either cut, traded, or restructured.
Well, I just can't wait till 2:20 because I've coined the new time of that show. We're changing the name.
Oh, really? What are we now calling it? Exactly.
Let's football die?
Let football go. Let football go. At 2:20 today, coming up, brought to you by Clearinghouse.
A Mile High Appliance.
Mile High. Wow, that was close.
MountainHighAppliance.com.
Oh, Mountain High
MountainHighAppliance.com. Let football go. Can't do it. Too addictive. Oh, did you?
How is it too addictive? I swear to God.
Oh my God, it's the best drama
You know what?
soap
I
opera
also
for
don't do
dudes
heroin,
ever.
so I'm good.
Really?
Yeah.
You also don't do what?
Heroin.
In a while.
Well, I did see the most ridiculous things of all time. I did. And it was on social media. It was staggering to me. And I'll let you know those details. And sometimes, purple is just purple. There ain't nothing to look at. It's just, sometimes it's just a carpet's just a carpet. Sometimes a game is just a game.
That carpet wasn't hip anymore.
Hey, not tonight for the Nuggets. It's a weird game for the Nuggets tonight. I'm struggling with this one a little bit. Kind of odd. Because Thursday against Boston. It's going to be huge.
Oh, you got Phoenix tonight.
We got all sorts of great things going on. Stick around. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac for Premier Heating and Air. Oh my gosh, my guys at Premier, been involved with them more than a dozen years for good reason. First of all, the name says it all. They're Denver's premier heating and air professionals on the Front Range with their $49 furnace or AC tune-up, $1,000 trade-in towards new systems, 0% interest financing, and so much more. Right now, killer promotion. All these hot temperatures are coming soon. And we're probably going to get 3 more feet of snow, but it's right around the corner. It couldn't come at a better time. Purchase and get the AC and get the furnace free. Think ahead just a pinch. Plus, 60 months, 0% financing. They provide unbelievable value with their premier service. All of their equipment comes with a 10-year bumper-to-bumper warranty and a 100% satisfaction guarantee. I personally endorse them. I love them. My guy Reed, everybody at Premier is the absolute best. So call and book your appointment. Mention my name, DMAC, and you'll get an exclusive offer just for being such a great person. Call them up, 720-743-3779. That's 720-743-3779. PremierAirColorado.com. I got to run this past you guys. Oh, I like this jam. Dan throwing it down, man. I'm looking at the social media stuff with Russ and his post and, thanking the hit list.
By the way, I double-checked the hit list.
Yeah.
I think he said 15 guys. Is that what you said, Scotty?
Thought so.
So you're dang close in terms of total names mentioned. I think it was 14 total names mentioned. 8 players, though. Eight players on the list.
Yeah, because we're throwing in like Wendy and Julia in the lunchroom.
But I have to throw this in. He also said dinner at Dos Los with the offensive line.
Yeah.
So he kind of drew.
No, I'm not counting that one.
No way.
You got to name a specific name to be on the hit list.
No, I agree. He did not mention Cush, Powers, McGlinchey, Miners.
You only mentioned Bulls.
Bowles.
Oh, and the backup center, Alex Forsythe.
Is that who Alex is?
Look,
Are you
mean,
sure?
Well, hold on. In theory, it could be Alex Singleton.
I think it's
but
Alex Singleton.
Are you sure? He didn't mention a single defensive player.
I think
one.
I think Singleton was it.
And in the midst of rattling on, because you got to put yourself in Russ's mind, how he operates. He's got like a checklist as he's going through the offensive line. Then he's going to the running back room. And when he mentions it all in context of offensive players, I think he was talking about Alex Forsythe, the backup center.
Well, man, mysteries of the universe.
If you mentioned a defensive guy, he would have gone through his checklist.
You would have thought so. Simmons, the guys aren't exactly that sympathetic. I mean, they're okay. Another one by Sutton is the most interesting one. Judy, fingers crossed. Tim Patrick, see you, brother. See you soon. Maybe we'll see him soon. Surtain, forever solid 3, and Simmons all love.
Where are you reading those? Are those on Instagram? Or
That is on
those?
Twitter. However, Garrett Bowles on Instagram, forever grateful to have had the opportunity to play beside you. Now go be great. He's a foxhole guy, man. Bowlesy. He's a loyal dude, man.
He is.
That dude. McGlinchey, don't let the door hit you.
What did Stinkum say?
Stinkum. About time. Go time. Stinkum. Now is my turn. My time is now. I saw on Russ's post, people saying, and here's my question for you guys. They did you dirty.
Load of crap.
Simple question. Did the Broncos do Russ dirty?
Absolutely not. Despite whatever Scott's about to yell at me, heck no, they did not do him dirty. They gave him the keys to the frickin' kingdom. Gave him absolutely everything he could have asked for, and he blew it up all on his own. And if you're going to tell me they screwed him over, it would have had to start from day one. Now, if you want to tell me that Sean Payton might have had an axe to grind, fine. We can have that conversation. The Denver Broncos, the organization, the ownership, George Payton, handed him the keys to the kingdom, gave him 8 parking spots, gave him 3 personal trainers on the plane, gave him the private office, gave him absolutely everything he could want. And on top of all that, gave him a brand new contract that he hasn't even started yet. That contract hasn't even kicked in. He got $120+ million and the keys to the kingdom of the Denver Broncos. He did not get screwed over. He screwed over himself.
Did the Broncos do Russ dirty? Talk to me.
Well, if it's about money, what's over there, it's about money. No. I mean, let's be honest. The guy should never have to work another day in his life after this contract.
Although he does have 2 $26 billion homes on the market.
Eventually, even if he sold for 15, guess what? Now he's got $30 million cash in the pocket, and he's going to take a tax write-off of however much the loss is. And guess what? That's going to offset that $39 million that's coming in this year. Trust me, rich people work it out okay. Yeah. So he's going to be set. From the standpoint of money, no. Sometimes, what's the old adage you used to talk about a coach? You give them their own rope so they can hang themselves, talking about that. That was 2 years ago, or his first year here. They gave him too much rope. And he's not a leader, never was a leader. We got bit, boot, and banged. Thinking that he was. They gave him too much rope, and I'll give you that. He probably hung himself with the help of Hackett and all the other crazy stuff they did. The way he was treated this year by Peyton since Peyton got here has been dirty as another human being. If anybody as a human being treats another person like that, things he was said off cuff, things that were said behind there. You guys that pointed out yesterday, hey, Russ lost 15 pounds. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
and Russ was keeping it quiet. Yeah, they from that standpoint, yeah. But if you're going the overall grade, here's 36 million.
Yeah, to whatever. I mean,
Yeah.
you got $120+ million guaranteed.
Yeah, here
And
120
2 years
million.
of work.
Here's 120 million from just pure financial. No,
I guess that
Sean
begs.
Payton did it
I
wrong.
mean, I think to say they screwed him over, you got to go from Jump Street. And when Jump Street comes with the keys to the kingdom, nobody can convince me that they screwed that dude over. You
So
can't do it.
If you pay somebody a certain amount of money, it doesn't really matter how you treat them.
What do you mean? I mean,
that's what Scott's
because,
saying,
wait, hold
basically.
on, because my point is from year one, they treated him like a king. They treated him like he was royalty. He was God's gift of football in year one.
All right, but year 2 is really where
But it's
this has
different.
happened.
But,
yeah.
but that's different, right? Because in year one, we gave you what you wanted.
We're talking about his time here, though. I mean, it's
Yeah.
got to be in totality. They gave him enough rope that he hung himself that first year.
Yeah,
sure.
They gave him all the parking spots in the office and the thing and that, and he wasn't mature enough to handle that. To be honest with you, he lost his friend. I think that probably
Trevor,
has something
yeah.
to do with the weight gain and all that stuff. He was an emotional wreck coming in here, and we said, "Yeah, here, you don't need the straitjacket. Just go run the asylum." And he was insane that year.
Russell freaking
But that's
Wilson.
his fault. Should know better.
Should know better. yeah.
But this year, no. From day one, once Sean Payton said what he needed to say to get the job, his mission was to get Russell out of here.
I can't get past the money. I can't
No.
get past how much money he got in terms of, did they do him dirty? At the end of the day, I actually do think there's a number that you pay somebody, and it is what it is, man.
I do too.
And-
And I'm
and-
not a money guy, but when you pay a dude like that, there's no way you could define anything about his experience in Denver to me
Well, what's
as anything other than we believed everything in
What's
you.
the financial line of done dirty that it doesn't matter?
That's a good question.
Is it
Not sure.
a good job that affords you to go on vacations and have wonderful houses, put kids through college for 15 years, and then you're done dirty?
I would
did
say
they do you
this.
dirty, or did they give you 15 years of opportunity?
I would say to be done dirty with money, you would have to be promised something and have it taken away. He got nothing taken away. He got everything he was promised.
So the
Every
Raiders-
last dollar he was promised,
The,
he
Ra-
got.
the Raiders did Shanny dirty.
Yes, that's doing somebody dirty. Doing somebody dirty is potentially asking him to, and they attempted to do him dirty with asking him to remove the injury guarantee for a season.
So talking trash about your dog and your bench and your blah, 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 but here's your check.
You know what?
Well, I mean,
Then
he
it's-
won,
then it's
in my
okay.
opinion,
No,
he
that's
won in
okay,
every
though.
category financially.
Maybe, but maybe it's just semantics here. Maybe it's semantics. Maybe there's a difference between being done dirty and just treating somebody like crap. Like treating somebody lousy and being done dirty. Maybe it's two different things. And I don't know
That's
if he
what
was
it's done. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like done dirty implies that you did something that you can't fix, and money fixes a lot of things, I guess. But did they treat him lousy? Was he treated poorly by the Broncos?
I mean, are we going to combine everything, or are we going to go on a 1 year experience?
I'd just do the 1 year. Yeah, because I would
Why?
throw.
Why?
Well,
I mean, is the
I would-
first year not a part of the story?
I don't think it's part of.
Of course it is.
I don't think it's part of this story right now.
Why? What separates it?
I think they.
The belief that they had in the man started the day that they made the trade.
Yeah.
The day they gave him the money.
Right.
And then it evolved. So opinions were made, things changed, they learned things, and then the attitudes changed along the way. But year one is 100% a part of the overall package.
As is year two that you're discounting. So
No,
if
I'm
we're
not
to-
discounting it. I'm not discounting it. I agree. And I told you I agree that Sean Payton had an axe to grind. One thing that you guys and I will never agree on, though, and I know that we're on way different pages of this. Me personally, I think when Sean Payton took this job, I don't think he promised them he was going to make Russell Wilson work. I know you guys think that he did, and I think that that's insane. I think that Sean Payton took this job knowing darn well he could move on from Russell Wilson if he just said. And I think from day one, he made his opinion clear of Russ and said, I need to know if I'm taking this job, I've got the ability to move on.
I think Sean Payton was doing like, did you ever see not Black Hawk Down? What's the Osama bin Laden? They got a movie.
Zero Dark 30.
Zero Dark 30. Zero Dark 30. You remember when Chastain, she goes and she writes the number like on the glass,
yeah,
like
yeah.
100 days, 140 days.
She was Sean Payton.
She's Sean Payton.
Yeah,
sure.
That's Sean Payton. It's 1-3, 1-4, 1-5, meaning it's the I told you so. Sean Payton was in I told you so mode, I believe.
I agree with all that.
From the jump.
If you believe,
but that's why I think he was given a promise that he could move on.
I don't. If you believe it's just about money, Russell Wilson, you're not going to feel sorry for $130 million guaranteed. Can never feel sorry for that. But as a human being, did Sean Payton have an agenda? And did that agenda come in to stepping over Russ a little bit? Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. And there's no way he said, hey, yeah, but I'm going to cut
All
Russ.
right, all right.
Wait,
fine. But hold on one second. What's the difference between that and any boss getting hired at any job wanting to have things their way?
Now we turn back to money. And by the way, we've promised him $140 million guaranteed. It doesn't start till next season.
Yeah. hasn't even kicked in.
So that's where it changes, because now the money starts next season.
At the end of the day, Greg Penner's got to he's got to make a call. Do I go with my coach or do I go with my quarterback? And in Chargerland, they went with the quarterback, so they don't always go with the coach. In fact, a lot of times they stick with the quarterback.
Well,
not
let me
the
ask
coach.
this: if Russ was
more
in
times than not, they pick the quarterback.
That's right.
If Russ was in year 4, as opposed to year 11, would they have changed that?
Well, it would be hard to compare because the money wouldn't be a factor in that story.
I think in year 4, he's gone to the Super Bowl twice. He's won once. You should have won a second one. I think Russell Wilson's got the keys to that kingdom.
But he didn't.
In year 4?
No.
No, I'm saying if this was Russ's year 4 this year, would they have gone with the coach or would they have gone with the player?
If he had made it to 4 years with the Broncos?
His first 4 years, and those are first 4 years here. And now all of a sudden, you bring in a new coach.
Was this the best year of his career? In your theoretical?
Year 4. No, it doesn't matter. Just year 4.
Well, I know, but like, is he?
You got a Google machine. Look up his first 4 years. What was he peaking through 4 years of his career?
Right, I'm confused by the premise because I thought you're tying in with this year's performance.
No,
I think he'd be fine.
Yeah, if they had to make a decision, it wouldn't have been the quarterback. But there's a big difference between 4th year Herbert, 4th year, and Russell Wilson, 11th year.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, because he might be done.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, dude, career's end, right?
Tell LeBron that.
Well, at some point, you guys work with me.
LeBron hasn't hit his Russ moment.
This wasn't the dream for you two.
That's
this might be a nightmare.
Couple cuts, couple changes.
But for me, this might be as good as it gets right here for me. Working with you guys.
Think about it. You had 15 years of solid pay and performance, and you got a house and kids through college.
Yeah.
You know, they did you right. They did you right. It's about money. They did you right.
Yeah. When I was throwing things in the Humpty Dumpty dumpster earlier today as I was changing my life completely, that's what I was thinking. Like, man, thank you.
I was able to buy this once. Look at that great Honda I got out there. Look at that CRV I got. That thing.
They rolled the dumpster up. It's amazing. You ever seen it? It's crazy.
Those are cool, aren't they?
Oh, they roll it up. It's got wheels. Big, huge dumpster.
Is he in the driveway?
You throw your whole life away.
You could honestly.
Don't need this anymore.
Are you tearing any walls down or anything? Are you construction?
Oh no, but we.
So it's just garbage.
Boosh. See ya.
Yeah, I'm sure they're recycling this somewhere, not buried in the
whatever.
earth.
I'm not really worried about it now.
Yeah, I paid you to have the problem, right?
You worry about the treadmill. It's held enough of my clothes up for the past 20 years. I mean, best of luck with that thing. Go figure it out.
Let me ask you guys this, though.
Yeah.
What did Sean Payton owe Russell Wilson? To say that Sean Payton did him dirty, what did he owe Russell Wilson?
Well, I actually don't think he owed Russell anything. I think he owed the organization that paid Russell Wilson. Yeah.
Well, and that's where you and I have differing opinions. But I think from day one, he made it clear that I might have to move on.
You could be right. Nah, actually, hold on. How does he get the job, though, if he says that? That
Because he's got a vision how to fix it on the other side.
No, there's no way he went to the ownership and said, listen, you're already stuck. Sorry. You're going to end up paying a couple $100 million.
Yeah.
And I'm going to get Russ out of here.
from the beginning. I don't know if he could get the job if he could not position how this would work.
I think he's a used car salesman that sold the hell out of pinners, and the pinners are stuck.
All right. Well, back to the question though. What did he owe Russell Wilson?
Respect.
Okay, fine. I think every man is due respect.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I wouldn't fight that at all.
Yeah.
Did he owe Russell Wilson a fighting chance?
I think he gave it to him.
If you're a head coach, you do.
I think he gave it to him.
I think he gave it to him also.
Yeah, I mean, I saw it every
even
day.
when he wanted to bench him, and Russ did his best to make sure that he couldn't bench him.
Yeah,
he had to bite his tongue. He had to sit on that.
I mean, he even made Justin Simmons fake an injury so Russ would look good in training camp.
There you go.
Who's idea of cutting the salary? Was it George Payton or was it Sean Payton?
You mean
right
now?
He's talking about the injury guarantee.
Oh,
that whole thing. I think that was not Sean Payton. That is a financial decision. That's management. That's management and ownership.
I disagree. I think it was Sean Payton. I absolutely think it was Sean Payton.
Well, all right.
Because Sean Payton knows that he's got a product that he wants to get out of.
Well, okay, fine. I think Sean, yes.
They're on the same page.
He made that clear, and once he makes that clear, then they have to deal with the financial ramifications of what Sean Payton wants to do. So I don't think the restructure is Sean's idea. However, not playing Russ was damn sure Sean's idea. And the concept that this guy is not my quarterback in 2024, I think that is Sean Payton's idea. And then that has a ripple effect. You know, if that's the case, are we really going to guarantee $39 million or whatever it is on the 5th day of the new league year, which is on March 17th, 12 days from now?
And this is where I go back to, and I agree with Scott, like every man should deserve respect. And I can't fight that. But when a new boss comes into any situation, outside of just wanting to be a good guy, outside of just wanting to do right by them, what does he owe to the previous employees other than trying to get the best out of his new business?
You owe it to the team, and with the team, and whether you agreed with it or not, signed with that big deal, which in the NFL with the salary caps and the structures, it's a big deal to dump. You owe it to them to try to make everything work out.
Yeah, but I think
he did.
I think he did, though. Oh, I don't know, Scott.
He gave it everything to work out. Come on, man.
I don't know, dude.
Come on, man. Day one, he's been on him.
Did Russ get better under Sean Payton?
Better than last year.
Yes.
Yeah, better than last year.
So did he design a system that actually
better than last year,
made him a better football player?
Yeah, better than year one.
Absolutely. Did he have to eat crow after you asked him to take away his injury guarantee and allegedly threaten to bench him?
Oh, yeah, a little crow.
You think Sean Payton ate crow?
Hell yeah.
Bit, yeah.
He started that dude for another like 6 games.
Neither one of you guys got on Sean Payton for that. Neither one of you guys said it here got on Sean Payton for that. People got on him.
I'm not sure what you're saying. I mean,
you just said Payton Teflon. Sean Payton didn't have to eat no crow. What do you mean?
Oh no, I think he ate crow for sure.
Where?
When you go to a human being and you threaten them, I'm going to take your job away.
Well, when did he eat the crow?
And then that person calls your bluff, and then you continue to play them, even
Neither
though
one of
you
you two in this
threat?
room got on Sean Payton we're the ones who make people eat crow. Did you make Sean Payton eat crow?
I'm talking about eating crow with Russ.
Oh my God!
Can I defend myself a little bit? I wasn't on the show at the time.
Yeah, you were.
I was not. Was I? Oh, I might have been. That might have been my first week.
Yeah.
That was like my first week. I screwed that up already. All right. We'll get back to it after 1 o'clock and what the latest and great. There was a mock that just, I just want. I know. Yeah.
Does it make you feel happy? This one?
This one made me feel sad.
So I may like it?
You'll probably love it.
Scott is happy when we are sad.
Big game for the Nuggets tonight. And the Avs, really interesting. We saw something last night with the Avs you don't see in pro sports very often. It's really unusual. Details next.
Hey, this is Tyler here for my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, every single car that I bought since my rookie year has been from Phil Long Ford in Denver. And I keep going back because I always have a great experience. I know that car shopping can feel a bit cumbersome at times, but not at Phil Long Ford because they've got the largest inventory in the state of Colorado. Whether you're looking for a used vehicle or a new vehicle, they've got the largest selection and they've got the best deals. And you can check out all those deals online at phillongdenver.com. They've got incredible inventory arriving daily. They've got cars and trucks on the lot for you to choose from, or you can always go online and get exactly what you want. And check out their incredible line of electric cars, pickups, and vans with the latest technology. They've got the largest selection. They've got the best deals. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And once you buy a car from Phil Long Ford, you will be a customer for life because you will realize that it is an experience that is different than other car dealers in Colorado. Go check them out online at phillongdenver.com and let them know that Tyler sent you on over.
That's what I came here for, is to be able to be a part of that and feel that intensity again. I've done it once with the Warriors, so I know what it's like when it's time to really take care of business, and to be able to be a part of that, man, is really fulfilling, really exciting. Kind of makes me believe in the NBA again, if that makes sense, because sometimes you're on a lot of teams that just don't have that edge. But then it goes to show how special it is to win, and not every team can do this. So being able to be a part of this intensity, just turning it on, ready to go, is something that's exciting for me. And again, it's the reason why I'm here, and hopefully we continue to do this until the end of the season.
Yeah, that's Justin Holiday. Justin Holiday. Sneaky. Kind of quietly been here the whole year, just sort of biding his time. Reggie Jackson started off super hot. That slowed down quite a bit. DeAndre Jordan was played quite a bit. That slowed down.
Reggie hurt?
Yeah.
He's 35.
Is he hurt?
He's 35.
Is he old?
35.
Is he hurt?
I don't know if he's hurt. I don't know if there's an injury, but I know that his lower body is not comfortable. I don't believe.
Yeah.
That's how he plays. It's how he's played for the last going into the All-Star break. It looked to me like a guy whose feet's hurt, his body hurts.
He's just not the same guy as was in October, unfortunately, because he's a great dude, but it ain't there for whatever reason.
I know you're going somewhere. Sorry to hijack it really quick, but so was the first half of the season mirage with them? Because I don't know, man. I mean, why was there no sign of that at all last year? I know it was a new team, new situation, all of that, but man, that was one hell of a start of the season that felt like it came out of nowhere for him.
Well, 2 years ago, he was the best player for the Clippers in the postseason. Last year, he gets traded here, wins a ring, doesn't really play much, didn't really get into the system. This year, he trained all summer here in altitude. And when the beginning of the season was going, they commented was having the best shape of his career. But then instead of playing 18, 20 minutes a night, he starts the first month and a half, 2 months off playing 35 minutes a night.
Yeah.
And there's a big difference at 35 on 20 extra minutes a night.
And he's been training hard, like you pointed out, all summer, too.
And
it might have just worn him out.
I would say he's played more minutes now. Like, if you cut off right now, this would be more minutes than he thought he would play all the year staying healthy.
I think that's fair.
And he's not missed a game. He's played. He's one of the
Meanwhile,
two guys played
Holidays
every game.
was an older guy, too. He's just been
how old is he?
Kind of chilling out.
Well, he's got 11 or 12 years in the league already.
Yeah, so he's just been kind of chilling out and finding his legs right now.
Now, can I tell you a story on Justin Holiday? I've seen it 3 times on the road that he'll bring in like his own exercise / activationist guy.
Okay.
And I've gone to the gym, and he's working out with a guy who's not on the Nuggets staff, and they're doing like kind of
the Russell Wilson of the Nuggets.
But he's doing like body stuff and
does he have his own
stuff.
office?
No.
How many parking spots?
None.
Just him and his brothers. So like 9.
Yeah.
He's set. Yeah, I think there's some interesting twists and turns with the Nuggets still to go. KCP doing all right? Is he?
Do not know.
Okay. I hope he's okay. I know it's a personal thing. The Suns are all beat up. Is that right? Suns are kind of they got a lot of different little things going on there with the Suns.
He's been hurt all year, hasn't he?
Booker?
No.
Well, I think Booker maybe. Well, maybe we can check it out. But I mean, I think that some of these guys are they're banged up a little bit. I'm looking forward to tonight.
Well, it should be Tuesday and Thursday. Should be some. Here's the one thing: if you're the Nuggets and you're overlooking tonight's game for Boston Celtics, you're playing a team tonight that can beat you by 4.
The Wizards could beat you. I mean, if you overlook, that's one of the things I love about the NBA. If you overlook anybody, you could be toast.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So you just can't do it, period. But I'm not that worried about
Denver
that.
only got Vladko, according to ESPN's one. I mean, that's not even the real one.
I was at the Avs game last night. While you look that up. You know what's so funny in pro sports? And I just don't see it that often. When one team is so significantly better, they do quirky things because they know their opponent stinks.
What, like playing Ring Around the Rosie in the huddle with the Kansas City Chiefs?
It's just, whenever you see a team adjust what they do because they think you stink, It's just unusual in pro sports. And last night, the Avs did a couple of things like that. They played Annunen, so they played him 2 out of 3 games.
Okay. Couple phenomenal performances by him.
Absolutely.
Are we discounting it?
No.
Because hell no. Has he officially just ended the conversation of needing a new backup goaltender?
That's a great question. And
it feels like he has to me.
The deadline's 3 days away, and Prosvetov, by the way, is crushing it down with the Eagles right now. So they may be good in that department, which was definitely a big question mark. So he plays. And I know he's got this big baby face, Annunen, but the dude is huge. He's one of the bigger guys on the team, period. It's just like such a big guy in the net.
Define hockey huge.
6'4", 235, something like that. I mean, you know.
Big, strong safety from the 90s.
Yeah. So Justin Simmons.
Justin Simmons is lean. Like, he is, and like Georgie is a twig. He is skinny, but that Gumby-like goalie thing is not that unusual. That's been their posture for a long time.
I do not understand for the life of me.
Prosvetov is like 6'6".
I don't get that for the life of me. How you could be 6'5", 6'6", even 6 foot. They got 6'8" goaltenders.
Yeah.
How can you be that tall, that flexible?
Yeah.
And how is that not a disadvantage to being a goalie, to be that tall?
That
seems like that would be an insane disadvantage.
But doesn't this go back to the whole theory? Just put the fattest kid in net and just let him stay in the way of the
Goldberg.
puck?
Especially lacrosse, I always thought that because lacrosse guys are your size, but their pads are so big.
Look behind you. We got the mammoth goalie right there. And okay, lacrosse guy. We don't talk to the lacrosse guy very often. Lacrosse guy, get ready to get mad at me. You tell me what skill set goes into being that dude.
Dude, my kid when he was when my kid was a little kid, they rotated everybody indoor lacrosse playing goalie. So he had to take his turn, which was ridiculous. He's the smallest kid on. So they put him in all that gear.
Yeah.
He couldn't move.
That is the most ridiculous looking outfit in sports.
He spent a game balls just bouncing off him, not even moving.
All right.
It was the most ridiculous.
Like, just don't move.
Here's the skill set. Hold on real fast.
No, say it.
A Rock Hudson joke just came to
all right, easy.
Yeah, I know.
Easy.
But no, I was about to say that, but it wasn't meant to be a joke. But then I'm thinking, no, that's Rock Hudson, so you can't.
Okay.
The skill is having 90-mile-per-hour hard rubber projectile balls flying at you, and you're okay.
Adam Sandler did that in the batting cage.
Well, exactly. It's a movie. I mean, seriously, that's just, I mean, at your age right now, do you want to, even with all that gear, you want to stand there and let professional hockey players or professional lacrosse players wing that thing at you?
You had me at Rock Hudson. We'll get to our poll coming up here in a second and give you the latest and greatest with the fallout from Russell Wilson next.
And what's going on, guys? Tyler Plumbus here, my friends at Revitalize Health. I love these guys, and you will too. They have made me feel so much better. I went in there about 7 years ago, found out I had low testosterone, and that was really surprising to me. Well, it shouldn't be surprising because it's not unusual at all, even for men in their young 30s. So go into Revitalize Health today. Let them check out your numbers. When you get those in check, you're going to be amazed at how much better you feel. Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. And those medical weight loss options are changing lives. They've got 3 locations. They're close to no matter where you live. You can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Here is Ian Rappaport. I like this report. Nah, okay.
They are going to evaluate all of the top quarterbacks in this draft. Sean Payton was at the combine, certainly dialed in on quarterbacks, did a lot of the research, spent some time with, I believe, some of the quarterbacks there. Would I be surprised if they traded up? Probably not. Sean Payton has done in the past. Did it for Marcus Davenport when he was with the Saints. There was a quarterback he liked. Wouldn't be surprised if they made a move up.
Marcus Davenport.
What?
What the hell?
I thought he'd only drafted
Marcus
one dude, one
Davenport.
quarterback, and it was the CSU guy, Grayson. What's his name?
Garrett Grayson.
Garrett Grayson.
Like third round or something.
Oh, that was the only dude he ever drafted.
Marcus Davenport. Our poll's up right now on the old Twitter X machine.
Oh, he was a DN.
At 92.5 altitude, at altitude SR. Did the Broncos do Russell Wilson dirty?
No.
And the overwhelming response so far, 74.9% no, 25.1% yes. So chime in on that if you'd like to. I did see a mock where the Bears moved up to 5.
Bears moved up? From 9.
From 9 to 5.
Whoa.
What a way to make a living. Barely getting by.
That ain't happening.
Taking in some giving.
They're not moving up. They're collecting.
Barely. Oh, keep going. That would stun me if. All right, let me ask you guys this. Would the Chargers do a deal with the Broncos, or because they're in the same division, forget it? We're not gonna, we're not gonna do business with you.
I think the draft is fair game.
You think so?
It's different. It shouldn't be different, but like when you talk about a player for player trade, it's like, oh, no way. I'd never get to see him in the AFC West. And very rarely do you actually see a trade go down within the division. But the draft is different because it's not as tangible. So teams are a little bit more free in the way they maneuver.
Is that same basketball? Does it matter? Or is like trades, like whatever? We gotta get it done. We gotta get it done.
Matters to me. It never mattered to Tim Connolly.
Interesting. You got any examples of that one?
Well, he traded Nurkic to Portland. They're in your division.
Nurkic to Portland.
He goes to Minnesota. He traded somebody else that was in the division or something like that too. Yeah, I back in the day, you wanted, if you're going to get rid of somebody, you didn't want to see them again, or you want to minimize their time with you, especially if they had an impact at all in the city.
On the text line, Scotty never wanting Russ while defending him while not liking his play is very confusing to the listener.
Tell me why.
Let me parse that sentence. There's a lot going on there. Scotty never wanting Russ.
No, not really.
That's right.
I should be leery because he played 11 years.
Okay.
He's an older guy.
I'm breaking the sentence down. Finding the verb, the nouns.
Yeah.
All that. While defending him.
I don't know if I defend him. Compared to what you two do, I defend him, yeah.
You defend.
So it's
compared to you two do, because you guys are unfair and biased.
So it's relative defense.
Yeah. Relative defense.
Okay.
You know what it is?
Like Michael Porter Jr.
What's the timely defense thing they called?
Well said. Well said.
Thank you.
I got that.
While not liking his play, do you not like how Russell Wilson played?
I mean, what does it do for you? I mean, I thought he played well this year. No one else does. I thought he was okay this year, deserved to finish out the string, and then do what you want to do what you want to do.
Well, I think he didn't finish out the string because it got into financials.
I don't think he did.
That's why he didn't finish. I think if he beats the Patriots, he plays the next week.
Well, and what's the big rumor out of Dove Valley on the Patriots game?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, you've heard it because we talked about it.
Now I
don't Sean Payton kind of did everything he could to help lose that game.
No way.
What?
No way.
Where did
you hear that?
Payton wanted to make the playoffs.
No way.
Yes, he did.
Not at that point in the season.
You think he was tanking the Patriots game?
That's when you had all the hope and momentum.
What?
I think by that time they're going, shoot, we're going to get in. We're going to be stuck with this guy anyway, and guess what we're going to have? The 19th pick in the draft. Now what are you doing?
Dude, that is some conspiracy level on the next plane
then
right there.
Why then? Well, someone, and I'm doing the same thing you are. I go, I've never heard that in the NBA or the NFL. Come on now. No.
Yeah. No.
And the guys start going over timeouts,
Oh, man.
calling a timeout so New England kick a field goal late, and you're calling a timeout for them. And I'm, listen, some conspiracy, when people start explaining to you, you go, No way. And then all of a sudden you see Mulder going in your head.
Yeah, I know. I mean, here it is. And birds are not real.
If he wanted to
Power
make the
lines,
playoffs,
dude.
he plays Russ all year.
Why do they charge? Why do they sit on power lines?
The birds aren't real.
They're spying on us.
Let's stay in the conspiracy mode. I like this.
I mean, they're absolutely government spies.
You got some other conspiracies? Why don't you hit us with them right
Well,
now?
have you seen the videos on like Instagram with like animals that glitch and stuff, and like a bird just froze in the air, or an animal comes out of the ground, and you're like,
You're
"Where'd
telling
it
me
get
the
from?"
hummingbird is not a drone? It can just hover over my face?
They got drones that big.
Keep going.
They got drones that big.
I'm not stopping you.
I don't know anymore. All my other ones became true. So I mean, I don't have any.
What'd you say to us in the group text? Get the lanterns and the kerosene, or what'd you say?
Yeah.
Oh, you put it. Tyler put that out there.
Yeah, he put some crazy text out.
Yeah. About what Bezos and Zuckerberg.
Hold on.
and,
I got to find this
that
text.
That was
because-
like the biggest conspiracy
No.
thing.
This is deep rooted here.
Keep the music going, Dan. Trust me. Keep it going.
This
Or
is
Twilight
seriously
Zone.
deep rooted. Like, if you want to know, like, when it lines up that the world is about to fall apart, and if you want to know if the Illuminati is real, check this out. Just last
And
week.
you're reading this directly from this tweet or whatever you got it from, right?
Yeah. Just last week. You tell me the Illuminati doesn't know something when just last week, Jeff Bezos cashed out $8.5 billion in Amazon stock. Okay, maybe Jeff Bezos is just bored with Amazon. Okay, maybe that could make sense. Mark Zuckerberg cashed out $400 million in Facebook stock. JP Morgan's Diamond cashed out $150 million of JP stock. And let's get this up close and personal. The Walton family cashed out $1.5 billion
All last week
in Walmart stock.
All last week.
You telling me the world's not about to explode?
I would. Well, I'll go down a conspiracy with you because I love it. However, it all said the market must have been up that week, and these guys goes, "Hey, let's we gotta get some capital gains. We gotta get this. Boom, offset some tax season. It's coming up."
And then they all buy back the same day.
And then they buy back when it goes back down. That's what rich people do.
Or I don't know.
Or
I mean, I'm starting the bunker.
Yeah, but it's gonna be giant boats like in 2012, 2020, or that John Cusack movie, right?
What was that?
2012
or 2021?
2012, I don't know. And they got big giant boats because the Earth floods, but the
Arcs.
It's called
the
Noah's
arcs.
Ark. You got to get two of every animal.
Well, we saw the movie. They've got secretly constructed. We're about to, water's going to flood over Mount Everest.
Why is Mark Zuckerberg building a bunker that could survive an apocalypse in Hawaii right now?
Where are you getting that from?
From his house. It's a real deal.
Really?
He is building a bunker to survive the apocalypse.
So wait a second. Hold on a second.
Are you telling me buy a whole lot of water bottles?
Are you telling me Mark Zuckerberg may be weird?
No.
Where?
No.
Now, how is that possible?
I'm not telling you he's weird. I'm telling you the Illuminati is real and he's in it.
Let me tell you, friend. If you're building some sort of multi-million-dollar bunker in Hawaii, you're weird.
All right, dumb question. Have we done that yet?
No, it's coming up in 20 minutes. But
okay. We're only on one?
Yeah.
Well, this show's zipping by.
All right, Dan, thank you. You can hit us with a quick one. Give us a quick one.
No.
No, you want to say it?
Yes. No. How'd you do? Is there any conspiracy theory you do kind of buy into?
Me?
Yeah, we already talked about the birds. Absolutely buy into that.
No, I think he's just being funny.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, none.
Really?
There's no way you're surprised.
Hold
by
on.
that.
I'm not done.
None.
There is zero chance that it took us 50 years to get back to the moon if we actually landed.
Oh, my Lord, this one.
Have you seen the technology in these movies?
Lord.
Have you seen Apollo 11? Have you seen these things? You're telling me that those little buttons took them to the moon? Why was that flag waving, Scott?
It wasn't. They had a rod on it that held it straight out.
No,
There's no gravity.
It was waving.
For whatever reason, you
so
land
they
on
built
this one.
They built like a cement flag that was waving in outer space? No?
I never saw it wave.
Oh, it was waving.
I don't think so.
On the text line,
I'll show it to you right now.
DMAC first to die when it hits the fan. Well, I've already said that. I already said that. I'm that guy. I'm the guy in the movie when there's 100 dudes dressed in black and they all get mowed down by the hero. I'm like within the first two or three.
So you're telling me right now, like you don't have at your house like any of those
Here you go, Scott.
Water filter things. Water filter things that you can drink bad water and filter it through there so you can have fresh water. You don't. You don't have one of those?
No.
That
I
flag
don't have one of those.
is waving.
Or they just caught it in a picture when they set it up and it was bent. How do we know it just didn't stay like that?
It shouldn't be waving.
Where's
in
the
outer
video?
Space. It shouldn't. Well, that's a good question.
Yeah. How about when he stuck it up there, it was just bent and it just stayed like that? We don't know.
So we went to the moon and then we just gave up?
Why did we go to the moon?
Because we wanted to waste money.
Well, we wanted to be Russia. And
Yeah.
back then, it didn't care about anything, whether it was feasible and we could do anything with it, which we didn't.
Well, we went to the
wanted
moon
to be
because they were
Russia.
developing technology for defense in the military, and it's you had to.
People want to know if
A
I'm
bit of
kidding.
a conspiracy?
Oh, wow, that might have just touched on that.
I think I missed. Say it again. Say it again. I missed it.
Yes! Yes!
I don't know if that's a bit of a conspiracy.
No dumb question. Everybody
I don't know if that's a
has
bit of a-
one
All right,
little-
hey, here's what we're doing officially.
I think that's actually the truth.
We got no dumb questions coming up in about
Conspiracies
25
turn
minutes. About 25 minutes. I want you guys to get all your conspiracy theories ready for no dumb questions.
Oh
Let's
my
make it a
God.
conspiracy theory, no dumb questions
Yeah, do
today.
you believe? Do you believe? Do you believe?
Give us your best conspiracy theories for no dumb questions.
No, that's a conspiracy theory about Sean Payton trying to tank that Patriots game.
That's BS.
Yeah,
Dude, you don't tank in the middle of momentum.
That-
Nobody tanks in the middle
that
of momentum.
game was like, we're going to make the
You had
playoffs. Here
4
we
games
go.
left, right?
Yes.
Yeah, well, no, 3 games. The Patriots, and then the Raiders were the last, and there was somebody in between.
So you tank that
Stink 'em
game.
on that game.
If
take
you won that game, you are in the playoff hunt.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then guess what you aren't doing?
You're still getting rid of them.
No, you're not.
Dude.
Hold on. They win Patriots game. Russ stays in. They win both of those last 2 games.
Well,
And they make the playoffs.
okay. All right. They'd have 10 wins.
We can put that as a question. Russ gone next year?
Oh, you want to do the what if game?
Well,
we want to do
that's
that?
what we're playing.
The Broncos do
But if-
Russell
but if
Wilson
they-
dirty. That ain't
No,
what if.
they didn't
But
do him dirty.
They did him dirty.
No, they did
they
not.
did him
I want
dirty.
to be done as dirty as Russell Wilson got
Because
done.
it's all about money with you, and I get that. The money part. No, they didn't. But to
Gave
me,
him the keys to the
they
kingdom.
disrespected him the way they finished him and closed him out here. That was disrespectful, and to me, disrespect is dirty. So if that's not dirty,
the end
then-
was disrespectful.
And that's dirty
the
to me.
overall experience was a gift.
Well, absolutely. Life is a gift. Absolutely. He got paid. I ain't
I
crying.
thought life was a highway.
Life is a highway. I did it all night long. Yeah. I don't feel bad for the cat. Are you kidding me? $25 million home here. Okay. Sell him for 15. No. This ain't about feeling sorry for us.
And let me ask you a
But
question.
when you get disrespected, that's done dirty.
When you see some teammates on social media respond to a dude, like you've had some guys,
Yep.
does it say more about who doesn't say anything?
Did you know that the DIA tunnels go all the way to Aspen?
All right. We have no dumb questions coming up here. We're primed for your conspiracy theories, and you could win a gift card to Old Chicago.
Did you know in Missouri there's like a 60,000 square foot bunker?
This is
No.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC
Now Googling.
on Altitude Sports Radio. 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac for Old Chicago. Yeah, if you throw in a no dumb question, you can win a $100 gift card to Old Chicago. We take everybody throughout the course of the week, and on Friday we pick somebody out. So encourage you to do that and stop by your local neighborhood, Old Chicago. Founded in Boulder in 1976, it is a true Colorado success story. And when you get to that Old Chicago, you've got to try the Chicken Bacon Ranch Pizza. Oh, my God. Unreal. Ranch is the sauce. And okay, maybe it's not the pizza you're feeling. Listen, calzones, salads, burgers, incredible entrees, fish and chips. Everything is so delicious at Old Chicago. And boy, oh boy, have they done great with pairing it up with one of their 100 local and legendary beers. It's everything you want for a flavor explosion like no other. And whether it's in person at your neighborhood Old Chicago, like mine in Parker and Arapahoe, doesn't matter. Wherever you want to be, go to oldchicago.com for the nearest location to you and order takeout or delivery. Better yet, download the Old Chicago app and you get $5 off your first order of $25. And I'm telling you, try that chicken bacon ranch pizza. Everybody will thank you, especially your tummy. It's Old Chicago. Find your neighborhood Old Chicago at oldchicago.com. Yeah, no dumb questions. in about 9 minutes. Challenge is on. Conspiracy theories, huh, Tyler?
I love the fact that nobody has any clue whether I believe what I'm saying or not.
Is that the response on the text line so far?
They're
Is that
very
on
confused
Twitch?
on whether I believe my words. That's up to you to decipher.
Man, it don't matter.
I got a hockey one for you.
Yeah?
Sidney Crosby. That's not real conspiracy, but it's kind of like the rumor sort of deal. Here's Sidney. Could Sidney Crosby be coming to the Avalanche?
I hate to ask this, but is the bigger picture maybe settling into the trade deadline so close and, 3 straight losses and this one, is that picture sort of emerging in here?
I mean, the deadline date hasn't changed and we still need to get points. So, I don't know what picture you're talking about, but, it's the same situation was yesterday.
You know what we're talking about. That's the athlete.
Don't they only have like $2 million to work with?
The Avs?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what they have to work with. It's just money, bud.
I'm fairly certain it's about $2 million. Now they would have to move somebody that's got a pretty solid salary if they wanted to make a move like that. What's he making?
Yeah, there's always ways to do things. Who cares? They'll figure it out. There's always ways. I always firmly believe in the vast majority of sports. There's ways to do it. There's ways to do things.
So no big deal that we got to eat Russ's salary cap.
I think Mosier was on ours or maybe said on his show, and it is a lot of money. And it's not the Bork situation where the whole league almost wanted Ray Bork because he was such a pro and a citizen of the NHL. The league wanted him to win, except for New Jersey, right?
Mm-hmm.
The league wanted him to win a Stanley Cup. Crosby's already got 2 or 3. He's got 3, doesn't he?
He's got a couple.
In Pittsburgh.
Yeah, but their season's in the total crapper, and I don't know what the future is for the Penguins.
But I mean, it's like, were they ever going to trade Mario Lemieux?
Sure, at some point.
Well,
yeah, I think everybody is tradable at some point. Sure. I don't think there's any sacred cows out there.
See, I think there is in some sports.
I don't know, man. What? Who's a sacred cow in any sport? It's got to be a team that's on the downside, not the upside.
Well, Todd Helton obviously
who's a legend on a bad team. That's what it's got to be,
Todd
right?
Helton was a Hall of Famer on a bad team.
Yes, but let's talk
out.
current sports right now.
A legend.
Nikola Jokic.
He's on a good team. He's on a great team.
Good team.
Yeah, you got to be on a lousy
Steph Curry.
team. Steph Curry's a good one.
Right
They're
now.
going nowhere. That is done. That dynasty is over.
There are no sacred cows in basketball. Zero. Nothing. Because they just bounce around. It's what they do.
You got to be on a bad
There's no
team.
such thing as loyalty in the NBA for either side. I mean, that's true in any sport, but I mean, really in the NBA.
I can't even imagine. I'll give you this. I cannot imagine a scenario where the Nuggets ever get rid of Nikola Jokic.
Right.
Period.
Or the Chiefs ever get rid of Mahomes.
Right.
I disagree with you.
Really?
Well, the Niners got rid of Joe Montana, bro.
Well, I mean, you got to look so far down the road.
Okay.
I mean,
Peyton got let go in Indy. But that was his injury.
That's right.
Within the current reality that we can actually see, there is zero chance that Patrick Mahomes moves.
Right.
Yeah, but as soon as Peyton Manning got cut, and so did Joe Montana, I don't think Mahomes.
Tom Brady wasn't even sacred.
Correct.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, there is no chance that Nikola Jokic plays for another team ever besides the Denver Nuggets.
Well, that's probably because he won't play that long.
Well, whatever.
I mean,
you might be
if
right,
Nikola
but
Jokic
whatever.
wanted to go till the wheels fell off, he'd play for somebody else.
He'd become what, Robert Parrish?
Well, he would LeBron. I mean, I'm not LeBron. He wouldn't
Not
be LeBron.
LeBron.
That's a bad example. I got it. But he would go. I mean, there's an expiration date on everything if he wants to go till the wheels fall off.
I can't even imagine. Boy, I just can't even picture that scenario. I know what you're saying, and I guess if that was the case,
I agree,
okay.
though, because
I just
he'll
can't
never
imagine
do that. Nicola's not the type of dude that's going to be playing for 18
Well, he
years.
said an interesting thing at the All-Star break, right? Where he said, no, I never want to leave I never want to play anywhere but Denver. If Luka not happy and it goes bad there, he'd come play with me.
Right. He said if he gets pissed off in Dallas, he can come here.
Yeah, I think he was just joking around.
Well, he was, but I think that's true.
I'm trying to think of like other athletes that just would never, you just can't imagine. There's not many. I can imagine almost any athlete moving at some point. Seriously. I don't think there are a lot of sacred cows.
Oh, here's an interesting one in baseball. What about Trout?
Oh, yeah, he could go. Are you kidding? Of course he could go. The
But why-
Angels don't do crap. He could definitely go.
But
He may go this year.
Yeah, that's not hard to imagine.
Yeah, I guess it's not hard to
It's the
imagine.
Angels. What have
but
they
why,
done?
Why hasn't it?
Because they pay him a gobsmack amount of money, and
So is he Todd Helton?
No, because I don't think he's been dangled out there yet. Nor is he a role player. He's a superstar. When Todd was dangled
Just call
out there,
Todd a role player?
he was. That's where he was dangled to the Red Sox as a role player. Yeah, that's exactly
at the end
what
of his
it
career.
was.
Yeah.
Yeah, Todd was definitely a. You get there, Trout's not even close. Yeah, Trout could be gone easy. No problem. No
Albert,
problem.
And go back and look at Albert Pujols' career in St. Louis.
Great example. Gone.
10 years. He won 1 or 2 MVPs, and he was in the top 3, like 8 of the 10 years voting of the league MVP.
Good luck figuring out in sport sacred cows. I guess that's the thing. Jokic. Who else? Seriously, any other sport? McKinnon?
Landy?
Well, that's a... I thought Peter Forsberg was a sacred cow, and he wasn't. Sackett turned out to be a sacred cow, right? He didn't play anywhere else.
Right.
There's not many. It's a hard thing to get to.
The world's just different.
Well, so Russ is gone. Like, he ain't a sacred cow, obviously. He wasn't a sacred cow
He was
here.
a cow.
It was his first year. He was a cow.
Time to eat.
Hell, right. The first year he was a cow. He's in better shape. You know what's funny, that Brandon Marshall interview? Did you see some of the bonus, videos like him working out with Russell Wilson?
Mm-hmm.
Like Brandon Marshall's, oh my God, I'm so tired. Did you believe that? Did you believe a Russell Wilson workout could poop out Brandon Marshall?
Sure.
His lung capacity may not be what it once was.
Sure, I could.
Yeah.
I believe that Russ works his butt off. A retired athlete, sure.
You think Russ could outwork Brandon Marshall in a work, or you don't think Brandon Marshall was ham and egging that up a little bit?
Nah.
Really? Because he's in pretty damn good shape.
Yes, I believe that Russell Wilson works harder than retired athletes.
Okay.
You know what? When you retire, you
Unless
think you
you're
think you
DeMarcus
work
Ware.
hard, but you don't.
No.
Not like you did.
Sacred cow, Ovechkin with the Caps, probably.
Ooh.
Kelsey, Jason
That's
Kelsey.
a good one. That's a good one. I was just going to bring it up. Jason Kelsey. That's a great one. 13 years.
So, Nick Foles. Did you hear Kelsey? Do you have the sound of Kelsey talking about Nick Foles?
The cojones.
Did you guys, were you familiar with the whole Nick Foles thing?
Well, I know he came
What do you
in
mean?
and
Did he get
finished
the
the
Philly
season
special?
off to win.
What are you referring to?
He's blessed.
Oh. Oh, you want me to go
Apparently.
down? I could give you a list of guys that are blessed if you want me to.
I just didn't know Nick Foles was one. Kelsey put it in his retirement speech.
Google.
All right. Well,
But it might have been a funny thing that him is supposed to be an inside joke, right?
let's listen. Go ahead.
I won't forget Nick Foles having the game of his life on the biggest stage possible. And the biggest on the team going up to Doug Peterson.
Oh, that was.
And asking for the Philly special. And Doug Peterson having the biggest in the stadium to say, yeah, let's do it.
He wasn't talking about his privates.
No, he was, though.
No, he was not. He was talking about he had the balls to go make the move.
I don't think so. I think it was a little double entendre. I think it was a little 2-in-1
No.
Philly special.
It's never the white dudes, anyways.
Oh, my God. What the hell is going on here?
Speak for yourself.
You shook your head, Scott. But you didn't tell me I was wrong.
Kelsey. Ovechkin, Jason Kelsey. Great career by Jason Kelsey, huh?
Would you not take him at center for 2 more years here in Denver?
Scott, he was the best center in the NFL the last year he played. So, yes.
Yeah, the text line is telling us about Nick Foles right now. It's, that was a funny joke by Kelsey on different levels. Kelsey is a riot, man. Hey, Travis, you know what Travis is? Travis is a good, accompaniment to Jason.
Right.
They work well together.
Right.
Like, it's a good combo meal.
The one guy that's funny, crazy,
Because if you
and
just looked
stupid,
at, if you
the
looked
other
at,
guy-
right. If you just looked at Travis, it'd be annoying, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because he's kind of annoying.
Yeah. Jason makes him acceptable.
Yeah. Well, Jason.
Although did you see Travis? They're like balling at the
Dude,
speech.
that was pretty powerful
Yeah.
when they both started tearing up at the same time.
Yeah, it's a great relationship.
Sports matters, man. I mean, watching that presser, it was sports matter.
Yeah, it's he's a great dude, man. You know what's crazy about
So
Jason
what's he
Kelce?
going? Does he go doing games, or does he go into like a podcast? Like
Nah, he'll be
somebody, or does he go
independent
to
media.
CBS.
Yeah, he'll be independent media. He
I
might.
agree with Tyler on that. Yeah,
He might do a. I could never see him being like a in studio guy, but he might be a part of like a prime
well,
Thursday nights or
here's
something.
what'll probably happen. He'll follow the Pat McAfee thing. He'll be independent and then get corrupted by a corporation who will want a piece of that eventually. And we'll see if he goes there.
You're
But
a McAfee hater.
I don't think he's as good as he's hyped up to be on his show. I've tried to watch his show for a
That
lengthy.
depends on what you expect him to be.
Interesting.
Funny.
Yeah, I don't think he's funny. I think he's just loud. I think it's I don't dig it. Some guys are better in clips than they are in shows. What can I tell you? And so, but I respect what he's done. I mean, I get it.
I like Pat.
Can you really sit there and watch an entire Pat McAfee
I do.
show, start
Yeah,
to finish?
I do, and I can't do that with any other ESPN show.
Well, I can't do that with any ESPN show either. But I mean, that's just including him.
Well, I'll tell you what, if Kendrick Perkins is on, I just can't turn it off.
All right, time for no dumb questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
No dumb question, and real fast is going on our big screen behind us. Did the Broncos do Russell dirty? 76, no. But look at the Knicks replies. Got the bag. Dirty, you got $124 million, $165 million, getting $11 million. All about the money. So, no dumb question.
Yeah.
You can never be done dirty if you get paid.
Whew.
I mean, that's the Knicks' 6 responses, right?
I guess I'm a surface level dude, but I'm having a hard time finding a world in which Russell Wilson could have been done dirty with that kind of money.
Define paid.
That.
Well, that's paid.
You cannot be done dirty if you're getting paid like that. Like that? Nah. They can say whatever they
A
want.
good
about
lifestyle for 15 years.
Like, to be done dirty with Russ, it would almost have to imply from day one they didn't want it to work. That's not true.
That's
They
not day
wanted
one,
it to
not
work.
day
Day
one.
one of Sean Payton?
But that's not day one.
Hard
That's
to
not
say.
day one of Russ.
Day one of Sean Payton.
But it's not day one of Russ.
I get it, but he's saying, what about day one of Sean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like you date the hottest girl in the world, and she loves you, and you're with her for a year, and the second year she's banging every dude she knows. Oh, well, she did me right the first year. She did me right the first year. She did me right the first year.
I don't look at the Russell Wilson experience as a Sean Payton experience. I look at it as a Denver Broncos experience. And to me, I can't find a world in which you could separate what they gave him in the first year from the second year.
No dumb question. Will the Russ revenge game be the Pittsburgh at Denver game? I don't think so. They want Pickett, man. How about that? Have you caught that? They want to give Pickett another run.
Bring Russ in for $2 million and let him be a backup.
You want that, man? You want that noise? You do? You want that Tebow circus? You want the Russ, you want that? Really?
In a situation like that.
You want a loud backup?
Is he loud?
Everything he does is loud, bro.
First off, I don't think Russ would accept a true backup role. Now, I think he would accept a role like that in which he views a path to becoming the starter, but I don't even think he would accept a backup role.
If I'm Russ, you know what I do?
I think he's got to accept whatever is offered.
If you want to
him
go
at
play
this
$2 million or $3 million for a football team, maybe be a backup, maybe get a chance to play, or go to ESPN and they give you $2.5 million to sit there in the studio.
Time to tap out, bro. Be the best dad at campus middle school drop off.
Yeah, go get the whole $40 million from the Broncos, and then go get $2 million from ESPN.
I think
See, I generally speaking hate that take about like legends that continue, Joe Montana, whatever, that move on because they're no longer playing like they once did. Like, what are you doing, bro? Why would you continue to play when you can't be the guy?
Joe Montana went to an AFC championship game with the Chiefs.
Maybe bad example.
I was there.
Maybe bad example, but you absolutely know what I'm talking about when people judge legends that continue to hang on, and you define it as hanging on. What is hanging on? Playing a sport that you love.
It's a tricky one because you're talking about legends. So Joe Flacco ain't a legend, okay? But he's clearly hanging on. Case Keenum ain't a legend, but he's clearly hanging on. Ryan Fitzpatrick wasn't a legend, but he was hanging on.
What was the lefty? Now he's coaching. Was Jacksonville the quarterback when they beat the Broncos in the playoffs in '96?
Mark Brunell?
Mark Brunell. He hung. I don't know if he's ever a legend, but he hung on forever. He got like
is
20
Russell
years
Wilson
in.
is Russell Wilson a legend?
Yes, he was.
I think
he will. No, yes, he will always be a legend in Seattle.
Okay, is Russell Wilson a legend, Scotty?
Whoa. Before these last 2 years, no. Or yes, after these last 2 years, no.
Well, it depends on who. Like, as a legend, I think it's tough. As a journeyman, of course, that's what journeymen do. They just journey around. So ain't no big deal. Like,
but journeymen are hanging on for a paycheck.
Give me another.
Because they never got the true back.
All right, give me a legend who hung on. A legend that hung on. Jerry Rice?
Sure. That's a great example.
But he only tried.
He played for the Denver Broncos.
He didn't make the team.
Training camp. He didn't make the team.
He did make the. That was the whole story. He made that team and then he retired. I swear to God.
I thought he retired.
He never played in a regular season game.
The fourth game of the preseason, they said no. By the way, Joe Montana had just 2 years in Kansas City, 93, 94, 17-8.
Yeah, including an
As a
AFC
starter.
Championship game appearance. Like, that wasn't hanging on. That was thriving. You got to give me a legend that was hanging on. It's hard to find one, man, because most of these legends, they just call it a day because they don't.
Brett Favre.
Favre was hanging on?
Heck yeah.
He was a starter for
Heck
the Vikings.
yeah, he was. Well, that doesn't mean he's not hanging on.
Dude, they were like in the playoffs. Like, he threw across his body in like a playoff game.
No, Brett Favre was hanging on.
Oh, man. I don't know, man. Hanging on to me is like Flacco coming into the league halfway through the season. Okay, accepting a role as a backup. Favre never accepted a role as a backup. He was never a backup. No, hanging on. That you can't be hanging on if you're a starter. You're just with a different team. A lot of guys do that. I'm talking about, you said Pittsburgh, he'd be accepting a role as a backup.
So did Marcus Ware hang on? Did Marcus Ware?
Oh, there you go.
He's a starter. Part-time player, starter, captain sort of guy.
But he was kind of hanging on and played for the ring, right?
See, I get what
different.
D-Mac's saying, though. Like, I could never define DeMarcus Ware as hanging on when you've got the impact that he had.
Right. Plus, it's weird. You're in a rotational position anyways. It's different.
Is Von Miller hanging on right now?
Yes.
I'll tell you, yeah. If he goes to if he gets cut by the Bills and goes to another team, he's hanging on. And he's a legend. That's a little sad.
Why is that sad? I hate that. What is sad about a legend continuing to play a game that he loves, even when he's no longer as good as he once was?
You just said it. You just said it.
What is sad about that?
You literally just said it. That's sad.
Why is that sad?
Because you ain't what you once were, and we got to watch Willie Mays in center field fall over himself.
He has to be sad that he wasn't what he once was, or he's happy that he still gets to play a game.
He can do whatever he damn pleases. I'm telling you from a fan's perspective, not his perspective.
That's not sad.
You don't think fans look at that like, wow? Okay.
Yeah, people judge you because I guess like when the money gets involved, it's like, oh, that's sad. Why are you still holding on? And you assume things like, oh, wow, they must have blown all their money. Maybe they just want to keep playing.
If you saw Von Miller running down on a kickoff, you wouldn't be like, whoa, wow, that's interesting.
The worst sport to hang on, and maybe the biggest sport we've seen guys hang on too long, and it becomes truly sad, is boxing.
I'll give you one.
Oh, well, that is the worst.
Right?
Because they truly do come out for a payday like 20 years later.
I'll give you a great, we used to love Roy Jones Jr. Love him. Thought he was the best ever. And that was just pathetic. It was like dangerous.
Well,
sorry, go ahead.
Adrian Peterson.
Little sad. Yeah, wasn't the same guy. Wasn't as productive. A little weird. What's he doing? It's a good one. I don't know what the hell he was doing. He needed money, I guess.
I will say this. And it also depends if you became legendary status at one time. Or Adrian Peterson at one time was legendary status.
There's no doubt about it.
But like Mark Brunell had some really good years, but he hung on as a backup for 10 years.
Yeah, because
that's just good money and smart.
Yes, that's fine. That's Joe Flacco. That's Case Keenum. Whatever with those guys. You can do that for however long. We're talking legends.
Yeah.
Legends. All right, we can continue this. Your text as well. We didn't really, I don't know if you saw any good conspiracies out there. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, what's up, guys? Tyler here for my friends at Revitalized Health. I've been working with them for 7 years. You don't keep going back to the same spot for 7 years unless they made a huge difference in your life. Guys, they're going to help you look better, feel better, sleep better than you have in a long, long time. And I'll keep it honest. I had a hard time with my sleep after I retired, and my body does not respond the way that it once did in the weight room. So I hooked up with Revitalize Health, and I'm feeling like a young man again. They can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. You can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Welcome back. I am joined by Popeye Jones, who is here watching his two sons, Caleb and Seth, face off for the very first time. This has to be a all-time proud dad moment for you.
It is, obviously as a father to have two boys playing in the NHL is an awesome honor, but, seeing them play together in the Blackhawks was cool too, but this is actually cool as well. It all worked. We're off tonight. Caleb's in the lineup and Seth's in town, so it's awesome to see him. Proud father.
I'm assuming they're both very competitive, so this is going to be a big bragging rights matchup for them.
Oh, yeah, of course. When we have dinner or whatever, somebody's going to help bragging rights. I'm kind of thinking the Avs probably going to get the better end of them, though.
You might be rooting for Caleb in this one. We won't tell. Thanks so much, Popeye.
Thank you for having me, Katie.
You want to talk about a talented family.
Right?
My Lord. Popeye Jones has a great NBA career. Been a assistant coach here for X amount of years. He sees both of his sons at Ball Arena playing against each other in the NHL last night. Are you kidding me?
It's kind of cool.
It's awesome.
Who at one point played for the Littleton Hawks, and then they were playing higher level stuff, and away they go.
I wonder how they got into hockey.
Oh, it's simple. You live in the suburbs and you play hockey. It's really. I'm not lying.
Thank you for that literal definition, but I mean, it's a little bit unusual for a kid that has a dad that was that high level to pick a different sport. It is.
I think parents in the suburbs that have any kind of financial means just put their kids in basically everything, and then the kids will like whatever they like. That's my opinion on it. And I think if more kids were put into hockey or could afford to play hockey, which is expensive, there'd be a greater variety of hockey players out there. And I just think it's a financial thing more than anything. Doesn't surprise me at all that kids that got to sample hockey love hockey. Right. It's sampling the sport. That's what's unusual. And as a parent, you put your kids in like a million different things.
But you also talked about, which is a cheaper one unless you get into real travel, but baseball.
That's same thing.
It's turned into the same thing. But
it's country club sport.
It's
now,
unfortunate. In America it is.
But now, because of real estate, it's tougher for different groups to be able to sample baseball.
Well, I'm wearing my Colorado Flash gear. That's what my mission was, to make the competitive baseball available for kids who couldn't normally afford it. And guess what? We did it. And we gave the kids that couldn't afford all the training, we gave them the training at a cost-effective way. And guess what happened? They won. So sometimes but it sucks in America where you just can't afford. And that's why I think, especially in baseball, I wish the Rockies in Major League Baseball would do more in the communities where their ballparks are located.
Yes,
I wish they would. And I wish hockey teams would do the same. And I think we would have a greater diversity and better athletes, frankly, playing all these sports if you did so.
That's really interesting about baseball, because every other sport, like NBA, you've got high school state championships at Ball Arena. They used to.
They play at Denver Coliseum now.
They used to, but it was not unusual to see high school level sports played in an arena, an NBA arena. Football. Now again, they don't have it anymore. They moved it up to Colorado State, but played high school games at Empower Field. Why do you never ever see a high school level baseball game in a major league ballpark?
Well, you do.
They did a couple of years ago at Coors Field, didn't they?
Oh, I know the answer to this question.
Well, answer it.
I'm going to pass on answering that one because the answer's tricky. However, I'll say something positive. They had, because my son participated, he was lucky enough to be invited, junior all-stars in the state of Colorado against the senior all-stars. And they used to play an all-star game, and he was selected for it. And it was one of the thrills of my life as a dad, seeing my kid take 2 at-bats at Coors Field. It was amazing. They lost 5-4 to the seniors. They competed. He got on base one. He got hit by a pitch, and he lined out to right field, and he played 4 innings at second base at Coors Field. And it was awesome. They do fundraisers at Coors Field, high school baseball kids. Fundraisers, where if you sell enough X, Y, and Z, you get to play a real game, a high school baseball game. That counts at Coors Field as a fundraiser. So I'm not saying they don't do it. They don't play state championships because it just conflicts with the Major League Baseball season.
But it's actually it's interesting to me because of all the arenas, football fields, stadiums, they've all got insane crossover. And I know you'll have concerts and stuff at Major League ballparks, but it doesn't seem like ballparks have nearly the same amount of traffic in terms
Use.
of crossover revenue.
Well, there's another concert at Coors Field. They did the outdoor hockey game at Coors Field.
I gotcha.
It's minimal
Scotty.
concerts.
Why don't they have Division I baseball, Air Force against UNC at Coors Field, and have the Invitational invite other teams like Utah or New Mexico State or whatever and play at Coors Field? I don't know.
Or play at least a championship there.
I feel you. And they start the college baseball season's been going.
Yeah.
Since February. So why don't you have a preseason tournament at Coors Field with some of the best Division I and Division II colleges? Have Mines play Metro, play Mesa, D2 stuff, which is really good here in this state. You got me going on that. I could bore you with Little League baseball stuff too. They could do more. But what I'm talking about is building turf fields that kids in the neighborhood around Major League Baseball stadiums can use. Multi-use turf fields, not grass fields, because they're impossible to keep up unless you want to kill yourself. Turf fields and get kids out there playing more often. Ian Desmond actually wrote about that, about how where do kids learn how to play? Because he went back to his old Little League field and there was nothing there. It was just a patch of rubble or something. And how are kids supposed to play? It's a big pet peeve of mine. If I had anything in my life to do as an extra project, it would bring baseball more accessible to neighborhoods that deserve to have it, and it would be with turf fields. But that's a little rant that I have. Hockey's gone in that same direction too. So what you saw last night really wasn't remarkable. It was a suburban father who had the financial means to put his kids in sports, who are incredible athletes because look where they come from, and they're succeeding at the highest level. It was freaking awesome last night. And I do think it's kind of weird though, because I don't think Josh Manson is that hurt. I don't think. Caleb Jones hasn't played in a while. I can't even think of the last game he played
since Gerard came back.
So,
or much anyway.
Dude, it feels like they knew Chicago was so bad that they could actually rest a player, give him some rest,
and have a storyline.
Yes, and it's a cool storyline. Yeah. It's just listen, winning the game is the most important thing. But Annunen, you can't hide on the fact he's played 2 of the last 3 games against Chicago while they're saving Georgie for the Red Wings and the Wild on Wednesday and Thursday. I think Chicago is that bad of a hockey team, which is remarkable. And I think you mixed in a really, really cool story. So I'm thrilled for Popeye and his wife, who were both there last night, to get to witness it. It is a kick in the pants that your son plays on a professional hockey team in town and you miss the vast majority of his games because you're with another team.
Yeah. And usually when they play, very rarely do you get to be at home.
Hardly ever. So the kid's living here in Denver and you never get to see him play.
Popeye's going to get to go last night. Nuggets play tonight. He'll get to go Wednesday night.
And
then Nuggets play Thursday, and he'll get to go Friday night.
That's the irony of being a professional coach. Pick the sport. I don't care what the sport is. All the knowledge, all the IQ, everything that you've got about the sport, and it's insanely difficult to pass it on to your very own kid because you're just not there. You don't have the time.
Can I give you another quick rant? Very quick. High school state championships, CHSAA, should be played at Ball Arena. I have no idea why they're not. They play men's pickup games. I'll just say this. Go Smoky Hills in the semifinals against Valor. I got nothing against Valor, but I'm a Smoky Hill guy. Just the end, period. I'm rooting for Smoky Hill. And Eagle Crest is playing somebody, I forget. So I'm a big, big high school basketball fan here in this state. And I got nothing personal against the Denver Coliseum, but I just think the high school state championships, Final Four, should be competed in an environment appropriate to the level these kids have achieved. And I don't think the Coliseum's it.
Well, it used to be you'd get into the Sweet 16 games, you'd play at the Coliseum. And so that was when I coached high school. It was big to get to the Coliseum. But then the finals or the semis and finals were always at McNichols.
Not anymore.
I played a playoff basketball game at Ball Arena at Pepsi Center.
Did you really?
Yeah. Yep.
I bet it was awesome.
It was cool. Yeah.
My kid, when he was 13, played in a state championship hockey game against Aspen at Ball Arena. It was Pepsi Center. It was another incredible thrill as a dad. But we don't have the state championship. We had the state championships at the... All right. I don't get it. I don't understand it. There's probably a lot of politics to it.
Still at the Coliseum?
Yes,
wasn't it up at CU for a while?
Maybe, but it's this weekend at I ran into my guy Anthony
I'd,
Harding.
I'd rather play my game in my home or just at a high school gym than at the Coliseum. I really
I
would.
don't blame you. I think the Coliseum sucks to play basketball games. The sight lines are terrible.
It's so wide
You've
open.
coached there, right?
Yeah.
Sucks, right?
There's no depth perception.
Right.
And
watch the games. They're
you're
all weird.
A million miles from the locker room.
Correct. We can't play at CSU.
Well, they played at CU the finals forever.
For a long
the
time.
semifinals and
Yeah.
finals up at
Oh,
Coors
that's
of Vincent forever.
My high school rant. Leave it alone.
Speaking of a rant right now, talking about groups in charge of other groups.
The wizard
Right.
people.
Like the NCAA. Yeah, the wizard people. The NCAA lizard people. Yet another conspiracy.
You're welcome.
Can you just save it? Can we take a break?
Okay.
Is it quick or can we?
No, I
we
know
need some time?
it's a crazy story about over officious people.
Save it.
There you go.
Sounds great.
Next.
It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, you hear about low testosterone, and that can, really drag you down in terms of just everything you got going on. It can affect your sleep, your love life, just your desire to live the right type of life. Well, listen, this can be corrected. So if you're feeling sluggish and tired and a little just beat up, it might just be because of low T. Guys in their early to mid-30s start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone. It happens gradually before they know it, and you don't feel like the same person. So if you're putting on some weight, you're less productive at the gym, maybe you're just a little bit more bummed out than you like to be. Check it out. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Take the low T quiz on their website. 10 questions, yes or no. Takes a couple minutes. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're going to draw your blood and have your results within 30 minutes. Cost of the appointment is only $99. It includes medical consult, T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. It's a great deal. Incredible company, and there's no reason to wait. 5 locations in Colorado. There's one near you, I guarantee it. 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Dude, we can just keep, during the breaks, just
I
keep
know,
D-Mac
just keep
rolling.
going.
Keep him in pain.
You want to?
Sometimes he doesn't even know things.
You want to? Oh, that's for sure. You want to trigger me? Say I was playing baseball this weekend and you were in a softball league.
Yeah.
yeah. Had a baseball game this weekend, and you're playing slow pitch softball. No.
Oh my God. There are really baseball leagues out there for anybody.
Doug Moe played in one forever.
Baseball.
Is basketball the most realistic sport for old guys to play? Like when you play the actual sport itself?
Until that Achilles goes, but yeah.
I think so.
But it's like the closest resemblance to the sport itself.
You don't see a lot of football leagues, do you?
No. Football is the one sport that you can never play again after you retire.
I'd say basketball is it. I'd say you can compete as hard as you can, and it looks like still looks like basketball.
And you're slowing in there. All right, let me give you the thing. I don't know if you guys read this today. To me, I've told you before, I don't like officials. And everybody thinks it's just I'm a homer in NBA. No, I just don't like officials. I don't like officials.
Are they bad people?
Almost, I don't,
I think there's something troubled about umpires.
I think there's something.
You know what? There might be something troubled about any sport. The umpire, referee, like this. You know what? I could buy into
That's all I've lived. That's where I live.
You need them though.
So there's a kid in the ACC Atlantic Coast Conference Championship swim tournament for the league championships.
Mm-hmm.
Kid wins by 2 seconds. I mean, which is a blowout in the water, right? He's looking up. He does the thing in the water, goes over his rope to the guy next to him who finished second, who's a teammate, give him a hug, and they celebrate. And I guess there's still people in the water coming up, wherever. Disqualifies him for leaving the lane, gives the second place person that he beat literally by 2 seconds.
For the high five?
For the high five teammate hug.
Ridiculous.
After it's over?
After it's over, because there was still one guy probably way, way behind that was like in the outside lane, hadn't finished yet, and said because the race was still going on, you're disqualified for leaving your lane. And even the second place guy goes, no, the guy beat me fair and square. He's the guy who won it.
Yeah.
But they take the ACC conference championship away from him.
That's absurd.
Because he went over and hugged a teammate while I guess somebody else was trying to finish from.
I was coaching an 11-year-old team in a state baseball playoff. Little League. This was Little League. Kid, it's a home run. Connor Hummus. It's a home run. It's 11. It's a home run.
Exciting. What's up, Connor?
Yeah. My son gives him a pat on the back 2 feet before home plate. The coach from the other team protested the umpire that he got assistance before he crossed home plate. Wanted to take the home run away from the 11-year-old kid.
They didn't, though?
The umpires ruled that no. Technically, my son did break a rule. You're not supposed to touch the kid, before he touches home plate. That's like a thing. But common sense prevailed in that particular
why
case.
Can coaches do it? Like why can you round third base and give the third base coach a
He's the exception.
dap up?
It's stupid. It's a dumb rule. That's the exception. You're allowed to give a high five, but you're not supposed to provide assistance. And this Nimrod coach from the other team protested that slight thing to take a home run away from an 11-year-old.
11-year-old.
Stupid.
Officials actually came through on that one because my kid screwed up. We coached him up the right way after that.
We should write a book about the psychology of referees.
But when a guy hits a home run,
talk about life not going the way you wanted it to.
It'd be on the same shelf as like the life of Ted Bundy. How referees became referees. It'd be on the same shelf at Barnes & Noble.
I mean, psychiatrists need to dig into this thing.
John Wayne Gacy once refereed second base.
All right. Our poll is up about Russell Wilson. We'll get to Let's Football Go or Let Football Go.
Let football go.
Did the Broncos do Russell Wilson dirty? 600. Wow. Hey, that's good chunk of votes there. No is 76.4%.
Money,
yes
money,
is
money,
23.6. Okay. Why do you think, just think about this for a second. Why do you think fans don't think overall the Broncos did him dirty?
Money. Look at the next 5-6 roads. Got the bag. Didn't do him dirty. Trading him immediately. Gave him $124 million. Walked away with $165 million. Getting $11 million per win last season. It's all money.
Well, I think money is probably the biggest thing, and it's nearly impossible for an average American to relate to that type of money. However,
but I would agree with Devin Zold. I don't want him to move. Don't move too much further because I would agree. Would that be okay?
Sean Payton maybe, but the team no. Sure.
Would you agree more with that statement?
I mean, I'm okay with. On the surface level, yes.
Wait,
if I really dig into it, I don't think Sean Payton owed Russell Wilson
Does
anything.
a coach get to choose who he wants to play or not?
Yes.
And you know that when you hire him.
Yes.
Is that not the coach's job?
But here's where you lose me on did Sean Payton do him dirty? I don't know what the heck Sean Payton owed Russell Wilson.
Nothing, but he owed the team to try to help them out with financially. We got to do everything we can to make this work for 2 years.
Sure.
They needed one more
But when
year.
they make that decision, the decision is made, the finances be damned, they can't make it work. What does he owe him? And so that's where you lose me on even Sean. And I do agree, for the record, that Sean never bought in. I do agree that he probably even had agendas of trying to make him look bad. But I don't know what he owed him. I don't know why.
Again,
what's the difference of any coach making a decision about any player that he doesn't like?
If we're going to go all these comments and bag, okay, I got a guy, I got a bag, and that's a big burden on the team, which we all know. I got to make this work. And I don't think he gave a flip about it. It's not his hill. Them signing Russell Wilson wasn't his hill. I mean, he's
his hump.
Or his hump. That's
to
right.
be
Thank you.
specific.
Not his hump.
Yeah.
So I think that, yeah. So
but I do want to address your original question there.
Okay.
Why are fans doing it? I do think money is the biggest factor, but I also think the fans aren't dumb, and they watch a product that they realize is not satisfactory.
Uh-huh.
It's not. It's not good enough. You're not going to win. Best case scenario, you're going to get a Baker Mayfield one game into the playoffs type of situation. And when fans have made the decision that's what you're getting out of him now,
I
Scott.
would have taken that. I would have taken, dude. You realize it's 8 seasons. I would have taken one game into postseason this year. I would have loved in wild card weekend.
I hope we
actually having a dog in the hunt.
Okay. I mean, it would have been fun. I'm not going to say that, but I hope we never lower our standard. That's what we're looking for.
Okay, good.
And when fans understand that they're watching a product that is not worth the money that is getting paid, that's when the money just compounds.
I got a guy text me. Unless we all have our own bias, and we all have our own friends that say what we want to hear and all that stuff. So I
need some more of those.
I grant that right away. Friends, yeah,
anything.
Buddy wrote me 20 years, over 20 years, Bronco season ticket holder. We got to re-up right now. I'm thinking about not. I think Sean Payton's a D-bag, and I don't want to put my money to go to the
guess
same.
what? There's about 50,000
That's
people
fine.
waiting to take his spot.
That's fine, but you're going to see more and more people do that, I think.
Hey, how many years after you guys weren't pro athletes, and maybe it's not now, but how many years after you were done playing did you realize what matters the most to fans? How long did it take for you guys to realize that pro athletes in fans' eyes are disposable products? Or did you even know it as a player?
I knew it as a player for sure.
You did?
Because we were slugs.
But
we got that early.
But I think that's where you see fans have, or that's where you see players have issues with fans because they understand it. And what they understand is that fans will never understand the true path that the athlete is walking. And the fan thinks that the player owes something to a team that has no loyalty to them.
When a player gets a bag, that's the bottom line to fans, first of all.
But you understand that as a player or not?
Yes,
a little bit probably. I honestly didn't think about it.
Right.
You honestly, I never thought about it.
Because when I have these conversations with ex-athletes, I often get pushed back on the money stuff. Like, why is it always got to be about the money? Why is it the money? I'm like, because that's how fans think about it.
Well, and I agree. I
I
agree with that. I think that's the first foremost thing. Because I've always said this: whether Russ made $39 million, let's go back to the first year, your first year there, and I don't even know what he made that year, 25, 24,
sure,
$24 million. Whether he played $24 million, he made $2 million. He sucked.
Right.
He was horrible. And so to me, the money doesn't matter. You either suck or you don't suck. Now we can, because of financial constructs of all the pro leagues, you got to throw that stuff in there.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Bryant signed with the Rockies. I mean, last year in the injury years and the year before, he sucked those 2 years, whether he was making $1 million or he was making just $30 million.
And see, and this is where you and I agree, and we're about to disagree, is that the second year, it was okay.
But
ain't doing anything.
But for $25 million, it was okay.
No, for $25 million, it was bad.
For NFL standards, $25 million, he's 9. What did he win last year?
He scored
7
18
games.
points, 7 points per game, whatever it was.
Well, no, it was closer to 21.
No, it wasn't. It was 18.
All right, but they were 8 and 6 when he played.
He only won 7 games with them last year because Stinkum won 1. So he won 7 games last year.
If you aren't scoring 24 points a game on
14.
average, you're not winning
No,
playoffs.
I agree. Listen, and they've averaged about 18, right, or
and
16.
that's
or
where
whatever.
I get lost on the whole touchdown interception ratio. I gotta have points, dude. I gotta have points.
Well, how did the Spark do? Because they actually,
Nothing, but I didn't expect anything.
But they
out of
actually, well, you went along.
He was
with the Spark
1-1.
for a while.
He was 1-1.
Yeah, and they averaged 16 a game.
I never went along with the Spark.
went along-
I
you-
never went
you were
along
pure
with the
Spark
Spark.
guy. You were a
I
Spark
called
guy.
that BS from day one.
Spark.
Should we just
Don't
call?
you put words on
Should we
it.
just call?
Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby.
Should we call Stinkum Sparky?
Somebody else. Somebody else in
that's
town
not
already does that.
Oh, do they really?
Yeah.
Oh, darn it. That's a good one. Yeah. Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and you're not going to want to after I tell you.
I know I won't. Don't even bother. All right. Anyway, Russ is done, and the fallout's been interesting for the fans. I think this represents our poll does represent the overall feeling. And in terms of his teammates, Cortland Sutton puts out another one. What does that mean? Who knows? We can dig into it. Let football go. I like let's football go. That's coming up next. All right, D-Mac for Mike Maroney Automotive. It's the month of March, and you know what that means. Markdown mania at Mike Maroney Auto Group. They're marking down hundreds of new Chevys, Fords, Buicks, and GMCs with discounts up to $20,000. $20,000 off. Or get financing as low as 0% APR for 72 months. That's at Mike Maroney Automotive. 0%, 72 months. It's a fantastic deal. And if you're looking for a great deal on a quality pre-owned vehicle, Mike Maroney is marking them down with a selection of economy cars, family cars, luxury cars, trucks, and SUVs that are tough to match. It's Mike Maroney Automotive, and every vehicle they sell includes a money-back guarantee with free delivery anywhere in Colorado. So visit my great pals at Mike Maroney Buick GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. For all the details, go online, MikeMaroneyColorado.com.
Stop.
That is so funny on so many different levels, Dan. I cannot even tell you. I can't even explain it.
I mean, that cuts through multiple layers.
I
That's
know.
for sure.
It's awesome. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance.
I never knew you were best friends with them.
MountainHighAppliance.com. Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. Oh, yeah. Offering every major appliance line and brand. Thank you, MountainHighAppliance.com. Dan Bud
So
Tanner.
wait, we just made fun of me, and I don't know.
Oh, no. It had nothing to do with you.
Let go football. Dan Tanner.
All right, fellas. Warren Sharp tweets this out. In a nutshell, Broncos GM George Paton gave up a first-round pick, Charles Cross, offensive tackle.
Yeah.
A first-round pick, Devin Witherspoon. Looks like a stud there in Seattle. 2 seconds, a fourth, a fifth, 3 players to get Russell Wilson. He then gave Wilson a new $242 million contract. In return, he received 2 years of Russell Wilson, back-to-back losing seasons, $85 million in dead cap money. Peyton also swung and missed when hiring head coach Nathaniel Hackett. Meanwhile, coaches like Mike McDaniel,
0 for 2,
Brian Daboll, and Kevin O'Connell were sitting on the market and were hired by other teams after Denver hired Hackett. Somehow he survived both nightmare moves. That's the tweet from Warren Sharp. So my question to you guys
who does
is,
Warren Sharp work with?
At Sharp Football.
Also, does he have his own? He's
a legit dude.
He works for the Ringer, too.
50-year-old guy that lives in his mom's basement.
He's a legit mom's basement guy.
So my question is, should or why does George Paton still have a job
nuts,
with the Broncos?
Man, it's absolutely nuts. And I'm never one that wants to publicly call for somebody's job. That's not fun for anybody. But I'll just say on the surface, it's absolutely insane. I would argue that there's never been a GM that has made a mistake, yet alone as many mistakes as George Paton has, and held on to his job. You know, I've called Russell Wilson's deal the worst trade in the history of the NFL. And yes, I'm including the contract in that. So that's a part of the package for me. But when you include the contract, and Deshaun Watson might go down as the worst, and I'm definitely not defending Deshaun Watson, but that story isn't over yet. So when that's over, maybe it's the worst. But for right now, he is the orchestrator of the worst trade in NFL history, has failed on the coaches and countless other moves. And because he's a nice guy, because he gets along with guys.
That's the question. Why does he still have his job?
Because he's a nice guy and because he gets along with people.
Greg Penner trusts him. That's why. That is why.
Because also the trade for Russell Wilson, probably 20 other GMs would have done.
Yeah,
that's true. But 19 other GMs would have been fired after they did.
And Greg Penner knows it, and Greg Penner trusts him. It's really as simple as that. If Greg Penner didn't trust him, he'd be gone. But he does.
It also factors in that Greg Penner doesn't know what he knows until now, and I think he knows what he knows now.
Yeah, we'll see. Things change, but the question is
previously he didn't know what he knows.
All right, fine. But the question was why does he have his job right now? Not what's going to happen in the future. And we'll see. But I think George Payton's fine. I think he's an assistant to Sean Payton.
If your definition of fine is he'll make it through the season, I agree. But he is an absolute lame duck that will not be the GM next year.
Well, Sean will certainly point the finger at somebody else and coming back on him.
He is 100% a lame duck.
Okay. All right, but the bar is going to be set low next
whatever
year.
your draft is this year, the draft works. Mims ends up playing a lot of
well, we know he's
football
not
this
getting
year.
traded or cut because he didn't make Russ's list.
Make the list.
That's right.
The linebacker from Arkansas ends up stepping in and playing well. So some of these drafts from last year and then even this year, your coach actually plays some of the young guys and they play well. He's got a chance of being back.
Well, you can look at some hits. Baron Browning's a hit. He drafted him. He's drafted Jonathan Cooper.
Great
Nick
at what
Bonino.
he's been great at what he's known for, which is a back end of the roster guy, and he has done a very good job with the late round hits. Problem is, you don't become a GM for that job.
But guess what? He also had front end since he's been here drafts.
Yeah, he did. Russ.
He had the number 9 pick and took Pat Surtain over Justin Fields and Mac Jones.
Which he should have.
You should.
Over both of them. Both guys suck.
Oh my God.
D-Mac will never admit he's wrong.
You
on
wish
this.
Mac Jones was here?
He will never admit that he's wrong.
I wish they would have selected either Mac Jones or Justin Fields.
Knowing
when
what
they
you
knew.
know now.
Yeah, but I don't subscribe to AIS, assumed incompetence syndrome. I don't assume.
No, but know what you know right now.
I'm explaining
You know what
it.
you know.
I'm not assuming you're going to suck as bad here as you were in New England or Chicago, because I think it's different. I don't assume everything is going to go exactly the same.
Oh, because we were the organization that was going to make it work for him.
Well, I'd like to believe we have competent people that are getting paid millions of dollars to do their job. And if you draft a quarterback at 9, I am assuming this, that you're focused on that dude with your coaching staff.
I'll tell you this.
But the problem was you had old man Fangio, who was like a rumpled pair of sweatshirts.
You can call out George Payton for not selecting Micah Parsons. You cannot call him out for not selecting Justin Fields or Mac Jones.
Oh, I respectfully disagree with you. I can call him out for whatever I damn please.
It's America. It's America.
I mean, I think it's he whiffed. It was a safe pick. I'll never forget that video. Safe pick. Everybody okay with me doing this? Everybody good? John's like Vic Fangio. What time is it? You know, and then have you seen draft rooms when they pick draft picks? Explode, hug, all that. You saw what you saw there in that video. Oh, yay. Okay.
Doesn't make it wrong.
Cool. It was a divided room. It was a mess up organization.
Doesn't make the decision wrong.
You didn't have ownership in place. You didn't have a GM really established. John Elway's looking over your shoulder, and you got idiot
I agree
Fangio
with you, by
running
the
the
way.
team.
One
What
of
a mess.
the weirdest scenes I've ever seen after a draft pick. But it doesn't make him wrong.
All right. Oh.
Who will have, in picking up the future, a better chance for a Hall of Fame career of those three guys?
Easy. It's I don't even understand how D-Mac can continue to argue that.
I did like Mac Jones.
Relative value. A Hall of Fame career.
The relative value of a Hall of Fame potential corner is relatively higher than a busted quarterback.
It leads to virtually no overall success like a Hall of Fame quarterback.
But he's not a Hall of Fame quarterback. Neither one of them.
I'm saying it's not as big of a deal to be a Hall of Fame cornerback as a Hall of Fame quarterback.
I got it. But just because you select them doesn't make them Hall of Famers.
How many Hall of Fame quarterbacks don't have a Super Bowl championship or have never been to a Super Bowl? How many?
Never been?
Never
That's
been to
a
a
great
Super Bowl.
question. Are there any?
Right. Is Champ Bailey in the Hall of Fame?
Just got in, right?
How many Super Bowls has he been to?
One.
What's your point?
A zero.
What? Hold on. What
One.
is your tie
He
back
was
to
on
Mac
13.
Jones and Justin
you're
Fields?
right.
You're
right when he couldn't play anymore.
You're
right. Good
you're
points.
using
One.
an analogy that has nothing to do with the relative competency of those two quarterbacks.
Can we just move on?
Sure.
Because when they draft,
Just
what
admit
are
you're
you
wrong.
guys? Are you guys going to be all right if they draft a quarterback in the first round? If it's Nix, Penix,
I'm not going to be throwing a hissy fit.
okay, we're all good if that
I
happens,
might
right?
throw a hissy fit if you trade up for JJ McCarthy.
Okay, so if they say Terrion Arnold, cornerback from Alabama, turns into a Hall of Fame cornerback,
Mm-hmm.
okay? Hall of Fame cornerback. And Michael Penix is a 4-year bust.
I would rather have the Hall of Fame cornerback.
Oh, no, but you're going to say it was a bad pick. Because that's what you're saying to
Yeah.
me right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly what I would say.
Okay, so
if you get the evaluation wrong, it's a bad pick. I don't care if it's a quarterback. If you get the evaluation wrong of the
Okay.
quarterback,
Just
it's
checking.
a bad pick.
I'm just checking because I think
It does not make it a good pick because you swung and missed on a quarterback.
All right, but you realize you don't have a quarterback right now, same as you didn't have a
I got it.
quarterback
But
in
you,
that
literally,
draft.
you literally
You got
just said.
Sparky.
You literally just said he's a 4-year bust.
This guy's funny. All right, next
No way to define a 4-year bust as a good pick.
Next story.
All right, fellas, Pro Football Talk is reporting that quarterback Kirk Cousins
Tell him.
is seriously considering moving his family to Atlanta. They say we can't get into specifics for now, but we're getting very credible indications that Cousins is seriously considering moving his family to Atlanta, which would mean, obviously, that he'd be signing with the Falcons.
The credible information, and Kirk's my dude, but the credible information, could it possibly be his agent leaking that out that, hey, Kirk might be moving to Atlanta, trying to drive up the value right there in Minnesota?
I laugh at stories like this because once you achieve a certain amount of money, you just live in the world. Sure, he could be moving to Atlanta. He could buy a house in Denver. He could get himself a place on Oahu. He could get a condo in Miami.
Right.
The dude's
that
worth-
house he's got in Minnesota. Now, I'd hate to live in Minnesota, but
but
that
if you
house
got
in
it-
Minnesota is pretty nice.
Of course.
When people make assumptions based off where you buy a house that you're going to be playing there, yeah, come on. You can buy another house wherever you play.
Right. You know what's awesome about being super wicked awesome rich? You have people do everything for you. Like moving right now, what I'm going through, throwing things in the Humpty Dumpty dumpster. You think Kirk Cousins is doing that? You really seriously think he's like
Kirk? Yes. You picked a bad one. You picked a bad one.
He likes to do his own manual labor?
Yep.
Yeah, he likes to go through and fight with his wife.
Well, he built
Kirk
that
will
trophy
do
room,
anything
right?
to save a penny.
Really? He's cheap.
Yeah. Well,
All right,
you
so-
make
so-
that sound like it's a bad thing.
so when
but
he
yes,
buys-
he's incredibly frugal.
Okay, so when he buys a house, that's it. He's not going to buy himself extra houses.
No.
Really?
That's what he said.
Not unless it's investment.
He sounds like an idiot.
He won't buy one just to have a house, but if he found a way to make money off it,
Do
sure.
you think Kirk Cousins mows his own lawn?
Yes.
No way does he do his own landscape.
Yes.
I'm not saying pick out a weed here or there.
Nope.
But you
he
think
mows his
Kirk,
lawn.
you think he does all of his own landscaping? No way.
You didn't say all. You said Moses' lawn. And a lot of men, that is their sanctuary, including myself. You picked the wrong quarterback. Kirk's like the only dude that is actually.
Do you think Russ mows his own lawn?
No.
Next story.
I'll mow his lawn for a couple $100.
No kidding, Dan.
Yeah.
There's a
I'll
lot
do
of
that
things,
job.
There's a lot of things you'll do for a couple $100.
I'll clean those 15 toilets he's got too.
Yeah.
I bet you would.
That's D-Mac's butt.
Right.
All right, guys. Dak Prescott is optimistic about his future with the Dallas Cowboys, despite the fact that he could be entering the final year of his contract with the team. He said, "I'm definitely confident. Obviously, it helps the team. It's important for the numbers. That's the process. Both sides understand that. Everything's great. It'll happen." To date, there have not been substantial discussions between the Cowboys and Prescott's agent, Todd France. Prescott is set to count just under $60 million against the cap this upcoming season. He has a $29 million base salary and a $5 million roster bonus due on the 5th day of the league year. If you guys were running the Cowboys, what is a comfortable number for you in regards to signing Dak Prescott to a long-term deal?
I'm not. I'm letting him play out his deal on his current contract. And if he forces me to re-sign him, I'll overpay down the road. But I'm not giving him a new deal right now.
I agree with Tyler.
Every end-of-year contract, you have 2 years because you've always got the franchise.
Yep. I'd say
I'm willing to overpay on the back end if he proves me wrong.
I totally agree. I'm in no rush to sign Dak Prescott to anything. What have they done? Nah. If you have to,
hold
you
on.
have to.
What have they done? A bunch of 12-win seasons. That ain't nothing.
You know, one of the smart. Give John Elway some credit. Let me give him some credit. After the Broncos lost Super Bowl 48, John at his end of the press conference thingy said, "Listen, there's layers to winning. There's layers to getting to the playoffs." Jokic said actually stuff like this too. There's a layer to get to the championship, and then there's a layer to win it. And we're just missing that last layer. That's when they almost fired John Fox after the Super Bowl. They had serious conversations about it. Big question for you guys. Once you hit that max, or you think you've hit that max, and it's not a championship, winning a championship, what do you do?
That's a really tough question.
Go to
man.
Tampa Bay, win one there.
What do you do?
Well, I mean, is Dak Prescott?
Do you think they would have won the Super Bowl with John Fox as the head coach?
No.
I do.
I don't. Tyler.
I think
and
Peyton
and
Manning would have won a Super Bowl.
I think Fox.
And I'm not taking anything away from Kubiak because he was the right man at the right time for Peyton Manning. But I do think that Peyton Manning wins a Super Bowl.
Peyton Manning was there at 48, bro. And
I got it.
They
I
were on
mean,
fire.
the amount of things that went wrong in that game was insane.
It wasn't just that game.
So
It was
the
like-
lead up to that to the Super Bowl meant nothing.
It was incredible. It was like the best offensive football I've ever
In the
seen in
history
my
of the
life.
NFL.
It was incredible. And then the preparation going into that game was terrible.
But you're making an assumption you can't learn.
It was his second time in the Super Bowl. He had the same disaster with Carolina as well. And I love Foxy. Foxy's my guy. But I think you hit certain – listen, if you don't think you've hit the ceiling with Dak Prescott, fine. I think they have.
But doesn't it feel, honestly, that right now Dak Prescott and the path of his career is that of Tony Romo's.
Yes.
A lot of wins, get to the playoffs, can't
Sure.
really win
Can't
important
finish.
playoff games.
It's
can't
so hard
finish.
to move on from that, though.
It is because you get pretty far.
Remember the quarterback series on Netflix?
Yeah.
Yes, of course. Loved it. Both seasons.
Appreciate the listeners. Kirk mowed his own lawn.
Did he really?
See, and I was thinking
So
that when you
annoying.
said that, I was
That's
thinking
so-
that he had a
so-
riding lawnmower. I think he had,
Damn
I think
annoying.
he had a Kubota.
Stupid smart people. Next story. Are we done? We got one more?
Last
All
one,
right.
fellas.
Let
the New
football go.
Well, the Giants
Damn
are letting
it.
Saquon Barkley go because they are
Yeah.
not placing the franchise tag on him, per sources. Adam Schefter reporting. Barkley is now free to leave. Listen to this free agent running back class, guys. Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, Derrick Henry, Austin Eckler, Tony Pollard, and DeAndre Swift. Shefty calls it the best class of running backs in free agent history.
Yeah, big deal. There's probably like 10 guys coming out this year who'll be just as good as all those dudes. The one thing college football is stock full of is awesome running backs that are kind of can get the same job done. These are all big names. I get it. But so what?
Never, ever pay a really good running back. But you can pay a unicorn. There are unicorns that come through every now and then
Who's
that you
the
can
uni-
pay.
who's the
Derrick Henry,
unicorn?
Christian McCaffrey.
I don't think Derrick Henry is a unicorn.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Okay.
Christian McCaffrey.
Hey, Henry would be good. Get
They
him.
think San Francisco wishes they got a better deal
No,
financially on Christian McCaffrey.
he's good. He's good. You're right. Christian may be a unicorn.
But my point is, like a really, really good running back at times people feel like is an elite running back, when in reality they're just really good. And never pay for a really good running back because you can find other really good running backs.
I agree, man. I think the hard guys to find are the offensive linemen, man. And so I think offensive linemen can make a good running back a great running back. And there's a lot of good running backs out there that could be great with the right offensive line. I think there's very few running backs who are so good they help a bad offensive line. Very few. And I don't think Christian's one of those either. I think you look what you got there at your offensive line.
It's
there.
only been two
Niners.
that I can think of in history.
Like, okay, who?
Barry Sanders. That offensive lines for most of his 9 years.
I'll take your word for it.
And Walter Payton.
The Bears had a bad offensive line?
Until like that last year.
I mean, I don't want to knock myself here, even though I do it all the time, but Marshawn Lynch made our offensive line look dang good.
Is that right?
And we were not very good.
Okay. So there's some exceptions to that rule for sure. And there's some special guys. But I don't care. Listen, it was funny listening to Goodraj and Demps earlier because they were speculating that had Christian, see if you guys agree with this, had the Niners won, it would have put more value on all running backs. But the fact that Christian and the Niners lost devalued the position. Agree or disagree?
Totally disagree. The game means absolutely nothing. Chris McCaffrey is who he is.
Yeah, I would disagree on that one.
Okay.
Just
Well,
for him.
like I said, it was Raj and
But
Demps,
I'm with you. I think that's that's dumb, Raj. I think Chris McCaffrey is a unicorn.
I do too. Who's the next Christian McCaffrey?
I don't know if there is one.
It's on Austin Eckler, who we love.
You got to be more than a running back.
That's right.
I don't know.
Is Bijan Robinson him?
Could be.
Corum coming out on Michigan? Is he him?
I got to see. Right?
Mm-hmm. We will see on him.
Well, to define him as a unicorn, you shouldn't be able to come up with very many
Do
others.
you remember Saquon Barkley at Penn State?
Yeah.
It was stunning.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Hey, I mean, he was like that in
Stunning.
NFL also.
I know, and then he got hurt because that's what happens to running backs. They just get hurt. They all get hurt. Christian's career, hey man, good for Ed and Lisa. It's a unicorn player, unicorn family, unicorn career.
And now they're saying his son. I don't know if you heard Leggy on yesterday with Andy and Nate. He said the one guy, Luke McCaffrey, may have come into the combine at 6, and he's hearing from people that could go up to 4 or 3.
Well, that's awesome.
I would love to see the Broncos pick up Luke. Love to.
That would be an amazing
fantastic
draft
possession receiver.
A 4th round pick on Luke McCaffrey.
Yep.
Sign me up. That sounds incredible. You only get 1 3rd-round pick. I'm sorry. It's got to be something else. But a 4th round pick.
Well, that's when they're going to get Penix.
I don't know.
Or Bo Nix.
It's PhD on 95.
That's a plan.
Oh my God. Hey, it's D-Mac for AAA Home Improvements. Okay, if you've been thinking about remodeling your home or adding living space, but don't know where to start, this is easy. AAA Home Improvements. My guy, Toby Hurdle, he's put together the premier design and build company in the metro, helping hundreds of families transform their homes from tired and dated to beautiful and modern. 20-plus years of home renovation, custom home building and remodeling experience. They are the best. Their design and build service is completely turnkey and makes it easy. The permitting, the project management, inspections, upfront pricing, no surprises, an amazing team of skilled tradesmen and project managers, and they're going to talk with you about what the project is the entire time, so that dream can become a reality. You got to check out the website for their before and afters and the testimonials. You'll see what I've known for years. Check them out, AAAHomeImprovements.com. Get a free no-obligation estimate today. AAAHomeImprovements.com. Quality at a fair price.
before me, obviously, I think 2 or 3 years before me. So obviously they have developed the chemistry. And then, bringing me into the mix, I think it just took time for both of them, Nikola and Jamal, to not only trust me, but really seek to find me and realize, the weapon I can be out there. Like, they want me to shoot the ball, and they're looking for me. So I think that's just come with time.
That's MPJ. 10 for 10. Hall of Famer. Michael Porter Jr.
I mean, nobody knows how to die on a hill better than you.
It's an 18-year bet. Contingent on
prove me wrong.
It's contingent on it's contingent on an 18-year career. So
Yeah.
I'm probably pretty safe on that one. But yeah, I'll be happy to check in at the end of 18 years. If
Why am I drawing a blank on the dude for the Heat that played for 19 years for the Heat? Help me out here, Scott.
Haslam?
Yes.
He played longer than that, I think.
Adonis Haslam. He might have got 20.
Yeah.
Hall of
It's
Famer?
kind of no.
But my point is, 18 years, does that make you Hall of Famer?
But he got 3 rings because he got one when they won one with D Wade before the guys came over. So yeah, you got one with Shaq and D Wade, and
Is Michael Porter Jr. the third guy or the fourth guy on this team?
I think fourth guy.
Because AJ?
Fifth.
Yeah.
Fifth? You put him behind KCP?
KCP is more consistent, night in, night out, helping this basketball team.
Oh, I think he's the third guy. I think so. And I love AJ.
Well,
who's helped the basketball team more often, KCP or MPJ?
Well, defensively, KCP's first team All NBA. So I guess if we're just talking helping the team more often by your parameters, he's been a more consistent defensive player than Michael Porter Jr.
that was a really snarky exception.
Yeah, I know.
Acceptance.
Doesn't that put him ahead of him?
I don't think so, because I think the value in the NBA isn't. I
Here's
don't
his
think
value when he
Oh,
goes.
let's
when
talk
he
about
goes,
big moments.
When he
let's do
goes
that.
off, the team's not going to lose.
They are not
When,
going to
when
lose.
Porter goes off and Murray and Joker are being Murray and Joker, they will never lose.
Correct.
But to be honest with you, when Gordon goes off, key is those other 2 guys. Let's be honest. When those 2 guys go off, you need a third guy. And who else is that third guy? Is it Gordon? Is it Porter? Who does it more nights than not? And that's the key.
And
Michael Porter Jr. is a more impactful player when he plays well.
All right, fine.
When he plays well.
That's right.
The impact isn't even like you couldn't even tangibly try to compare the impact of what he's on.
His next thing is, it's still steps.
You realize these are first world problems we're having in this conversation right now.
Yes. And the
Best
thing
starting 5, dude.
thing
No
with
doubt.
Michael is now doing what he did against the Lakers, having a big night. Probably not perfect, but you've got to string 4, 5, 6 in a row.
I gotcha.
That's the key for him. If he gets to the point where every night is I think he's averaging 17, but 20 to 24 every night.
He
I
certainly
don't know how you lose.
He certainly has the ability.
Yeah.
I do think in non-big games these days, he just lacks just a pinch of focus in games that aren't. Boston on Thursday will be really
I
interesting.
think tonight will be big.
To me, who's not playing for the Suns tonight?
Booker.
Okay.
I mean, that's a name, Booker. At least by the 2:30 Eastern.
All right, this will be interesting. Which game is bigger, tonight or Thursday?
Oh, Celtics.
Tonight.
Why?
What? Wait, what?
Why?
Tonight.
Why?
Because it's a Western Conference opponent, and you need your Western Conference record. That's a team that you want to have home court advantage and all that other stuff. So I think tonight. And then tomorrow,
Come on,
asked
bro.
me when I answer, I'm going to answer in basketball terms tonight. When you're asking as far as the fans go, Thursday night.
Boy, oh boy, it felt like a
I think
pretty.
your phone was yelling at you.
It felt like a pretty damn big game, winning 104-102 in Boston a few weeks ago.
Nah, I mean, it's to me, this team isn't. I know seeding matters. I'm definitely not in the camp that seeding doesn't matter. But they're comparing themselves to the championship teams. That's what the comparison is, right? Celtics.
You know what game felt like it didn't matter? When you guys were 9 hours on the tarmac and you had to play the Sixers. That game felt like it didn't matter. And then the Nuggets go into Boston with a couple of nights rest under their belts. That game was unbelievable. This is the Suns. You play the Suns like 1,000 times. You just
This is the first time you played him this year, I think, isn't it? Or second.
I don't know. Whatever with the Suns. I mean, it's the Suns. Even Durant.
1,000 times, second time.
I don't know. I mean, it feels like 1,000 times against the Suns. It feels like 1,000 times against Durant.
That's because you beat him in the playoffs last year.
Okay, fine. The Celtics coming in on Thursday.
Remember when the Suns were supposed to be God's gift to basketball?
That has time has, thank God, gone away.
And picked to win the Western Conference.
Yes, yes.
I still think this, from a standings and everything point, this is a bigger game for that. Celtics game is a bigger national game, will be looked at as a bigger national game, will be sold as a championship preview.
Correct.
Denver's already got one up on them. Here's a chance to even that series before we see them in June.
Yes.
And so on and so. And if Denver wins that game Thursday, it's not going to matter.
We're about winning championships, aren't we? Not about just getting there.
Well, then go.
You want to see where you stack up.
We know where they stack up, but
win or lose, everybody knows where you stand.
I'm not arguing against you. I'm with you.
I'm going to tell you this, man.
I'll tell you this. I don't really care about this game. I care about what happens against Celtics.
I do too. And what my point was, what's a bigger game? I think Michael Porter Jr. will play better in whatever the more important game is.
Ooh, that hasn't been his story.
He doesn't shy away from the moment this year in bigger games. In
I'll
fact,
give him credit for
he's
that.
excelled in almost every situation this year.
Gosh, what game was it just last week that I came in and I said, finally, when everybody else is off, MPJ stepped up, and it was night. It was his night. But forever, that's been the storyline of when you need it, when everybody else is off, where is he?
All right,
Here's to me where Michael struggles is against the more physical teams.
Mm-hmm.
So who's a more physical team, Phoenix or Boston?
Probably Boston. I bet you he has a better game against Boston than Phoenix.
I hope you're right.
I can't wait to beat the Celtics. It's going to be
Well,
crazy.
Jaylen Brown may be out for that Celtics game.
Oh, really? Why?
He's on the injury report today.
I did not know that. Oh, that would kind of suck. I really do want to see the Celtics at their best.
No, see, I
know.
I
You want to stack
everybody
wins.
hurt.
I know.
I want to stack wins.
In general, I agree with you.
I don't care who plays.
I want to play the Patriots in the Super Bowl without Tom Brady at quarterback.
Yes.
And Utah, anybody who's good can miss the game. And then against Toronto, I don't even know who they got anymore. So whatever.
Bruce Brown.
Bruce. So that's right. We get Bruce again.
D-Mac, just on the way out the
door. Do we get another tribute video?
I hope so.
Just on the way out the door, we got a few questions. People want to know if there's a good Raj. Who's the bad Raj?
I don't know.
Oh, 15 years of quality income.
I don't drive past Rock Rimmon Road very often on I-25.
Wow.
All right, thank you, Dan and Grizz. Scotty, we'll see you down at the, the Berting, bada boom. You in the carpool tonight? You good to go?
Nope, not tonight.
Not tonight. Hey,
Got a breather.
Hey.
Got a big night tomorrow though.
Really? You get it all mapped out?
No, Thursday.
Yeah. Go to Bed Bath & Beyond if you get time.
Yep.
We'll see.
Yep.
All right, Nate and Andy coming up next. Have a good day.
Did you make Sean Payton eat great?
I'm talking about eating crow with Russ.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Parise works to get it loose. Drouin bouncing puck. 3-on-3 through center ice. Goes backwards instead for Byram. Sam Girard back underneath for Byram. The Hawks take it away. Now they got a breakaway. Connor Bedard. In. Bedard. Save made by Onanen! Too many moves by Connor Bedard, who hits himself in the head with his own stick. Onanen stared him down, and then he shut him down. Bedard went to the forehand, and Onanen got a piece of it with his glove, second piece with the pad. And Justus Onanen continues to be a finished brick wall.
Yeah, I'm like a freaking brick wall.
Keeps playing like that, he's going to play a lot.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
All right, so Andy, today I'm shopping a little bit around, okay? Doing a little line shopping earlier today. I'm on my betting app, my app of choice, one of my apps of choice, until somebody else pays me to have another app of choice. I can be bought, people.
It's open.
But I'm looking at these Calder odds, little Calder trophy action, and Connor Bedard is an overwhelming favorite at minus 550. Like, it's not even particularly close. It's basically what the markets are saying is it's done, and Connor Bedard is going to win the Calder trophy and be the NHL's Rookie of the Year. And yet I'm looking at it and I'm going, hey, man, Justus Onanen has now gone 120 consecutive hockey minutes against Connor Bedard without giving up a single goal. Andy, what I say is justice for Justus, Onanen for the Calder, my friend. Yes.
Sure.
Spicy Calder takes to start the show.
Why not?
Yeah.
I mean, if you want, you could. No, I'm not telling you I would, but
No?
you could.
Okay.
Let's go! Sure. Throw 5 down. You don't need a coffee tomorrow.
No.
Take that $7.
Yes.
Maybe even 10.
That's right.
Just see what happens.
Just pay my mortgage for a month on a Justus Onanen Calder trophy. He might not win it.
Hey, you've heard a lot of things on this station today, but no one has said Justus for the Calder.
Justice for Justus. Yes.
Yeah. Look,
Yes.
you support the squad. I like that.
Bedard, you shouldn't be the fave to win the Calder. It should be Justus.
He had a penalty shot practically, and Justus said, "Not in here."
He just moved his head a lot.
No soup for you.
How do you say no in Finnish? Do we know?
Yet. I don't know. That's German.
Something along those
Russian,
lines.
I don't know. Yeah.
We don't know. We don't know, actually.
You have a cut from Vixen. I don't know a lot about the other languages.
Let's see.
Can we make one? Can we AI that sucker? I took our training video today, by the way. That was the first terrifying one we've had.
Good on you.
Seriously, have you done it yet? About the fake AI calls and videos?
Totally. No, I always totally do those.
Listen,
yeah.
most of what we take,
I always check my work email and get on these things right away.
most of the ones we get, I'm just like, oh, love it. Whose grandma is not doing this and costing the company a hack, right? But today's was bothersome. Today
Okay,
I was like,
good
all
to
right,
know.
what? Now we're AI and everything? Can we may need to. Have you ever just thought about backing off the AI for a second?
That
and
was
just
why. That was why everybody went to the Willy Wonka chocolate experience.
That's right.
They got tricked by the AI.
No, but I'm serious. Isn't there a party that's like, let's just chill?
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like, you've been hot and heavy with AI for 6 straight months. Just take a weekend off. See how it is. Maybe we don't need what we're getting.
Andy, we're up to we're up to 30 consecutive games on the home point streak now of one Nathan MacKinnon, a 10-game point streak overall. It is his third such point streak this season of at least 10 games. Nathan MacKinnon tied for the lead in points in the NHL. He's fourth in goals. He's third in assists. He's third in points per game right now. He is also a betting favorite.
Really?
But that's
Still?
doing the Hart Trophy, yes. Last I checked, it was he and Austin Matthews they were neck and neck
Where's Matthews' goal total at? Like, if he gets in the
I believe
70s.
He's 53 now.
Has he
I
cooled
wanna
off a
bit? Still, I mean, he's not like scorching.
Someone's got to have Austin Matthews on their fantasy hockey team. Fill us in. You know. You're the guy. We're the gal.
A fantasy hockey guy. Get in on the show today. We'd
Yeah,
love to
hit
hear
us up.
from you.
Hit us up.
Mhm.
Spring, are you a fantasy hockey guy? Nope. Yep. All right. Well, look, when the guy that does between the pipes doesn't have enough time to keep track of all this, I feel good about only doing 1/2 season of fantasy hockey. Are you a fantasy baseball guy?
Not anymore. I used to be hot and heavy.
Oh, really? Who's hot? Who's heavy?
Who's hot and who's heavy? No. I'm down to football and basketball. That's where
That's where you live.
I make my fantasy bed. in
When do
those
you and
spots.
Abby have time for the hand holding?
Is
Is it just because you've gotten good at one-handed gymnastics on the phone?
I was gonna say I could look at the app in one hand.
But you got a lot going on.
And
you got your lines, you got your prop bets.
There's a lot
and
happening.
you got 2 leagues happening.
There's a
So
lot
I'm just
happening.
curious when the old hand holding goes on.
Well, the football and the basketball, they only overlap for a couple of months. Like right now, John Stockton shorts they're my focus, and that's where I'm putting all of my energy here at the moment. And I'm just hoping to scrape out a playoff
All
spot. Mm-hmm.
When are we getting these trades here, Mark? Can we get this going? Can we get something? I'm waking up every day to Twitter, 6 a.m. Pierre LeBrun, what do you got for me? What hot news you got for me? Kevin Weeks. You know what it's been? Nothing. It's been the number of completions that you're going to get out of Russell Wilson in a Bronco uniform this upcoming season.
Or maybe any uniform.
0.
Yeah.
I'll be in a uniform. 0. Yeah. I'll be in a uniform.
USFL, XFL.
Someone is going to sign Russ.
Someone will sign her.
I don't know who.
I don't believe Russell Wilson is a week 1 starter in this upcoming
I'm
football
not
season.
sure I'm ready to protest that yet. Let's see who gets signed.
Yeah, I think Russ might be now. Like he'll have to start as a backup. I think he can work his way into a starting lineup, and then obviously work his way towards the 2 Super Bowls in the next 5 years. Yes, I think he's going to get to that place. But right now, the sort of response, the collective response, and granted, it's the time of year when everybody is lying. Okay, it is that time of year in the NFL. Nobody wants to tip their hands too much. Boy, the Pittsburgh Steelers are kind of making a show out of like, we don't want anybody. We like Kenny Pickett and Mason Rudolph. They're making such a show of it. It's almost to the point where I'm like, I don't know if I'm buying.
I don't know if you do. I mean, look,
you
got no reason to give up on Kenny Pickett, but
small hands.
Mm-hmm. You know, by the way, who'd our guy, was it McCarthy that had the 9-inch hands? Was that okay? Wasn't that the measurement going around?
Oh, J.J. McCarthy's got tiny hands?
Well,
Small hands.
Wasn't it 9? Is that
I believe
small?
it was 9, yeah.
Is that small? What was the one they were freaking out about? Is it under 9 that they freak out about? I can't even remember.
I think 9 is like the line. Like that's, you don't want to be
right
below.
there, you're okay.
Yes.
So did McCarthy do the stretching? That stretching thing?
Right.
You're looking at my hand. You use that exercise for something else there, Kreckman? You looked a little guilty as you looked at what I was doing.
Hey, it's you gotta do what you gotta do right there. You gotta maintain that flexibility. The Raiders. I keep hearing the Raiders, in connection to Russ. Here's my question on the Raiders. Okay, do you know who their new offensive coordinator is?
I don't remember. Help me out.
Luke Getsy.
Yeah, probably not.
Luke Getsy's
I'm with you.
Hackett guy.
Nah.
Yeah.
No.
I can't imagine that, number one, that Russ would want to go play for a Hackett guy, and number two, that a Hackett guy would be like, yeah, sign me up for Russ.
Seriously. How bitter is Russ is the question. Because if he's bitter enough, he may be like, oh, yeah, let me plop my rear end right back in this division.
Sure.
Somebody was pointing out on NFL Network today, Sierra could do a residency there.
Totally.
Isn't Celine Dion done with hers? You two just left the Sphere.
They're done at the Sphere. Maybe that opens things up for Sierra.
She could do it there.
Adele's having problems with her voice.
That isn't good.
No, you don't want that.
So, yeah, Sierra'd be available.
There's opportunities there for Sierra. Yeah.
Does the time off until he gets signed lead to the things that we saw last year with naked dancing and another addition to the family?
It could be.
Does he need to get into camp in order for her to be of fit whatever to be able to do a residency?
So a league source familiar with the Steelers coaching staff's thoughts. I always love that.
Oh my God.
Familiar with the staff's thoughts. That's a lot of people.
That's a lot of adjectives.
And a lot of thoughts.
That's a lot of things
to be familiar with.
And how?
But they tell The Athletic that Pittsburgh is not planning to sign Russell Wilson.
Sure.
Which is interesting because they are the betting favorite in the betting markets to acquire Russell Wilson. So maybe the markets are like, hey, Omar Khan, you're lying to all of us and we know it. We know you're hot for Russ.
How many people would have some idea as to the thoughts of the coaching staff? I mean, again,
it's so many.
Technically, ball boy, you know what? Part of the training crew that snaps the ball to the quarterbacks who's not a player, he probably knows the thoughts of
Those guys are fun.
Right?
Yeah.
They've heard some things.
They've
heard
things.
some thoughts yelled on the field.
They're familiar with thoughts.
How about guy in the building that's a few doors down?
Here's the funny thing is if somebody was like, hey, are you familiar with Andy's thoughts on this topic? I'd be like, I have no idea. I don't know. I'm completely unfamiliar with his thoughts. I have no.
Are you sure?
I have no familiarity with your thoughts. None
After
whatsoever.
15 a week.
You would think I would have a better handle on it. I have none. None whatsoever.
My thoughts on what, though?
That's just it. I don't know. What could the topic be in a given moment? The Atlanta Falcons. I mean,
now Kirk Cousins telling everybody he's moving to Atlanta.
Yeah.
How?
You know,
how funny would it be just for pure theater? Kirk Cousins in the Magic Wings place, or whatever that. Isn't that where that is?
Just wearing his
Magic
khakis
City.
down
Is
there.
that what it is?
Tucked in his Coles.
Got the big
plaid shirt
chain
into
that
his
he had
chinos.
after he led a couple comebacks.
That could be a good look for him. Zach Robinson. That's a Sean McVay guy. Does a Sean McVay guy want 35-year-old Russell Wilson in his life? Throwing the ball over the middle or not, more specifically?
I'm giving you all the Fangio sounds right now.
You really are.
See, here's the problem.
See, I'm unfamiliar with your thoughts right now.
Let's think limiting Russ to being Joe Flacco like for the Browns in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or quite frankly, limiting Russ to be Russ-like for the Broncos.
What if you fake handoff, you do the rollout, couple options, real easy.
Yeah.
That kind of offense would probably work. Look, you could say it didn't work for Hackett. I don't know what the hell Hackett was running here. That's the thing.
I mean,
I know quite a few people that said Hackett said he was going to do this and showed up and done none of it.
Russ showed up and was like, I want to be Drew Brees. I want to win from the pocket. I want to play until I'm 45.
He did.
He said all of those things.
And so did they take the bootleg out? But see, again, this
he
is
didn't
where
do
I tell
any of
you,
those things.
Here's what you do. You get Russ and you get Coach, and you let Coach be OC.
Ooh. OC,
Coach.
Okay, so Coach.
Because remember, as soon as Hackett was gone, all of a sudden everybody was all about the rollout again.
Wait, wasn't Coach a special teams guy?
Yeah, but with Russ.
Get him a different gig.
Now maybe you get, who was the tight ends coach that
wasn't
took
Joe
over OC?
Joe Judge was he was a special teams guy. The Patriots let him be their OC. So
listen, they were saying he may go to the Patriots. Patriots don't know what the hell they are anyway, right? So send Russ there. That would make some sense. Be the bridge for wherever you get. I bet you the Patriots are a pretty good spot for him.
Jumpstart the rebuild, get it started with Russ.
Well, yeah.
I feel like these conversations are the same ones that were happening behind closed doors down at Del Valley, and they were like, 85 mil, huh?
Here's the thoughts you do know. I expressed them to you already. The morning talk shows, NFL Network, Get Up, Good Morning Football, all that believe Russ has to wait for both the Cousins domino to fall and Fields to be traded, and then he gets a job.
The Cousins and Field dominoes must fall.
Cousins is apparently the top choice for many. And then, the Fields thing is interesting, I think, because not only are you going to have to give up, like, what do the Bears want for Fields? What are they getting for Fields?
I don't know how much of a market is going to materialize right there. Yeah.
Because you got to pay the guy. He's kind of in the year where technically he's got 2 more years.
You're trading him really for 1 year, and then you got to pay him, and then you might have to pay him more.
Might 5th-year option.
Exactly.
In there, right?
But that's what I'm
up?
saying.
Yeah.
Like, you would get his 4th year for cheap, and then, like, you'd have to pay a lot for him in the 5th. And then you'd have to pay like a lot more after. Maybe. If he works. He might not. That's just it. It's Craigman and Lindahl. 4:20 this afternoon. Tad Boyle joins us on the show. Buffs are hot. They've won 4 in a row. They got the Oregon State combo, and then it's on to the Pac-12 tournament. We'll talk to Tad Boyle coming up at 4:20 today here on the show. Oh, we got so much going on, but we'll take a break. And when we come back, I'm just going to steal a topic directly from Scott Hastings. What is the most important Nuggets game this week? We'll tell you that next. We are Craigman and Lindahl. We are the beautiful people, and we are with you until 6 o'clock today here on the show. We got a hot live read coming up in the next break. You guys are going to want to stay here for that on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're looking forward to this one. Spring, Michael Malone yesterday talking about Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. You know, Andy, I was thinking about Kentavious Caldwell-Pope the other night while he wasn't playing basketball. And I realized something that frustrates me about Kentavious Caldwell-Pope is that he has a very long name. Okay. So we're inclined to go to the shortened, initialized nickname of KCP because it just rattles off and it's so much easier to say. But every time that we do that, we miss the opportunity to say the name Kentavious, which is, that's a 10 out of 10 name. Kentavious.
You like Kentavious, do you?
Meet my beautiful new baby boy, Kentavious. Like, there's just a presence when you're in the room and you're named Kentavious. Like Michael Porter Jr., all you're missing out on is Michael. I know 1,000 Michaels, okay? Replacement level name. Kentavious is something we're missing out on every single time, and it saddens me a little bit. And yet, I know myself well enough to know I don't want to say Kentavious Caldwell-Pope all the time because it's just, it's so many syllables. It's so polysyllabic that I can't go all the way there, but I want to say Kentavious more.
Pretty cool. Remember when we were saying we don't want to know people's thoughts? My God. Right there. No, if he was a Kentavious Pope, what do you think would happen?
Yeah.
It wouldn't be.
If we did
it's
away.
Because of the C that we go KCP, right?
Because it rattles off the tongue
we
so
like
well.
to have 3 initials to use. MPJ.
MPJ. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
All of those things.
Yeah.
TNT.
Right.
CBS. LOL.
SGA.
Keep going. Yes.
Huh?
They're all
But see,
out there.
You can't just go KP. That doesn't do much for you.
No. Kentavious. Anyway.
What I honestly don't know. I'm almost afraid to ask, but I guess say, well, what are you doing if he's a hockey guy?
Kenty?
Is that what you're doing?
Vius? I don't know. That's a good.
Poper?
Taver?
Like, again, if he's a hockey guy, do you have to put the nickname ending on both the 2 last names?
Caldy Popey?
Caldy Poper?
Calder Poper?
Yeah.
I'm confused.
Yeah.
Anyway, this has been this has been Nate's inner monologue out loud today on the Craig and Lindahl show, which really it's not that different from what we usually do. Anyway, Kentavious.
It is it's a cool name.
Of House Caldwell-Pope. KCP. He's got a little injury thing that he's battling through
Got a
here.
little deal.
Yeah, Michael Malone yesterday on Christopher Dempsey's show. See, he's a Christopher again. Good name.
Why? It's his deal. You fancy now?
I don't know. I'll ask his.
Why can't you be a Chris?
I'll call his mom. I'll try and
Yeah,
find
your
out.
mom.
I'll see what
Play
I can
rules?
figure out here. So yeah, let's hear what Michael Malone has to say about Kentavious CP.
Yeah, fully expect KCP to be back and available tomorrow. And, that's what I love about our group, though, Demps, is that, he's not available for the game in L.A., dealing with a personal matter. And so you have Christian Brown start, who I felt played well. And then you have Justin Holiday come off the bench and just did an outstanding job for us throughout the course of that game, both offensively and defensively. So anytime you're down a man, it's next man up. And take advantage of the opportunity. And we've seen that time and time again with that group.
So, yeah, Michael Malone knows that he needs to have KCP out there. When you look at the lineup numbers, actually, this is what's wild. The on-off numbers for Kentavious CP are even better than that of Jokic. Now, it's because he plays with Jokic most of the time. But he's an absolute difference maker on this team. He's an outstanding defender. He's your best perimeter defender on the entire team. Plus, he has the ability to knock down big shots, be it the corner three. He can hit shots from the mid-range. He can hit shots off the dribble. And because he plays with Nikola Jokic, there's space out on the floor. And that's just what he's sort of able to create. He is such a vital piece to this team. I mean, Andy, like, if we're power ranking the starting five, and I don't mean this as any dig to our dude Contavious, he's 5th out of 5. But God, he's a perfect cherry on top of that sundae, isn't he? Like, if you were to describe and say, okay, I'm going to give you a fearless, no nonsense point guard. I'm going to give you a 6'10" wing that's one of the best shooters on planet Earth. I'm going to give you a 6'8" springy power forward that can knock anyone around in the world and can dunk everything in sight. And, oh, by the way, we'll have the greatest passing big man that ever lived. If you were to describe what is a perfect piece to be able to round out that lineup, it's KCP, man.
Yeah, it's why the starting lineup is so good and so tough to be beat. It's why, I mean, it's why most of us still have a good feeling about this team being able to raise a second Larry, the old LOB trophy.
Lawrence.
The lob.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See what you did right there.
Yeah, but, the whole starting five is perfectly constructed. Let's just be honest about it.
Beautifully.
Like, what would you add into this? You wouldn't. Now, you'd like to be able to wave a magic wand and everybody's shot going at the right time.
Sure.
But other than that,
yeah, there's really nothing you can change to improve this thing. It's basketball perfection. Justin Holiday. Speaking of Justin Holiday, who was mentioned right there by Michael Malone, he had some interesting comments about what it's been like to come to Denver to play with Nikola Jokic. And these are comments from earlier in the week that, man, these are some seriously lofty remarks, and yet I would say, quite frankly, I would say the Nuggets are doing this for a lot of people. Here we go.
It's what I came here for, is to be able to be a part of that and feel that intensity again. I've done it once with the Warriors, so I know what it's like when it's time to really take care of business, and to be able to be a part of that, man, is really fulfilling, really exciting. Kind of makes me believe in the NBA again, if that makes sense, because sometimes you're on a lot of teams that just don't have that edge. But then it goes to show how special it is to win, and not every team can do this. So being able to be a part of this intensity, this just turning it on, ready to go, is something that's exciting for me. And again, it's the reason why I'm here, and hopefully we can continue to do this until the end of the season.
That's wild, isn't it? But it's something like that is true. Like a journeyman like Justin Holiday, who's been on, what has he been on, like 7, 8, 9 NBA teams, whatever he has been on. When you go from, and last year, I think he split time between Atlanta and Dallas last year, but you land in Denver, and now you're in a situation where it's just like, okay, everybody knows exactly what their role is. Everybody expects to go and win every single night. Like there is an intensity that, while it doesn't exist for 82 out of 82 games, you show up and like, okay, this is what is expected me out of a given night, and this is the level that is expected me out of a given night. When you're 34-year-old Justin Holiday and you've been in the NBA as long as he has, like I can't imagine a better treat for a guy to just, you suddenly land in this situation and every night's a big night and every opportunity to go and play with the best basketball players in the world, and who the hell knows, you might get a ring at the end of it.
Yeah, and it's fun to hear more guys talking about how much fun this is to be a part of. Now, this isn't a team that's really worried about going and getting a bunch of free agents, but that's not a sentiment you would have had expressed 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Yeah. This is the kind of evidence of that thing that we talked about. And the Nuggets did the work. Like, they drafted Jamal. They drafted MPJ. They traded for Aaron Gordon, moved Gary Harris to go and get Aaron Gordon. Like, they made the trades that they had to get the pieces around him, but also, what Justin Holiday is saying right there is the way that more and more people in the NBA are going to think, which is like, I bet playing with Nikola Jokic rules, because those guys seem to be having a really good time over there. And oh, by the way, like Aaron Gordon's playing the best basketball of his life. He's in this situation right now. Like that's one of the great examples. KCP. I know KCP won rings. Contavious CP won rings before he showed up here. But these guys get to just, they talk amongst their peers in the NBA, and it's like, yeah, playing with Joker rules.
Yeah, and you'd think it would get around, because the other thing I would imagine, aside from the fact they're a good team, you're going to do a lot of winning, this is Joker's team. There's no question about that. But yet, does it ever feel like he's walking around making sure everybody knows it's my team?
No.
I'd imagine if you're a player, you'd probably like to go that way.
He's got the air of it.
Right?
He has the air of it. He doesn't have to tell everybody about it, but you're going to listen to him because, yes, he absolutely runs the show.
Do you even think he looks at it as his team? Because I bet you he doesn't. He just wants the team to be the team. We're a team. Make it all work. Hit the shot when I find you.
I think he does, but he doesn't. Not in like the, my poop doesn't stink kind of way. I don't think he views it in that way. I think he very much views it as like, I set the tone. I'll be the example. Guys are going to follow me. The post All-Star game text message that he sent out to guys, that whole thing. But it's probably different than it is in a lot of places. I can't imagine Joker dressing guys down in practice or anything like that. Quite frankly, I doubt he has to. How often?
I don't know if I agree with that. The way he gets after it, I wonder. That's kind of an interesting thought for me. I don't think he's a jerk about it.
Sure.
But I think he's pretty intense to play with.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like, I could see it being in that way of like, oh, you're not going to practice hard today? Watch this. Boom. I backed you down and
But I could also
smacked
see
you into
where,
the wall.
why the hell aren't you right there where I wanted to pass you the ball?
Right.
You realize that's where you're supposed to be? You better get yourself there.
Phoenix tonight, 6th seed in the Western Conference. They're a half game up on Sacramento. The Suns are very much living in play-in kind of territory. No Devin Booker going in this game tonight. Blew that game the other night against the Thunder.
I'm looking at the standings. It's real interesting. Clippers are now down to 39, so they're 3 back.
Yeah.
Everyone's kind of played the same amount of games, thank goodness.
Yeah.
Like you said, Suns with 35 wins. They are definitely in the 6th seed, but they got Sacramento and Dallas. Gosh, Lakers, they're all bunched up there, aren't they? Really, the Pelicans are hanging around still. I forgot about the Pelicans.
They're good. Yeah, they're the team that they're the team that I don't think this is such a cliche that anyone would want to play, right?
Yeah, because they can be physical.
They're huge.
Yeah.
They're just a massive basketball team.
Yeah, 7 games of that. 5 games of that wouldn't be fun. I did not realize that this is the 3-6 matchup right now, Nuggets and Suns.
It would be. You want
them first round?
Sure. I'll take them. I don't think they're very good.
Is there anybody you don't want first round? What about the Kings? Did we do away with the Kings stuff with that last game? Have we finally taken the mouthwash and got that out of our mouths? Or what?
I mean, I guess De'Aaron Fox didn't play in that game. Like a fully loaded Kings team they'd get a game against the Nuggets. They'd get one on their floor.
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, like, okay, let's look at it this way. If the Nuggets can get into a top 2 spot, which again they're a half game back of the Timberwolves as it stands right now, they're actually tied in the loss column exactly with the Wolves, the Thunder, and the Nuggets. Really pay attention to the loss column. Okay, everybody's at 19 right now. Clippers are 2 back at 21. Of the teams that are in the play-in department right now, that is Sacramento, Dallas, the Lakers, and Golden State. If I was picking a team I wouldn't want to see in the first round, it's Dallas. That's my pick, just because Luka's such a pain in the ass. Here's what could happen in a series against Dallas is Luka could get on a tear like Booker was, and quite frankly, KD kind of was too. But in the second round last year, and I could see them pushing you for 6 in a first round series.
Yeah, I mean, and look, I'm not trying to pick on the kid, but let's just be honest about it. The Mavericks would be hunting that Luka MPJ matchup,
of course,
and then you don't want it to the point where the defense and the offense is just basically null, and Michael Malone decides to go a different direction.
Yeah,
yeah, I don't know. I guess, gosh, this is an odd position considering you just dispatched with Nug Life a year ago.
They would sweep the Lakers.
Tell me you're afraid. Like, again, when you start to get nervous, it's later rounds, right?
Warriors could get 1. There'd be a night where Steph would make a bunch of shots and the Warriors could get 1.
Would you be worried about crazy Draymond
in a Warriors series. Just doing he's got
something
too much
stupid.
respect for Jokic to do something fully stupid, doesn't he?
Yeah, no, he's general. I don't know though, man. God, he went after
Let me ask you
Sabonis
this
last
then:
year.
does he not want any of Joker? I think a lot of guys are figuring out you don't really want any of Joker.
No, everybody wants
That's
to be
a bad matchup
on
for
the
most of you to
opposite
pick.
side of the bracket. Yes. I'm still of the school of thought. Minnesota and the Clippers are the two toughest matchups for the Nuggets. New Orleans being a pain in the ass. I say this at my own peril. I just think it's too early for the Thunder.
Yeah, well, the more they play, the
they're
more
good.
I wonder.
They're good.
But
They're
maybe.
good.
Who knows? You know what? If the Thunder found a way, like if the Pelicans could drop down and deal with the Thunder and they had to go through that physical series, I don't know what they'd have left for number 2. We'll see.
If I'm this is my power ranking, okay? This is the most difficult series for the Nuggets. Number 1, Minnesota.
Okay.
Number 2, the Clippers. Number 3, New Orleans. Number 4, Dallas.
Okay.
That's my top 4 most challenging series that the Nuggets could play. And I'll put OKC at 5 just because SGA is too good.
Can Nuggets fan sanity handle another series against the Lakers?
It'd be great. Hell yeah, they can. Own
No, I
those
just
dudes
mean as
again?
far as anger and the national coverage and big old Stephen A. Smith.
Enjoy the basketball games. That's the good part of it. Hey, we'll take a break. When we come back, there are certain things that could disqualify you from climbing in the coaching ranks in high-level athletics. We've discovered maybe the stupidest one. We'll tell you what that is coming up next. Gambling, guys, it can be an awfully good way to have a lot of fun while you are watching sports, but that's not for everybody, okay? For some of us, it can lead to personal and financial problems. You can get over your skis every now and then when you start betting on games, betting on props, hammering parlays. That's why March is National Problem Gambling Awareness Month. Going to help educate healthy play habits, share resources, and provide free, confidential assistance.
Yeah, and don't be the person that falls into, you know what, my stretch is about to end. We've all know that person. You know what, my luck is about to change. You don't want to become that person. So if you need help, now's the time to get it. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available, and it's available in all forms. But the easiest way right now is just call 1-800-GAMBLER or text 800-GAM. That's 800-GAM. Chat is also available at 1-800-GAMBLERChat.org. This is brought to you by the Colorado Lottery. Make sure you play responsibly.
Nate Craigman and Andy Lindahl. Our buddy Tad Boyle jumps on the show at 4:20 this afternoon. Buffs at Oregon on Thursday, Oregon State on Saturday, coming off a very successful weekend. Victories over Cal and Stanford last week. 4-game win streak. Buffs 16-1 at home this season. 2 more games to go in the regular season. Then we go to the Pac-12 tournament in Las Vegas, and then who knows? We'll talk to Tad about all this coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock today here on the show. Speaking of college athletics, Andy, and actually, here's a little bit of a CU tie for you. Saw a tweet come across my timeline last week. Pete Thamel, outstanding national college football reporter. And he tweets out sources. San Diego State is set to hire David Losey, who will be an assistant coach working with the defensive line. Losey was at Idaho for the last 2 seasons, okay? So Sean Lewis, former CU offensive coordinator, former Kent State head coach, now the head coach at San Diego State. He hires David Losey as his defensive line coach.
What's that name?
Losey. Now, with the Vandals, he had helped improve the defensive efforts from over 31 points a game in 21 down to 22 allowed in 2023, which was the 28th best mark, Andy, at the FCS level. That's good improvement, right?
It is.
That's what you want to see out of a defense, out of a defensive line. They were also 21st in all of the FCS in passing yards allowed, 31st in rushing yards allowed. This is a tough Vandals defense that we're talking about, and David Losey was a critical part of this coaching staff. So, now he's getting an opportunity. He's moving from the FCS level up to the FBS level. Higher profile, higher. Jumping on a hot staff there at San Diego State with Sean Lewis. Maybe David Losey is a guy that you would look at and you would say, okay, he's on a path, all right? Like, you go from D-line coach, next step, D coordinator, you win there. Andy, we could be talking about head coaching opportunities for David Losey. I don't believe he will ever get a head coaching job, though.
Why? Nate, what's your problem with this guy?
His last name is Lose.
Yeah, this. You said it about 9 times. One more time for the pronunciation.
Lose, Losey, David Losey. If you don't know that this guy is of Polynesian descent, you're reading that going, this dude's name is David Lose.
Yeah.
Take that L on the way out.
Mm-hmm.
We hired Coach Lose. What's the headline look like?
Can you ever, can an athletic director, a university president, can you ever look at your fan base and go, guys, I got it, okay? This is what's going to get us to a conference championship. This is what's going to get us to a college football playoff. We could be a national championship contender. You know who's going to take us there? Lose.
What? I mean, I understand the pronunciation, but you need to now, don't you need to go in there and just kind of change the spelling of the name?
Yeah. Yeah, if I was this guy, and many people over the years have changed pronunciations of names, anything like that. Just, maybe just a quick Lowsay. Everyone's still going to say it the same way.
Yeah.
Losey.
Okay. Yeah, maybe an Lohse, huh? Go Favre on some people. Just throw a random H in there. No reason. Right?
That could help.
People at least go to Loesch before they go to Lose.
They would.
Because right now, like you said, I'm in the middle of a game. I'm just checking notes. Lose. Coach Lose is not happy because, ironically, they're losing. Poor guy.
Abe says everyone knows you need to Losey before you can win.
Yeah. Yeah. So you and I, we got talking about this, and it was a while ago because I'm looking through our thread trying to find all the people we came up with.
This was I think this was like a weekend topic.
It was.
They came across, and it not as though it was pressing. It was just a dumb thing. And then I remembered it today. I'm like, oh, yeah.
Well, no, it was. I'm glad you brought it up.
Lose.
We got the kicker named Shank. I found the kicker named Shank.
Wait, there's a kicker named Shank?
Yeah, I sent you his profile. I think he's like still in college. He might be a punter, which should make it even worse. Either way, are you giving Shank the first team job? Shank out there for the punt.
Okay, hold on. I found him. David Shank.
Yeah.
He's a kicker/punter for Shippensburg University. Shippensburg.
Well, he's a hell of a kicker, but no coach was giving his job to Shank.
See, the problem is every time that Shank goes into kick, you're going to go, Shippensburg.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What about former White Sox reliever Aaron Bummer?
You don't need Bummer coming in to close the game.
He's with the Braves now.
Yeah. Good old Bummer.
How'd the game close out? Bummer. Yeah.
They're putting Bummer in. You need to know anything else? And that is a home run. And that, how would old Wayne Hagen call that? Give me a good baseball call when Bummer gave it up. Bummer works the 2-1. Off the bat, looks like she's got the distance, and that's a Rockies loss. Bummer gives it up. We'll be back.
That's what happens with Bummer.
Good old Bummer's coming in.
Do you remember former Washington football team kicker Chris Blewett?
Yeah. Blewett's another one.
Blewett.
Yeah, yes, he did. Quite often.
Poor Chris Blewett. Hey, you know what, though? Chris Blewett made it to the NFL as a place kicker. Maybe Losay/lose. Maybe he's got an opportunity, okay?
How about Bunting? Honorary Ape says, are you really putting a guy in the 4th spot if his last name is Bunting?
Our cleanup hitter,
Yeah.
Bunting.
Hey, this offense can't get any runs. Here comes Bunting to back cleanup. There's an Adam Shank on the PGA Tour. That's another one.
That's a rough one, man.
Yeah.
You don't want that.
Coach
No.
Loser.
Poor Lose.
Yeah, what do you even do? Are you even taking this guy call? Yeah, Coach Loser's calling me
Hey,
again.
you know what?
Or lose.
Give Sean Lewis some credit, okay? This guy thinks outside the box. He was a guy that left a head coaching job to be an offensive coordinator. Granted, that went terribly, and then he had to go and get another head coaching job. But he thinks outside the box, and now he's hired a D-line coach named Lose.
Sure.
/Losay.
Losay.
Mm-hmm.
Why not Luge? You know what I mean? You got to change the name, don't you? You got to change the name.
Wasn't that the old Kevin Nealon joke? It's, in the sport of luge, even if you win, you're still a loser.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Hey-o. Hey.
Mhm. Hey,
There it is.
Yep.
It's happening fast.
Be here
There
all
it
day,
goes.
folks. Anyway, I wonder if Mike Sanford knows David Losay. We'll have to find out. Do you know Coach Lose?
We can ask him tomorrow.
We'll find out. Mhm.
Love?
That is true. Jake Butt was a tight end. That is, thank you, Texter. That is
Jay
very
Booty
true.
on
Mm-hmm.
Twitter when it was that.
Yeah. Jake.
You can find him,
Butt.
Jay Booty.
Mm-hmm. Anyway.
Homer Bailey. Now, hold on. Was Homer Bailey a pitcher? That's not what you want.
No, you really don't. You don't want to go that way.
Was Homer Bailey a batter?
Homer Bailey was a pitcher. He was indeed. Former Cincinnati Red, Homer
Have we
Bailey.
ever had a Downer? Bob Downer?
It's called the Rockies season.
Isn't that their GM?
Oh, Bob Downer's talking
Yeah,
again.
Frank Downer's going to come out and explain why his top free agent hates his own team.
Oh, we gave Daniel
So, by
Bard
the
an
way, did you
extension.
see Chris Bryant? Hey, let me explain my comments. I don't need you to.
No,
we read them.
we know.
We don't hate you for it.
You
You need to look into things. That's all.
You saw what everybody else is seeing right
Yeah.
now.
None of us got it. At least you admitted now you don't know either.
Exactly. David Lose.
Good old day. Good luck, Coach Lose.
He's climbing the ladder, though. He's on his
now.
way, man.
But yeah, that's a ceiling, isn't it? That's a glass ceiling. If you're Coach Lose as the DC, you can't go prevent, can you?
No, you really shouldn't.
Right? Yeah.
No.
Hey, I got an idea how you got your last name. It's that prevent you seem to like.
The only thing preventing is winning. Anyway, it's Craigman and Lindahl. We got Tad Boyle coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Andy's got a Bronco question. I want to explore.
I want to relitigate last season for a moment.
Yeah, way too much losing. I can tell you that. It's Craigman and Lindahl. Hey, we hope you're having a delightful Tuesday afternoon. I'm Nate. That's Andy. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets and Suns this evening. TNT affair right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Very much looking forward to the Nuggets beating the snot out of Phoenix this evening and extending the win streak to 7 before Boston comes in on Thursday, which is, that's going to be, hey, Denver, Colorado, center of the NBA world, but very much on that night. Two best teams in the league, two hot teams going head-to-head. Going to be an awful lot of fun. But Phoenix tonight, the Devin Booker-less Phoenix Suns this evening. Is Matt Ishbia going to come, by the way?
That's a great call.
Say
I
hi
don't
to
know.
Nicola?
Maybe. Remember, they all hugged and made up.
That's true. They're
Sure.
bros. Yeah.
I think Ishbia's got bigger problems.
He sure does.
Right? Like, he's probably trying to figure out the money for Mel Tucker again.
What's his Mel Tucker money back?
Yeah,
Checking
by the
Mel
way,
Tucker's phone records.
Let's try to keep the Boston fans out of Ball Arena if that's okay.
Oh, they're going to be there.
All right, I got a question for you. So the Broncos.
The
more we read into this, because again, it's a slow time of year. I do find it funny that everyone wants to label the Russ release breaking news. This thing has been bending since Christmas, right? You knew
the edges were perforated.
The minute that he was benched, it's done.
Yeah.
It's over. Okay. So, of course, everyone's kind of rehashing how do we get here. And the more you hear the national guys that get a little more of the insight and the privy as to how Sean Payton felt. Like, there's so many people. I think Peter Schrager was the latest to say it today. Sean never wanted to coach Russ. That is just so becoming clear. So I got a question for you, Nate. As I hear about, this guy ran great at the combine and this guy did that, and how do the Broncos, because everybody was saying, well, Sean's going to want to go get a quarterback and maybe they'll trade up, maybe they go get a Baker Mayfield. We all know here in Denver, all those options seem highly unlikely because of financial commitments, dead cap money, and nothing to really trade with, right? I'm going to ask you one more time, and I believe I asked you this around Christmas. Why in the hell didn't they just bench Russell Wilson in the bye week? Why didn't you just go through with it? Why in the hell did we go through? You didn't want the guy. And like I said, over and over, national people, and we know Sean has got a better, he doesn't mind passing stuff out to the national media as much as the local media, although I think he's going to be a little different with the local media coming up this year. But enough people knew. Terry Bradshaw said it game 2 of the year or whatever?
They didn't really want this guy.
Why did you do this? Why, since we're taking the medicine anyway, why did you go screwing the draft pick up and play the guy? What? I go back to right before the Packer game, right before the Chief game. You and I were saying any day now he's going to get benched if he loses.
Yeah.
Why did you not do it? Why did you go through this? Why did you bother getting to the 8 wins? Why? You could have been in the top 5 without having to trade.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because they beat the Chiefs. They beat the Chiefs. The irony of snapping that losing streak against Kansas City. What was it, 17 games by the time they finally got the victory?
Something like that, right? Whole season.
The irony of it all was that the organization assumed we will go to the bye week. We will be 2-6. We'll get smacked by Kansas City in our own building. Like it'll be toast.
All set up.
Yeah, exactly. Like this will set up beautifully for us. We can throw threats at Russell Wilson about pushing off injury guarantees and all those kind of things. And oops, they won. Oops. Yeah, they went out and they won that game. The defense had a pretty good day against Mahomes. It picked him off 2 times. Russ threw 3 touchdown passes. He didn't do much else. 12 of 19 for $114, but hey, a couple of short fields, take advantage of it, get some points, boom. They go and they beat the Kansas City Chiefs, and suddenly they got a 3-5 football team going into the bye. Instead of the expectation, which was, boy, things are just going to be flatlined around here. It was like, whoa, we got a little bit of life. Okay, we've won 2 games in a row. We beat the Packers. We beat the Chiefs. Let's see what we've got right here. And that was the weirdest thing really about this season. When you look back at it now, and we're so far past the end of the season, Andy, when you look back at it all in the rear view, the weirdest thing that happened this year was that they beat the Chiefs.
Yeah, Buffalo's right up there, too, because remember, Buffalo was
12
on the road.
field. Right.
Buffalo was on the road.
It was on the road.
Yeah, like you said, you missed the kick.
They fired their offensive coordinator the morning after the game. Ken Dorsey was shown the door. Like, Buffalo was, they were another team that was reeling at that time, and the Broncos caught them. They come back home. They get a Josh Dobbs opponent in Minnesota. They get those guys. You beat a Cleveland team that didn't they start DTR in that game? That was pre-Joe Flacco.
And you heard him.
Yeah, Myles Garrett was banged up in that game. You beat those guys. Boom, you're 6-5, man. Like, suddenly the season had life. You're talking about, playing your way into a playoff spot. And I do genuinely believe they wanted to make the playoffs. Like, I really do think, like, once it started going, it was like, okay, let's do this. Let's get there. All right, you got, Houston and Detroit humbled you and showed you're not good. Okay, like we're legit. You're not. Go back in your hole, Denver Broncos. And then it was like, okay, let's blow it all up. They had a last gasp against New England. They blow that game, and then it was all said and done. But Andy, that's my simplest answer to this, is the weirdest thing that happened in that season, the thing that made everything as bizarre as it turned out to be, was that they beat the Chiefs.
Yeah, and look, fair enough. But again, as I express concerns, as I tell people, here's my wonder about Sean Payton. Why is Sean Payton a good coach? Now, is he a great coach? I don't know about that. I think the jury's out. But I do think he's a good football coach. He's won a lot of games. I don't care who he had at quarterback. We've seen plenty of people with great quarterbacks not put up a record like he had.
What's he got, 17 years in the business and 2 jobs?
So I do believe he's a good coach.
That's a good coach.
But again, because he's a good coach, he hates losing. And he wants to avoid it. Remember, John Fox was part of that, right? The Broncos, you and I both know back in 2011, if they'd have lost all the games, they wouldn't have cared. That's why Tebow went in. Right. They didn't think they had a chance with Tebow. Throw him in there, give the fans what they want. He'll just organically help us lose. And surprise, surprise, they didn't. A little bit like what happened this year. And again, we had Buffalo and New England that year, just like what'd you say, Houston and Detroit, giving you the example that none of this was real. To me, if you know you don't want the guy and you already had the rough start, you should have just ate the losing, put the guy in. Because you and I talked about it. Around the Green Bay game, had they benched Russ, nobody would have batted an eye. Nobody would have questioned. And even to your point, look, you just read the Chiefs' numbers. He may have thrown for touchdowns, but the offense still barely did anything. So even then, I think people were still like, this season stinks. I'm not expecting anything. You still had a window where I think you could have done it. Nobody would have questioned it. Whatever would have happened. Maybe you don't even have to go into the whole we're going to bench you if you don't waive the injury clause thing, because you just simply said, hey, man, the offense is not what we want. We're trying something else. You're benched, right? You avoid all that stuff.
Andy, you said it all year long. You assumed he'd be benched at the bye.
I did, because I thought the offense wasn't looking right. You and I saw it in camp.
It made all the sense in the world to me. Yeah, okay, you'll try it for half the year, and they're 1-5, and it's just putrid. And then something about, like, here's what else is funny about this year, is really like when you look at the wins that they ripped off, or sort of the way that they got it done. They beat Green Bay, playoff team, really sort of before Jordan Love got comfortable, right?
Exactly. Green Bay was not good when they rolled in. They were in the same situation.
Exactly. And then second half of the year, man, Jordan Love took a huge leap forward. His second half stats were unbelievable. Kansas City, again, like, offense was uneven. They couldn't stop dropping passes. Mahomes had the flu. Boy, you ran into that at the right time. Buffalo, like we said, Sean McDermott and Ken Dorsey are at each other's throats, and that thing's an absolute mess. And Josh Allen can't stop turning the ball over, and 12 men on the field, and then that goes down. You win that game.
Josh Allen?
You beat Cleveland, a damn playoff team.
Which, like, the Minnesota win of the Tebow year was probably your best game.
Yeah.
Your most complete game.
Like, they beat all of these good teams along the way as well.
Minnesota, they found a way to get Minnesota, but they still were messing with Dobbs, right?
Like they caught everybody at the right time.
Was that the quarterback from Minnesota, Josh Dobbs, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I'm just telling you, see, again, Sean Payton is going to need to learn. Like I do believe Sean Payton probably has a path to a rebuild. But just like this season where you couldn't just easily eat 2 months of misery
right,
to ensure the rebuild got off to the right foot with a high draft pick without costing you capital. And forget about just the first round. You could have had higher picks in all the rounds.
Mm-hmm.
You wanted to win so bad that you stayed a course and actually had it happen.
I mean,
like, again, how much losing is he going to be able to put up with during this rebuild?
I don't want to just either pin this on Sean Payton.
No, it's not.
Because, I guarantee you, Greg Penner wanted to go to the playoffs.
They
this
all
year.
wanted to win because I don't think attendance was sweet.
Right.
How many other fans were showing up at Empower?
You know, you come off the Hackett debacle. You're a brand new owner. You want to get this thing turned back around. Going to the playoffs, and this is where I'll defend them. Going to the playoffs is an objectively good thing.
Especially when you haven't been there in 8 years.
Exactly. Like NFL organizations are killing to be able to get to that place. It does so many different things for your football team. It gives guys an opportunity to play high leverage football. It gives a coaching staff, a chance to prepare for that game. Puts you in a huge national television spotlight. It's great for the brand. It's great for your young players. It's great for your coaching staff. Like, the playoffs are an objectively good thing, and the Broncos desperately wanted to get there. What's wild about it is that they went 8-9 this year, Andy. They didn't have an 8-9 football team. They overachieved this season. And Sean Payton, Vance Joseph got things turned around with the defense. Sean Payton figured out, okay, Russ is going to throw everything behind the line of scrimmage. We'll cut you loose and let it fly in the red zone, and maybe that's going to help us win some football games here. And the recipe worked for a while. They took care of the football. They didn't do anything risky. They won the turnover margin. Again, they were undefeated this year when they won the turnover margin, and I think they lost every game when they lost it, which is absolutely wild. But they overachieved is ultimately what went down. And you're right. It's now we sit here today in the first week of March, and you're like, damn, you won 8 games. But
you're sitting at 12.
But the problem is like nobody inside the building is going to think that way when you're smack in the middle of it.
I do get it, but at some point you have to accept certain fates, okay? You had a chance to accept a certain fate before, again, you had to create the mess of, how about you bump your injury clause or we're going to be. You wouldn't have to do that if you just would have said the offense isn't performing and the fans don't want to seem to show up for the product. You could have just benched them then. Why didn't you do that? Because, again, the 8 wins, to hear it, and I'll tell you what sparked this for anybody that's wondering. I know a lot of Bronco fans, the apple of their eye is J.J. McCarthy all of a sudden. Well, I got news for you from what they're saying, and who knows, they could be all wrong. It doesn't sound like he's going to be there. He's not going to be there.
Yeah.
And I got Bronco fans, I got to get you ready. You do not really have the firepower if you're truly going to build a team to go get him, because you're going to have to give up 2 more first-rounders. You can't keep giving up first-rounders and think you're going to build anything.
Mm-hmm.
And look, I don't think the Giants, goes back to teams that I don't think are going to give you the damn pick anyway. The Giants are probably not going to give you the pick. The Chargers may trade, but now they may trade with the Bears because apparently the Bears, there's a bunch of mocks saying that the Bears not only want the quarterback, they're going to go back up for one of the top receivers.
Yeah.
So you're just stuck. You're just stuck. So why did we do this? That's all I'm wondering.
Oh, man.
And this is my concern. I think Sean Payton has too much of an ego to maybe lose if that's what's... And I hate saying lose is what's best, but 8 wins wasn't what's best. Being 12th isn't what's best.
Well, you know what's better than a lose? Lose. We'll talk to Tad Boyle coming up next.
Luge. Hey, it's Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Do you have a new truck or 4x4? Do you need some accessories for it? If you're like me, you got the truck, you got it at the best monthly payment you could afford, but it was the bare bones model, didn't have a lot on it. Luckily, I've hooked up with Jerry Jones, and he's taking care of that problem. I got step rails, got the great bed cover, got the remote starter put in there. He's talking about heated seats. He does the lift kits. He's done so many things to my truck, and it's actually a truck that, would have cost me a great deal more per the sticker had I added all this stuff at the time of the purchase. Jerry can do all this for you. The great part about it is Jerry's a Colorado guy. All the stuff in my truck has come off suggestions from Jerry. The step rails, for example, I was like, I don't know why you need those. I can hop up into the truck plenty. You know what? Come this time of year, especially when it's snowy, when it's icy, it's great to have the step rails to keep you a little more sturdy as you get into the cabin. I know that it's helped out, frankly, with some of the smaller people in my life. Jerry does a great job of guiding you exactly to where you should go and some of the things that maybe you're looking for. Go have a conversation with them. Colorado Off-Road, it's Jerry Jones, by the way, is the owner. Colorado Off-Road is 3 blocks south of historic downtown Littleton on Prince Street behind ACC, or find them on the web at cooffroad.com.
Leaves to KJ Simpson. Hadley all the way on the baseline to the lid. Colorado by a dozen. Ruffin finds Simpson. And Simpson buries a triple. Maxime. Step away three.
Don't show him everything. Tristan Silva.
Final score 81-71. Colorado over Stanford, so they defend their home floor.
Some Drew Goodman action on the call right there. 81-71, Buffs beat Stanford on Sunday night in Boulder. 2 games to go in the regular season. Colorado is at Oregon Thursday, and then Oregon State on Saturday, and then it's off to Vegas for the Pac-12 tournament. Joining us right now, head coach of the Buffs, head coach of the Red Hot Buffs, we should say. Our friend Tad Boyle is with us here on a Tuesday afternoon. Coach, how are you? Welcome back.
Good. Yeah, good to be with you guys.
Tad, the Stanford game, Tristan Da Silva, 27-11. KJ Simpson, 22-7. You guys really got shooting in the second half of that game. But just tell us about that victory and really kind of a complete team effort to now push the win streak to 4.
Yeah, we've been playing really well offensively pretty much the whole year. We've had a couple of hiccups along the way. But this team, this Colorado team, guys, from an offensive standpoint, the numbers that they're putting up are pretty darn impressive. And not only individually, guys like KJ and Tristan and Javon Hadley and those guys, but like even collectively as a team, we're really shooting the ball well from 2. We're shooting the ball well from 3. We're a really good free throw shooting team. So, and we share the ball. We've had, more probably 19, 20, 21 game assist games than any team we've had since I've been here. So really a fun offensive team to coach. Defensively, we're just okay. We're good at times. We're not consistent. That's an area where we got to get better.
Coach, the USC game, and you guys are down, I think, 16 points in the second half of that game. You come all the way back. You go to double OT. You get that victory late on a Saturday night. Wildly entertaining game. You haven't lost since that point. I know, head coaches, you guys are into game-to-game execution and not so much narrative, but was there a turning point in that game? Because you've just had such a confident group since that victory.
Yeah, I don't know. I do think we gained a lot of confidence from that win. When you come down 16 against a really talented, because USC had all their dudes that night. Collier played and Boogie Ellis played, so it wasn't just a skeleton crew like they had in Boulder when we beat them. So gained a lot of confidence from that. And quite frankly, guys, 2 nights before, the UCLA game, it's a one possession. We tied the thing up at 60 with like a minute and a half to go, and it becomes a make-miss game, and they made their shots down the stretch. We didn't. We lose that one by 4. But, sometimes you can gain a lot of confidence from a loss just like you can a win. And I think our guys knew how close they were to beating UCLA, and we could have come home with a sweep, but we didn't. But, yeah, you come down from 16 against a talented team like SC, your guys gain some confidence. And then we've been a great home court team all season long. Except for that Arizona game where, the Arizona could have beat the Lakers. I think that night they played really, really well in our building. But 16-1 at home, we'll take that every year.
Coach, first off, how are you? Good to talk to you. Secondly, every time I feel like I talk to Mark Johnson, he's lamenting the injury luck you guys have had this year. How has the season been for you? And has there been a frustration you've had to control at the health luck?
And there's no doubt there's been a frustration level. Look, we never use injuries as excuses. Never will, never have. It's a next man up mentality. And our team, our players deserve a lot of credit for keeping the mental attitude positive, for believing in their teammates, believing that the next guy up, a couple games ago against Cal, Javon Ruffin, he wasn't even supposed to play this year. Cody Williams is out. Julian Hammond's out. 2 of our top 7 guys. Ruff comes in and bangs a couple threes. Hassan Jope, a freshman, comes off the bench, gets 7 rebounds in 13 minutes. The other night, Bangat Dak got his number called and came in and really gave us a lift defensively and offensively. So, yeah, the injuries have been frustrating for the players. They've been frustrating for the coaches. But look, everybody, I shouldn't say everybody, a lot of teams deal with that. And I think this team, to have overcome that and to win 20 games and still be in the hunt, for third place in the league, says a lot about our team's resiliency.
Tad Boyle is with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Yeah, Coach, 7 games this year, missing at least 2 of your top 7 rotation players. That included the Stanford game the other night. So for a moment, I'll take my sports radio hat off and I'll just be beat reporter. What's the latest on Cody Williams and Julian Hammond before the Oregon road trip this weekend?
We're hoping to get Julian back by the Pac-12 tournament. Cody's probably a day-to-day guy right now. So I'm hoping we get him back for Oregon. If we don't, I'm hoping Oregon State, and if not, it'll be the Pac-12 tournament. I hope for him. So much of that is out of your control as a coach. You just take it day by day, and whoever's ready to practice, you practice. Whoever's ready to play on game night, they're there for game night. So, we've had 7 or 8 games with 2 of the guys out. We've had another 7 or 8 games with 1 guy out. So, we've had, I think 15 of our 29 games, we've been down 1 or 2 of our top 7 guys. And our top 7 are really, really important to us. It's not like the other guys aren't. They've been thrown in the fire. But this is a team that, our depth is really quality 1 through 7. When we get 8, 9, 10, it's not that it's not quality. It's very inexperienced.
Coach, we know what Cody Williams' future is going to look like, and that's that he's going to go in the top 5 of the NBA draft. When you have a player with that kind of future ahead of him, and you've coached a ton of excellent NBA players in your time up there in Boulder, do you have to manage it different? Is it different than it is with other players when you have to try and sort of manage their injury situation, especially late in the season?
That's a great question. It's not different for me, and what I mean by that is I know how bright Cody Williams' future is. I think he knows that. I think everybody around him knows that. His teammates know that. So that goes without saying. Every injury really, to me, comes back to the kid, to the player. And are they ready? Are they not ready? When are they ready? And those are decisions that they have to make. The trainers are here to help them get better quickly. The strength coach is here to help rehab them. The team doctors are here to help, advise them. But they have to make the decision. So much of it comes back to the student athlete, and when they're ready, they're ready. So from my standpoint, I haven't handled it any differently. Now, has Cody Williams handled it differently than Derek White when he was here? Did Derek handle it different than McKinley Wright when he was here? Yeah, every kid's different, right? So, and every situation's different. So it's hard to compare them because you're not comparing apples to apples. The injuries are different. The kids are different. But from my standpoint, when they're ready, they're ready.
Coach, I got a few for you, but off that answer, will the NIL, I know the NIL's brought some stuff that has been a total headache for coaches, and I still talk to our buddy Mike Sanford, who has shared some of the headaches that go on in all the world and what people want, and it's that sort of thing. But as you talk about a kid leaving for the NBA, is there a chance where you may see a kid eventually stay in school a little bit longer because of the NIL, because of maybe not the immediate need to have to go change the NBA dollars, or do you think it'll have little effect?
I don't think that will change a lot, guys. I really don't. I think most kids who are, kids have made good decisions to leave and go to the NBA out of college early. Kids have made bad decisions to leave college to go to the NBA early, and it hasn't worked out. I don't think that's going to change. I really don't, because the NBA money is so big. And not that the NIL money can't get big, but I think when you talk about NBA versus NIL, I don't think there's a comparison. Now, what might change is a kid that, especially now, we got one more year of the COVID seniors, right? They all get an extra year from the COVID year. Got one more year of that. There's guys that maybe could go overseas and start their pro career right now, or come back to college for another year. I think a lot of those kids, because of the NIL, maybe coming back to college, given the right situation. So, but in terms of the NBA is so powerful, and that carrot is so juicy that if they feel like they got a chance, they're probably going to leave.
All right, one more question before we get too far away from the Pac-12 tournament. Look, I've sat there and watched on Selection Sunday and been angered when you guys got skipped over. Because of your past history, do you feel like you got to win the Pac-12 tournament and not take any chances? We do the Ken Pom and everybody's predictions and this and that, and things are looking real good for you guys right now. But is there a party that feels like I can't leave it to chance? I got to go win that Pac-12 tournament.
Well, look, I mean, you go to a tournament to win it. You're in it to win it. You never go and say, let's win one game or two games. And that, no, we're going to when that point comes. Right now, we're going to Oregon, to win a game on Thursday night, and win or lose, we're going to try to win on Saturday. We got Oregon State. So then, when you go to Vegas, you're going there to win it. And I can't worry about things I don't control, guys. I mean, I've tried doing that early in my coaching career. Probably why I got very little hair left, and most of it that is left is gray. So I've tried to learn through the years to just try to win the next game, and let the chips fall where they may. There's a lot of things that frustrate me about where we are right now and where what the narrative is regarding Colorado. But there's not a lot I can do about that because I sound like a coach who's whining.
I mean, Coach, you're 30 in the net right now. Your Ken Pom is comparable to that. It's the 1-in-5 quad one. I mean, that's the thing that I think jumps off the page right now. And, you guys are very much on the bubble when you start looking at all of the bracketology. And again, when you talk about things that are outside of your control, depth of the Pac-12, just it hasn't necessarily been there so far this season like that. Those are the things right there. But you won 4 games in a row going into the month of March. You got an opportunity here on the road. Like, to your point, Pac-12 tournament after that, it's all directly in your hands. And you've got, 2 veterans in De Silva and KJ Simpson that are playing really good basketball. That's all you can ask for.
Yeah, you'd think so. But, where do the quad one wins come from or losses come from?
Yeah.
They come from the net rankings. Where do the net rankings come from? The net rankings come from, a lot of times, your non-conference schedules.
Mm-hmm.
And the teams that schedule right in the non-conference, once they get into league play. Look, when you get into league play, guys, I've been part of the SEC. I've been part of the Missouri Valley. I've been part of the Big Sky. I've been part of the Big 12. I've been part of the Pac-12. Any league in the country, when you get into league play, everybody beats up on everybody else. It doesn't matter what league you're in. So when they talk about quad one wins, and then they also say we don't worry about what conference records are, how you did in conference play, it's like, wait a minute, you're how many Mountain West teams have quad one games outside their league play?
Right.
How many? Do the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
That's where they came from, and they came from there because everybody in the Mountain West scheduled right. They scheduled right, and they played well in November and early December, and so their league now is being rewarded for that, even though some of the teams in the Mountain West didn't play anybody.
Yeah, but they're getting fat on each other, and Mountain West won 6 of 7 against the Pac-12, and that's why they're in this spot right now. Yep,
no question about it. No question about it. But
Tad Boyle is with us here on a Tuesday afternoon. Again, the Oregon road trip coming up. Coach, I got a couple of big picture college buckets questions here I want to ask you before we wrap up here. First off, you're 16-1 at Boulder in Boulder this year. Your road record is not that, but that's what everybody looks like in college basketball right now. Again, this is one of those where it's like if you knew the exact answer, you might have more hair, but still, Coach, why is it so damn hard to win on the road in college basketball?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know if I have a good answer for it. This year, the numbers are even more staggering in terms of the difficulty of winning on the road for whatever reason. And it's, again, it's throughout college basketball. It's not one league or another league. I think a lot of it has to do with the parity that's in our game. There's a lot more parity now, and when you have two very, very close teams, talent-wise, and there is parity in the game, advantage goes to the home team. The home crowd, the familiarity, all the things that go with it. The travel is, wears on kids sometimes. You're dealing with 18, 19, 20-year-old kids, sometimes now 22 or 23 because of the COVID situation. Again, you got a lot of older players playing college basketball, but I don't know I don't think there's one silver bullet answer to that question. It's a good question. I wish I could answer it better.
Officiating too, Coach. I'll say it. You don't have to. Don't worry.
I wasn't even going to go there, but now that you did,
but we are here.
That might have something to do with it.
Yeah,
that's just the way it is.
It's without a doubt a factor. Coach, we live in a world where the most famous college athlete in America, the most famous college basketball player in the country, is a woman. Caitlin Clark. Yep. We see the ratings that her games are pulling down. They're doing better than the top men's games in college basketball right now. Tad Boyle, it's 2024. We live in a world where Caitlin Clark moves the needle more than any other athlete in the country. What do you make of that, and how much do you enjoy watching her play?
I haven't got a chance to watch her much. I see highlights, but I haven't had a chance to really sit down. I haven't seen the Iowa men's team play, much less the Iowa women's team. But I do see highlights. I do see the impact she's made on the game and the sport. And I would say Caitlin Clark is she's one of one. There's not a lot of other people like her in her sport, and I think it's great. For women's basketball, the attention it's brought, and I'm happy for her because the little bit I know about her, I don't know her, I've never met her, but she seems to really embrace it and enjoy the game, and she's good for the game. Seems like she's a great teammate. That's the one thing about great players is a lot of great players aren't great teammates, but Caitlin Clark seems to me from the outside looking in like she's not just a great player and a once-in-a-generation type player, but she's also a great teammate, it seems like.
Along those lines, J.R. Payne and the Buffs, going to the Pac-12 tournament as the number 5 seed. Jalen Sherrod today was named first team All Pac-12. How much fun is it to have, the Buffs being as good as they are in both sides of the building? How good is that for the culture of the basketball program?
No, it's fantastic. Look, JR's been here for a while now. I forget the years. I can't remember what I had for breakfast. So, but I just know how hard she's worked, how hard her staff has worked. I know the team they've put together, and this was a special team, especially coming off a Sweet 16 run where they kind of took people by surprise last year a little bit. And this year they've had to deal with expectations, and that's a whole different animal. But they've stumbled a little bit here down the stretch, but I'm hopeful they can get hot in the Pac-12 tournament, get their mojo back as they head into the NCAAs. But kudos to JR and her staff and those young women because, we're in the same building with them. We see them in the weight room. We see them on the practice floor. They work just as hard as our guys, and really happy for their success.
Coach, before we let you go, I'm not saying, I'm just saying your only NCAA win came with Big Andy Lindahl sitting in that color seat. So just remember that for a couple weeks here if you need a good luck charm.
Come on back. Tell Scott Wilkie he can take a day off, man.
Yeah.
If that's what it takes, man, we'll take whatever it is, man.
UNLV, baby. No, it was not a lot of help against Baylor when we were all blinded by the most neon green uniforms I'd ever seen. But anyway.
Yeah, you weren't much help that night, Andy.
Well, you know what, Coach? I tell people all the time, dead seriously, you let us sit in on your scouting stuff, and it was awesome. And I just remember this is how coaching is hard. You warned everybody what kid. All I remember is the kid had big floofy hair, but could hit a 3 from anywhere in the gym, and you begged for defense on him, and it didn't happen in the second half. So I don't really think it was your fault. So
Brady Heslip.
Brady Heslip.
Wow.
There you go.
Deep pull right there.
Coach. Hey, listen, guys. I don't ask me the games we won. Just ask me about the games we lost. I know I can. I can remember almost every one of those. So they stick with you as a coach.
Oregon on Thursday, Oregon State on Saturday. Get Andy Lindahl back in the color seat. And you know what? More minutes for Bangot Dak, Coach. I enjoyed watching him play the other night. Tall kid, man. He can swat some shots.
Yeah, guys, the future of Colorado basketball is bright. We got some good young players in the program, and I think you'll see Bangot a little bit more against Oregon than you've seen him. He played really, really well the other night. So
yeah, 2 blocks in 14 minutes. Tad, thank you, sir. Good luck this weekend, and good luck the rest of the way.
Okay, thanks, guys.
All right, Tad Boyle tolerating us here on a Tuesday afternoon.
How about that? Remember the shooter, Heslip. Remember him?
Brady Heslip, I do.
Dude, I am telling you, I tell people all the time, we sat in a whole film session, and they did it for a half. This is what you ask why it's tough to win on the road.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes college kids forget what you asked them to do. I don't know what to tell you. I got a high school kid who forgets what I asked him to do.
Brady Heslip's Canadian.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, he had some great lettuce that year. It's the only thing that could block out his team. Dude, they had some tall players in the paint. Didn't that Baylor team get like Final Four? I feel like that Baylor team did all right that year. You know what would have been the Manning year?
I mean,
2012.
Scott Drew's got something kicking over there, man. They got a national title on their hands. That's a quality program right there.
That was you know what I did that whole time? I was on Manning watch, and Mark Johnson wanted to send me home. He could not. He was sick of Manning.
Couldn't tolerate you.
We're here to cover the Buffs. Shut up about Manning. This is where you're waking up every day. Where was he? He was having breakfast in Tennessee. What does this mean? All that.
You're tracking like plain tail
was.
numbers.
I'm telling you. Calling everybody on his bugging leg wall. What do you know? Where is he?
Yeah, Buffs got 2 more. Beat the Ducks, pound the Beavers, go rolling into the Pac-12 tournament. Lenardi's latest bracketology today, Andy, has them on the next 4 outline. So work to do there for the Buffs. But, man, you start diving into that, that you start talking about the net rankings and what you got to do to build up the resume. Tad gets a little passionate. That was good stuff right there. It's Crackman and Lindahl.
Name the artist, Nate.
Van Halen.
Oh, my God. I'm leaving. All right.
It's not Van Halen?
No. It's very disappointing.
Dang.
Little Blink 182 bringing you back. We still have a couple pairs of tickets to give away to that show.
Yeah, I can't tell you a lot of the hockey players' names, and I can't tell you a lot of Blink 182 songs.
I can't tell you a lot of the hockey players.
And oddly,
names.
they go together.
They do.
Hey, it's good you brought up the hockey players. So I got a simple question for you, Nate. You're a
Simple.
simple man who
Keep
likes
it
a simple
simple.
question. And Nate, you know what? Between the pipes, host Mark Springer, I'm curious your thought on this too. 303-504-0925.
He's not simple, though.
No, he's not simple.
No.
But I think
Very complex.
I don't
Complicated
know
man.
how Mark feels about this. So it's trade deadline week. It's going down Friday.
Hell yeah.
Lots of shopping that I think the fans would like the Avs to do to try to maximize the old cup window here.
They're getting Crosby, right?
That's the name. It's interesting you'd bring that up, okay? Because every night Pittsburgh loses, Paul Bissonnette's like leading the charge. Send Crosby to the Avs. I don't even know if Crosby wants to leave, right? I brought this up yesterday. Crosby, I think, would have to make a Ray Bourque-like request of please let me go finish my career somewhere else where I can go get a cup. And obviously, he and Nathan MacKinnon are great friends. Nate took him first at the All-Star game, all that kind of stuff.
You know
Okay?
why they're both such good buds, right?
Because they lived in the same town.
Can you name that town?
I can't.
Cole
Beaverton?
Harbor, Nova Scotia, my friend.
Oh, that's where they're getting like 90 feet of snow.
That's right. I can't name a Blink 182 song, but I
you
know
where
the
they're
name
from.
of Nathan MacKinnon's hometown.
Yeah, the tough hockey players.
There you go.
If you're an Avs fan, if they don't get Crosby with all the noise that's been out there for the last 2 months, how disappointed will you be? Because I feel like every year there's a guy you kind of focus
Sure.
in on. And for the most part, if the big rumor gets out, the Avs tend to get that guy. Now, I would say, Mark, help me if I'm wrong. The Avs, we didn't see Leckie coming. I'm not sure that you saw Manson coming. You just knew they were looking to make some moves. But I feel like this whole noise about Crosby reminds me of the years that they went and got Rob Blake. And there was some mumblings about Ray Bourque. And maybe a little about Theo Fleury, but I feel like it's been a long time since the Avs fans have made it pretty clear who they want here. And I just am curious, how disappointed are people going to be if it doesn't happen? Because quite honestly, Mark, I don't know if there's odds. I've not seen anything that says he wants to be traded.
Well, it looks like it's looking more likely that Jake Gensel will get traded. He's probably I don't know if you could say Malkin's still their second best player. Gensel's right there. So, I mean, the rebuild's coming. Is this more of an off-season thing, though? Because this is big. If you're trading Sidney Crosby.
It's not an easy trade, right?
This could be more of an off-season thing than a let's rush to get it done at the deadline type thing. And you're trading Bowen Byram. It's a big trade.
Yeah.
To make this happen.
They're keeping money for it to work, allegedly, on some of the ones that I've seen.
They could. It's possible.
So are you guys telling me that Avalanche fans would be let down if instead of Sidney Crosby, they got Nick Bjugstad?
What about Henrique?
That's a real name, by the way.
Yeah, it is. It is. No, it is. What about Henrique?
Adam Henrique of the Ducks? Yeah, that's a realistic one. Like the Lehkonen.
What about Alex Kerfoot? Remember Alex Kerfoot?
Dude, he's been thrown out there. I saw a Kerfoot rumor.
Former Av, Kerfoot.
Okay, see, here's what's coming in. This is what's interesting.
By the way, did McKinnon score off of Liquid Hot Magna last night? Is that the guy that used to be on the Avs?
Jason Magna?
Jason Magna?
Plays for Chicago.
There was two Magnas, actually.
Was it the other Magna?
Could have been his brother
Magna?
So there's two Magnas?
I just know that fifth goal went off of Magna. I was like, hey, the Avs used to have Magna.
Everybody wants Kadri back. Do you see what he did the other night with that goal? Where you're like, deked? You didn't. He deked like 9 guys and then scored.
It's just too many years left on his deal.
I know. It's
like
probably
where
too
at least
expensive,
with Sid,
right?
It's
You promised me simple.
it's the rest of this season and next season, whereas Kadri's like multiple seasons,
Right.
in his mid-30s.
If you're giving up Byram, though, you got to get at least 2 years out of Sid, don't you?
You would want that, yeah.
Trading off our friend of the program. So will you be disappointed, Nate? If you have to talk
I'll
about
be
Bjugstad
extremely
instead of Crosby?
disappointed if I have to learn a bunch of stuff about Bjugstad versus Sidney Crosby, okay?
Nobody, don't get your hopes up for Sidney Crosby. That's
But
irresponsible.
don't you feel like they are? Every night the Penguins lose, all I see is Avs Twitter go nuts. Oh, he's coming to Denver. Send Sid to Denver, please. Somebody get Sid to Denver.
I want to get my hopes up, okay? I'm here for team content. Let's do it. Yes. Let's go and get Crosby.
Let's get sexy.
Hell yeah.
Don't we want sexy? Can we bring sexy back?
That's what I'm
I
talking
want
about.
Big sexy.
Justin
I want
Timberlake
a
did it.
Huge sexy.
Yeah.
I want a Bork. I want a Blake. I want Theo Fleury for half a season.
Well, all
then
those
we're
guys are
gonna
retired. But yeah, I get your point. Yes. Yes.
Let's go with Sid.
Hell yeah.
Sid the Kid. Will you get a jersey? If Sid shows up, you get. How about a jersey? Can I talk you into a jersey?
Well, when
are we beginning that bit?
Will they drop off jerseys for us?
Will you get a jersey? Here's what I need. If they trade for Sid the Kid, you're wearing the jersey every game day.
A Crosby jersey?
Jersey.
Okay. Mm-hmm. That's
easy to wash, easy to maintain.
Better than a Crosby sweater. It's Craigman and
better than a
Lindahl.
Wilson jersey.
Yeah, it is the third hour of the show, best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. We start with the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. It is franchise tag day. What do you got for us, Mark Springer?
The high five is presented by Bet365, whatever the sport, whatever the moment. It is never ordinary at Bet365. Let's start with the hot new report / rumor in the past 24 hours. Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk writing after we got off the air yesterday evening that Kirk Cousins might be looking into moving his family to Atlanta. Florio writes, we're getting very credible indications that Cousins is seriously considering moving his family to Atlanta, which would mean, obviously, that he'd be signing with the Falcons. The Falcons have always been the top alternative to the Vikings for Cousins, who becomes an unrestricted free agent next Wednesday. And for good reason, his wife, Julie, grew up in nearby Alpharetta, Georgia. Her parents still live there.
Well, that sounds delightful for the Cousins family. All right. Andy, I want to have a Kirk Cousins conversation here for just a moment, okay? So Kirk Cousins is, in many ways, the gem of this free agency class, right?
With the torn Achilles.
Yes. 36-year-old torn Achilles, Kirk Cousins, okay? Just not playoff game winning Kirk Cousins, all right? So, Kirk Cousins. If your team signs Kirk Cousins, what's your reaction to that? Are you ecstatic if you got Kirk Cousins?
Yeah, you know what's funny? I've got a question for you, Bronco related, for the next segment or two. That's kind of like this. What's your team?
Any team. You have a team.
No, I think, like, to me, if you're Atlanta, no. We're building. I don't know how I feel about old guy. I don't know. I guess with Bijan Robinson and the tight end and everybody.
There's Drake London. Maybe the Falcons view themselves as a quarterback away.
Right.
But here's the question. A quarterback away from what?
Sure.
Win the NFC South.
Right.
Good. Like, me, you, and Spring can win the NFC South. Like, that, great. You accomplished all of that. You know you're not going to do anything. You have Kirk Cousins as your quarterback. And I'm not even saying this to disparage Kirk Cousins, okay? Like, Kirk Cousins, perfectly cromulent NFL quarterback. He's a top 12 quarterback in the NFL probably. But he's, like, not top 10. You know? He's, like, right on the outside looking in. He's Kirk Cousins.
If you're Pittsburgh, you're excited, though, right?
No.
I think you are. I think with that running game and that defense...
Look, if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers, you're going to win 9 games if you start Mark Bertinoli at quarterback. I'm just using everybody in the room as an example. Like, that's what the Pittsburgh Steelers do. Is Kirk Cousins doing? You've won 6 Super Bowls as a franchise. Your proud history. Kirk Cousins?
What if you're San Fran?
You'd rather have Brock Purdy.
Would you?
Yes.
You sure?
Brock Purdy wins playoff games.
Fair enough. Look, let me tell you where I stand before I tell you where I sit before I stand, whatever it is.
Yeah.
I've never been a big fan of Kirk Cousins. I've always thought he was terribly overrated. I always thought he's always got great numbers, but you said it right there.
He's
a fun regular season quarterback. That fun never seems to show itself in the playoffs. So, yeah, I don't know what your reaction is.
You know, they ripped off a bunch of wins in 2022. They had the insanely good record in one-score games, which are just coin flips that he was able to get victories.
What if he's a Raider? How worried are you? Devontae Adams? Josh Jacobs, maybe?
Not really. It's Kirk Cousins.
You're looking at this is the wrong thing. We need to get Tyler in here who's more the Kirk Cousins fan.
But fine. Tyler can be the Kirk Cousins fan all he wants.
Look, I'm with you.
It's 5 o'clock. It's our show, and I'm telling you that Kirk Cousins is a guy that if you acquire him, like, you know what? He might be better than the quarterback that you have.
Sure.
Like, you might win another game or
He's
two.
a Pro Bowl guy.
With Kirk Cousins as your quarterback. But what football fan is just like, F yeah, Super Bowl parade, here we go. Kirk Cousins. That human doesn't exist.
With his torn Achilles.
Right.
How much more excited are you when they got
Case Keenum. Because to me, I think you're a little more hopeful and you're a little more excited, but it's in that. Remember, they signed Case Keenum, and I felt like the whole city of Denver was like, all right.
Listen to Cuban Benny.
Right?
Kirk Cousins is Trevor Siemian with a better agent.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that bad, but that's still a good text.
Although apparently Graham wants Kirk to get in his car.
Get
Playing
out of
off your bit.
Get out of my dreams. Get into my car.
No, he doesn't get no Billy Ocean, Graham. I'm sorry. I don't know what song he get. I guess there's some Creed song about driving that we'll have to dig up. Maybe he gets that. He ain't getting no Billy Ocean. He's not getting the Billy Ocean.
Driving around in the Pope Mobile. There you go. So there's that's my big Kirk Cousins question.
You feel better?
He's splashy, I know, but
dude, he's made so much money for what does he
so
have?
Much.
Does he have any playoff wins? Do they have one? Did they have one that they beat the Niners in or something one year or what?
I don't remember it. I'm not saying it's not humanly possible that it happened.
Them
I think they
the
covered
Giants.
the spread in that game.
Nice.
That's cool.
There you go.
Wait. They won at New Orleans in 2019.
Okay.
So he beat Sean Payton in a playoff
Well.
game.
What's the question?
Why didn't you beat him? Why are you the only one that lost to him?
Kirk Cousins.
Anywho,
they lost by 3 scores the next week in San Francisco. Yeah. Anyway, that's the end of my Kirk Cousins rant. It's a perfect example of this is what free agency really is.
No, you're right.
Spring.
High five.
Well, the Seahawks might have won the Russell Wilson trade, but they lost the Jamal Adams trade. Today they released safety Jamal Adams. Adams joined the Seahawks in a 2020 trade with the Jets that saw 2 first-round picks go back to the Jets, and then he signed a lucrative extension with the Seahawks, and now they're cutting him.
Good for Jamal Adams. He made an awful lot of money in his time in Seattle. Again, this is the thing that happens that time of year. Like Jamal Adams, Quandre Diggs, Will Dissly, these are all football players that you have heard of. They will now hit the open market. Seattle has got to get underneath the cap right now. They're living a new life up there in Seattle these days.
I don't have many takes on Jamal, but we would go back to our name game. Do you want Quandre? Do
Quandre.
you want the guy that puts you in a quandary?
Quandre's a good name. It's no Contavious, but it's a good name. Spring.
High five.
Via Pro Football Talk, per a league source, a reunion with the Browns is Joe Flacco's first choice. He loves playing there. The team, the city, the fans, everything. The two sides met regarding the possibility last week at the scouting combine.
Can I still hang out? Is what Joe Flacco wants to know from the Cleveland Browns. You don't. If you're in Cleveland, Andy, you don't dare test that for a second. Isn't that one where you sit back and you go, you know what? We're gonna let the rebound be the rebound, and we're just gonna move on with our life now.
You enjoy a long weekend. you know it's not right for you, but you do it anyway. Listen, anybody that wants to be in Cleveland, you hold on to them like grim death. That city sucks.
I think
steak by the lake.
I think the Browns should be calling Chicago on Justin Fields. I think Justin Fields would make sense there.
Well, how can you afford it?
A third rounder. You trade a third rounder
and
for
Deshaun
Justin
Watson,
Fields.
Please
take him. No, you acquire Justin Fields. You get him inside the building. There's a possibility that Deshaun continues to be putrid. Maybe Justin Fields is your starter second half of the year, and maybe the Browns are going to be in a world where they're just like, look, man, Denver did it. They blazed the path.
Have you seen that dead cap number?
It's massive.
Didn't you
I
give
told
it
you
to
what
us?
it was
Was it like
yesterday.
285 or something?
I told you what it was yesterday. Yeah, there's nothing
You're not
good
doing the Denver deal
that you can do about that. But if you are that front office and that coaching staff, you got to be looking around and going, if we keep trying to do this with Deshaun, we're all going to get fired.
Yeah,
the other thing about Deshaun is he doesn't stay healthy. That's the other thing about him. I don't know if it's because he can't get anybody to book a massage for him or not, but for whatever reason, that guy cannot stay on the field. Justin Fields as an insurance policy, he could be interesting there. He could be interesting.
I don't see how you have the room to do it all. But
Plus, Ken Dorsey is now their offensive coordinator, a guy that knows how to call running plays for big quarterbacks like Josh Allen.
Josh Allen?
That's the only reason I did it. Here we go, Spring.
High five.
That's really.
The NFL tag deadline has come and gone. Here are the 8 players who received a franchise tag. Ravens defensive tackle Justin Matabuki. Panthers edge rusher Brian Burns, Bears cornerback Jalen Johnson, Bengals receiver T. Higgins, Colts receiver Michael Pittman Jr. Hey, let me go. Jaguars linebacker Josh Allen. Chiefs cornerback L'Jarius Sneed, Buccaneers safety Antoine Winfield Jr. Bonus tag, the Patriots used the transition tag on safety Kyle Duggar.
Yeah, so, I mean, you look at some of the names that got thrown out there today. First off, no Chris Jones. It was L'Jarius Sneed that Kansas City went with. We got that report last night. Carolina going with Brian Burns, a guy that, quite frankly, on the open market, Burns might have pulled down, between Burns and Jones, the biggest paycheck of what was going to go down here this offseason. Burns has now got to fight the franchise tag there with Carolina. Josh Allen in Jacksonville is an interesting point. He had a very good year last year. He was also the guy that put up a double-digit sack season in the contract year. Interesting how that tends to happen with some NFL players. Andy, as you listen to that, what name jumps off the page when it comes to that list right there?
The name that jumps off to the page to me is the one that didn't get tagged was Chris Jones.
Yeah.
What are the Chiefs doing? What are the Chiefs doing? Seriously.
Yeah.
Are you that positive no one's going to sweep in with a huge offer for Chris Jones?
So according to The Athletic, Jones has already turned down a 2-year fully guaranteed deal that would have paid him $27.5 million per year, which would have kept him behind Aaron Donald. I mean, if you're Jones' representative, you're telling the Chiefs, like, you have to pay me, you have to pay me Aaron Donald money. Like, it's, in fact, I'd be like, what's he at, 31.7? 32. 32 and it's done. Okay, guarantee me 2 years, and I'll be a Chief for the next couple of seasons right there. That's what I think Chris Jones is looking for.
What do you feel like they're going to get a better trade? Because I don't know what's going on with L'Jarius Sneed, but they already gave him. He got the tag. They already gave him permission to go and seek a trade. He's not even exclusive. It's the non-exclusive tag.
Right.
Don't you think Chris Jones would bring you the better pick than Sneed? Because to me. Now, look, maybe they just know Jones is coming back and not going anywhere. Right. But, hey, listen, we just had a parade.
They would have known for an entire year they had to be budgeting for Chris Jones.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
But, look, we had the parade where Bruce Brown was coming back until he wasn't, right?
Right.
I'm just saying.
Somebody's coming through with $40 million a year for Chris Jones.
Yeah, I'm just.
In which case, it's like, all right, man, peace.
Hey. Do us both a favor. Not only do you get a great player, you take their best defensive guy off that team that's been impossible for everybody to get through.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, do you think, is Sneed going to get more than Jones if you trade him?
He's
what are you giving
younger.
up?
He's younger. That's the one thing Sneed's got going for him. He is younger.
You giving up 2 for Sneed? Would you give up 2 for Jones? 2 first-rounders, I'm talking.
For L'Jarius Sneed, no. I would give up a first-rounder, and then I'd have to get creative after that.
What about Jones?
If I'm close, if I know that's the thing that puts me over, I got to really think about it. The other thing about the weird thing about Chris Jones is he's a December and January star. He's kind of like the Nuggets. He just sort of paces his way through the first couple of months of the season, and then he stays healthy. He gets to the end of the year, and then he's just like, I'm going to eat all of you.
Who else is like that? The comp you already made, Aaron Donald.
Very much so. Mm-hmm. It's kind of what you have to be.
What do you think the running back market does this year? I mean, I get why the Giants didn't franchise Saquon. Do you think it's going to be any better? He's not making as much as he made on the tag, right?
No. Teams don't want aging running backs. Aging running backs get hurt. Yeah, Josh Jacobs, Austin Eckler, Derrick Henry. Get ready to make $5-6 million this year, guys. That's going to be your life. It's Craigman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, Jeff Legwold dropped an interesting note about the Broncos and their plan for the dead money yesterday on the show. We need to talk about what that's going to look like because I think Bronco fans should prepare for a roster bloodbath this week. That's next. Nuggets, Suns tonight, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We will have it for you with Jason Kosmiski on the call this evening. No Devin Booker for Phoenix. Nuggets 8.5-point favorites in this matchup here this evening against a Phoenix team that is, again, just slapped together. It's a slapped together basketball team. Slapped together teams, like even the Heatles.
Yeah.
Had to go to they went to the finals. Nothing wrong with that, but didn't just go and win a title immediately. Matt Ishbia walked in the door there in Phoenix and said, "Okay, go get me Kevin Durant," and then it was go get me Bradley Beal, and now let's rebuild our entire bench and everything else like that. And again, yes, you are loaded with talent. If you held it together for a couple of years, maybe you guys could really do some damage. But year number one, and especially with as injury prone as your stars are. I'm not surprised that the Phoenix Suns, they're a good team, but they're a middling good team. They're not winning anything this year. They might win a series. Not if they get Denver in the first round. They might win a series, though. That would be it. That would be it for this team. I do not fear this Phoenix Suns team. I think they're complete frauds.
It really is about chemistry, and I don't know how you don't watch. Look, I'll point out the Nuggets because they're in our town for good reason, right? But even look at Oklahoma City. Mm-hmm. That's a team that's been put together the right way, has played together a bit. I'm never a fan of, I'm just going to throw, because look, when did it work in Brooklyn? It didn't. How did it work out for the 76ers? It hadn't, right? They're still trying to figure out the right cast to put around Joel Embiid. Now, maybe they had something. I mean, it's a real shame as far as the NBA fan that Joel had to get hurt, and we couldn't see what that thing was maybe turning into.
Sure.
Dallas is even trying a little bit of that right now. They keep trying to figure out what's the right complement to Luka. I know that Boston made a couple of tweaks over the summer, but still, for the most part, that's a team that knows how to play together. Look at what's going on in Milwaukee. Now, maybe it's finally starting to come together. Maybe Doc has figured a few things out after, a month on the job or whatever. But even Milwaukee has not been what people thought when they announced Dame Lillard going there.
I mean, Boston was, again, it was well constructed. Your core was basically in place. The acquisitions that you make are, you desperately needed a big, so you get Porzingis. Drew Holiday just beautifully fits into any team.
Who doesn't want him? The guy plays defense.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
He's a wonderful player. He's going to fit no matter where you go. And Derek White is terrific. Dang, forgot to ask Tad about Derek White. I meant to
ask him about Spencer Dinwiddie the other night, running around with the Lakers.
Yeah, but yeah, it's these cores have got to get together, and then you have to learn what you are, and then you sort of have to be able to build around it and get things to just kind of come together. And again, the Nuggets, in some ways, Andy, they didn't have a choice. Denver's an NBA flyover city. All right, we're never going to be able to attract the glitziest free agents to come and play in this city. We get that part of it, and so what the Nuggets did was, and they got good fortune. Okay, if anybody thought Nikola Jokic was going to be Nikola Jokic, he wouldn't have been the 41st overall pick in the draft. Yeah, but when they got it, they recognized it and said, okay, how do we now build around this? And they continued to build it up through the draft. And the Nuggets are the team that nobody talks about in the offseason because they're team continuity. And now here we sit in March and 42-19, and they look like the most championship-ready team along with the Celtics in the entire NBA.
Yeah, and look, the Nuggets had their big headline because they built it through the draft. Their big headline was the trade that acquired Aaron Gordon.
Right.
Okay,
which really isn't even the splashiest trade.
No, it isn't. But again,
it was
the perfect
exactly
piece.
what you needed.
Couple great signings last. They could have paid more attention to the Bruce Brown and the KCP signing, or was KCP the trade? He was the trade, right, with Monte Morris.
Yeah, Will Barton.
Yeah. So I mean, look, it's fine. You guys keep talking about everybody else. What I do love about it is it feels like more and more NBA pundits are starting to say, why are we talking about everybody else? Tim Legler was asked, what kind of chance do the Lakers have to go on a run? And
they don't.
Tim was like, look, if they get Denver, nothing's happening. They may win a series.
Right.
They may get Oklahoma City and be more veteran than they are. Do you really believe that Oklahoma City couldn't beat the Lakers in the first? Again, I just think people overvalue what that roster is.
The other thing about, and you talk about what the Clippers are right now, they... With Kawhi and PG, it was constructed and it was put together. They have a great coach in Ty Lue. And then the other thing that they did, and this is where they get a ton of credit for this, is they acquired James Harden and they stayed the course, and they knew, like, okay, Harden along with 2 other Hall of Famers, really 3 other Hall of Famers on his roster, let's be honest here. I know Russ is banged up now, but that's what he's going to be, you know, that it would eventually come together, and it did. And that's a good team. That's going to be a tough series when Denver gets those guys.
And correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Harden and Paul George play together in Oklahoma City?
No, they did not overlap. No.
Okay.
No, I think Harden was in Houston by the time PG got to OKC. Mm-hmm.
I was going to say, because they have a little bit of history together. I think Harden, this is one of those things where, and will it continue next year? I don't know, especially if you win a championship and maybe he feels satisfied. You're getting the best version of James Harden because I think he knows the old reps taking a bit of a, like he can't keep forcing his way to a new city every 18 months.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. And he's
in LA now. So
he is
where
what
else
he
are you
is
gonna
at
go?
this stage of his basketball life. Okay. So yesterday on the show, we're talking to Jeff Legwold, and Jeff Legwold suggests, because the Broncos have an $85 million dead cap hit that they got to swallow up over 2 years. Now, I didn't know this part of it. Like,
I didn't either.
This kind of came to light yesterday, was that with the post-June 1st cut designation, you could make a determination which year are you taking the 50, which year are you taking the $35 million dead cap hit on your salary cap. I didn't know you could choose. Well, interestingly enough, Legwold said, and I've since heard this in other places, that Denver could very well opt to take the big hit this year with the large growth in the salary cap this year, 15% growth in the salary cap, that the Broncos could say, we'll take on the $50 million dead hit this year, knowing that going into next season, they'll have more cap space becoming available, plus the cap will go up even more. So, okay, this is the year we take the hit, and then we build after this. It's not ideal, but this is the situation the Broncos are in. Okay, I don't think that that's necessarily a bad call, but I do want to prepare everybody that, and it's probably going to go down, Andy, in the next week or so. There's going to be
start tomorrow.
There's
Who
going
knows?
to be a lot of dudes getting shown the door. There's going to be a lot of dudes, and I'm sure that George Payton is working the phones right now to see whatever kind of trades that he can work out. Some of these guys got big fat salaries, but there's going to be really recognizable Broncos players that are not going to be on this team anymore, because the Broncos are going to have to really create some space now in order to be able to make this all work if they want to take the big hit in year one. So let's just talk about the dudes. Garrett Bowles would come with a $16 million cap savings.
I think with Palczewski out there and possibly in position to draft the top tackle if all this quarterback run stuff goes down.
Yeah.
Look, I think he's a prime candidate. Should we do that as prime? How do you want to rank these?
He's a coach prime
means
candidate.
I will be by prime. I'll be surprised if he's still on this team.
By the way, remember when Garrett Bowles, when Russ first got here and Garrett Bowles was like, I told him no one's going to touch you. He got sacked 100 times in 2 years.
Touched plenty.
A lot of touching. Quite a bit of touching. Okay?
Too much touching.
$16 million in savings off the cap. That's big.
It's almost a
no-brainer.
no-brainer. That right there almost gets you to what you needed to cut with before all this.
Justin Simmons is due to count $18.25 million against the cap. He would save you right about $14.5 million. Justin Simmons comes with $14.5 million in cap savings.
Here's what I think is tricky. I think you try to trade him early. I don't know how much. The safety market's a weird deal. When you're paying that much money for a younger safety at the beginning of the deal, I think everybody's all about it.
Right.
I think if you find somebody for Justin Simmons, you're probably not getting, like, that could be a fifth or a sixth because of the contract number, so not what you expected. But I do think either cut or trade, I think they probably, that's a place you maybe move on.
Cortland Sutton.
I think that is the biggest no-brainer in the history of sports, to borrow that guy's term from the mortgage commercial.
He will save you $10 million against the cap.
Here's why I say that. I think Cortland is a very good player, and I would like to see Cortland continue with the Broncos. I think they need to save the money. I think the biggest Russ guy in the room was Cortland. I think that'll probably annoy Sean Payton. And I think they were looking to rebuild the receiver room anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to say prime candidate, I guess. But man, close to prime. Whatever's just below prime, that's where I'm going to put him.
All right, I'm already at $40 million in savings.
Okay.
We're crushing it, man.
Sure.
Yeah, lopping it all off. Tim Patrick.
Gone.
Going to save you $10 million.
He was Mr. Cross Fingers guy. The first thing he said, I'll see you soon to Russ. Not sure what that meant. Probably nothing. Maybe they're just going to get together and play some pool. Hit that bar Fiddlesticks off of Kipling and wherever the heck in Jewel.
Do you remember?
Shout out. Pool hall.
What would you say Patrick's his best catch from Russ was?
Do you have one?
Yeah, no, he didn't have any. Now that you mention it, yep. So Tim Patrick, yank it like you're starting a mower.
He's not redoing his contract, right? I mean, basically, it was reported. I don't remember. One of our guys reported that if he doesn't redo his contract, he's getting cut.
DJ Jones comes with $10 million in savings.
See, I think if you're getting rid of, I think Mike Purcell is also a free agent. And Mike Purcell, though he's a great story and has been a good player, DJ Jones, man, that guy can play some ball.
I don't want DJ Jones out the door.
No, I
good
think
football
you
player.
need him.
Yeah.
He's your best run player.
Good veteran football player. Jerry Jeudy, you would have to trade him.
You're shopping that like you wouldn't believe.
Yes. You're hoping somebody gives you a fifth rounder?
Sixth
rounder?
At this point, it's about unloading the contract. I might be wrong.
For
He
an
just
underachieving
doesn't
player?
feel like a Peyton guy.
It wasn't very good.
No. Now, I don't know. Look, I say that. Sean Payton did praise Jerry Jeudy quite a bit. Maybe I'm misreading it. I just think guys that want to run the football, and I do think Sean wants to run the football enough, wants receivers that block in the run game, and that's not Jerry Jeudy. I don't, but again, Sean always brings the guy up pretty early when he's talking about dudes, so I'd put that as a maybe, but I'd be shocked if they didn't shop him. There's rumors they were shopping him last year.
Samaje Perine will save you $3 million.
Well, I like Samaje and $3 million. I don't know.
They
That's
used
a guy
him a lot.
I would keep. him.
They actually did use him a lot.
Yeah. Now again, I don't know. Maybe Peyton's annoyed by the fumble thing, and so. But what are you going to do? You got to have more backup backs. And Jaleel McLaughlin, he's a good guy to. McLaughlin, he's a good guy to have. But
Samaje's a good pass catching back.
Yeah.
Effective in this
that
offense.
Blocks the blitz decently.
Sure. Yeah.
I think you keep him.
I would keep him on the. So right there, okay. Between Garrett Bowles, Justin Simmons, Cortland Sutton, Tim Patrick, I just saved you $50 million.
Okay, but now let's go to who are you not like? Do you have the list of free agents? I don't think you're offering Josie Jewell.
No.
I don't think you're offering Lloyd Cushenberry.
No, he's going to get paid.
You're probably bringing back Troutman because he's your guy.
Yes,
and you need tight end options.
You'd like it if there was a world
What are you doing with Burton? You keeping Burton, the fullback?
Yeah, I think Sean Payton likes him.
I believe he was just a one-year deal. You're probably getting him back.
He was a New Orleans guy, though, and he's critical in the way that Payton wants to run this offense.
But Russ had a good laugh with him.
Yeah. Do you think there was anybody on this list that was just like, don't talk about me, bro?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure there were a couple.
Leave me out of this,
hey,
okay?
Real quickly.
I don't want to get between you guys and your problems, all right?
Since you saved us $50 million or whatever.
I just did. That was good.
Let me ask you this. Bronco fans, I'm curious about this too. 303-504-0925. This goes back to your question about Kirk Cousins. Who is the free agent? Look, the more people I talk to, J.J. McCarthy is long gone. I know some people that don't think he's making it to 8. Now, this could just be the afterglow of the combine and all that, and maybe people don't really feel the way they feel. But I know some NFL people are very, very intrigued by a guy that actually ran an NFL style of offense with the NFL style of routes that Jim Harbaugh would have
with an NFL coach.
That was not that's put up with the quirky NFL coaching, right? So if you have to accept you ain't drafting a quarterback, like you're probably waiting on the 3rd round if you really want value for quarterback.
Probably,
if
yes.
4 are gone.
Yes.
Who is the guy that is it Stidham? Is it some Baker Mayfield? The NFL Network wants Baker Mayfield and Sean Payton together so bad. Good Morning Football's talked about it like 3 times, just thinking their personalities would just be kumbaya. I think they'd be screaming at each other a lot. I think it'd be funny.
I don't know how the hell they afford him.
Thank you.
How the hell do they afford him?
He's already told Tampa, who he had a great time with, you're not getting a hometown discount.
I think Jared Stidham's your week 1 starter.
So, but I'm curious for Bronco fans, who's the free agent quarterback that makes you chill? Because look, if you don't get one this year, and they may get the BYU kid who apparently is, friends with Webb, but if you don't get one this year, they've already said they'll love next year. What if you're waiting 2 years? Is there a free agent quarterback that allows you?
Jameis Winston?
Maybe not Mrs. Right, but Mrs. Right now. Is that someone you could write now for
Sam
a couple
Darnold?
of years? Oh, Jameis Winston. I don't want Jameis Winston here, man. I just don't. I feel like you're trying to sell me, Jameis Winston.
Sam Darnold.
I keep asking to get
Gardner
you. I
Minshew.
want you to get the keys to a different car, and you keep coming back with the gold Cadillac that's Jameis Winston.
It's the family truckster in Metallic P.
Yeah.
Okay,
I know,
wagon
and I know
queen.
you're sitting here. You won't even take me to. You won't even take me to the Baker Mayfield part of the lot. We ain't going by the Kirk Cousins model. You keep bringing me back over here so that I can shop amongst Minshew and Jameis and whoever else.
Andy, Sean Payton, by taking the bigger hit in year 1, there's one other thing that he can accomplish here this offseason, and I'll tell you what that is when we come back. Nate Craigman, Andy Lindahl. We wind it down here on a lovely Tuesday afternoon. We got the Nuggets and the Suns this evening. Kaz has the call. We'll get it going at 8 o'clock right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, one more note on the Broncos. Sean Payton's got to be loving this, and I mean it in this way, okay? The names that we brought up in the last segment, talking about guys that very well could be off this roster in the coming days. Garrett Bowles, Justin Simmons, Cortland Sutton, Tim Patrick, Jerry Jeudy, okay? Any one of these guys could be gone in the coming days.
Maybe all of them.
Sean Payton took over an organization that had not had a winning season in 6 consecutive years when he took over the job, hadn't been to the playoffs in 7. That extended one more year under his watch. But Sean Payton walked through the door and looked at a bunch of dudes that have never won in the NFL. And I think he knew it. And I think he knew it pretty quickly. And if anything, this Russ dead cap thing, in addition to pushing out the door a quarterback that he didn't like, is an opportunity now to push out a bunch of veteran guys that have big voices in the room that have set the tone for this organization, which has done a whole lot of losing, and get them out of there. Like Sean Payton wants this roster turned over. If the Broncos take the bigger dead cap money hit in year number 1, this gives him carte blanche to just go ahead and do that and shove a lot of football players that he's not particularly fond of, and to be fair, never even finished above 500, and just get him out the door.
Yeah, you and I saw frustration by a lot of people in camp, including Sean Payton. I had a few people tell me he got inside that building and did not love what he found. We're so hyper-focused on Russ. I think there were it was more than just Russ, right? It was like, what is going on here?
It's not a good team.
Because it's like you said, they haven't done a lot of winning. The players are very average. Most of the roster is very average. We saw that when the Rams rolled in here.
I always love this exercise, the old, take every football player in the AFC West and throw them in a pile and just start drafting.
There were not a lot of Broncos getting drafted. And most of them mainly would have been on defense.
I mean, Surtain's
Simmons,
going top 10.
Yeah.
After that, Simmons maybe top 20, and then
we've talked about it, DJ Jones, but he's probably top 50.
Yeah.
I don't know. Sitting here trying to do it off the top of your head, you're not sure.
They don't have enough good players.
No, I think Quinn Miners might have been the top offensive guy taken at some point with his development last year.
Yeah,
Looking back at it now, we weren't saying that then, though.
Yeah, between
we weren't
Miners
sure he was going to start.
Sutton, yeah. And hey, Miners, a rookie contract, good young player, okay, that's one of those things. This roster just flat out isn't good enough. And this thing is pushing the Broncos. While the upcoming season may be it could be a tough one. It really could. But this at least shoves the Broncos back in the right direction. And I say all this with the asterisk of, I think.
Yeah, because again, we thought a lot of things could be the right thing. Now, Sean feels to me like John Fox, where, and granted, it was a rough start for John Fox. What were they, 1-4 or something like that?
Yes.
But you had an idea that Foxy knew what he was doing. Mm-hmm. I know that Sean Payton has a plan.
Yep.
Again, I just question, is this could get lengthy. Like, and lengthy in the NFL's 3 years.
Yeah.
Right, Nate?
Yeah.
That's lengthy in the NFL.
Right.
Okay?
I think the most important thing that Sean can do is be able to articulate to Greg Penner that here's a plan, okay? This is what's going to get us back to that place, okay? But this is what it's going to take. This is what we walked into, and this is where this organization is.
But don't you worry. My biggest concern, I keep saying this to people, I feel like Sean may lose more patience with this process than Greg Penner will.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Greg Penner is looking to get rid of Sean Payton.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't.
Yeah.
He clearly trusts the guy. He's given him carte blanche to do all this. He's going to eat $85 million to get rid of the quarterback. And I don't care what happens next year. We will all grouse at Sean Payton if this thing looks ugly next year, but he'll be fine. He'll get at least year 3. He'll probably get his whole contract if he wants it.
I want to tell you a wild college sports story that I saw today. So we got a report that women's college basketball is averaging more viewers than men's college basketball on the Fox network this year. What conference happens to play on Fox? The Big Ten. And people are tuning in to watch Caitlin Clark. But here's another note that was reported today. John Urand reporting on this, that Caitlin Clark is such ratings gold that Fox executives contemplated reaching out to other networks to see if they could come up with an enticing NIL offer that would convince her to stay in the college ranks for one more season. Alas, talks never materialized. Nobody ever approached Caitlin Clark about this, and ended before they could get going last week when the superstar formally announced that she was headed to the WNBA next season, where she is the overwhelming favorite to be the number 1 overall pick. But how about that? The networks getting together to say, we will pay you to stay in college for another year.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
That tells you what kind of ratings they're getting off of it.
Yes.
Hey, someone had put out there on Twitter today, I can't remember who, somebody put out there that her last couple of games have actually outdrawn viewership for NBA games.
Yeah.
I think one of them a Golden State game.
Yeah. So here's one thing that I kind of wonder about is this was the year she was chasing all the records. Right, like she had to break the women's scoring record. Then she had to break Maravich's record. Like all of those. This was the year she was doing that. Would viewers have gotten like ratings fatigue and without as many milestones to chase? Is there a world where the Caitlin Clark phenomenon would have leveled off a little bit next year?
I don't know. See, here's the thing, because when you sent us this article and I read that, I was like, wow, that's crazy. Open it up, you know, trying to see what the NIL deal might have been for and all that kind of stuff. And I started thinking, okay, well, how good is this for the WNBA? And I have no doubt that she's going to up the WNBA numbers.
Yeah.
But I think one of the things that Clark and Fox have going for them with this ratings bonanza is Iowa is a popular school.
Right.
Like there's the college, there's that college attachment where you've got all those alumni that want to watch her. And then there's a conference that I'm sure, love her or hate her, you're still going to watch her.
Of course.
Right?
Of course.
And so I think that's kind of ties in. I don't know. Look, I don't know if they'd have kept popping the way they did this year, but I don't think it would have fallen to half or anything.
Right.
Because people seem to like why. I think this is something where people tune in out of curiosity and they enjoy the games and they keep watching it.
Here's another thing I didn't know about Caitlin Clark. She didn't take a dime from Iowa's collective.
Really?
All of her NIL deals are with national brands that will stay with her when she goes to the WNBA. So the Nike, Gatorade, everything else that she has right now, plus the Indiana Fever have the number 1 pick. So she'll get drafted in Big Ten country, which I think is, again, another savvy move for her part. Like, you stay right there in that part of the country where everybody already watches all your games and you're beloved. Her earning power will only go up once she goes to professional basketball, which is, man, good for her.
A network offering an NIL deal
to a college athlete, and not just a college athlete, a women's college basketball player.
All right.
It's crazy.
Is there any chance? Does the network try to offer Dion something? Because, again, Fox has been tied in. Remember,
right.
Big Noon showed up a whole bunch.
Big 12 is ESPN, I believe.
Is it?
Could be. It's something to think about right there.
Could it control his next move?
Man, that's nuts. It could. It very well could. Yeah, because he's a draw. No matter what, he's a draw. There's no doubt about that. We saw it last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. People want to watch the guy. It's a good question. Nuggets tonight, Andy. You like him? At home, Phoenix?
Yeah.
8.5 point favorites?
You betcha. Hey, look, they've come out with a different kind of focus in this second half. The text worked.
Yeah. I think I think what is a tight game at the half goes the Nuggets' way
So
very
the
much
usual.
in the second half.
Maybe
yes.
even a rough start for them that they then make up for.
Very well could be. Kentavious CP is going to be playing tonight, so looking forward to that. Nuggets and Suns, 8 o'clock. We'll have it for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Blitz is coming up with Berto next. Tad Boyle was with us today on the show, and he was wonderful. If you missed it, altitudesportsradio.com. That is where we podcast everything that we do. We are back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We'll be talking about that Nuggets game. We'll be looking ahead to more insanity. Andy, do we get a big Broncos transaction tomorrow?
Oh, all right. What you put down on the books, the big Bronco or the big Avs? Remember the Avs, last time they made some trades. They came a couple days before the deadline. They weren't waiting until the end.
Garrett Bowles gone or Sidney Crosby arriving? Which happens first?
Well, I don't know about Sid.
Hold out hope.
Boy, now you put it like that.
It's going to be Bugstad. Have a good night, everybody. Spring and Berto are next.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Do you have a new truck or 4x4? Do you need some accessories for it? If you're like me, you got the truck, you got it at the best monthly payment you could afford, but it was the bare bones model, didn't have a lot on it.